Chapter 1. The Black Gold Token of Douluo. Li Qianyu, a traveler from another world, found himself in the Douluo continent, having escaped reality. Li Qianyu's father held the esteemed position of a judge, while his mother, although not formally employed, adeptly managed household affairs, leading a life envied by many. However, Li Qianyu did not share the sentiment. His father's demanding career meant he was often absent from home, sometimes returning only once a week, and at times not at all for a month, which gradually eroded the bond between father and son. What began as a child's admiration for his father's esteemed profession dwindled into indifference and a tinge of resentment. Yet, understanding his father's obligations, Li Qianyu suppressed his frustrations until his birthday arrived. As his father failed to return home, Li Qianyu waited in vain. He did not expect his father to be by his side every day, but he yearned for his presence on significant occasions. This time, however, he was met with disappointment. The prolonged absence of his father exacerbated his frustrations, prompting him to call and confront him. "Father, are you exceptionally busy today? Why haven't you returned?" His father replied, "I apologize, son. I have indeed been overwhelmed with work these past few days. Your mother's birthday is approaching, and I promise to return then to celebrate both your birthdays together." Upon hearing this, Li Qianyu's anger subsided significantly, and he responded, "You must keep your word. You need to be home in 2 weeks." After their conversation, Li Qianyu eagerly anticipated his father's return. 2 weeks later, with his phone in hand, he exclaimed, "You promised to come home today? Where have you gone?" His father, filled with guilt, replied, "I am truly sorry, son. I had no engagements today, but an urgent case arose unexpectedly. I assure you I will return tomorrow." Li Qianyu, still brimming with resentment, retorted, "There's no need for you to come back. Just continue with your busy life." Before his father could offer consolation, Li Qianyu hung up the phone. He locked himself in his room, refusing to come out. When his mother heard his sobs and rushed to comfort him, he remained unyielding. After 2 hours of crying, his stubbornness led him to contemplate a brief escape from home, intending to return later that evening. Seizing the moment when his mother went to the restroom, he quietly slipped away, unaware that she would soon return to coax him. It wasn't until late in the evening that Li Qianyu made his way home, only to find his building engulfed in flames. Panic surged through him as he sprinted towards his home. Upon arriving at the entrance, the fire department arrived just in time to combat the blaze. After 2 to 3 harrowing hours, the fire was finally extinguished. Rushing inside, Li Qianyu was met with the devastating sight of his parents. Upon learning of his son's anger, his father hastily resolved the ongoing case, returning home only to hear his wife attempting to reach out to Li Qianyu, mistakenly believing he was still inside. Tragically, they had forgotten to turn off the gas, and the absence of a circuit breaker resulted in an unforeseen fire. While his parents assumed Li Qianyu was safe indoors, his mother called for help, while his father forcefully opened the door. Regrettably, when they burst in, they found no trace of Li Qianyu. As they prepared to flee, a sudden explosion from the gas ignited, knocking them unconscious and allowing the flames to consume them. Upon receiving news, Li Qianyu felt his world crumble. He believed his obstinacy had led to his parents' demise. His father had loved him, yet he had stubbornly chosen to provoke them, forcing them to worry. The outcome was a consequence of his own actions, leading him to contemplate his existence, feeling as though he was the sinner responsible for his parents' death. Desperately, he wished for this reality to be a mere illusion, yearning to escape from the truth. In the throes of this profound desire, one fateful night, he awakened in the body of a child residing in an orphanage on the Douluo continent. Notes: let me clarify the setting. The child is merely 12 or 13 years old, at the peak of adolescence, hence the extreme measures taken. He believed that if he caused his parents concern, they would perceive it as their failing, prompting him to leave home and thereby avoid breaking his vow. Unfortunately, the outcome was contrary to his intentions. His mother could not unlock the door because the key was left in the very room where Li Qianyu had hidden, and he had locked the door upon leaving, taking the key with him, thus preventing his parents from entering. This is my first attempt at writing, and I would like to mention that it will feature a single female lead, and I will strive not to mindlessly criticize Shrek's 7 monsters or their master. This is my inaugural endeavor, and I welcome constructive feedback. The Black Gold Domain. After arriving in the Douluo continent, Li Qianyu faced abandonment due to insufficient family finances, leading his parents to forsake him to reduce expenses. Abandoned shortly after birth, he was discovered by the director of an orphanage, an extraordinary figure in the Douluo continent. At just 31 years old, he was already a sole emperor, showcasing remarkable talent, given that Qin Ming was hailed as a genius when he became a sole emperor at 35. His name was Ruan Yuan, and his martial soul was the patterned dragon staff. The Spirit Hall had previously extended an invitation for him to join, But Ruan Yuan graciously declined, expressing his desire to solely serve as the director of the orphanage. Initially, Ruan Yuan struggled with his decision, claiming he merely wished to be an orphanage director, yet his reluctance stemmed from the spirit hall's attitude towards prodigies. However, as time passed, observing the numerous orphans without parents, struggling for survival amidst the disdain of others, he came to appreciate the significance of his role. After 4 or 5 years, he remained a sole emperor level 64, realizing that achieving the rank of soldo would be a stroke of luck, and he began to think that perhaps a peaceful life at the orphanage was indeed appealing. During his 8th or 9th year as an orphanage director, he encountered the child, Li Qianyu. Returning to the main narrative, upon entering the orphanage, Li Qianyu refused to eat or drink, leaving Ruan Yuan astonished. Most orphans, having faced hunger and hardship, were grateful for any sustenance. Yet Li Qianyu remained indifferent, which puzzled Ruan Yuan. What Ruan Yuan did not realize was that Li Qianyu was overwhelmed with guilt over his parents' death, having become emotionally numb, seeking only to escape life. Ruan Yuan, having encountered countless orphans over the years, understood their tragic circumstances. With no desire to cultivate himself, he focused on providing these children with a sense of belonging and a home. After many years as an orphanage director, he guided the children in awakening their martial souls. Most of them lacked soul power, ultimately remaining in the orphanage, which was not a terrible outcome. Thus, Ruan Yuan regarded Li Qianyu as merely cautious, as it is rare for someone to extend kindness without motive. Nevertheless, through Ruan Yuan's persistent encouragement, Li Qianyu gradually began to fill the void in his heart, allowing him to once again experience a semblance of parental love. Although guilt lingered, he gradually found solace. He began to contemplate the possibility of awakening his martial soul, venturing into the world, and eventually returning to the orphanage to live a simple life alongside Ruan Yuan. If he failed to awaken, it would not matter, he would still return to the orphanage, which had become his second home. As 6 years swiftly passed, Ruan Yuan cheerfully inquired, "Tianyu, are you prepared? Today is the day you awaken your martial soul." Li Qianyu replied, "Let us begin." Thus, Li Qianyu commenced the awakening of his martial soul, and a phantom began to materialize within his grasp, transforming into a tangible object. Upon closer inspection, it was a token. Ruan Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Tianyu, do you know what this martial soul is?" "In all my years, I have never encountered one like it." Li Qianyu replied calmly, "It is the black gold token." After hearing this, Ruan Yuan proceeded with the soul power test, and as the crystal began to glow, he thought to himself, "After adopting so many children, this is the first time I have encountered one with soul power. I did not expect it to be particularly high. Having 1 or 2 levels would be a blessing, given their frail constitutions." However, the next scene left Ruan Yuan astounded. Li Qianyu had awakened with full, innate soul power. Ruan Yuan was perplexed. Soul power is generally linked to physical aptitude, and Li Qianyu, being an orphan with a frail constitution, had endured hardships and malnutrition. Theoretically, achieving a vitality of 2 or 3 levels would be commendable, and attaining 4 or 5 levels would be exceptional. Anything beyond that would be considered a prodigy. Yet, Li Qianyu had awakened with full innate soul power. Ruan Yuan, not being a researcher, was not well versed in these matters, ultimately attributing it to the extraordinary strength of Li Qianyu's martial soul, which had led to his remarkable awakening. However, upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan became exhilarated. If the martial soul possessed innate full soul power, it surely must be formidable. With this thought, Ruan Yuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Today, my orphanage has produced a genius." "Ha ha ha." He continued, "Come, Tianyu, let us feast today. Gather your brothers and sisters, and let them know about the genius that has emerged from our academy." Upon hearing this, Li Qianyu couldn't help but blush. Due to the circumstances surrounding his parents, he harbored a slight sense of inferiority and was reluctant to receive compliments. Yet, he refrained from voicing his discomfort, for he felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to dismiss their praise. It was better to accept it gracefully. As evening fell, Ruan Yuan called out, "Come, Xiaowan, Xiaozhang, let us drink. Tonight, we shall not rest until we are intoxicated." "Ha ha." The siblings, who treated Li Qianyu as their younger brother, wholeheartedly congratulated him. Some even jested, "Our little brother has become a soul master. Let us not ask for a mansion, but perhaps we could expand this orphanage tenfold." The room erupted in laughter, but Ruan Yuan, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Tian Ning, do not be mistaken, becoming a soul master does not elevate one to a superior status. It merely transforms you from an ordinary person into a lower-tier noble. It is not as simple as you might think to acquire wealth. To earn respect as a soul master, the most crucial factor remains one's strength. Thus, Tianyu, you must diligently cultivate. With your talent, reaching the Soul Sage rank in the future should be a given, and you may even surpass the Soul Douluo to attain the legendary title Douluo. Li Tianyu replied, Director, please refrain from such flattery. I would be content if I could merely break through to the Soul Emperor rank. The others chimed in, Xiao Yu, do not belittle yourself. The director is just an ordinary person. He may not fully grasp the intricacies of Soul Masters. Ruan Yuan, internally amused, thought, you little rascals, your director is currently a Soul Sage level 71. Just because I have not disclosed my status does not mean I am not a Soul Master. The festivities continued deep into the night until everyone eventually retired to their quarters. In the dead of night, a group of dozens rushed towards the orphanage, the lowest among them being Soul Respect and the highest Soul Sect. The leader proclaimed, Brothers, today marks a day of great augmentation in our powers. As several of them revealed their soul rings yellow, purple, or yellow, purple, it became apparent that they were all evil Soul Masters, here to significantly enhance their abilities. Just as they were about to charge into the orphanage, a staff descended from the heavens, and Ruan Yuan stood atop it, surveying the group of evil Soul Masters. His heart filled with astonishment. Evil Soul Masters? They were eradicated tens of thousands of years ago. Even if remnants exist, they are but a fraction. What audacity do they possess to roam beneath the very eyes of the Spirit Hall? Do they truly believe they are invincible, that the Spirit Hall would not come for them? This matter reeks of mystery. While Ruan Yuan pondered, the group of evil Soul Masters launched an attack. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, sustaining minor injuries. He had no intention of enduring the onslaught and immediately activated his 7th soul skill, True Body of the Soul Weapon. Following this, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Twin Dragon Cannon, summoning 2 colossal dragons from either end of his staff that rushed toward the group of evil Soul Masters. A cloud of smoke erupted, and Ruan Yuan mused. Even if evil Soul Masters can fight above their rank, they can only surpass 1 or 2 levels at most. How strong could they truly be? Besides, I am a Soul Sage, a threshold they cannot hope to match. As Ruan Yuan prepared to awaken the children and lead them to the Spirit Hall, informing them of the evil Soul Masters, he suddenly heard the activation of the 5th soul skill, Blood Cry, as numerous crimson droplets surged toward him. Taken by surprise, Ruan Yuan lost an arm. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, prompting Ruan Yuan to exclaim, Another evil Soul Master. The figure revealed their soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. Ruan Yuan gasped, Title Douluo. The individual then unleashed their domain, the Killing God domain, which pales in comparison to the true Killing God domain. The specifics will be explained later. Ruan Yuan shouted, Children, run. In an instant, the figure was upon Ruan Yuan, sending him flying with a single punch, fully unleashing their soul power. In the Hall of Offerings, an evil Soul Master, level 97. How is this possible? Where did such a powerful, evil Soul Master come from? How could they have hidden beneath our noses at the Spirit Hall for so long? The speaker was none other than the Grand Offering, Douluo. While a 97th level titled Da may not surprise him, a 97th level evil Soul Master undoubtedly would, for it implied that this evil Soul Master had likely claimed countless lives under the Spirit Hall's watch. Douluo then commanded, Jun, Jiang Mo, accompany me to investigate. The other offerings gasped, Grand Offering, are you going personally? What other choice do I have? Douluo replied sternly. The golden crocodile, Duo, interjected, Elder brother, while that evil Soul Master is strong, they cannot possibly surpass me. There is no need for you to intervene personally. Douluo, however, replied with grave seriousness, I understand, but the true terror lies in the fact that such a powerful evil Soul Master has eluded our notice within the Spirit Hall. My primary objective is to uncover how they managed to roam so freely beneath our gaze. With that, Douluo set off with the 2 brothers, Jun and Jiang Mo. Meanwhile, on Ruan Yuan's side, the students awoke to see him kneeling on the ground, his arms severed, while the newlyweds stood before them, exhibiting 9 soul rings. Suddenly, someone gasped, Title Douluo. As they recalled Ruan Yuan's earlier words, realization dawned upon them. This Title Douluo intended to kill them. Tian Ning, the leader, urged everyone flee. Yet the evil Soul Master merely chuckled dismissively. Before dining, one must engage in some activity to stretch one's limbs. Ruan Yuan stood resolutely in front of the evil Soul Master, who, taken aback, remarked, Is it truly necessary to defend a bunch of lifeless little brats? Very well, regardless, you shall all become my nourishment in the end. Ruan Yuan, with a determination to sacrifice himself, replied, "In the past, I found them bothersome. Had it not been for my duty to care for them, I might have achieved the rank of Soul Sage or even Soul Douluo by now. However, upon meeting these children, I realized something profound. A lifetime spent chasing power and status fades into insignificance after death. But your parents will always remember you. The world may forget you, yet your loved ones will never forget. Everyone dies, and death itself is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is to die and leave no one to remember you, no one to honor your grave." The evil soul master scoffed. "Have you finished your grandiloquence? If so, it is time for me to make my move." The evil soul master dismissed the notion that a mere soul sage's words could sway his fate. Ruan Yuan silently resolved, "Tian Ning, take those foolish children and survive. Do not return for revenge. You lack the power for such folly. Just find a place to erect a tombstone for me, and remember to visit my grave." In a moment of resolve, Yuan Yuan chose to self-destruct, startling the malevolent spirit, for it is in human nature to cling to life. Yet, Yuan Yuan unflinchingly opted for death, sacrificing himself to grant a glimmer of hope to a group of children. As the smoke cleared, the wicked sorcerer chuckled derisively. "How laughable. A mere self-detonation, attempting to thwart me. Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my wrath." Swiftly, the dark sorcerer pursued them, extending his claw towards Li Tianyu. Just as the claw was about to strike Li Tianyu, Tian Ning bravely stepped in front, only to be pierced through the chest. Witnessing this, Li Tianyu was overcome with despair, exclaiming, "Brother Tian," as the malevolent soul master was poised to strike at Li Tianyu once more. Two staffs descended from the heavens, accompanied by the arrival of two individuals. These two were the seventh conferred spirit master, the demon-seeking Douluo, and the sixth conferred spirit master, the angler Douluo, both wielding the dragon coiling staff as their martial spirits. Upon witnessing their presence, the malevolent soul master was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness as he remarked, "Two titled Douluos of level 96. Where do you come from?" asked the demon slayer directly. "How have you managed to conceal yourself beneath the very eyes of my spirit hall?" Upon hearing this, the sinister soul master could not help but let out a hearty laugh, responding, "Whether you two, both at the pinnacle rank of 96, can defeat me remains uncertain." Thus, the three engaged in battle, while Qian Daolu faced his own opponent. "This power, you are Tangshan?" "Incorrect. I am the king of the nine-headed bat," he declared. "This form is not my true self. Rather, it is a technique that channels 40% of my soul power into a puppet. My own strength remains unaffected. Merely my energy reserves are diminished, akin to the technique used by Kisame in his second confrontation with Guy." Qian Daolu retorted, "Regardless of your identity, if you obstruct my path, I shall eliminate you." The two commenced their duel. Initially, they were evenly matched, but after 5 minutes, Qian Daolu began to gain the upper hand. Though your body resembles Tangshan's, you cannot harness his true abilities. You lack the prowess of his signature techniques, the explosive ring and the great samurai hammer. Resolving not to squander any more time, Qian Daolu unleashed his seventh soul skill, manifesting his martial soul in its true form, and subsequently activated his ninth soul skill, the arrival of the angel. Faced with the impending strike, the king of the nine-headed bat found himself with no means of defense. Instantly, the Hautian hammer in his grasp transformed into a sword, and with a powerful swing, he cleaved through Qian Daolia's attack. Qian Daolu was left astounded, exclaiming, "Impossible. Even if Tangshan himself were to strike, he would require all his strength to barely overcome my attack, yet you dismissed it so effortlessly. Are you a deity?" Before the nine-headed bat king could respond, his form began to exhibit cracks, and he cheerfully replied, "You need not concern yourself with that knowledge." Qian Daolu pressed on, "What is your purpose in obstructing me? I can sense you are not a sinister soul master. Why assist them?" The nine-headed bat king merely stated, "It is merely to solidify my own standing." Confused, Qian Daolu was at a loss. He had never ventured into the city of slaughter and only heard tales of the Slaughter King. Thus he lacked clarity on the specifics of its appearance. However, after a moment of contemplation, he quickly regained focus and soared towards the orphanage. After all, this matter could be pondered at any time, but if he were to arrive too late, it would render his efforts in vain. At this moment, the two brothers stood their ground against the malevolent soul master, with the elder declaring, "Brother, this soul master is indeed formidable. It would be prudent for us to await the arrival of the grand offering." Upon hearing this, Qianzhu nodded in agreement. However, as the brothers deliberated, the soul master unexpectedly broke through in the heat of battle. This revelation left them astounded, for they understood all too well that after level 95, each subsequent level was a chasm apart. Their prolonged struggle against him had been solely reliant on their impeccable synergy. Now, with the Soul Master's breakthrough, even the most flawless cooperation would prove futile. Without delay, the Soul Master unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true body of the martial soul, followed by his 9th soul skill, the blood demon vast sky. A colossal, bloodthirsty bat materialized in the air, plunging toward the ground, prompting Qianjun and his brother to immediately activate their martial soul true bodies and subsequently employ their 9th soul skill in a fierce confrontation. The soul abilities of the two were immediately suppressed, leaving them with no choice but to forcibly draw upon their life force to hold on precariously. Consequently, the malevolent Soul Master activated the God of Death domain, becoming the final straw that overwhelmed them. The two brothers were sent flying, and the sinister Soul Master, aware of their potential for retaliation and their status as protectors of the Spirit Hall, understood that provoking the Spirit Hall could lead to dire consequences for himself as well. Thus, he opted to first eliminate that group of children. However, Li Tianyu and his companions could not flee far before being pursued. Subsequently, the malevolent Soul Master unleashed his true martial soul and employed his 9th soul skill, aiming to swiftly eliminate them. In a cloud of smoke, everyone except Li Tianyu perished. As Li Tianyu gazed upon the lifeless bodies, he sank to his knees in a daze. He had already suffered the loss of one family, and now he faced a second tragedy. Once, this group of loved ones had transformed his thoughts on life, but their deaths reignited those same thoughts within him. Yet, unlike before, he now possessed a target for vengeance. At that moment, Douluo arrived just in time to witness the malevolent Soul Master attacking Li Tianyu. He was about to intervene when, unexpectedly, a surge of energy erupted from Li Tianyu's body, resembling a domain. Upon investigation, Douluo promptly concluded that this was indeed a domain. However, this particular domain was unlike any he had encountered before, piquing his curiosity about its nature. How could it prevent him from entering? This domain was known as the Black Gold Domain, a realm dedicated to the judgment of wrongdoers. Within this domain, all information regarding the individuals present is revealed in the mind of the one wielding the domain. For a judge must be aware of the deeds committed by those there to judge. According to the nature of one's transgressions, the severity of punishment shall be meted out. The graver the offense, the greater the harm incurred. Conversely, the lighter the transgression, the lesser the injury. In the absence of any offense, there shall be no harm inflicted, without entirely mirroring the legal statutes of China. In an outburst, Li Tianyu vehemently condemned Song Xuetian, wielder of the bloodthirsty bat martial soul, as an evil soul master. You have entered the city of slaughter, committing countless murders, not counting as offenses. Initially, you bore no guilt, yet upon completing 100 victories, you left the city of slaughter, spreading bloodshed indiscriminately to enhance your power, indulging in nefarious ways, lacking in virtue, and wantonly slaughtering the innocent. Now, divine retribution descends upon you. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized from thin air, instilling profound terror in Song Xuetian. Just as he attempted to flee, a multitude of chains manifested, ensnaring him and anchoring him firmly in place. The immense sword then descended, delivering a fatal blow. Witnessing this from outside the realm, Douluo was astounded. What manner of domain is this? It can instantaneously slay a tidal Douluo of level 98. This individual is destined for greatness. I must ensure he serves our Spirit Hall. After the conclusion of the domain, Li Tianyu collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. It was at this moment that the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma arrived hastily, exclaiming, "Please, great offering, bestow your judgment." Douluo responded, "There is no fault. I did not anticipate that this individual could suddenly break through to level 98. Take this child away." Astonished, they inquired, "Does this child possess any particular uniqueness?" Douluo replied, "I just witnessed this child's domain. With but a single move, he dispatched that level 98 tidal Douluo." The two were momentarily taken aback, realizing that after a lifetime of cultivation, they were outperformed by a mere child. They promptly took the child towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 3. Awakening upon returning to the Hall of Offerings. The remaining 4 offerings hurried over to inquire about the situation. "Elder brother, 6th, 7th, are you all right?" Douluo and the others responded, "We are fine." Hearing this, Qianjun and Jiangma exchanged bewildered glances. The golden crocodile Douluo retorted, "While elder brother seems unharmed. What of you two? Where did the blood on you come from? Do not attempt to deceive me. If you claim it belongs to an evil soul, I am no fool. It would be peculiar for you two to emerge unscathed from a confrontation with a level 97 evil soul master. Subsequently, the golden crocodile Douluo instructed Guangxiang to summon a healing soul master. However, Qianjun and Jiangma quickly interjected, "No need, it is but a minor injury." Qiandalu, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "What do you mean it is nothing? Guangxiang, go." The two brothers, seeing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, the esteemed worshippers inquired, "How could the two of you, with your remarkable abilities, have caused the grand worshipper to sustain injuries?" Qiandalu responded, "I was intercepted on my journey." Upon hearing this, the assembly of worshippers exchanged incredulous glances and collectively exclaimed, "You were intercepted, grand worshipper? To our knowledge, only 3 individuals have reached the esteemed rank of 99 level title Douluo, yourself, Tangchen, and the one you referred to as Poseidon. According to your account, Poseidon would never leave Sea God Island without cause, nor would there be any reason for him to obstruct you. As for Tangchen, he has been in hiding for many years, and he too would have no motive to confront you, grand worshipper. Thus, who else in this world could possibly challenge you?" Qiandalu spoke with a grave expression, stating, "Although I am reluctant to acknowledge it, the individual I encountered exuded an aura strikingly similar to that of Tangchen, and he wielded the Haoyan hammer." The assembled elders were taken aback by this revelation and subsequently inquired, "Tangchen, why would he obstruct you? Could it be that the Grand Elder misjudged the situation?" Qiandalu replied, "No, I am well acquainted with Tangchen's presence. There is no possibility of error. However, that individual does not possess Tangchen's famed techniques, which is a source of my confusion." After hearing this, the elders momentarily set aside the matter and turned their attention to Jin Jun and Jiang Imo. "Why were you two in such a disheveled state? Although that evil soul master is at level 97, and you two are merely at level 96 with your cooperation, it should not be impossible to contend with a level 97 title Douluo. Even if you were to falter, you should not have ended up in such a dire situation." Jin Jun and Jiang Imo exchanged wry smiles and explained, initially, that was indeed the case. However, as we continued to battle, he grew increasingly formidable, ultimately breaking through to level 98. The elders, aside from Qiandalu, were momentarily taken aback. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. But if you two had forcefully overdrawn your life force, it should not have led to such a predicament. The two brothers sighed. That evil soul master possesses some domain that diminishes our strength while augmenting his own, which ultimately led to our inability to overcome him. The elders then pressed urgently, "Why did he not slay you both?" The brothers replied, "He recognized us as members of the Spirit Hall and feared that if he killed us, the Spirit Hall would pursue him relentlessly. Thus, he opted to hunt down a group of children instead." The elders inquired, "What became of that group of children?" The brothers answered, "Only one remains." The assembled deities were momentarily stunned. How could anyone survive the pursuit of a title Douluo at level 98? Could it be that the Grand Offering intervened? However, Qiandalu quickly clarified, "No, that evil spirit was slain by the last child." Upon hearing this, the deities were rendered speechless. "Surely not, brother. Are you jesting? A mere child managed to vanquish a level 98 evil soul master? This defies all logic." Qiandalu responded with an unwavering tone, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. That child utilized a domain to slay the evil soul master. Moreover, even I could not breach that domain." The gathered deities were astounded, their worldviews shattered. They silently contemplated, "Is it true that the youth of today are so extraordinary? We have heard of individuals defeating stronger opponents, but for a child to conquer a title Douluo? Is that plausible?" At that moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, "Brother, could he be akin to Guangxiang? Appearing young, yet actually being a title Douluo?" Qiandalu chuckled, "I brought that child back with me. If you doubt my words, you may test his soul power yourself. It is merely at level 10. If you remain unconvinced, once he awakens, you can verify it with the soul power crystal." As they listened to Qiandalu, they glanced behind the demon-subduing Douluo to see an unconscious child. Soon, the deity sensed his soul power and privately remarked, "Indeed, it is merely level 10. Yet how could a soul master of such low rank kill a level 98 title Douluo using only a domain?" Qiandalu then instructed, "All right. 7th, find a room for this child. Once he awakens, we shall inquire what transpired." Subsequently, the demon-subduing Douluo carried Li Tianyu into a chamber. Shortly thereafter, Guangxiang Douluo returned with a healing soul master to tend to the wounds of the two brothers. Not long after, their injuries healed, and Qiandalu led the remaining deities, excluding Qianjun and the demon-subduing Douluo, to the resting place of the evil soul master to investigate its aura. Upon arrival, Whether due to the lingering domain of the deceased evil soul master or not, the 7 deities felt a subtle diminishment in their powers. They began to ponder the origin of such a formidable evil soul master, one with a level nearing 98. After approximately half an hour of contemplation, Qing Wan spoke up. A domain capable of diminishing the enemy's strength while enhancing one's own. Such a powerful evil soul master can only be associated with one place, the City of Slaughter. The assembled deities found this reasoning compelling, yet the question remained, where in the City of Slaughter could such a powerful evil soul master have emerged? Qian Dalu pondered for a moment before asserting, "Let us return and summon Bibi Dong. With her possession of the god of Slaughter's domain, she may provide us with valuable insights. Golden Crocodile, Lion, you shall remain here and ensure no one approaches this place." With that, Qian Dalu led the remaining deities back to the spirit hall. Arriving at the Hall of the Pope, where Qian Xuanji promptly inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Qian Dalu replied, "I need you to summon Bibi Dong. There is a matter requiring her assistance." Qian Xuanji then sought out Bibi Dong. Though she was reluctant to assist the Qian family due to her grievances with Qian Xuanji, she ultimately acquiesced, recognizing her weakened position. Thus, Qian Dalu led the deities and Bibi Dong to the side of the fallen evil soul master. Upon reaching the location, Bibi Dong appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. In that fleeting instant, Qian Dalu was able to discern her thoughts, and he promptly asked, "Bibi Dong, is this domain akin to your god of slaughter's domain?" Bibi Dong, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, "So the esteemed grand offering is not aware of everything?" Qian Dalu brushed off her tone and pressed on, "Is this truly the god of slaughter's domain?" Bibi Dong responded, "It resembles the god of slaughter's domain, yet in essence, it pales in comparison to the true god of slaughter's domain." Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu secretly mused, could this matter be unrelated to the City of Slaughter? Noticing Qian Daoliu's silence, Bibi Dong, with an edge to her voice, inquired, "Grand offering, may I return now?" Qian Dalu, preoccupied with his son's actions, did not dwell on Bibi Dong's tone and replied, "You may go. Do not allow past grievances to burden the next generation. After all, she is your daughter." However, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong responded with indignation, "Daughter? In your eyes, she is merely a member of your Qian family. What relation does she bear to me, Bibi Dong?" With that, Bibi Dong soared back to the spirit hall. Qian Dalu couldn't help but sigh, "You are, after all, Shui's mother. I cannot speak against your hatred for Xin Ji, nor can I argue if you harbor resentment towards me. Yet, Shui remains your daughter. I hope you can release your enmity soon." The 5 elders, ultimately, could not glean any particularly useful information and were left with no choice but to return to the spirit hall. The 7 elders, finding themselves at an impasse, resolved to wait until Li Tianyu awakened to see if he might provide any valuable insights. At that moment, in Li Tianyu's room, a 5-year-old girl dashed in. She cast a fleeting glance at Li Tianyu and pondered inwardly, "Who is this? Why do I have no recollection of him? Theoretically, I should be familiar with most people from the spirit hall, and one who lies in the offering hall should be someone I recognize." This girl was none other than Qian Renshue. Noticing that he remained unconscious, she decided not to disturb him and instead ran off to find Qian Dalu, intending to inquire about the identity of the boy. "Grandfather, I just entered the room and saw a boy lying there. Who is he? I don't recognize him," she asked, her face a mixture of innocence and curiosity. Qian Dalu turned to see his granddaughter, Qian Renshue, looking at him with wide, questioning eyes. He chuckled softly and replied, "I am not entirely certain of the boy's name, but I can certainly share some information regarding him." As Qian Renshue listened, drowsiness began to overcome her. Qian Daolu continued, "Now, my dear, do you find this child rather peculiar? A soul master capable of defeating a titled Douluo." Noticing that Qian Renshue had yet to respond, he glanced down to discover that she had fallen asleep in his arms. With a gentle expression, he cradled her and carried her back to the house. Laying her down on the bed, before exiting the room, he whispered, "Snow, I hope you will become the new generation of angel gods, even more formidable than the child I encountered earlier." Thus, the night passed. Qian Renshue awoke around 7 or 8 o'clock. Startled at first, she recalled that she had fallen asleep in her grandfather's embrace. However, she quickly composed herself, reflecting on the events of the previous night, and then rose from her bed to seek out her grandfather. Upon arriving at the Hall of Offerings, he found not the 7 esteemed servants, but instead a solitary letter. As Qian Renshue unfolded it, she read, "Dear Shuer, the matter concerning the evil soul master remains unresolved. Hence, grandfather has taken the 3 servants to investigate. Guangxiang will remain in the Hall of Offerings. His presence alone suffices to ensure your safety. If you find yourself bored, engage in conversation with him. As for Qianjun, the demon-slaying grandfather is recuperating, so do not disturb them. After perusing the letter, Qian Rinxue began searching for Guangxiang throughout the Grand Hall. After a thorough 10-minute search yielded no results, she pondered to herself, Guangxiang grandfather is akin to a playful child, fond of amusement. Yet he would not dare defy grandfather's orders. Thus, he must be within the Hall of Offerings. What intriguing novelty could possibly capture his interest? An idea struck her, and she thought of a particular place, setting off with the silent hope that Guangxiang grandfather had not gone to seek that child. Not long after, Qian Rinxue arrived at the door of Li Tianyu's abode. Gently pushing the door open, she found Guangxiang seated, awaiting the child's awakening. Rushing to him, she exclaimed, Guangxiang grandfather, even if you come here, you should have informed me. You made me search for so long. At her words, Guangxiang averted his gaze and replied, I apologize, Schwerer. It slipped my mind. With a resigned smile, Qian Rinxue retorted, very well, but Guangxiang grandfather, what do you seek him for? Guangxiang replied, this child, merely by virtue of his appearance, managed to vanquish a title Douluo of level 98 in an instant. I am intrigued and intend to inquire about the circumstances upon his awakening. Qian Rinxue, her expression one of disbelief, exclaimed, he defeated a level 98 title Douluo in an instant. How is that possible? Guangxiang, however, inquired with curiosity, Schwerer, did not your elder brother speak of this yesterday? This matter was witnessed firsthand by the Grand Offering. Qian Rinxue began to reminisce about the events of the previous day, and after a moment, sheepishly admitted, I must confess, I dozed off while listening. Guangxiang erupted in hearty laughter, though he quickly stifled it, settling into a calm silence as he awaited Li Tianyu's awakening. During the wait, Qian Rinxue suddenly inquired, Grandfather Guangxiang, did you just mention that he possesses a domain? Guangxiang replied, indeed, what of it? Qian Rinxue responded, I always assumed he was merely a child, yet it turns out he is a year older than I. Guangxiang chuckled and said, he is indeed a year your senior. Haha. Subsequently, the two fell into a comfortable silence, merely awaiting the passage of time. Thus, an hour elapsed without any sign of Li Tianyu's activity. As the two brothers, Qianjun and Jiangma, had nearly completed their cultivation, they arrived at Li Tianyu's abode. The four of them could only await Li Tianyu's awakening in silence. As the hours passed, it eventually became afternoon. Guangxiang, growing increasingly impatient, exclaimed, why has this fellow not yet awakened? Could it be that he has perished? Jiangma interjected, enough, Guangxiang. Do not utter such ill-fated words about the child. Let us remain in quiet anticipation. Thus, another hour slipped away. At that moment, Qian Douluo returned with the other three offerings, and Qian Rinxue hurriedly sought him out. Upon seeing Qian Douluo, she leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, Grandfather, you left without even a word, merely a letter. I've been so bored, and now you have finally returned. Qian Douluo, with a benevolent smile, replied, I apologize. My dear Schwerer, I have been quite occupied recently. Can you understand? Qian Rinxue, her face beaming with a smile, responded, that's all right. But you must spend some time playing with me each day. Okay, grandfather? Qian Douluo chuckled, of course, of course. While the grandfather and granddaughter conversed, Guangxiang and the others arrived together. Qian Douluo set Qian Rinxue down and inquired, has that child awakened? The trio in unison replied, no. Qian Douluo sighed, well, it seems we shall have to wait a few more days. He then resumed playing with Qian Rinxue. As night deepened, Qian Rinxue made her way to her chamber. Passing by Li Tianyu's room, she instinctively contemplated returning to sleep, yet her curiosity proved irresistible, compelling her to check whether he had awakened. She mused, just a glance. I wish to see what manner of person can effortlessly slay a level 98 title Douluo. With that thought, Qian Rinxue gently pushed open the door to Li Tianyu's room and quietly approached his bedside. To her dismay, he remained unresponsive. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she noticed the veins on his forehead bulging. Confused, she decided to seek her grandfather's counsel, promptly turning to find Qian Douluo. Upon hearing her words, Qian Douluo quickly followed her to Li Tianyu's room. Qian Rinxue arrived first, silently observing Li Tianyu. A yawn escaped her lips, and suddenly, Li Tianyu's eyes flew open, releasing a surge of soul power. Qian Rinxue, who had yet to become a soul master, was startled and inadvertently let out a cry. Hearing her exclamation, Qian Douluo abandoned his measured pace and rushed to her side. As Li Tianyu awoke, He surveyed his surroundings and only noticed Qian Rinxue, who was startled and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Qian Douluo also arrived. Observing the situation, he inquired of Qian Rinxue, "Shuer, what has transpired?" Casting a glance at Li Tianyu that seemed to serve as a warning, Qian Rinxue, regaining her composure, stood and replied. "He suddenly awakened just now. I am unsure why, but it seems his soul power erupted unexpectedly, which startled me." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo withdrew his piercing gaze, while Li Tianyu appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the black gold domain unfurled, and two pieces of information surged directly into his mind. Qian Douluo, Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Rank 99, title Douluo, Martial Soul, 6-winged angel, soul rings, 8 black, 1 red. First soul skill. Second soul skill. Ninth soul skill, Angel's Descent. Qian Rinxue, granddaughter of Qian Douluo, daughter of Bibi Dong, daughter of Qian Sundi. Soul power yet to awaken, martial soul yet to awaken, 6-winged angel, soul rings, none. After absorbing the information, Li Tianyu inquired, "Are you the Grand Elder Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall?" Although phrased as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. Taken aback, Qian Douluo mused to himself, "It seems I have not revealed my identity." Li Tianyu discerned Qian Douluo's intentions and remarked, "Great Elder, the reason I am aware of your identity lies within my domain." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo inquired, "Your domain? What powers does it possess?" Li Tianyu replied with a calm demeanor, "Within my domain, all information regarding individuals automatically manifests in my mind. The second ability is judgment. It allows me to assess and adjudicate based on the transgressions committed by others. The more severe the crime, the greater the inflicted harm. Conversely, the lighter the offense, the lesser the damage incurred." Reflecting on the time he vanquished the evil spirit master, Qian Douluo murmured to himself, "No wonder you were able to swiftly eliminate a title Douluo of level 98. After all, he was an evil spirit master, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent and causing untold suffering, resulting in the ruin of countless lives. It is no surprise that he met his end through direct judgment." As Qian Douluo was still unraveling the mystery, Qian Rinxue paused and inquired, "What is your name?" Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "Li Tianyu." Qian Rinxue then asked, "Brother Tianyu, you mentioned that your domain can receive information from anyone within its boundaries. Do you possess any information regarding the evil soul master you defeated?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu affirmed, "Indeed." Qian Douluo, eager for details, pressed on, "Who is that evil soul master? Where does he hail from?" With a hint of anger, Li Tianyu responded, "His name is Zhang Xuetian, and he is from the city of slaughter." Qian Douluo was momentarily taken aback and then questioned, "Are you certain?" "I have someone here who possesses the Killing God domain. I'll have him sense that aura. It does not belong to the Killing God domain. Besides, how could such a powerful title Douluo emerge from the city of slaughter?" Li Tianyu explained, "His elevated rank is due to the last battle in the slaughter arena, where he killed 5 soul Douluo, 4 of whom were title Douluo at levels 92 to 93, absorbing their essence, which allowed him to break through to level 96. However, he did not tread the path of hell, so his domain remains incomplete, differing from the authentic Killing God domain. Nevertheless, it is still a domain, enabling him to advance to level 97. After his emergence, he organized a small faction of evil soul masters to devour others and enhance their own powers. As for why the Spirit Hall failed to detect him, I am unaware. His memories contain no precautions against the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo's confusion began to dissipate, and he asked, "Your name is Li Tianyu, correct?" Li Tianyu confirmed, "Yes, Grand Enshrinement." Qian Douluo continued, "What is your martial spirit? What is your innate soul power?" Li Tianyu replied, "My innate soul power is at full capacity, level 10, and my martial spirit is the black gold token." Qian Douluo furrowed his brow, not because of the full innate soul power, but rather due to the unfamiliarity of his martial spirit. "Black gold token? Tianyu, please manifest your martial spirit for me to observe." Li Tianyu complied, revealing the black gold token. Qian Douluo sensed a force emanating from it, distinct from ordinary martial spirits. Upon releasing his angel martial spirit, a faint resonance occurred between the two. A tremor ran through Qian Douluo's heart as he contemplated. This martial spirit is exceedingly close to a divine-level martial spirit. Its resonance with the 6-winged angel martial spirit suggests the potential for a martial spirit fusion technique, which could greatly benefit Shuer in the future. He must ensure that Li Tianyu remains with the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu then inquired, Tianyu, do you have a destination in mind? Understanding Qian Daolu's intentions, Li Tianyu replied, Respected Grand Enshrinement, having avenged my great grievances, I harbor no further attachments and merely wish to retreat into a secluded forest, living a life of tranquility. Qian Daolu responded, Understood. You shall rest here for one more night, and I will allow you to depart tomorrow. He mused, if he chooses not to join the Spirit Hall, it would be best for him not to align with other factions either. Since he is disinterested in the struggles of the world, there is no need to eliminate him. It would be wiser to attempt to win him over in the future. Subsequently, the three individuals returned to their respective quarters for rest. Chapter 4. Entering the enshrinement hall on a moonless night, fraught with peril, the Spirit Hall lay enveloped in silence, yet a sense of impending danger lingered. Within Qian Rinxue's chamber, a figure suddenly appeared, revealing bloodied fangs as he murmured, Song Shuetian is truly reckless. We barely escaped, and he is so impatient. Now, look where it has led him, slain by the Spirit Hall. It is imperative that I secure a bargaining chip to deter the Spirit Hall from acting against me. The pivotal piece in this game is none other than the granddaughter of the Grand Offering, Qian Rinxue. As he approached Qian Rinxue, he suddenly sensed a formidable power within her, and his heart was filled with astonishment. This power, in the future, is destined to achieve greatness. What a pity that it is fated to perish today. The malevolent soul master also altered his thoughts, for Qian Rinxue's exceptional talent and the immense power contained within her stirred his ambitions, compelling him to contemplate absorbing Qian Rinxue to facilitate his own breakthrough. As he was about to absorb Qian Rinxue, a bolt of an arrow struck him back. The assailant was none other than Guangxiang, the fifth elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Guangxiang, the sinister soul master immediately prepared to flee, only to be repelled by the other arriving elders, who surrounded him, forming a formidable circle with 7 of them. Qian Daolu soared to Qian Rinxue's side, inspecting her condition. Subsequently, he cast a furious glare at the evil soul master, unleashing his soul power, which rendered the malevolent figure unable to rise. At that moment, in the papal chamber, a formidable aura descended, startling the 9 elders, and Qian Sun, a level 96 evil soul master, appeared. Far away in the offering hall, Qian Daolu also sensed it. Silently cursing, where did so many high-ranking evil soul masters come from? Could it be that they are all like Song Shuetian, hailing from the city of slaughter? At the Pope's palace, the malevolent soul master disregarded the 9 elders and Qian Xuanji, making a beeline for Bibi Dong. Observing this, the ghost Douluo immediately employed the polar stasis domain, yet the malevolent soul master executed a direct spatial traversal. The crowd was taken aback, realizing it was a spatial-type martial soul, akin to the demon evil god tiger. Bibi Dong sensed the approach of an adversary and promptly activated her martial soul. However, the malevolent soul master, having emerged unexpectedly through spatial translocation, unleashed his 8th soul skill, the devil tiger's rending claw, which rent the very fabric of space and sent Bibi Dong hurtling away, narrowly escaping death. Subsequently, the malevolent soul master summoned his 7th soul skill, the true body of martial soul, and unleashed his 9th soul skill, the annihilation of the evil tiger, distant. A beam of light capable of tearing through time and space, aimed directly at Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary, the overwhelming power unleashed by the malevolent soul master in the papal hall astonished Qian Daolu once again, providing the nearby evil soul master the opportunity to activate his martial soul, the chaotic demon dragon. Seizing the moment while Qian Daolu was momentarily dazed, he captured Qian Rinxue. Just as Guangxiang was about to release an arrow, the malevolent soul master used Qian Rinxue as a human shield, forcing Guangxiang to halt his bow. Soon after, the 7 revered elders surrounded him once more. Qian Daolu, perplexed, inquired, such a coincidence seems implausible. You must have conspired beforehand. What is your true objective? The malevolent soul master replied nonchalantly, Why should I divulge that to you? Would I allow you to thwart our plans? Qian Daolu found himself at an impasse with the malevolent soul master, who was equally determined not to flee, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 factions. At this moment, Li Tianyu had already concealed himself nearby, keenly observing the unfolding situation. He mused inwardly. Given the current circumstances, escape seems impossible. Perhaps it would be prudent to assist Qian Daolu in vanquishing this malevolent soul master, thereby rendering a service in the process. Consequently, Li Tianyu activated the black gold domain, and the information regarding the malevolent soul master was imprinted in his mind. Malevolent soul master, Sang Shui, with a martial soul of the Chaos Magic Dragon. At the pinnacle level of 96, equipped with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Li Tianyu contemplated, a malevolent soul master? It appears he has encountered the right adversary, for my domain indeed counters their kind effectively. He then employed the domain skill of judgment, only to be abruptly seized by a violent cough, expelling blood. Upon inspecting himself, he discovered that the soul power he had just restored had completely dissipated. This led him to deduce that the second skill of his domain, judgment, required soul power as its foundation. Once that was exhausted, it could only be replaced by life force. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, beginning to gather his soul power. Meanwhile, the malevolent soul master Sang Shui, alongside the 7 great offerings, was in a precarious situation. Due to the abduction of Qian Rushiwei by the malevolent soul master, the 7 great offerings refrained from making any rash moves, not even daring to exert their oppressive pressure, for Qian Rushiwei was in his grasp, and any miscalculation could lead to collateral damage. Yet, the malevolent soul master found himself with no avenue for escape. The presence of the 7 great offerings made it exceedingly difficult for him to unleash his soul skills. He thought to himself, it seems I must take a gamble. Suddenly, the slaughter domain unfolded, catching the 7 great offerings off guard. For it bore no resemblance to the previous malevolent soul master's domain, nor did it compare to any they had encountered before. Within his domain, no one could utilize soul skills unless they possessed the authentic slaughter god domain. In that fleeting moment, when the 7 esteemed offerings were momentarily dazed, the malevolent soul master promptly unleashed his 9th soul skill, the chaotic prison of heaven. A tempest of chaos erupted from the very center of the soul master, ensnaring the 7 offerings with an inescapable force akin to a black hole or the sinister powers of Blackbeard's dark fruit in the world of One Piece. As for Li Tianyu, his progress was inherently sluggish due to the lingering effects of his soul injury. However, he managed to gather a modicum of strength. When his martial spirit manifested, an aura that instilled dread in the evil soul master surged forth. What is this aura? Why did I fail to perceive it earlier? The evil soul master cast a sidelong glance and noticed a child. No, something is amiss with the martial spirit in his hands, he mused inwardly. Without further contemplation, he swiftly unleashed his soul skill against Li Tianyu. After all, this was not a moment for hesitation. His 9th soul skill could only momentarily restrain the 7 great offerings of weaponry, had he not sensed that allowing Li Tianyu to grow would pose a threat. He would have certainly lingered no longer. The malevolent soul master unleashed his 6th soul skill, the chaotic dragon breath, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Li Tianyu remained oblivious until a resounding boom echoed, followed by a cloud of smoke that rose dramatically. As the malevolent soul master attempted to flee, an unforeseen domain materialized. Ensnaring him in its grasp, this domain was impenetrable even to him. Li Tianyu soon realized he was still present, and in a moment of terror, he swiftly turned his gaze to behold the black gold token materializing before him. The sight left both the malevolent soul master and the 7 esteemed offerings utterly astounded. A guardian spirit of the martial soul? Yet, to withstand the 6th soul skill of a titled Douluo was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary martial soul. Even a divine martial soul, such as the 6-winged angel, would find it impossible. It appeared he had not merely defended against the 6th soul skill. At that moment, the black gold token suddenly unleashed a torrent of soul energy, which surged into Li Tianyu's body in a vast stream. A portion of the soul power restored Li Tianyu's injuries, while the remaining energy was infused into his body. With an abundance of soul power, Li Tianyu employed his domain skill, judgment. The evil soul master intended to interrupt him by unleashing his 6th soul skill, but as the dragon breath approached Li Tianyu, the black gold token materialized, absorbing the dragon breath within. Subsequently, the soul power contained within the soul skill was transformed and reinfused into Li Tianyu. The 7 great offerings, as well as the malevolent soul master, had grasped this principle. Just as the malevolent soul master was about to leap forward and employ physical techniques to deliver the fatal blow, he was unexpectedly ensnared by suddenly appearing chains. As Qian Rengshu plummeted downward, Li Tianyu, witnessing the scene, found himself powerless to intervene. He rushed forward to embrace Qian Rengshu, gently lowering her to safety. Once he ensured her well-being, Li Tianyu activated his domain skill, Judgment, Phase 2. The crimson blood, prior to the awakening of his martial soul, had been unleashed in violence against others. In a fit of rage, he had even taken the life of an innocent civilian. Following the awakening of his martial soul, due to its peculiar nature, he became a sinister soul master, wreaking havoc and spilling blood indiscriminately. Subsequently, he fled into the city of slaughter to evade the pursuit of the spirit hall, emerging only after achieving 100 victories. Yet, he remained unrepentant, continuing his wanton slaughter of the innocent, complicit in his own malevolence. He had claimed the lives of 237 children and over 300 adults. As the judgment concluded, a spectral figure suddenly manifested above, wielding a sword and proclaiming, "Azura Bloodsword." The sinister Soul Master, much like the previous one, met his end at the hands of a child. Thus, the 7 offerings emerged, and Li Tianyu once again fainted. Upon witnessing this, Qian Ruxue was momentarily startled and immediately placed her hand near Li Tianyu's nose to check for breath. "He's still alive." "What a scare!" Qian Ruxue exclaimed, her expression reflecting the relief of surviving a near brush with death. After all, she was Qian Ruxue, whose determination to excel stemmed from the indifference of Bai Bai Dong. This relentless pursuit of excellence led her to strive for perfection in everything, driven by the desire to prove herself to Bai Bai Dong. Consequently, her competitive nature prevented her from accepting favors without the intention of reciprocation. Thus, Qian Ruxue was terrified at the thought of his demise, fearing she would be unable to repay the debt of gratitude. Qian Douluo addressed the lion and the Qing Yuan, instructing them to escort Xuer and Tianyu back to the Hall of Offerings, while the remaining individuals would accompany him to investigate the happenings at the Pope's Hall. Consequently, the esteemed members made their way towards the Pope's Hall. Meanwhile, at the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong narrowly escaped death. Fortunate that Ghost Leopard Douluo arrived just in time to intervene. Soon after, several other Douluo joined the fray, encircling the malevolent Spirit Master. The nefarious Spirit Master could not help but chuckle, remarking, "A title Douluo with a mere level of 95 dares to obstruct me. A title Douluo of level 96? How utterly preposterous." In response, Douluo retorted, "By all means, give it a try and see if you can escape." Upon hearing this, the malevolent Soul Master simply replied, "Leave? Who said I intend to depart? I have come here today to eliminate you all." His plan was to target Bibi Dong alone, without revealing his true intentions. Immediately, Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Qian Chuanji concurrently unleashed their 9th soul skills. The 9th soul skill, Fallen Chrysanthemum, which brings forth wounds scattered across the ground, severing hearts as flowers wither. The 9th soul skill, Hell's Apparition, and the 9th soul skill, Angel's Radiance. Upon witnessing this, the malevolent Spirit Master employed his 4th soul skill, a self-created domain of temporal stasis. Centered around himself, he unleashed a field that rendered the trio's attacks sluggish, their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and seizing the moment of their astonishment, the sinister Spirit Master expanded the domain, ensnaring them all within its grasp. Their actions became painfully slow, to the point of being virtually immobile. The Spirit Master, unfettered within this domain, wasted no time. He swiftly advanced toward Bibi Dong, aiming to eliminate him with a single strike using his 9th soul skill, the Demonic Tiger's Annihilation. The manifestation of the dark demonic tiger surged forth with astonishing speed, and as it descended, the very fabric of space was torn asunder in its wake. Just as the moment arrived to eliminate Bibi Dong, the golden crocodile Douluo unexpectedly appeared on the scene. He promptly employed his 5th soul skill, Golden Crocodile Sweep, with a single flick of his tail, sending the assailant sprawling and veering off course. Subsequently, the 5 revered elders materialized simultaneously, and the moment he was interrupted, the domain was dissolved. Witnessing this turn of events, the evil Soul Master harbored no intention of resistance and immediately activated a spatial portal, intending to make his escape. However, Guangxiang's arrow outpaced him, piercing his heart in an instant, thus marking the demise of the 3rd evil Soul Master. Qian Daolu surveyed the chaos surrounding him and could not help but sigh, pondering the gravity of recent events. He recalled the words of the evil Soul Master he had encountered, for the sake of the plan. Contemplating silently, he wondered who orchestrated this assault and why Bibi Dong was targeted. What could their true intentions be? An array of questions assailed him, causing him considerable distress. At that moment, the golden crocodile interjected, "Brother, the evil Soul Master slain by Tianyu moments ago likely possesses crucial information within his mind." Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu responded, "Indeed, that evil Soul Master had just entered the judgment domain. It stands to reason that Tianyu holds the key to this information. Very well. We shall wait a while longer and discuss it upon his awakening." As Qihan hastily approached, he declared, "Father, let me issue a bounty on those accursed evil spirit masters, so that every soul across the continent may rise against them." Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu replied, "It is unwise. These malevolent spirits have already inflicted harm upon our spirit hall. Shall we send others to their demise, only to become sustenance for these wretched beings, which could ultimately be turned against us? Qian Dalu refrained from elaborating further, instructing Qihan to promptly tidy up the Pope's hall before he hurried back to the worship hall with his entourage. In the offering hall, Li Tianyu lay upon the bed, while Qian Ruxue sat beside him, her thoughts consumed by the question, why has he not yet awakened? She urged him silently to rise, for she detested the feeling of being indebted to others. It left her with an unsettling sense of guilt. After a prolonged wait, Qian Ruxue felt a sudden shift in energy, prompting her to hastily exit and call out, "Grandfather." Upon witnessing her urgency, Qian Dalu responded, "Has Tianyu awakened?" His fondness for Li Tianyu had soared since the young man had saved his granddaughter, ensuring that he no longer regarded him as a mere stranger. Qian Ruxue replied, "Brother Tianyu has not yet awakened." Qian Dalu paused, taken aback. He understood his granddaughter well. She was exceedingly proud and looked down upon those lacking ability. Yet, she respected those who possessed skills, albeit often deeming them inferior. Hearing her referred to someone as brother was unprecedented. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Li Tianyu was a year her senior and undeniably capable, having rescued her from peril. Therefore, even Qian Ruxue's haughty nature could not prevent her from addressing him as brother. Following this realization, Qian Dalu accompanied Qian Ruxue to Li Tianyu's chamber, where they settled into a serene vigil, waiting for him to awaken. During this time, Qian Ruxue nearly succumbed to slumber in Qian Daolia's embrace on several occasions. Observing this, he gently urged, "Snow, if you are weary, you may rest. Grandfather will keep watch." Yet, Qian Ruxue stubbornly replied, "No, I shall wait for him to awaken. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. I must remain here to ensure he is safe." Qian Dalu, unable to sway her resolve, acquiesced to her desire to remain by Li Tianyu's side. After a brief moment, Qian Ruxue noticed that Li Tianyu remained unconscious and inquired, "Grandfather, why don't you seek out a healing soul master to attend to him?" Qian Dalu replied, "He is not incapacitated due to serious injury, but rather because his soul power has been depleted, which is why he lies in a state of unconsciousness. Summoning a healing soul master would prove futile." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue asked, "Then, could we not find a soul master capable of replenishing his soul power?" Qian Dalu, with patience, responded, "My dear Schwerer, even support-type soul masters are not easily found. The majority of our spirit hall comprises healing-type souls. While there are those who can replenish soul power, their ranks are rather low, and they do not reside within our main hall. It would be unreasonable for me to make a special trip to summon them from the sub-halls." With this, Qian Ruxue ceased her inquiries and began to wait in silence. Approximately half an hour later, Li Tianyu awakened. Observing this, Qian Daolu hastily asked, "Child, are you aware of the plans of that evil soul master?" Li Tianyu had yet to regain his composure from the earlier events. Qian Ruxue could not help but chuckle as she addressed Qian Daolu, "Grandfather. The young man has just awakened and is still dazed. Why the haste?" Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu realized his impatience and, after a moment, Li Tianyu began to recollect the occurrences of the evening. He promptly responded, "Esteemed Grandmaster, I have indeed extracted memories from that malevolent soul master, which pertain to certain plants." Qian Daolu was elated by this revelation and immediately inquired, "What are their plans? Why would they choose to attack the spirit hall without provocation?" Li Tianyu, with a hint of ire, replied, "The king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, for the god of slaughter's domain can immunize against his domain of slaughter. This would render it relatively simple for the god of slaughter to annihilate the city of slaughter, even if it were not so straightforward. He could lead an army employing soul skills within the city of slaughter. This poses a significant threat to the king of slaughter's dominion over that realm. Thus, he selected several formidable evil soul masters and forcibly elevated them to rank over 90, akin to title Douluo. He then deliberately orchestrated their early passage through the 100 Victories arena, allowing them to exit without traversing the Hell Road, with the intention of slaying the god of slaughter. This would ensure that the city of slaughter need not fear obliteration. However, since those released are evil soul masters, the king of slaughter has placed a curse upon them, which allows him to summon them back to the city of slaughter at his discretion, thus guaranteeing their loyalty. Qian Dalu pondered this and queried, "Is he not concerned that, should they fail to defeat the god of slaughter, their aura might lead him back to him?" Li Tianyu responded, "Esteemed Grandmaster, you surely had the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, assess the situation, did you not?" Qian Daolu affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct. What conclusion did the Holy Maiden draw?" Li Tianyu pressed further. It is akin to the domain of the god of slaughter, yet it is certainly not the same. Qian Dalu replied. Li Tianyu continued, after the holy maiden conveyed her findings, may I ask how much suspicion you still harbor towards the city of slaughter? Qian Dalu contemplated for a moment and responded, perhaps 2 or 3 parts out of 10. Prior to that, it was 7 or 8 parts. Li Tianyu asserted. All who enter the city of slaughter do so either to evade the pursuit of the spirit hall or to acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. Moreover, neither the holy maiden nor the other god of slaughter are aware that avoiding the hell road could yield something akin to the domain of the god of slaughter. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that before the emergence of these evil soul masters, no one knew that by not taking the hell road, they could directly acquire a domain similar to that of the god of slaughter. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu nodded, silently acknowledging, this youth speaks with reason. After all, when faced with the unknown, most tend to categorize it as such, rarely deducing its nature based on its characteristics. During the course of contemplation, Qian Dalu suddenly perceived that Li Tianyu, who was capable of such thoughts, did not resemble a mere 6-year-old child. Instead, he bore the demeanor of a composed and mature adult. Yet, there lingered an incongruity, for a truly mature individual would not so freely display their emotions. And Li Tianyu's previous words were tinged with a hint of anger. Qian Dalu inquired, Child, what is your background? Li Tianyu replied, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and sorrow. I am an orphan, raised by Dean Ruan, who has since departed. My siblings, who treated me like a brother, have also left. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu found a sense of understanding. After all, when one loses their family, a degree of maturity often ensues. Albeit one still retains the essence of childhood, with that maturity intertwined with a yearning for familial bonds and a touch of innocence. Qian Dalu remarked, I shall not disturb you further. Do rest, for do you not depart tomorrow? As he prepared to leave with Qian Rinxue, Li Tianyu hesitated, wrestling with his feelings, and finally spoke with a semblance of self-doubt. Great benefactor. Li Tianyu's words hung in the air, unfinished. After listening, Qian Dalu inquired, what is the matter? Li Tianyu, resolute, responded, Honorable Grand Offering, our dean has fallen victim to the hands of an evil soul master. And these malevolent souls have been unleashed due to the indulgence of the king of slaughter. I wish to personally bring an end to him. Qian Dalu, comprehending Li Tianyu's implication to some extent, pressed on, do not beat around the bush. Speak plainly. What is your intent? Li Tianyu replied, I wish to remain in the offering hall without requiring the other offerings to instruct me. Nor do I need them to provide me with cultivation resources or prepare my meals, or assist me in hunting soul beasts. I only hope, Great Offering, that you can provide me with a room. I can manage the rest myself. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu suppressed his elation and asked, with your talent, why would you not succeed anywhere else? They would even assist you in hunting soul beasts and a myriad of other matters. Why come to my offering hall? Li Tianyu answered, my abilities are particularly effective against evil soul masters. Before that group of evil soul masters arrives at the Wuhuan Hall, I have already informed the others of my capabilities as gleaned from the memories within the Black Gold domain. In other places, how many titled Douluo would be able to protect me? Qian Dalu remarked, do you believe the Wuhuan Hall would serve as your laborers, shielding you? Li Tianyu responded, the issue is not whether you would protect me, but rather, I do not believe you would allow evil soul masters to roam freely beneath your very noses. Qian Dalu conceded, indeed, we at the Wuhuan Hall will not permit evil soul masters to wander about under our scrutiny. Is that why you have the audacity to consider us as mere pawns? Sensing a surge of hostility in Qian Daolia's gaze, Li Tianyu thought to himself, you are quite calculating. However, it is a pity that you are still but a child, and the schemes in your heart cannot be revealed to others. Li Tianyu continued, that was my first reason. The second is that I have fainted twice in Great Offering. You have saved me on both occasions, which is why I am willing to join the Wuhuan Hall. There is another reason. If I truly intended to leave, I would have to silence anyone who might speak of it. Of course, Li Tianyu would not be foolish enough to voice this thought. Qian Dalu replied, this answer satisfies me. Henceforth, this shall be your room. Also, since you are joining the Wuhuan Hall, do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. You are a clever child. You must be well aware of the consequences that await anyone daring to betray the Wuhuan Hall. Li Tianyu assured him, rest assured, I understand. After delivering these words, Qian Dalu departed with Qian Rinxue. Once they had left, Li Tianyu sat alone on the bed, lost in thought. As he pondered, tears began to flow down his cheeks. And he murmured softly, Old man Ruan, we agreed to wait for retirement at the orphanage. Where are you now? Where have you gone? Am I perhaps a harbinger of death? None of my loved ones have survived. One by one, they have departed. And I? You never took me out. Claiming the outside world was perilous, yet now? You have abandoned me in this world, and you are all gone. Ha ha. Li Tianyu's facade of strength was merely a display to the outside world, for if he were not strong, only he would perish. In the past, he might have contemplated ending his life, but this time he would not, for he still had scores to settle. Yet his heart remains forever burdened with grievances. He yearns for another chance. Once, he possessed everything, only to witness its gradual loss. The most excruciating pain does not stem from being born into nothingness, but rather from the transition from abundance to utter desolation. Now, there are no longer any relatives left in this world, and he can pursue vengeance without hesitation. Douluo, although serving in the Hall of Offerings, is acutely aware of Li Tianyu's tears, even if they are whispered. He reflects, another unfortunate child. I hope he finds solace beyond mere revenge, for eternal happiness is a mirage. If the loss of beauty leads to vengeance, then vengeance will obliterate all. Subsequently, Li Tianyu succumbed to slumber as well, and Douluo, lost in thought, quietly closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Chapter 5. The Revelation Unfolds. As the deep night passed, Li Tianyu awakened, feeling that his soul power had nearly fully recovered, and he resolved to venture into the Douluo forest in search of soul rings. Just as he was about to rise from his bed, he noticed the room in utter disarray. With a look of resignation, he began to tidy up the chaos. After what felt like an eternity of organizing, Li Tianyu finally managed to restore order to his surroundings. Without further ado, he set out, making his way towards the starry forest. He hired a carriage to the starry forest, costing a total of 7 copper soul coins. Li Tianyu could only idly remain in the carriage. With approximately 3 to 4 days left until they reached the Douluo forest, he said little and soon succumbed to sleep within the confines of the carriage. Thus, 3 days passed, and Li Tianyu arrived at the Douluo forest, stepping into its depths. The moment he ventured further, he activated his black gold domain. As anticipated, all information regarding the soul beasts within a radius of 100 meters surged into his mind, allowing Li Tianyu to save considerable time that would have otherwise been spent on theoretical learning. On this journey, he sought to acquire an offensive soul skill. As for the duration, he did not perceive himself as significantly stronger than Tang San, estimating that the limit would likely be around 423 years, for after all, life is of utmost importance. Consequently, he commenced his search for the desired soul beast. However, after an extensive search, he was unable to locate the creature he sought. As night approached, he set up a tent, kindled a campfire, and took out his provisions to rest. Being alone, he dared not succumb to sleep. Instead, he merely reclined for a brief respite before rising again. Simultaneously, he stowed away the black gold domain to conserve his soul power. After approximately an hour had elapsed, he suddenly heard a bear's roar. Hundreds of flying spirit beasts scattered in all directions, prompting Li Tianyu to immediately activate his black gold domain. In that moment, information about a soul beast surged into his mind. The dark gold terror claw bear, a high-level soul beast of 10,000 years of age, recently evolved, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the behemoth. Its claws were extraordinarily sharp, often engaging in battles beyond its level. A century of its strength could rival that of a millennium, while a millennium could match 10,000 years. Beasts aged between 30 and 40,000 years might even possess the capability to contend with an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Upon absorbing this information, Li Tianyu mused inwardly, the dark gold terror claw bear? Is it of the same lineage as the bear monarch? He instantly heightened his vigilance. For a 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear was not to be underestimated. He prepared to extinguish the campfire and make a hasty escape, realizing he was not equipped for a confrontation. After snuffing out the fire, he hurriedly fled towards the periphery of the Douluo forest, but it was too late. He saw the dark gold terror claw bear charging toward him. Li Tianyu, after all, was merely a level 10 soul master who had yet to obtain a soul ring. In a debate over physical prowess, he stood no chance against the formidable 10,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear. Regret coursed through him. What was the purpose of venturing so far into the depths? He could have sought a more modest soul beast instead of pursuing a creature of such elevated status. Now that he had encountered a high-ranking soul beast, his very life was at stake. Despite his internal rebuke, Li Tianyu hastily made his way toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, the dark golden terror claw bear soon spotted him and lunged forward, preparing to rend him in two with a single swipe. Suddenly, the nearby space fractured, and forth emerged a dark demon evil god tiger. This fearsome beast charged at the dark golden terror claw bear, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying, leaving the bear on the brink of death. The dark demon evil god tiger cast a glance at Li Tianyu, contemplating silently. This young man possesses considerable talent. His cultivation will likely see significant enhancement from this encounter. As for that bear, it is currently incapable of movement. My earlier strike has severed all of its limbs. I shall first consume that child. Thus, the dark demon evil god tiger, having existed for 50 or 60,000 years, pursued Li Tianyu. Observing this, Li Tianyu could not help but express, "Today truly is fortunate. I have encountered two high-ranking soul beasts. Yet, is this fortune not rather premature? Could it not have waited until I reached the ranks of Soul Douluo or Soul Saint?" Li Tianyu recalled that in the original narrative, the dark demon evil god tiger gained strength by devouring other soul beasts, akin to a sinister soul master among soul beasts. He pondered whether the dark gold domain would be able to judge him. After a moment's thought, he concluded that since he was destined to perish regardless, he might as well take a gamble. He then activated the dark gold domain, and a voice resounded, "Dark demon evil god tiger, you have rampantly consumed soul beasts. Although the natural order adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest, your indiscriminate consumption has led to a disruption of the ecological balance. I have added a segment here. The dark demon evil god tiger once hunted the soft-boned rabbit to the brink of extinction. Today, judgment is at hand." The dark demon evil god tiger was taken aback, fear gripping him as he exclaimed, "This is the power of a deity." In his heart, he lamented, "It's over. It's truly over this time." However, he quickly recalled that as long as he could draw this child into the death arena, even a god would be unable to intervene. After all, the death arena was akin to creating a separate space of his own to enter this realm. A deity would have to descend, and as far as he knew, gods were not permitted to descend without authorization. Thus, even if a deity wished to save him, it would be impossible. Without hesitation, the dark demon evil god tiger activated the death arena. Although entering the arena would revert him to the age of 6. The equivalent of a human child among soul beasts, killing a child was a trivial task for him, even with the possession of a martial spirit. Upon entering the death arena, he transformed into a small tiger and declared, "Prepare to die." At that moment, however, the black gold domain remained intact, and the judgment was yet to conclude. It dawned upon the dark demon evil god tiger that it was not a divine intervention he had just witnessed, but rather, the child's domain still bore the power of a deity. In other words, had he not resorted to the death arena, he might have had a chance of survival. But now, he was utterly incapable of defending himself. He promptly opened a rift in time and space, preparing to flee. Observing this, Li Tianyu discerned the situation and resolved not to let him escape. Instead, he seized the tiger's tail, intending to end its life. This time, there were no chains involved. As it was not a death sentence, the malevolent soul master, who borrowed human essence and slaughtered countless innocents, was destined for execution. The dark demon evil god tiger dared not delay, eager to make his escape, but because of Li Tianyu's interference, the location of his time-space rift was slightly miscalibrated. Li Tianyu understood that if he continued down this path, he too would be swept away, leading to an inevitable demise. Thus, he promptly released his grip and retreated, retracting his domain of darkness. However, due to the disruption of time and space, despite having distanced himself significantly, he was still ensnared by the chaotic currents of time. Ultimately, both he and his beast were transported to the very zenith of the Lake of Life, where they unexpectedly plummeted downwards, while the dark demon evil god tiger, possessing wings, soared away into the sky. Li Tianyu plummeted directly into the Lake of Life, whereupon the black gold token manifested to safeguard its master. The moment the token appeared, the slumbering silver dragon king was abruptly roused, his countenance twisted in fury as he bellowed, "Ajura!" As for Li Tianyu, thanks to the protection of the black gold token, he traversed the true Lake of Life and found himself within the Dragon Fortress, fortuitously landing atop the Silver Dragon King's head. The Silver Dragon King violently shook his head, casting Li Tianyu aside, and with an expression of wrath proclaimed, "You carry the essence of Ajura. You must be his heir. Today marks your downfall." Li Tianyu found himself bewildered, having been thrown into a state of confusion as events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. He barely grasped the circumstances at hand. Yet from the Silver Dragon King's mention of the Shura god and the inheritor's wrath, he quickly deduced the situation, recognizing that the creature before him was indeed a silver dragon. The Silver Dragon King, with its tail poised to strike, prompted Li Tianyu to exclaim at remarkable speed, "I am not the inheritor of the Shura god, and I possess the ability to heal your injuries. Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King halted its tail mid-swing. Its expression icy as it inquired, "Do you truly believe I would trust your fabrications?" With a surge of courage, Li Tianyu responded, "If you do not believe me, then why have you ceased your assault?" Gu Yuna, momentarily at a loss for words, was about to unleash her fury when Li Tianyu quickly interjected. "I truly can heal your wounds. Attempting it entails no loss for you, does it not?" After contemplating his words, Gu Yuna, suppressing her anger, posed the question. "How do you intend to treat my injuries? You claim not to be the inheritor of the Shura god. Yet my prolonged cultivation over millennia is primarily due to the residual Shura divine power within me." Li Tianyu promptly replied, "My martial soul can accomplish this." In truth, when Li Tianyu had suddenly appeared above the lake of life, the black gold token had emitted a powerful resonance, which explained its sudden manifestation as he fell. Upon his descent, he had discerned the connection between the Shura divine power and the black gold token through the realm of black gold. The black gold token was one of the super artifacts of the Shura god from ancient times, with the Shura bloodsword primarily associated with slaughter, while the black gold token was linked to judgment. Both artifacts contain the essence of Shura divine power. The Shura bloodsword unleashed this power to inflict damage, whereas the black gold token stored it, allowing for various applications of the Shura divine power. As for why the black gold token had become Li Tianyu's martial soul, it was because he represented an unexpected variable within the Douluo continent. Tang San's ability to inherit the Shura goddess position was largely attributed to his exceptional talent, which had caught the attention of the Shura, enabling an early retirement for him. Though Li Tianyu may not match Tang San, it is essential to note that at this moment, Tang San has yet to be born. Therefore, the ultimate decision rests upon him. After all, traversers typically possess a spirit that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals and generally demonstrate a degree of maturity relative to their peers. Moreover, one's mindset is a significant factor in cultivation. Thus, the god of Shura recognized Li Tianyu and bestowed upon him the black gold token, transforming it into a martial soul. Albeit the awakening of this artifact depends solely on his gradual realization. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Tianyu proclaimed, "I shall now unleash my martial soul, which has the capability to draw forth your Shura divine power." The Silver Dragon King, taken aback, responded incredulously, "Your martial soul can absorb Shura divine power?" His skepticism was palpable, prompting Li Tianyu to reiterate, "Testing it poses no danger. Should it fail, you can still kill me afterward." With that, Li Tianyu released his martial soul and began to absorb the Shura divine power. The Silver Dragon King was left in astonishment, as the notion of a martial soul being capable of absorbing Shura divine power seemed utterly implausible. After approximately half an hour, the Shura divine power was entirely extracted and stored within the black gold token. Upon sensing the absence of Shura divine power within himself, the Silver Dragon King addressed Li Tianyu, stating, "In light of your assistance in my healing, I shall refrain from taking your life. Additionally, should you wish to see me in the future, I will grant you one opportunity, but it shall be the only one. Furthermore, do not expose me to the public eye, remember this." The final words bore a hint of menace. Li Tianyu quickly replied, "Understood, understood." Subsequently, the Silver Dragon King remarked, "I shall escort you out at once." With newfound courage, Li Tianyu boldly requested, "I humbly implore you to take me to the very place where I battled the dark demon god Tiger." The Silver Dragon King responded, "Very well." Subsequently, Li Tianyu was transported back to the arena of life and death. Upon arrival, he sprinted back and encountered the dark gold terror claw bear, its limbs severed. He mused to himself, "Today, I have indeed stumbled upon a great fortune." Without hesitation, he dispatched the dark gold terror claw bear, from which emerged a black soul ring. Aged a millennium, under ordinary circumstances, he would have refrained from absorbing it. However, this time was different. The black gold token had awakened within him all the potential uses of the token. He promptly sealed most of the soul ring's years into the token, reducing its age to around 10 years. He then absorbed it, and after absorbing the 10-year soul ring, he released a portion of the sealed power, transforming it into a yellow soul ring of over 400 years, thus bypassing the lengthy absorption process. This feat propelled him directly to level 12. Just as he prepared to depart, he sensed something unusual on the arm of the dark gold terror claw bear. With a swift motion of his blade, he uncovered an external soul bone. He collected this soul bone, though it held little significance for him, as he had acquired memories from the black gold token. In the future, during his Shura 9 trials, he would receive a complete set of Shura armor, which included external soul bones, each exceeding 100,000 years in age. Therefore, absorbing this particular soul bone would not facilitate the synthesis of his armor. With no further delay, Li Tianyu swiftly exited the Star Dough forest. He once again chose to return by carriage, and after a span of 3 to 4 days, he arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon Li Tianyu's return to the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu inquired, "Did you go to hunt soul beasts?" Although phrased as a question, it carried an air of certainty. Li Tianyu chose to respond honestly, "Yes, Great Elder." Qian Daolu continued his line of questioning, "Where did you acquire the soul ring?" Li Tianyu replied, "In the Star Dough forest." At this, Qian Daolu paused momentarily before asking, "Did you bring anyone along?" Li Tianyu answered, "No, I did not." Qian Daolu pressed on, "What is the age of the soul ring?" Li Tianyu responded, "Approximately 423 years. Qian Daolu then asked, "What soul beast did you encounter?" Li Tianyu replied, "The dark golden terror claw bear." Qian Daolu couldn't help but think to himself, "Is this lad extraordinarily fortunate? The age of the soul ring is precisely at his threshold." And he fortuitously encountered a top-tier soul beast. Furthermore, he absorbed the soul ring without interruption from other soul beasts. How did he manage to defeat the dark golden terror claw bear? This seems far too coincidental. This young man must be concealing something. I must find a way to extract his secrets. After all, the unknown is the most difficult to control. At the moment when Qian Daolu was deep in contemplation, Li Tianyu was also pondering, should I part with that external soul bone? Should I take advantage of the situation to curry favor? After all, this soul bone holds little significance for me, yet it is indeed an external soul bone. The thought of relinquishing it fills me with a twinge of reluctance. After Li Tianyu concluded his inner turmoil, he promptly spoke up, "Esteemed Grand Offering, I have another matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu inquired, "What is it?" Li Tianyu then presented an external soul bone, causing Qian Daolu's initial indifference to transform into sheer astonishment. "Where did you procure this soul bone, young man?" he asked. Li Tianyu calmly replied, "I obtained it from the dark golden sky claw bear that I defeated. I wish to use it as a means of trade with you." However, Qian Daolu restrained the yearning in his gaze, for he was well aware of the rarity of the item in question. Since it was to be used as a bargaining chip, it was evident that Li Tianyu's intentions were far from trivial. "What? You inquire why Qian Daolu did not simply seize it?" Given his character in the original narrative, such an act would be entirely out of the question. He is far too principled. Li Tianyu then stated, "I wish for you to refrain from inquiring excessively about my affairs concerning the 7 offerings." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu replied, "No problem." He likely surmised the underlying reason. The young man probably suspected him of harboring doubts, believing that he might possess some hidden secret. Li Tianyu continued, "I hope that if I ascend to the position of Soul Emperor, you will grant me the title of Elder of the Spirit Hall's adjudication and permit me to establish my own faction. One that I assure will remain affiliated with the Spirit Hall." Qian Daolu's expression darkened, and with a hint of murderous intent, he coldly retorted, "What? You wish to create a force that would sever ties with my Spirit Hall?" Immediately, a wave of pressure bore down upon Li Tianyu, causing him to kneel. He then said, "Great Offering, if you doubt my terms, you need not accept. I can propose an alternative." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu released the pressure and inquired, "Speak." Li Tianyu, trembling, rose to his feet and replied, "I wish for no one to intrude upon my training. Is that acceptable to you? After all, I must, to some extent, keep the secret of my martial soul concealed." Qian Daolu responded, "That can be arranged. Now, have you finished presenting your conditions?" Li Tianyu affirmed, "I have." He then handed over the external soul bone to Qian Daolu before turning on his heel and returning to his chamber to recuperate. Qian Daolu hastily summoned Golden Crocodile Douluo, who, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Elder brother, what do you require of me?" Qian Daolu promptly produced the external soul bone from earlier, causing Golden Crocodile to exclaim in shock, "Is this an external soul bone? Moreover, it belongs to the dark golden terror claw bear." Qian Daolu nodded and declared, "This soul bone is a gift for you." Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile quickly replied, "Perhaps it would be best to reserve this soul bone for Schwer." Qian Daolu responded, "There is no need. My family has a lineage of soul bones passed down through generations, and we do not require this one." Golden Crocodile Douluo knelt and expressed, "Elder brother, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for words. In the future, I shall worship at the altar, enduring the trials of fire and sword." Qian Daolu assisted him to his feet, stating, "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Tianyu. This soul bone was given to me by him. Golden crocodile Douluo, taken aback, asked, does he not value this soul bone? Douluo, with a smile, replied, I suspect he truly has no need for it. Golden crocodile inquired further. Why is that? Douluo explained, I sensed a divine aura emanating from him earlier, and I also noticed a mark resembling a sword appearing on his forehead. Such marks are typically indicative of a divine heir. If my conjecture is correct, this young man has likely received a divine inheritance. Generally, those who inherit divinity possess a specific set of soul bones tailored to their divine position. Thus, absorbing this soul bone would be counterproductive for him. Golden crocodile, astonished, exclaimed, a divine heir? Elder brother, you cannot be serious. Douluo, with a solemn expression, affirmed, I speak the truth. This young man is destined for greatness. With a divine legacy, we must ensure to cultivate a relationship with him, as he may ultimately assist Schwer. After their discussion, Golden crocodile Douluo wasted no time and began the absorption of the soul bone. Approximately 2 hours later, he completed the absorption, experiencing a significant increase in soul power. With signs of a potential breakthrough, the two then parted ways. In Chapter 6, Becoming Friends, Li Tianyu rested on his couch. And after about 2 hours, not due to his recuperation, but rather the time spent understanding the usage of the black gold token, his level rose from 12 to 13. Thus, the duration was somewhat prolonged, and upon completion, he prepared to test his first soul skill. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a little girl silently gazing at him. A tremor coursed through Li Tianyu's heart. He was genuinely astonished by the girl's appearance. It was not the kind of beauty that could captivate a heart at first sight, one that could lead to an inevitable infatuation. Rather, it exuded an endearing quality, evoking a sense of familial affection that made one feel inclined to regard her as a younger sister. He quickly realized and thought to himself, to be in the offering hall and a girl at that, so exquisite in beauty, it must be none other than Qian Rinxue. As Li Tianyu was about to inquire further, Qian Rinxue spoke up first, greeting him with a smile. Hello, my name is Qian Rinxue. I just overheard Grandpa Jin Yi mentioning your conversation with him. What were you discussing? Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, it was nothing of significance. Furthermore, Miss, I kindly ask you to step aside. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue felt a tinge of displeasure, as it was evident to any reasonable person that he was dismissing her. While she was tempted to express her frustration, she reconsidered. After all, if he chose not to share, it was his prerogative. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and it would be inappropriate to pressure someone into revealing them. As Li Tianyu descended from his bed and ventured outside, he prepared to experiment with the power of his first soul skill. Qian Rinxue followed him, for at that moment, she had yet to become a soul master and was somewhat curious. She had grown weary of observing the soul skills demonstrated by the 7 offerings and her father, and thus wished to witness Li Tianyu's abilities for herself. Upon arriving at a small grove, Li Tianyu noticed Qian Rinxue trailing behind him and inquired, May I ask what brings you, miss, to follow me? To which Qian Rinxue replied, I wish to see your first soul skill. Hearing this, Li Tianyu responded, Perhaps the grand offering has not informed you, but he has promised me that no one shall disturb my training in the offering hall without my consent. Qian Rinxue replied, I did not disturb your cultivation. I merely wish to observe and shall not interfere. Li Tianyu felt a flicker of anger, yet upon considering Qian Rinxue's esteemed status, he quelled the impulse and said, For now, you may watch from the side, but do not venture too close. Otherwise, you may find yourself injured, and I would suffer double the consequences. Qian Rinxue, taken aback by his words, inquired, Why is that? To preserve the image of her grandfather in her mind. Li Tianyu fabricated a tale, stating, My martial soul is quite extraordinary. It cannot harm the innocent indiscriminately, for any injury inflicted upon them would rebound upon me, magnified. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue remarked that martial soul seems rather weak. Li Tianyu, not wishing to dwell on the matter, proceeded to experiment with his first soul skill, the Order of the Judge. As he activated it, several tokens composed of soul power materialized beside him, which he then launched forth. One token pierced through a dozen wooden blocks with a single strike, while another, under his command, intercepted a falling log, transforming into an attack resembling sound waves that sent the entire block soaring away. Observing this, Li Tianyu felt quite pleased with his initial soul skill, sensing that as his soul power increased, the number of tokens would only grow. The sole drawback he noted was that when the tokens multiplied excessively, precise manipulation of each one would become increasingly challenging. Standing nearby, Qian Rinxue observed with a hint of surprise, yet it was not overwhelming. After all, having accompanied her grandfather for an extended period, such a modest soul skill was unlikely to capture her admiration. Subsequently, Qian Ruxue inquired, "Is this soul skill all there is to it?" In response, Li Tianyu, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What else were you expecting? Do you really anticipate that my first soul skill would rival the caliber of your grandfather's first soul skill?" Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue found his reasoning somewhat compelling. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden commotion interrupted them. A spirit beast, a blue wolf, dashed forth, lunging directly at Qian Ruxue. Startled, Qian Ruxue found herself paralyzed by fear, fully aware that she needed to evade but unable to move due to her instinctive terror. Ultimately, it was Li Tianyu who intervened, employing his first soul skill to send the creature flying. Following that, 3 tokens were unleashed simultaneously, striking the blue wolf with lethal precision. Li Tianyu sensed a powerful aura emanating from the azure wolf. He promptly summoned the black gold token and hurled it towards the wolf's abdomen. Instantly, a soul bone materialized upon the creature. Li Tianyu was not taken aback. Rather, he mused inwardly. As expected, the black gold token targeted its belly, concentrating all its soul power there, which resulted in the formation of the soul bone. Judging by the circumstances, it appears to be a trunk bone. Moments ago, the black gold domain had detected that this wolf was approximately 500 or 600 years old. Upon witnessing the skeletal remains, Qian Ruxue, who had been concealed in the shadows, immediately emerged. Having spent her formative years within the spirit hall, she had frequently heard tales from her grandfather regarding soul bones. Unlike soul rings, which could result in catastrophic consequences if one's physical prowess and level were insufficient, soul bones posed no such threat. They could be absorbed as soon as one became a soul master. Qian Ruxue intended to take the soul bone away, planning to absorb it for her grandfather as a delightful surprise once she became a soul master. As Qian Ruxue lifted the soul bone, Li Tianyu quickly inquired, "What do you intend to do with that?" Qian Ruxue replied, "Please give me this soul bone. I wish to absorb it when I become a soul master and surprise my grandfather." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu responded, "This soul bone is far too low in quality. Absorbing it would be a waste for you." Of course, the actual reason was that he knew Qian Ruxue would eventually acquire a free set of angelic armor. The reason Qian Douluo never permitted Qian Ruxue to absorb soul bones was simple. If her talent was exceptional and she absorbed it, she would not be able to obtain the angelic set. Conversely, if her talent was lacking, it would still be a waste. Hence, Qian Douluo never prepared soul bones for Qian Ruxue in advance, but rather assessed her talent to determine her needs. Li Tianyu, being a time traveler, was acutely aware that Qian Ruxue would undoubtedly ascend to godhood, making the absorption of this soul bone a tremendous waste and an unwarranted occupation of her soul bone slot. Li Tianyu hastily insisted, "No, you cannot absorb it." Qian Ruxue, hearing this, placed the soul bone behind her and asked, "Why? You can't possibly consider soul bones to be trivial items, can you? Even a century-old soul bone is precious. Yet you claim its age is too low?" Li Tianyu was at a loss for words. He could hardly reveal to Qian Ruxue that she would one day become a deity, destined to possess an angelic set, rendering this soul bone superfluous. He then stated, "No means no. You should submit this soul bone to your grandfather. This matter is significant and should be decided by him." Qian Ruxue immediately retorted, "I have already said I want to surprise my grandfather. If I hand it over, how can it be a surprise?" Li Tianyu, exasperated, replied, "I have reiterated that this is no trivial matter. It would be best to discuss it with your grandfather." Qian Ruxue firmly declared, "I will not." Li Tianyu found himself at an impasse and ultimately resorted to a slightly extreme measure. He proposed to Qian Ruxue, "Let us make a wager. We will race around this grove 3 times, and whoever finishes first will claim the soul bone." Qian Ruxue, incensed, retorted, "You merely wish to seize my soul bone. You, a soul master, think you can outpace an ordinary person who has yet to awaken their soul power?" Li Tianyu responded, "Well, we must make a wager today to determine the rightful owner of this soul bone." Qian Ruxue agreed, but added a condition. "If I win, you must not inform my grandfather about this." Li Tianyu pondered for a moment before assenting, thinking to himself, "Agreeing to this is one thing, but I must inform your grandfather, otherwise it would be detrimental to you." Qian Ruxue declared, "Since you are a soul master with superior stamina, let us do this. You run 2 laps around the grove while I run 1. If I finish first, it belongs to me. If you finish first, it belongs to you." Li Tianyu replied, "No problem." With that, the two commenced their race. Initially, as Qian Ruxue anticipated, Li Tianyu left her far behind. However, she remained unperturbed. for she only needed to complete 1 lap. The reason she did not propose that Li Tianyu run 3 or 4 laps was to avoid appearing unreasonable and to maintain the illusion that she had a chance of winning. If her defeat were too blatant, he might dispute the outcome later. Li Tianyu mused. She suggests I run 2 laps merely to foster a sense of potential victory within me. Now, her pace is rather slow. She likely intends to appear modest, not wishing for my defeat to be too embarrassing, creating the illusion that with just a bit more effort, I could surpass her. For a proud child, this might already signify a loss. Alas, she has encountered a shameless opponent. Having completed 1 lap, Li Tianyu noticed that Qian Rengshu was nearing the finish line after completing her 23rd lap. Observing her ahead, he muttered quietly to himself. As Qian Rengshu turned her head, a sense of joy unexpectedly blossomed within her. At that moment, a nearby tree inexplicably collapsed. It was one thing for a single tree to fall, but she found that every tree she encountered seemed to topple over. This continued until Li Tianyu surpassed her, at which point the trees ceased their inexplicable descent. At that moment, Qian Renshue immediately deduced what had transpired, while Li Tianyu concurrently arrived at his destination. Qian Rengshu rushed before him, vehemently rebuking, "You shameless scoundrel! You have committed a foul! How dare you utilize your soul skills?" Li Tianyu calmly retorted, "Did you ever state that I could not employ my soul skills?" Rendered speechless by his response. Qian Rengshu had yet to fully grasp the situation when Li Tianyu swiftly seized her soul bone, declaring, "This soul bone now belongs to me." Observing this, Qian Rengshu, with a hint of tears in her voice, lamented, "You villain! I even called you brother before. You cheat and steal my soul bone. I shall inform my grandfather upon my return." With that, she dashed towards the offering hall. Li Tianyu pondered to himself, "Surely, what I have done will not incite the ire of Douluo. Although he dotes on his granddaughter, the action I have taken should pose no issue for him. In the original narrative, he is portrayed as a man of strong principles, and he is unlikely to hold me accountable." Subsequently, Li Tianyu made his way towards the offering hall, preparing to present the soul bone to Douluo. As for the offering hall, "Grandfather, that scoundrel Li Tianyu has been bullying me," Qian Renshue said with a quivering voice. Upon hearing this, Douluo's heart filled with anger, and he inquired, "He has bullied you, Shuer? He must be tired of living." Subsequently, Qian Renshue continued with her tearful tone, "We obtained a soul bone, and I expressed my desire to take it away to surprise you when I become a soul master. Yet, he insisted that I could not, claiming it was a significant matter that required prior notification to you. Grandfather, you have said that soul bones are incredibly precious, even those that are 100 years old. Moreover, soul bones differ from soul rings in that their danger level is nearly 0. Still, he insisted on taking the soul bone away. And when I challenged him to a bet, he cheated." Douluo was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Shuer, you say he forbade you from absorbing that soul bone, correct?" Qian Renshue affirmed, "Yes, that's right." Douluo couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This young man has indeed done a favor for Shuer. However, since he has offended her, while he may escape the death penalty, he cannot evade a sound thrashing." As the golden crocodile Douluo suddenly pushed open the door, he, having just ascended from level 98 to the esteemed rank of level 99 title Douluo, had naturally overheard Qian Renshue's earlier remarks. He then spoke, "Shuer, that impudent boy may indeed have your best interests at heart. Wouldn't you agree? Your family, the Qian clan, possesses a lineage of soul bones passed down through generations, which are perfectly suited for your kin, each nearing the remarkable age of 100,000 years. Thus, it is plausible that he seeks to assist you, albeit in a rather extreme manner." At that moment, the golden crocodile contemplated, "Considering the external soul bone you gifted me, which facilitated my direct breakthrough beyond level 98, allowing me to become a peerless level 99 Douluo, I shall extend my help to you." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's tears subsided slightly, and she then inquired with a perplexed expression, "Grandfather, do we possess a family heirloom soul bone? Why have you never mentioned it to me?" Upon hearing these words, the golden crocodile was taken aback and replied, "Elder brother, did you not inform Shuer about the ancestral soul bone that has been passed down through generations in the Qian family?" Douluo awkwardly shifted the topic, saying, "Grandfather forgot to inform Shuer. Oh yes, I won't dwell on that any longer. I shall go and teach that young scoundrel a lesson for Shuer." Qian Renshue called out to Douluo and said, "Grandfather, if we follow what Grandfather Genie suggested, perhaps I have indeed been too stubborn, and it weighs on my conscience to ask you to discipline him. Therefore, I believe it would be best for me to apologize to him." Douluo, taken aback, exclaimed, Swear, you wish to apologize to him? No, no. While his intentions may be noble, his methods are extreme, and I must teach him a lesson. Qian Rinxue responded. His approach is indeed extreme, and I have been too obstinate. We are both at fault and yet justified in our own ways. Thus, grandfather, please refrain from punishing him. I will speak with him shortly. Observing Qian Rinxue's determination, Qian Daolu chose not to leave, instead approaching her and saying, when you converse with him, should he dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. You see, grandfather, shall I not deal with him? At this moment, as Li Tianyu walked, a sense of unease enveloped him. He pondered incessantly. Qian Daolu is undoubtedly a paragon of virtue, yet he is also a doting grandfather. Would he prioritize his granddaughter or adhere to his principles? It is a gamble I cannot afford to take. Perhaps I should extend an apology to Qian Rinxue. It may persuade Qian Daolu to temper his approach. As Li Tianyu pondered, he glanced ahead and beheld Qian Rinxue and golden crocodile Douluo approaching. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart as he silently mused. Could it be? Are they here to settle the score with me? Panic surged within him. It would be prudent to apologize swiftly. If Qian Daolu were to learn of this matter, the worst I might face would be a thrashing. However, if Golden Crocodile were to discover the truth, my life could very well be in jeopardy, for he remained largely unaware of the matters concerning the angel god. I must hasten to offer my apologies. Perhaps there remains a chance for my survival. As Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu stood together, one was filled with apprehension while the other was at a loss for words. The atmosphere between them was undeniably awkward, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Neither of them dared to break the silence, leaving the golden crocodile Douluo bewildered, pondering what these two were doing in such an uncomfortable stalemate. At that moment, both individuals spoke simultaneously. I apologize. What I did earlier was rather extreme. They exchanged surprised glances. And Qian Rinxue was the first to speak. Grandfather informed me about our family's ancestral soul bones. Thank you. Li Tianyu was taken aback by her words. Qian Rinxue is apologizing to me. This is not what I anticipated. I had thought that, despite her maturity, she would still exhibit some princess-like tendencies akin to Ning Rongrong during her childhood. Yet, upon hearing her grandfather's words, she would proactively apologize to me. I must admit, I was hasty. He then reflected. When it came to talent, Qian Rinxue surpassed Ning Rongrong. In terms of background, she excelled as well. Regarding beauty, she was more striking. And in strength, she was superior to. Theoretically, it should be Qian Rinxue who held the pride. So why was she so humble? Conversely, Ning Rongrong appeared to possess a certain entitlement. It seemed that both the sword Douluo and bone Douluo had indulged her excessively. Li Tianyu then responded, I too am at fault. My actions were indeed extreme, and I should have communicated more clearly. The reason for his lack of clarity was that he feared Qian Rinxue might inform Qian Daolu, who would inevitably harbor some suspicion, especially since Qian Daolu had not shared this matter with him. For now, he could only brace himself and agree. Subsequently, the two exchanged smiles. Although their laughter felt somewhat forced, it was at least a marked improvement from the earlier tension. Upon witnessing the scene, the golden crocodile, standing beside, conveyed telepathically to the observing Qian Daolu, I cannot shake the feeling that my presence here is somewhat out of place. Should I temporarily withdraw to afford these two individuals some space? Qian Daolu replied, Indeed, even from a distance, it seems you are somewhat incongruous, and your presence is inadvertently disturbing them. Subsequently, the golden crocodile addressed Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. You two may continue your conversation at a leisurely pace. The grand offerings has summoned me for a matter, and I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu realized that Qian Daolu was likely observing from the shadows, and he couldn't help but ponder. Had I not offered my apologies earlier, Qian Daolu might have resorted to violence. Unbeknownst to Qian Rinxue, who perceives her grandfather as a man of unwavering principles and deep affection for her, she harbored no desire for him to inflict harm upon Li Tianyu due to this matter. Consequently, she believed her grandfather would refrain from causing Li Tianyu any distress. The two then engaged in conversation, during which Qian Rinxue inquired, Brother Tianyu, who are your parents? The moment those words escaped her lips, the topic seemed to fall into an abyss of discomfort. Li Tianyu, struggling to suppress the pangs of regret within, replied, My first set of parents abandoned me, and my second father was killed due to my actions. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue realized she had trespassed into forbidden territory and responded, I apologize, Brother Tianyu. I was unaware of your circumstances. After Li Tianyu adjusted his mindset, he gently placed his hand on Qian Rinxue's head and said, All right, little Shui. You did not do it intentionally. I bear you no ill will. Throughout their conversation, Li Tianyu made a conscious effort to avoid the topic of Qian Rinxue's origins, for he understood all too well the weight that such inquiries bore upon her. As they chatted, Qian Rinxue inquired, Brother Tianyu, are you not curious about my background? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu skillfully evaded the mention of Bibi Dong and replied, You need not tell me. I am already aware that you are the granddaughter of the esteemed Grand Priest Qian Douluo and the daughter of the current Pope, Qian Sundi. With a quivering voice, Qian Rinxue lamented, I have a mother. Her name is Bibi Dong, but she does not love me. Every time she sees me, it is as if she encounters a foe. I do not understand why my mother behaves this way. Listening to her heartfelt confession stirred something within Li Tianyu, prompting him to respond, albeit with a hint of sorrow in his tone, Your mother may not be devoid of love. Perhaps she simply does not know how to express it. No mother truly hates her child. Some may be excessively rigid, yet if anyone were to harm her offspring, she would undoubtedly be the first to defend them. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue asked, Is that truly the case? Li Tianyu replied with a smile, Of course it is. Their conversation continued from afternoon into evening, as they strolled back to the Hall of Offerings through the small grove, sharing numerous thoughts and stories along the way. Throughout their dialogue, Li Tianyu's impression of Qian Rinxue improved significantly. Despite her illustrious lineage, she displayed no arrogance, unlike Ning Rongrong, who exhibited a princess syndrome. Instead, her words were measured, her demeanor appropriate, and her moral compass unwavering. Is this not the very essence of a protagonist? Contemplating this, Li Tianyu felt a twinge of sympathy for the character of Qian Rinxue as depicted in the original narrative. In her youth, she possessed a sound moral foundation, but as she matured, her yearning for familial affection led to a distortion of her values. In the original work, Qian Rinxue's affection for Tang San is rather perplexing. Initially, Qian Rinxue merely admires Tang San's capabilities, with no hint of romantic inclination. Yet, inexplicably, she later develops a profound fondness for him. Moreover, if you were determined to win over Tang San, so be it. You may have spared him once, but what of the second and third times? This infatuation resembles that of Qian Rinxue from the Heaven Do Empire, does it not? Contemplating this, Li Tianyu could not help but feel that Qian Rinxue was also a tragic figure. Ultimately, all her kin perished, and in a certain sense, it was indirectly her doing. Thus, he mused inwardly, it would be best to prevent him from venturing into the Heaven Do Empire. Instead of wasting time there, he might as well devote himself to cultivation, and perhaps he would have already attained the rank of title Douluo, thereby avoiding the distortion of his values. Returning to the main subject, the two of them subsequently returned to the worship hall, each retreating to their respective chambers to rest. In the shadows, Qian Douluo made his appearance, unable to resist commenting. Earlier this afternoon, he was weeping and lamenting about how he bullied Shuer. Now, after conversing joyfully for an entire afternoon, he is all smiles. What a swift change of demeanor! However, despite his words, Qian Douluo pondered inwardly, Shuer remains humble and composed, possessing a clear sense of right and wrong, and the courage to acknowledge her mistakes. She is destined for greatness in the future. With this thought, Qian Douluo couldn't help but laugh heartily before turning and departing. Chapter 7. Acquiring the soul ring. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Tianyu ascended from a level 12 soul master to level 18. This remarkable talent left Qian Douluo in awe. In reality, as Li Tianyu's soul power increased, he gradually lifted the seal on the first soul ring's age, which contributed to his rapid enhancement in soul power. This year also marks the day when Qian Rinxue awakens her martial soul. Li Tianyu, deep in meditation on his bed, endeavors to break through to level 19. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue bursts in, exclaiming, Tianyu go. Today I am to awaken my martial soul, and you must come to witness it. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu responds, Of course, but you should go ahead. I will join you shortly. After all, he senses a hint of a breakthrough within himself. Delighted, Qian Rinxue turns and makes her way to the Hall of Offerings. After approximately a minute of meditation, Li Tianyu finally broke through to level 19. He then released a portion of the time limit on his first spirit ring, extending its original duration from 423 years to 999 years. Li Tianyu mused to himself, Once I reach level 20, my first spirit ring will transform into a Millennium Spirit Ring. Subsequently, he made his way to the main hall of the offering temple. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue waited at the main store, pondering, why hasn't he arrived yet? Brother Tianyu? Suddenly, she spotted Brother Tianyu arriving. her face brimming with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry, Brother Tianyu. I am about to awaken my martial soul." Yet, deep within, Qianren Shui harbored the thought, surely, I will awaken a martial soul even more formidable than Brother Tianyu's. Subsequently, the 7 esteemed elders arrived in succession, their interest in Li Tianyu far from novel. After all, throughout the past year, Qianren Shui had been almost inseparable from him, with Li Tianyu resembling a friendly older brother, guiding her with care. The primary reason being her status as Qian Daoliu's granddaughter. To neglect her would invite retribution. Moreover, having achieved 6 consecutive breakthroughs within just a year, the 7 elders were left in awe, for such rapid advancement was not commonplace. At this moment, the 7 elders remained oblivious to the fact that he had progressed to the 19th level. Then came Qian Xuanji, and Bai Bidong did not arrive. Li Tianyu was not surprised by this situation. After all, the relationship between Bai Bidong and Qian Rinxue in their childhood could hardly be described as anything less than adversarial. One could only say they were enemies. Upon encountering Li Tianyu, Qian Xuan wore a perplexed expression, pondering to herself, "Who is this child? How have I never seen him before? Could he possibly be my father?" She then turned her gaze towards Qian Douluo. In response to Qian Xuanji's expression and the direction of his head, Qian Douluo delivered a punch directly to his head, stating, "Is this how you perceive your father?" Qian Xuanji quickly apologized and then inquired, "Who is this child?" Qian Douluo, disinterested in providing a detailed answer, simply replied, "All you need to know is that he is from the Hall of Offerings." After exchanging the necessary pleasantries, it was time to awaken Qian Rinxue's martial soul. During the awakening, as expected, Qian Rinxue inherited the 6-winged angel martial soul, and upon testing her soul power, it was determined that she possessed a full innate level of 20. Observing this situation, Qian Douluo silently resolved to allow his granddaughter to inherit the divine position of the angel. Although he contemplated this notion, he ultimately decided to further assess whether Qian Rinxue was truly suitable, or to put it bluntly, whether she was worthy of such a legacy. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianyu felt no shock, as he was already aware of it. After Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, she proudly approached Li Tianyu and exclaimed, "What do you think? Am I impressive? You possess a full innate soul power of level 10, while I am at level 20. Your black gold token is close to a divine martial soul." Unaware of the secret behind the black gold token, she understood it merely as Qin Dao Lu had described. Despite her obvious intent to boast, Li Tianyu perceived not her arrogance, but rather a sense of joy and elation emanating from her. He could not help but ponder, could it be that she feels this way because she has surpassed me? As the demon slayer Douluo observed this, he addressed Qian Daolu, saying, "Great elder, today we shall accompany Shuer to obtain her soul ring." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu replied, "Very well, take him along to secure the soul ring." Li Tianyu, upon hearing their conversation, pondered within himself. Having just broken through to level 19, it was highly likely that the demon slayer would be traveling by carriage, which would take approximately 3 to 4 days to reach the Star Do Great Forest. Thus, if he could achieve level 20 within those days, he would rightfully gain the protection of a title Douluo at level 96, and he could simply claim it was along his route. Subsequently, Li Tianyu declared, "Respected Great Elder, I too have reached level 20, so I shall accompany Grandfather Demon Slayer on his journey." The 7 elders, upon hearing this, realized he intends to secure a guardian for himself under legitimate pretense. However, what astonished them more was that he had actually reached level 20. They recalled that he was merely at level 18 just yesterday. How had he managed to break through to level 20 so swiftly? This left the 7 elders in disbelief. Li Tianyu then continued, "I have broken through to level 19 today, and since Grandfather Demon Slayer will be traveling to the Star Do Great Forest by carriage, it will take about 3 to 4 days. Within this time frame, I shall endeavor to break through to level 20. Is that acceptable?" The 7 elders responded in unison. "We believe you have reached level 19, but what assurance can you provide that you will definitely break through to level 20 within these 3 to 4 days? In response, Li Tianyu remarked, "Yet you cannot guarantee that I will not achieve level 20 within this time either. Besides, there is no loss in my going." The elders were still inclined to refuse him, but then Qian Rinxue interjected, "Grandfather, please allow Brother Tianyu to accompany us. Otherwise, the journey will be exceedingly dull for me." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu, feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately relented. After much persuasion from Qian Rinxue, he consented to allow Li Tianyu to join the Demon Slayer in obtaining the second soul ring. Without further ado, the demon slayer led the two of them to collect the soul ring. Once aboard the carriage, Qian Rinxue wished to engage Li Tianyu in conversation, but she noticed him with his eyes closed, deep in meditation. Remembering Li Tianyu's earlier words in the Hall of Elders, she decided against disturbing him. After all, he was in a critical period of breakthrough, and external distractions could prove fatal, a fact that Qian Rinxue understood quite well. On the morning of the third day, Li Tianyu successfully ascended to level 20. This left the nearby demon slayer Douluo utterly astonished. A breakthrough every 3 days? At this rate, achieving level 10 would take merely 30 days. However, he was perplexed, recalling that it had taken him an entire year to reach level 6. Li Tianyu mused that during his usual training, a breakthrough would typically trigger the self-unsealing of the soul ring's age limit. This time, however, even the slightest progress would lead to a corresponding unsealing. Thus, the advancement was swift. Nonetheless, this rapid progression came with a downside. His foundation might be somewhat unstable. Therefore, Li Tianyu resolved to continue his training, seeking to solidify his cultivation. Just as he was about to close his eyes to meditate once more, Qian Rinxue, who was seated beside him, inquired, "Tianyu, have you reached level 20? Could you spare a moment to chat with me?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu glanced at Qian Rinxue and inwardly mused. Now I comprehend the notion of one's worldview being swayed by mere appearances. Very well. I shall indulge her in conversation for a while. At worst, I shall forego sleep tonight and cultivate my energy later. Thus, the two engaged in a dialogue. As night fell, Qian Rinxue dozed off in the carriage, while the demon slayer Douluo merely closed his eyes for a brief respite. After all, as a titled Douluo, even a few days without sleep would pose no significant concern for him. As Li Tianyu observed Qian Rinxue in slumber, he closed his eyes, delving into meditation to fortify his own realm. Thus, approximately 10 minutes passed. Though still in deep sleep, a look of terror surfaced on Qian Rinxue's countenance. For reasons unknown, her hand seemed to reach out instinctively, ultimately grasping Li Tianyu's hand. He was suddenly enveloped by a wave of warmth, prompting him to open his eyes in astonishment, just as he was about to withdraw his hand from her grasp. However, Qian Rinxue's head gently nestled against his shoulder, leaving Li Tianyu utterly bewildered, internally exclaiming, "No, no. What has transpired?" However, Qian Rinxue murmured in terror, "Grandfather, mother no longer wants me. What should I do? Father is also missing." As Li Tianyu was about to move Qian Rinxue away from his side, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if recalling something. "You died. Do not seek revenge for me. You cannot defeat him. Just remember to visit my grave each year." He remembered softly weeping in bed, asking, "Why? Why must I always be left alone?" Having experienced such pain himself, Li Tianyu began to comprehend Qian Rinxue's yearning for familial bonds and the fears that haunted her. He recalled the original narrative, Qian Xuanji's death, though he was indeed a scoundrel, Bibi Dong's demise, where she unveiled her feelings for Qian Rinxue, and Qian Daoliu's sacrificial end. The sordid nature of his own parents' relationship further struck him. Contemplating this, Li Tianyu felt that Qian Rinxue's suffering was no less than his own. If she were to discover the truth about her parents, how would she confront them? Should he tell her that her very existence was a mistake? Thus, he allowed Qian Rinxue, who was plagued by nightmares, to rest her head upon his shoulder as she slept, recognizing that this was largely due to his own feelings, while a smaller part remained understood only by those who truly grasped the situation. Seated across from him, the demon slayer appeared to be in slumber. Yet he could not help but ponder, would it be inappropriate for me to open my eyes now? It would be rather unjust to conclude that Li Tianyu took advantage of Xue. After all, in a certain sense, Xue herself was merely lost in a nightmare, resting upon his shoulder. Subsequently, the demon slayer resolved against opening his eyes, fearing the potential embarrassment that could ensue. Li Tianyu, undeterred by Qian Rinxue's presence upon his shoulder, continued in his meditative practice, unfazed. As dawn approached, Qian Rinxue woke, feeling a peculiar sensation beneath her. Lifting her head, she discovered she had fallen asleep resting on Li Tianyu's shoulder. She quickly withdrew her hand, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Casting a glance at the demon slayer, then at Li Tianyu, she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thankfully, they did not witness this. Otherwise, I would have been utterly mortified." After a while, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "We're here, get off." Li Tianyu and Jiang Imochichi opened their eyes, pretending to have just awakened. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Qian Rinxue silently thought to herself, "It seems they weren't pretending to be asleep. Thank goodness. Or it would have been quite embarrassing." The three of them then disembarked and entered the Douluo forest. Jiang Yimo inquired, Shuer, did you have any particular soul beast in mind on your way here? Qian Rinxue replied, no. Jiang Yimo, taken aback, exclaimed, what did you say, Shuer? Understanding Jiang Mo's concern, Qian Rinxue quickly added, under normal circumstances, I would have considered this beforehand, but with Brother Tianyu here, I can simply let him assist me. Jiang Yimo paused for a moment and questioned, although Tianyu's martial soul is also godly, its attributes are quite different from your six-winged angel. Are you sure about letting him help you? To this, Qian Rinxue, with a hint of exasperation, responded, Grandpa Jiang Yimo, have you forgotten what Brother Tianyu's black gold domain ability entails? Hearing this, Jiang Yimo immediately exclaimed, Right. I almost forgot about that ability of his. Li Tianyu, having overheard their exchange, chose not to elaborate further and promptly activated his domain. Due to his enhanced soul power, its range had expanded to nearly 100 meters, approximately tenfold, creating a domain of about 1,000 meters in diameter centered around him, within which countless soul beast information flooded into his mind. Thus, the elderly man and the two young ones began their quest for soul beasts in the Douluo forest. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu contemplated, it would be best for Xiao Shui to first locate a soul ring of 999 years that she can accept, which would also allow me to test the second ability of my black gold token. Suddenly, Qian Ringshu approached Li Tianyu and whispered, Brother Tianyu, you previously mentioned that you possess the ability to temporarily seal the years of a soul ring, allowing it to gradually revert as your level increases. Could I not seek a 10,000-year soul ring, which you would seal as a 100-year soul ring for me, and then unseal it once my level is sufficiently high? Over the course of the past year, Li Tianyu and Qian Ringshu had developed a profound bond. Their relationship transcended mere friendship, yet fell shy of romance, evoking a sense of closeness akin to that of siblings. Li Tianyu, indeed, regarded Qian Ringshu as a younger sister. Why eschew such a connection? Having such an exceptional and beautiful sister is a blessing. Thus, Li Tianyu confided in Qian Ringshu the secret of his black gold metal martial spirit, earnestly instructing her to keep this secret from Douluo. Initially, Qian Ringshu inquired about the rationale behind this secrecy, but under Li Tianyu's elaborate fabrications, she ultimately refrained from divulging the secret of the black gold metal to Douluo. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing her words, Li Tianyu felt a sense of despair, for the demon suppression Douluo was nearby. Though the conversation was hushed, it posed no challenge to this group of titled Douluo above level 95. As anticipated by Li Tianyu, upon hearing this news, the demon slayer's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure. This was no trivial matter, thus he resolved to return and first report to the Grand Offering. As they continued their journey, Li Tianyu suddenly sensed a formidable aura and exclaimed in astonishment, the six-winged luminous butterfly. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ma intended to verify the truth of what Qian Ringshu had said and immediately inquired, where is it? Li Tianyu, understanding Jiang Ma's intentions, felt powerless to resist and led him to search. Soon, the three of them beheld the six-winged luminous butterfly. Without hesitation, Jiang Ma unleashed his eighth soul skill, Jiang Ma's Dragon Circle. A soul beast with merely 12,000 years of cultivation stood no chance against this attack, being struck down to the brink of death. Jiang Ma then said, Shuer, you may absorb this soul ring now. Do not worry. I have shattered all its limbs, rendering it incapable of resistance. He glanced at Li Tianyu, who realized he had no other choice. After all, he could not simply stand by and watch Qian Ringshu walk into danger. If that happened, Jiang Ma would be the first to strike him down, especially since he himself wished for Qian Ringshu to survive. Approaching the soul ring, she absorbed most of its years, which were stored within a black gold token, leaving approximately 10 years remaining. Subsequently, Qian Ringshu immediately began the absorption process, completing it in less than 3 minutes. Li Tianyu then released part of the seal, causing its age value to soar to 999 years. Jiang Ma watched in astonishment, internally exclaiming, this martial soul is truly overpowered. No wonder when he acquired his first soul ring, he faced no interruptions, even without anyone accompanying him. It turns out he absorbed too quickly for any other soul beasts to interfere. Li Tianyu cast a somewhat resentful glance at Qian Ringshu, who noticed his gaze and sensed an awkwardness in his expression. She recalled Jiang Ma's seemingly arbitrary decision to let her absorb a 10,000-year soul ring and thought, could it be that my previous words were overheard by Jiang Ma? Is he blaming me now? Subsequently, Qian Ringshu looked at Jiang Ma with a similar expression of grievance, leaving Jiang Ma bewildered, wondering, "What is it, Schwerer? Why do you look at me with such discontent?" After a few minutes, the awkward atmosphere dissipated, and they continued their search for Qian Ringshu and Li Tianyu's second soul ring. After about half an hour of walking, Li Tianyu suddenly sensed another powerful aura. Upon checking the information in his mind, he was bewildered and mused. Shadow Snake King? What on earth is this? It doesn't seem to have been mentioned in the original text, and I don't recall anything about it in the second or third or fourth fights either. Li Tianyu asked Jiang Ma, "Grandpa Jiang Ma, are you familiar with the Shadow Snake King?" Jiang Ma replied, "Yes, the Shadow Snake King is a high-energy soul beast, known for its agility and, most importantly, its lethal poison. While its poison does not kill, it drives its victims to madness. There was once a Shadow Snake King with a cultivation of 70,000 years encountered by the Spirit Hall, which bit 3 soul Douluos, one of whom became an evil soul master, while the others fared little better. The poison amplifies the darker aspects of a person's psyche, compelling them to pursue their desires through extreme means. Moreover, it possesses hard scales and a trace of dragon lineage, akin to the azure sky bull python in the central region of the Star Doe forest." Li Tianyu inquired, "What is its control effectiveness?" Jiang Ma explained, "It can ensnare soul beasts one rank higher than itself, preventing their escape, provided the levels are not too far apart. Generally speaking, a 100-year-old can ensnare a 1,000-year-old, while a 2,000 or 3,000-year-old can ensnare a 10,000-year-old. Its control capabilities are quite impressive." Li Tianyu stated, "I just sensed a Shadow Snake King with a cultivation of years. Grandpa Jiang Ma, could you assist me in slaying it?" Jiang Ma was about to respond when he caught a disapproving glance from Qian Ringshu, prompting him to refrain from further comment and lead Li Tianyu to the Shadow Snake King. All the while thinking, "Schwerer, how can you turn away from us? If you consider him a brother, you should also regard us as your elders. Theoretically, I am older than him. Why must I heed his wishes?" After a while, they encountered the Shadow Snake King, but its agility made it perilous to approach recklessly. Thus, Jiang Ma chose not to engage in a game of hide-and-seek, directly utilizing his 9th soul skill, Universal Crossing. Faced with this area of effect skill, even the nimble Shadow Snake King was rendered helpless, ultimately brought to the verge of death. At that moment, Li Tianyu summoned the black gold token and struck the Shadow Snake King on the head, delivering a fatal blow, which resulted in a soul bone manifesting from its cranium. Observing this, Qian Ringshu remained unfazed, as Li Tianyu had already disclosed the secrets of the black gold token to her, aside from the details of his identity. Therefore, she was not particularly curious about the emergence of the soul bone. However, Jiang Ma was left dumbfounded, contemplating the extraordinary luck of this young man, who had encountered 4 soul beasts, 3 of which had yielded soul bones. "What kind of luck is this? Is there no justice?" he thought. Li Tianyu then said to Jiang Ma, "Grandpa Jiang Ma, that soul bone is yours. It holds little value for me. I only desire the soul ring." Jiang Ma, filled with joy, swiftly claimed the soul bone, fearing that Li Tianyu might change his mind. Li Tianyu promptly sealed the majority of the soul ring's duration, ultimately transforming it into a decade-long soul ring. He then commenced the absorption of the soul rings, completing the process in less than a minute. Subsequently, he elevated the durations of both soul rings. The first soul ring became 237 years, while the second soared to 200 years. As a result of the enhancement in both soul power and duration, he ascended to the pinnacle of level 24, and with further cultivation, he was poised to reach level 25. Upon witnessing this scene, the Demon Slayer could not help but ponder. Have the young people of today become so outrageous? Am I truly out of touch? Is it now commonplace for the first spirit ring to be a millennium old? The events of the day left the Demon Slayer's worldview thoroughly shaken. However, he refrained from expressing any further thoughts, deciding it best to report to the Grand Offering. After all, the Grand Offering is omnipotent. Subsequently, they commenced the search for Qian Rinshue's second spirit ring. Li Tianyu inquired, "Little Shui, what type of spirit ring do you desire for your second?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinshue replied, "My first spirit skill is offensive, therefore, I would prefer a defensive one for the second." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu recalled Qian Rinshue's second spirit skill from the original tale, which granted immunity to all physical attacks and a 50 immunity to energy attacks. To be frank, this ability seemed rather overpowered, yet Li Tianyu felt it was still lacking, and ideally, He wished to find a skill that would render her completely immune to all forms of attack. Thus, Li Tianyu began his search. After nearly half an hour with no success, the sky gradually darkened. He proposed that they set up camp for the night. The demon slayer had no significant objections, for despite his strength, he was aware that dangers could lurk in the night, which he might not be able to safeguard them from. Once the camp was established, Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu retreated to their respective tents to rest, while the demon slayer took on the duty of keeping watch. Li Tianyu maintained the black gold domain, ready to awaken at the slightest indication of a formidable spirit beast intruding upon their encampment, at which point he would lead them to safety. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Tianyu suddenly awoke and addressed the demon slayer. Grandpa Demon Slayer, a suitable spirit ring for little Shui has arrived. The demon slayer, intrigued, asked, "What spirit beast is it?" Li Tianyu responded, "A spatial light bird of considerable age." The demon slayer mused to himself, "A spatial type spirit beast. If Shui could absorb this spirit beast, her second spirit skill would undoubtedly be formidable." Promptly, the two awakened Qian Rinxue, and together they pursued the spatial light bird. As the demon suppressor swung his staff, it passed through the luminous bird, leaving him momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Li Tianyu explained, "Grandfather Demon Suppressor. This is the ability of the time-space luminous bird. It can render itself ethereal, evading all attacks. In simpler terms, it shifts its physical form to another dimension. And what we see now is merely its shadow." Upon hearing this, the demon suppressor pondered, if Shui could indeed absorb this soul beast, its soul skill might be akin to his own, a formidable life-saving technique. He promptly inquired, "Is there a way to counter it?" Li Tianyu replied, "Maintaining its ethereal state requires soul power. If we continuously attack, exhausting its soul power, it will no longer be able to sustain its ethereality." After this revelation, the demon suppressor immediately activated his ninth soul skill, Universal Passage. Faced with this widespread area of effect attack, the time-space luminous bird had no choice but to maintain its ethereal form. Now, with years of cultivation, how could it possibly compete with the soul power of the 96th level demon Douluo? Ultimately, its soul power waned, leading to its unconsciousness from a powerful strike. In that moment, Qian Rinxue rushed forward, employing her first soul skill, Angel S Piercing Strike. Unlike the original version, this skill transitioned from a simple single-target attack to a small-area assault with tremendous penetrating power, delivering a fatal blow to the near-death time-space luminous bird. Following a series of fluid maneuvers, Qian Rinxue absorbed the soul ring of the luminous bird, thereby acquiring her second soul skill, Wings of Nihility. Chapter 8. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Wings of Nihility. Consuming soul power to render oneself ethereal, rendering all attacks ineffective, including divine-level attacks, unless they possess spatial effects. Otherwise, no matter the might of the assault, it cannot harm Qian Rinxue. In a remarkable display of prowess, Qian Rinxue ascended to the 23rd level, promptly activating her first soul ring, a 100-year-old purple ring. After the enhancement of his soul power, Li Tianyu partially lifted the seal on the first soul ring. The second soul ring was a 900-year-old purple. The demon hunter Douluo surveyed this configuration with immense satisfaction, and without further ado, he prepared to depart the Stardow forest with the two companions. After all, they had reached the periphery of the forest, where soul beasts began at a minimum age of 10,000 years. Thus, the sooner they left, the better. As the demon slayer soared outward with the two individuals, it suddenly sensed an impending attack from a soul beast and halted abruptly. Before its eyes, a mass of venom surged past, landing on a boulder, which within moments was reduced to a mere remnant of its former self. The demon slayer Douluo swiftly turned to behold a soul beast that had existed for a staggering 100,000 years. Upon observing its general appearance, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "Is this the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King?" Upon witnessing this, the demon could not help but murmur to himself, "Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to the Emerald-Scale Serpent Sovereign. However, I recall that the venom of the Emerald-Scale Serpent Sovereign should not possess corrosive properties. Or has it acquired such traits after reaching 100,000 years of age?" At this moment, Li Tianyu remarked that he was a newly emerged soul beast, born from the union of the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King and the Mandala Serpent. During the process of his birth, a mutation occurred, endowing him not only with ordinary toxins and venoms, but also with a corrosive venom of remarkable potency. As the three individuals deliberated, the serpentine soul beast had no intention of granting them the luxury of time for their discussion. Suddenly, it lunged forward. Its formidable fangs aimed at the trio known for vanquishing demons. Upon witnessing this, the demon-vanquishing Douluo immediately activated his soul skill, the 8th soul skill, demon-vanquishing dragon circle. The serpentine soul beasts within were sent flying, and the demon-slaying warrior mused inwardly. As I engage in battle alongside them, I find myself harboring certain reservations. It would be wisest to ensure their safe departure first. At the moment of contemplating the defeat of the demon, the serpentine soul beast unleashed a spray of venom. Though the demon managed to evade the attack just in time, the same could not be said for Qian Rinxue, who found a minuscule droplet of poison upon her arm. Yet it was sufficient. Observing this, the demon rushed to her aid, only for the serpent to swiftly intercept him, bearing its fangs ominously against Qian Rinxue's neck. The demon, recognizing the peril of the situation, refrained from any rash movement, understanding that a soul beast of 100,000 years possesses a degree of intelligence. Although this particular beast had only just crossed the threshold of a century and could not yet articulate speech, it was far from foolish. In that fleeting moment of engagement, it quickly deduced that it could not best the demon in combat. Thus, it resolved to leverage Qian Rinxue as a means of coercion, calculating that the two would hesitate to strike against it. As he had anticipated, the demon-slaying entity immediately subdued the creature and inquired, "What is your intention?" The demon slayer was acutely aware that this 10,000-year-old soul beast could undoubtedly comprehend his words. At that moment, Li Qianyu, who stood anxiously nearby, was acutely aware that Qian Rinxue could not endure for much longer. Having been poisoned, every passing moment brought her closer to certain death. The only potential remedy lay in the exquisite Yuxiang Chilua flower found within the ice and fire duality eye. However, that flower resided in the ice and fire duality eye, which was located in the sunset forest. There was simply no time to reach it, and the pressing need to save Qian Rinxue was overwhelming, causing Li Tianyu's mind to feel as though it might explode. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and promptly addressed the Grandmaster of Demon Suppression. "Grandmaster, please hasten and infuse your soul power into my martial spirit. It can save Xiaoxue. Trust me this time." Upon hearing this, the demon slayer did not hesitate for long. After all, even if he were to rescue Qian Rinxue, how would he resolve the lethal poison coursing through her veins? He was not well versed in such matters, and Qian Rinxue could not endure much longer. It might be wiser to place his trust in Li Tianyu, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. After receiving a substantial influx of soul power, Li Tianyu immediately amplified the black gold domain, significantly increasing its range beyond measure. After the eradication of the Azure divine power, the Silver Dragon King, recuperating in the Lake of Life, sensed this presence and surmised that it was likely the young man from years past coming to visit her. Consequently, he resolved to shroud his intentions in secrecy, transforming into human form and harnessing the power of space to open a spatial tunnel directly towards the vicinity where Li Tianyu resided. Upon observing the situation, the serpentine soul beasts within the chamber grew immediately vigilant. Although nothing overtly alarming had yet transpired, it was prudent to guard against potential threats. Consequently, they pressed the sword closer to the neck of Qian Rinxue, as if to intimidate her into compliance. Witnessing this, Li Tianyu also ceased his actions, for Gu Yuna had already received his message. At that moment, Gu Yuna suddenly emerged from the rift in time and space. Upon seeing her, the serpentine soul beast immediately prepared to rush over, intending to report the matter to the malevolent creature. However, Gu Yuna merely addressed Li Tianyu with the question, "What do you seek from me?" Upon witnessing this, the serpent spirit beast was rendered utterly speechless. It pondered in its heart, hasn't he, the master, always harbored animosity towards humanity? How does this differ so greatly from what the king of 10,000 demons has proclaimed? With a casual flick of her wrist, Gu Yuna directed her gaze towards him, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "If I recall correctly, you are the little serpent adopted by the king of all demons, am I right?" The serpent spirit nodded eagerly, while Li Tianyu understood that he must remain composed, as he sought her assistance, and thus needed to maintain a respectful demeanor. Subsequently, Gu Yuna inquired, "Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Li Tianyu promptly replied, "I beseech you, esteemed Silver Dragon King, to save her," as he gestured towards Qian Rinxue. Gu Yuna cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and then replied coldly, "Are you jesting about being the heir of the angel god? You must be joking. You are well aware of my stance towards the divine. I am granting you a chance now. Leave at once. Otherwise, you are fully aware of the consequences that await you." Beside her, the previously startled demon hunter, upon hearing these words, was filled with rage. After all, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially considering that the spirit hall was behind them. He promptly brandished his dragon staff and charged at Guyuna. However, she merely responded with a cold, dismissive gesture, striking him down to the brink of death. Following this, Guyuna spoke in an unequivocal tone. I shall say this once more. You immediately leave my presence. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianyu remarked, if you save him, I can lead you to the remains of the Ice-Fire Dragon King. Guyuna paused momentarily, her expression swiftly reverting to its customary cold demeanor as she replied, I will assist you in rescuing him, but I can only locate 2 remains. Ultimately, who bears the loss? I refuse to create enemies for myself. Let me reiterate, leave immediately, for I do not wish to repeat myself a 4th time. Li Tianyu, observing her countenance, discerned that Guyuna harbored a desire to seek the remains, albeit calculatingly perceiving herself as the one at a disadvantage. Should the forthcoming bargaining chips fail to satisfy her, his life would be forfeit. Thus, if he wished to survive, it would be prudent to depart at once, a choice that 99 out of 100 individuals would undoubtedly make. Yet, Li Tianyu belonged to that singular exception. He addressed Guyuna, stating, it is not merely the remains. There is also the divine consciousness of the Ice-Fire Dragon King. Guyuna's response was curt. So what? I shall not grant you a 4th chance. Perish. With that, she struck at Li Tianyu, yet he remained steadfast, and her palm dissipated unexpectedly. She then inquired, are you truly unafraid of death? Li Tianyu replied, no, I once feared it more than anyone else. I feared losing everything upon death, the beautiful memories that would vanish. However, now, devoid of parents and ties to this world, I find that even in death, there is little regret. Guyuna pressed on, and what of the girl's life? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianyu responded, thus, I am willing to trade my life for hers. Upon hearing this, Guyuna was momentarily taken aback and inquired, are you truly unafraid of death? What makes her worthy of your protection? Li Tianyu replied, I cannot say why, but it feels like a great loss if she were to die. She has a grandfather who loves her and a mother who, though not adept at expressing her feelings, cares deeply for her. As for me, I am utterly alone. So, why should this person, who is cherished by others, meet her demise while I, an orphan, remain? Guyuna, upon hearing this, gazed into his eyes, seeing only determination, devoid of any pretense or guilt. Reluctantly, Guyuna conceded, very well, I shall assist you, as I had previously promised. I suppose I have no choice. With a flick of her hand, she dispersed the toxins within Qianren Shui, leaving Li Tianyu astonished. Initially, he had intended for Guyuna to open a rift in time and space so they could swiftly retrieve the ethereal treasures from the ice and fire duality to cure Qianren Shui. However, Guyuna had effortlessly accomplished this task. As for Guyuna's motivation to help him, it was not out of sentiment. Rather, she recognized that someone willing to sacrifice their own life for another could potentially become one of the 5 great deities, the god of Shura, who might influence the heavenly council to amend its regulations. Returning to the matter at hand, Guyuna proceeded to heal the wounds of the demon hunter Douluo and then addressed Li Tianyu. You mentioned the Ice-Fire Dragon King, correct? Let me there. Li Tianyu responded. There is a location within the Sunset Forest known as the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. You may wish to investigate. Guyuna, upon hearing this, opened a rift in time and space and instructed Li Tianyu, come, I still need your assistance in identifying the location. Li Tianyu immediately turned to the demon hunter Douluo, saying, Grandfather, please hold on to Xiao Shui and follow closely. There may be opportunities ahead. Li Tianyu mused privately. For the Silver Dragon King, these ethereal treasures might hold little value. The demon hunter Douluo cautiously followed Li Tianyu into the rift, then asked, Tianyu, who is she? Li Tianyu quickly cautioned, do not ask. If she wishes you dead, even the high priest cannot save you. The demon hunter swallowed hard, then closely followed Li Tianyu. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the 4 of them arrived above the Sunset Forest. Guyuna then inquired, does that area possess any distinctive features? Li Tianyu recounted the descriptions from the original text, emphasizing the presence of formidable powers of fire and ice. Soon after, Guyuna began her search and, within a short time, located the site. She led the 3 of them inside. Upon entering the Ice-Fire Duality Eye, the demon hunter Douluo was astonished by the spectacle before him. Although he was not as knowledgeable about these ethereal treasures as the chrysanthemum Douluo, he had heard of them or seen them in books. Stumbling over his words, he turned to Li Tianyu and asked, Tianyu, Are all these ethereal treasures? Li Tianyu replied, the ice-fire duality fosters rapid plant growth, achieving speeds nearly tenfold. These ethereal treasures are the products of the ice-fire duality. However, Gu Yuna harbored no interest in these divine treasures. To her, they were merely a few exquisite flowers. She made a beeline for the lake's depths in search of the Ice-Fire Dragon King. Upon reaching the lakebed and beholding the remnants of the Ice-Fire Dragon King, I couldn't help but exclaim, how the world has changed. At that moment, the divine envoy of the Ice and Fire Dragon King appeared, exclaiming, Father God. The Silver Dragon King was about to speak, but the Ice and Fire Dragon King interjected, no need for explanations. We are all aware of the events from back then. We simply could not restrain our emotions. The three then reminisced about the divine war of yore, lamenting how much had changed. Subsequently, the Ice and Fire Dragon King inquired, Silver Dragon King, what are your intentions? Gyuna responded, I encountered a human child, and I sense he possesses the inheritance of the Shura god. Before Gyuna could finish her thought, the Ice and Fire Dragon King interjected, have you killed him? Both held a profound resentment towards the Shura god, or rather, towards every deity in the divine realm. Gyuna replied, I have conversed with the child, and I perceive his kind heart. He is one who would willingly sacrifice himself for the sake of others. I believe that if he were to ascend to godhood, he might very well strive for the opportunity to elevate the soul beasts. Upon hearing this, the Ice and Fire Dragon King spoke, Silver Dragon King, we comprehend your sentiments. After all, resolving matters in the most peaceful manner is preferable. However, do remain vigilant, lest this young one becomes a source of trouble for you in the future. Exercise caution. Gyuna, upon hearing these words, replied, rest assured, I am fully aware of that. Then, the Ice and Fire Dragon King continued, at this juncture, we possess only this fragment and our consciousness. You might as well absorb our consciousness. It could enhance your strength. As time progresses, our residual power diminishes, and it is likely that in a few millennia, we shall truly vanish. Upon hearing this, Gyuna responded, there is no need. I have a method to prolong your lives. The Ice and Fire Dragon King exclaimed, really? Subsequently, Gyuna stated, wait a moment, I must ascend momentarily. Meanwhile, the three remaining at the Eye of Ice and Fire noticed that Qian Rinxue had awakened. Jiang Imo recounted the recent events to her, and upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a tremor in her heart as she gazed at Li Tianyu, warmth enveloping her, pure familial affection. She seldom experienced warmth from others, save for her grandfather, who uniquely brought her comfort. Yet now, another had emerged, a person willing to sacrifice for her. Jiang Imo then approached and inquired, Tianyu, should we not procure these celestial herbs now? Li Tianyu replied, not just yet. I will return with 6 esteemed members to assist you in finding the appropriate ones. Jiang Imo, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. Soon after, with a splash, Gu Yuna emerged from the lake. Seizing Li Tianyu's hand and addressing Jiang Imo, I have matters to discuss with him. You have no objections, I trust? Although phrased as a question, her tone bore an unmistakable certainty. Jiang Imo nodded vigorously, affirming, no problem, none at all. Then, Gu Yuna led Li Tianyu directly to the lake's depths, introducing him to the Ice and Fire Dragon King, who internally reassured himself, do not be upset. He is not the Shura god but merely the chosen inheritor. One should not carry the grievances of the previous generation into the next, unless, of course, this individual resembles the former Shura god. Li Tianyu had already deduced the identities of the two individuals and subsequently inquired of Gu Yuna, might I ask what Lord Silver Dragon seeks from me? Gu Yuna responded, your black gold token has the ability to seal soul power for a duration and can also transfer it into another's body, correct? Li Tianyu affirmed, indeed. Gu Yuna declared, I shall infuse my power into your token, and you will utilize it to channel into the remnants of the Ice Fire Dragon King. Following her instructions, a wondrous occurrence unfolded. The Ice Fire Dragon King felt its energy surge, as if it had been granted an additional 10 millennia of life. Subsequently, both of them comprehended the extraordinary nature of this young man's martial soul. Gyuna then remarked, when the time comes, I shall summon the king of all demons to train here, as it will be more beneficial for him. As for the celestial herbs, take them if you wish. They hold no value for me. Should you wish to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire in the future, just know that you must bring companions. Regardless of your relationships, anyone not accompanying you will be expelled by the Wan Yaoyu. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu nodded eagerly, assuring her, rest assured. I understand. Gu Yuna then addressed the two dragon kings, saying, fear not, I will undoubtedly devise a means to resurrect you both. The Ice Fire Dragon King also nodded in agreement. Then, Guyuna took Li Tianyu's hand and raced towards the lake's edge. Once they emerged, she gently placed him on the ground and stated, "I will now seek the king of all demons. You may stay or depart as you desire." With that, she opened a rift in space and time and stepped through. As Qianren Snow gazed at Li Tianyu, she had always believed that he had shared everything he knew with her. However, it became evident that he was concealing a multitude of secrets. This realization stirred a sense of resentment within her. Li Tianyu, perceiving her current mood, promptly remarked, "Xiaoxue, everyone has their own secrets. It is unreasonable to compel me to disclose everything, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Qianren Snow reflected and conceded that she had indeed been rather domineering. Yet, the thought of his hidden secrets ignited her anger anew. Aware that she was sulking, Li Tianyu proposed, "How about this? I shall compensate you with a celestial herb." Upon hearing his words, Qianren Snow's face lit up with joy. "Really? You are truly gifting me a celestial herb?" Li Tianyu then activated his black gold domain to inspect the information about the celestial herbs and retrieved a bright paradise grass, original, not found in the source material. Inspired by BB Dong, I hope everyone understands, as some celestial herbs mentioned later may also draw from this inspiration. Given the limited number of named herbs in the original text, he explained, "Xiaoxue, this flower is the bright paradise grass, which can enhance the purity of your six-winged angel martial soul's evolution ability. With a stroke of luck, it may even lead to the evolution of your martial soul." Without hesitation, Qianren Snow began absorbing the herb. After approximately an hour, she had completely absorbed it. Her martial soul manifested, revealing her six-winged angel adorned in armor and wielding a colossal sword. Witnessing this, the demon slayer Douluo exclaimed, "Martial soul evolution." Li Tianyu then addressed both Qianren Snow and the demon slayer, saying, "All right, let us return to the martial soul hall. We have been away for quite some time." The three of them then departed. Chapter 9. On the way back to the martial soul hall, Qianren Snow inquired, "Grandpa Demon Slayer, may I visit my mother?" Both Li Tianyu and the demon slayer were taken aback, exchanging glances before promptly responding, "Xiaoxue, your mother also requires training. It would be best not to disturb her." Li Tianyu had already come to terms with the matter concerning BB Dong during his time in the worship hall, using his knowledge of Qian Daolia's memories as an excuse. Unfazed, Qianren Snow retorted, "My mother did not care for me before. But now that I have awakened my martial soul and possess exceptional talent, she surely will not treat me as she did in the past." Li Tianyu and the demon slayer continued to persuade her, "There is no need to rush, Xiaoxue. You can train for a few more years and surprise your mother." Their true thoughts were, what if BB Dong goes mad upon seeing Xiaoxue's martial soul? Given her temperament, it was entirely possible. Nevertheless, Qianren Snow remained insistent on visiting the Pope's hall to see BB Dong. Li Tianyu and the demon slayer exchanged wry smiles. And then the demon slayer discreetly communicated to Li Tianyu, "Although I am reluctant, once you enter the Pope's hall, hold on to Xiaoxue's hand. I fear that BB Dong might lose control and act impulsively. You must swiftly pull Xiaoxue away." You may wonder why it isn't the demon slayer holding on to Qianren Snow's hand. The first and foremost reason is the necessity of the plot. Secondly, their height difference makes it impractical for the demon slayer to lead Xiaoxue while walking, unlike Qian Douluo. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement, fully aware that BB Dong could indeed act in such a manner. Of course, he also understood that Xiaoxue would not come to harm, but it was unwise to let her endure unnecessary suffering. Reluctantly, the two led Qianren Snow to the Pope's hall, where they found Qian Xuanji waiting outside. Familiar with the demon slayer's aura and having come out to greet them, upon seeing Qian Xuanji, Qianren Snow rushed to him, exclaiming with a mix of joy and pride, "Father, I have obtained 2 soul rings, both of them 1,000 years old." Qian Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed his delight, "Wonderful. Xiaoxue's talent is unparalleled." Li Tianyu couldn't help but admire Qian Xuanji's devotion to his daughter, acknowledging that while he was indeed a beast, his affection for her was genuine. However, this did not absolve him of his past misdeeds. He should adhere to the original storyline. Moreover, his statement was quite true. Qianren Snow's talent could undoubtedly be considered the greatest in the history of Douluo continent. What of Tang San? Taking the battle at the Heaven Do Palace as an example, Qianren Snow awakened her martial soul at 6 years of age, while Tang San had spent nearly 20 years hidden within the Heaven Do Empire before attaining godhood at 35. Given that Tang San took 5 years to achieve divinity, Qianren Snow would also require approximately 5 years. Therefore, after subtracting 5 and then 20 from 35, she would effectively have been able to focus solely on training from ages 6 to 10, which amounts to 4 years of dedicated cultivation, not counting the time following the battle at the Heaven Do Palace. In contrast, Tang San's training timeline is clearly outlined in the original text. He began cultivating at the age of 3 and, having taken 5 years to complete the Sea God's 9 trials, achieved godhood at 25. Thus, he had a total of 17 years of concentrated training, complemented by the combat awareness accrued from both his past and present lives. With such an advantage, Qianren Snow's prowess still surpassed that of Tang San. In the transformation of the Tiando Palace, Qianren Xue relied solely on the power of her martial soul from beginning to end, without even borrowing the strength of a soul bone, though it cannot be ruled out that her soul bone lacks any offensive abilities. As for Tang San, aside from wielding 2 martial souls, he utilized a 100,000-year spirit bone, deploying both entirely, alongside the external spirit bone. Furthermore, he drew upon the ancestral techniques of the Tang sect and employed hidden weapons, due to the sacrificial nature of the occasion. His 6th spirit ring was also a 100,000-year spirit ring. Ultimately, Xiao Wu emerged to clean up the aftermath, with the 8 treasure armor aiding her in mitigating some damage. It was through these combined efforts that they managed to triumph over Qianren Xue. However, in reality, he was left severely weakened. It was a close match, akin to half a pound against 8 ounces. One can only imagine how many layers of buffs were stacked to secure victory against Qianren Xue. It is truly daunting to consider that had Qianren Xue devoted the last 20 years to her training, she might have easily incapacitated Tang San. Returning to the main topic, Qianren Xue addressed Qian Xuanji, saying, "Father, I wish to see Mother. I long to show her my martial soul, perhaps upon witnessing my talents. She will no longer harbor disdain for me." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Schwerer, perhaps it would be best if you visited another day. Your mother has been quite occupied recently and cannot meet with anyone indiscriminately." However, Qianren Xue persistently insisted on meeting Bibi Dong, leaving Qian Xuanji feeling helpless. He understood that if Qianren Xue were to meet Bibi Dong and showcase her martial soul, there was a risk of her losing control and resorting to violence. Yet, he could not withstand her relentless pleas and ultimately relented, albeit with the condition that Jiang Imo must accompany them. The stipulation from the Demon Slayer was that Li Tianyu must grasp Qian Rushue's hand, ensuring he could swiftly pull her away. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, they proceeded to Bibi Dong's chambers. Li Tianyu couldn't help but furrow his brow, contemplating the intentions of the Demon Slayer, internally lamenting, why bring Qian Rushue here if there's nothing amiss? Does he not comprehend their relationship? Could he not simply take her back? Even if the grand offering were to express discontent, upon hearing our reasoning, he would likely only reprimand us. The Demon Slayer, perceiving his thoughts, communicated telepathically, "Fear not, I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly extract Schwerer from the danger zone at the earliest opportunity." Li Tianyu felt a wave of exasperation as they reached Bibi Dong's quarters. Trembling, he cautiously opened the door and attempted to mask his trepidation. Stammering, "I pay my respects to your holiness, Asanus." Bibi Dong, her demeanor cold as ice, inquired, "Who?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu replied, "The young master requests an audience with you." Her expression grew even more frigid as she retorted, "What does she seek from me?" Li Tianyu responded, "The young master has awakened her martial soul and acquired a soul ring, wishing for you to take a look." The chill on Bibi Dong's face morphed into a murderous glare. She instinctively knew the nature of Qian Rushue's awakened martial soul. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation flickered within her. She then stated, "Very well, I shall go meet her. Instruct her to await me in the Great Hall." Li Tianyu, eager to comply, quickly replied, "I shall take my leave." He hurriedly exited, panting as he relayed the situation to the Demon Slayer in the Great Hall. The Demon Slayer could not help but voice his frustration. These two, mother and daughter, when will they ever reconcile? If only they could mend their relationship. Their combined talents would easily dominate the Douluo continent. Upon hearing the Demon Slayer's words, Li Tianyu's face twitched involuntarily as he mused. When reconciliation arrives, it will also herald their parting. Perhaps it is better that day never dawns. Looking at the still innocent Qian Rushue, he couldn't help but reflect on the unimaginable sorrow she endured. Her beloved grandfather sacrificed, several elders perishing because of her, and reconciling with her mother only to face life and death. Most disturbingly, those elders and her mother met their demise at the hands of her so-called loved one. Before long, Bibi Dong arrived at the Great Hall, and Li Tianyu, adhering to the Demon Slayer's instruction, grasped Qian Rushue's hand. Observing this, Bibi Dong refrained from further comment and merely asked, "What is your martial soul?" With pride radiating from her, Qian Ruxue showcased her martial soul, revealing 2 purple soul rings. Exclaiming, "Mother, am I not remarkable?" As Bibi Dong listened to these words and gazed upon the martial spirit, she felt an acute sense of irritation. While the demon suppression Douluo nearby also sensed a burgeoning fury, he was poised to summon the Panlong staff at any moment. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong unleashed her oppressive aura towards Qian Renxue. Li Tianyu, perceiving this overwhelming pressure, swiftly pulled Qian Renxue aside. The force surged directly towards the wall, creating a gaping hole within it. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned, standing in shock for 3 to 4 seconds. She then abruptly released Li Tianyu's hand and, in tears, fled towards the offering hall. As Jiangma beheld the oppressive aura unleashed by Bibi Dong, anger surged within him. He immediately directed his own pressure towards her, causing Bibi Dong to kneel halfway to the ground. Jiangma confronted her directly, inquiring, "Bibi Dong, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? We, the 7 great offerings, have wronged you, and you harbor resentment towards Qiang Sunji for his misdeeds. Yet, we, the 7 great offerings, remain silent, never uttering a word in our defense. But what of Shuer? She is your daughter. What transgressions has she committed against you? In her childhood, she yearned daily to bring you joy, to elicit a smile from her mother, to escape your disdain. Time and again, she sought your approval, only to be met with your rejection. You are a victim, yet is Shuer not one as well? She entered this world unloved by her mother, unaware of the reasons why, striving desperately to win your affection. And what of you? Was that strike intended to take a life, Bibi Dong?" Thus, Jiangma scolded Bibi Dong for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. Though she felt a slight stir within her, it was fleeting, and she soon turned to retreat to her chamber. Having released his pent-up frustration, Jiangma promptly took to the skies with Li Tianyu, heading towards the Hall of Offerings. Upon reaching the shrine, Qian Douluo confronted Li Tianyu, demanding, "Have you been bullying Shuer?" Xiang Mo hastily came to Li Tianyu's defense, yet Qian Douluo, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "But Shuer just rushed in here in tears, claiming that you deceived her." Li Tianyu, reflecting on the events of the day, remarked, "Previously, she mentioned that her mother did not love her. In an attempt to console her, I reassured, rest assured, there is no mother who does not love her child." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo, also deducing from the day's occurrences, understood why Qian Renxue accused Li Tianyu of deception. He then expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "What a presumptuous Bibi Dong! She truly believes that by granting her face, she can act with impunity. She harbors disdain for us old men and that wretched boy Qian Xuanqi. I cannot be bothered." But she has unleashed a fatal blow upon Shuer, unaware of the meaning of death. Seeing this, Li Tianyu hastily interjected, "Enough, great offering. She genuinely cares for Shuer." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo cast a surprised glance at him, to which Li Tianyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "My martial soul possesses the ability to sense human emotions. Although Bibi Dong's moment of vulnerability was brief, I could feel that she does indeed harbor feelings for Shuer. She simply may not know how to express them." After reflecting on this, Qian Douluo's ire subsided somewhat. As long as there remained a flicker of affection in Bibi Dong's heart, Qian Douluo would strive to reconcile the mother-daughter pair, for he had resolved on the day of Qian Renxue's martial soul awakening who the angel god was. Ultimately, he could not accompany Qian Renxue. Only her mother might fulfill that role, as Qian Douluo could, to some extent, perceive the power of the divine, which he had once felt emanating from Bibi Dong. Then, Qian Douluo inquired, "What of Shuer?" Li Tianyu responded, "I shall go and offer her comfort, for I have deceived her as well." To this, Qian Douluo replied, "Perhaps it is best to allow Shuer to weep to her heart's content. As a soul master, she must endure some hardships. It is impossible for her to be shielded forever." Li Tianyu countered, "You speak the truth, and I would agree under normal circumstances, but Shuer is different. You are more aware than I of the grievances she has endured over the past 6 years. No one desires maternal affection more than she does. Yet Bibi Dong repeatedly rebuffs her, declaring her indifference. I fear that if this continues, her yearning for familial love may distort into possessiveness." Qian Douluo responded, "You make a valid point, but this remains a low probability event. How can you ascertain that after this incident, Shuer will inevitably transform her longing for love into possessiveness?" Li Tianyu, feeling somewhat helpless, thought it inappropriate to divulge that he had traversed time and was aware of the future, ultimately replying, "Then consider me to be going to apologize to Shuer." Upon hearing this, Qiandao Lu acquiesced, recognizing the merit in Li Tianyu's reasoning. He, too, could not bear to see Qian Rinxue in tears. Yet his inner voice reminded him that she must endure trials to become the future angel god. Since Li Tianyu offered him a way out, it was most fortuitous. Thereafter, Li Tianyu proceeded to the sanctuary of Qian Rinxue to provide her with solace. After witnessing Li Tianyu's departure, Zhang Yimo directly relayed all that transpired along the way to Qian Daolu. Yet Qian Daolu also bore the shock with great restraint, secretly reflecting, this child was not taken in vain. However, it appears that he harbors many secrets yet to be unveiled. Nevertheless, given his current feelings for Schwer, it is likely he will eventually confide these mysteries to her. If necessary, I can always inquire with Schwer later. Li Tianyu interjected, Qian old man, have some dignity. Returning to the main topic, as Li Tianyu entered Qian Rinxue's chamber, he found her in tears. Upon seeing him, she swiftly hurled a pillow from the bed and, with a voice thick with sobs, exclaimed, You are a liar. My mother does not love me at all. You are nothing but a fraud. She then buried her face in the bed, succumbing once more to her tears. After being struck by the pillow, Li Tianyu said nothing, merely walking slowly to the edge of the bed and taking a seat. Yet Qian Rinxue chose to disregard Li Tianyu's presence and continued to weep. Li Tianyu, recognizing the difficulty of comforting her, found himself at a loss. As a pure-hearted boy of merely 13 in his past life, devoid of any romantic experience, he struggled to comprehend the nuances of soothing a girl, particularly one as prideful yet fragile as she. Thus, he resolved to take one step at a time. He inquired, What must I do for you to forgive me? Qian Rinxue paused her sobbing momentarily and replied, I do not wish to forgive you. However, she soon resumed her tears, leaving Li Tianyu's mind in turmoil as he pondered how to appease her. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He addressed Qian Rinxue. I truly did not deceive you. Your mother genuinely loves you. She simply does not know how to express it. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue offered a bitter smile. Her voice laced with sorrow. Doesn't know how to express it? What about that strike? What of the blow that could have ended my life? Tell me. Li Tianyu replied calmly. After your departure, Grandpa Jiangmo reprimanded Bibi Dong, and I distinctly noticed a tremor on her face. Qian Rinxue's sobs began to subside as she asked, You are not lying to me? Did my mother truly flinch? With unwavering conviction, Li Tianyu asserted, I am not deceiving you, and I am certain of it. In Li Tianyu's gaze, there was an unmistakable resolve reflected, devoid of any pretense. As for why Li Tianyu spoke so boldly, it was simply because he understood that Bibi Dong harbored profound affection for Qian Rinxue, and his words inadvertently conveyed the same sentiment. Qian Rinxue's sobs diminished significantly, and then Li Tianyu assured her, Little Schue, I promise your mother loves you. If you doubt it, we can stage a performance. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue halted her tears and inquired, A performance? How shall we enact it? Subsequently, Li Tianyu leaned closer to Qian Rinxue's ear and whispered, We will involve a few esteemed offerings. Outside, the 7 offerings awaited, and upon hearing the silence within, the newly ascended pseudo-level 99 golden crocodile, whose rank was achieved through the forceful enhancement of soul bones, indeed stronger than all level 98s, yet incomparable to a true level 99, remarked, How long has it been? There has been no sound of weeping for some time now. What are they doing in there? To this, Qingdao Lu simply replied, Waiting. Before long, the door swung open, and the 7 offerings swiftly bypassed Li Tianyu, rushing towards Qian Rinxue. Qingdao Lu hastily inquired, Schwer, has your martial soul evolved? Is it true? His tone carried a note of certainty. In an instant, Qian Rinxue revealed her martial soul, adorned with golden armor and wielding a colossal sword, embodying the form of a 6-winged angel. At that moment, the angel statue in the offering hall resonated as well, and Qian Daolu understood the significance of this occurrence. Observing this, Qian Daolu laughed heartily and exclaimed, Truly, my wonderful granddaughter. Tengchen, did you see? My granddaughter has just awakened, and her martial soul possesses the qualifications for divinity. Haha. After a delightful 5 minutes of immersion in joy, Qian Daolu turned to Li Tianyu and said, Thank you, my dear Tian. He then tossed a token to him. Li Tianyu pondered, Is this the Pope's token? Sensing Li Tianyu's thoughts, Qian Daolu promptly replied, What is the Pope's token compared to this? This is a token exclusive to my worship hall. He who possesses this token cannot be easily touched by even the current Pope. If any action is to be taken, it must receive the consent of my worship hall. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu was overjoyed, realizing that by merely assisting Qian Rinxue, He had inadvertently gained a formidable ally. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and then Douluo, no longer holding back, directly inquired, "What about the immortal herbs we worship?" Li Tianyu responded, "Only the last 6 worshippers have them. None belong to your esteemed self." Douluo, slightly vexed, questioned, "Why do I not have any?" "You aren't still harboring resentment from a year ago, are you?" Li Tianyu replied, "The only immortal herb suitable for the angel martial soul has already been consumed by Xiaoxue." This seemed to pacify Douluo's irritation. Meanwhile, the 6 worshippers eagerly asked, "Little Tian, when shall we embark on our journey?" Li Tianyu answered, "Before we go there is still one matter to address." The 6 worshippers, intrigued, inquired, "What matter?" As Rinxue hastened over to request assistance in staging a performance, the esteemed members present expressed their bewilderment at the notion of acting. Subsequently, Li Tianyu articulated his method of comforting Rinxue, outlining the manner in which the performance should unfold, ensuring that Rinxue remained oblivious to the details. The gathered members, upon hearing this, deemed it a worthy endeavor. If Bibi Dong harbored any remnants of affection for Rinxue, it would justify her continued presence. Yet if her feelings were entirely absent, then the position of Pope should unequivocally be denied to her in the future. However, the news was dire. For the one delivering such information was none other than Long, the serpent spear Douluo. Xuanji inquired urgently, "What has transpired, Elder Shi? Why such alarm?" The serpent spear Douluo promptly replied, "The Hall of Offerings has been destroyed by a malevolent soul master." Upon hearing this, Xuanji was taken aback, quickly asking, "What of my father and the other esteemed members?" Just as the serpent spear Douluo was about to respond, the 6 revered members entered the Pope's hall, injured, leaving Xuanji in a state of shock. Who were the injured? They were none other than the 6 esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a false 99th level, the Qingwan Douluo, 97th level, the Lion Douluo, 97th level, the Lighting Douluo, 96th level, the Heavy Hammer Douluo, 96th level, and the Demon Suppression Douluo, 96th level. Moreover, these individuals often accompany the Grand Offering, who is undeniably a level 99 Spirit Douluo. Possessing the ability to wield angelic divine power, his strength can be likened to that of a demigod. To put it plainly, among the level 99 ranks from Douluo 1 to Douluo 3, excluding those who possess the potential to inherit divine positions, the foremost is Tangchen, followed closely by Douluo. As for Mu In, he pales in comparison. Only Ximing Douluo might possess the capability to contend with Douluo. Returning to the matter at hand, the 6 offerings conveyed that a level 99 evil soul master had assaulted the offering hall, abducting Shue'er. The Grand Offering pursued the assailant, but we were gravely injured and unable to follow. Thus we remain unaware of the Grand Offering's current fate. Upon hearing this, Xuanji immediately commanded his subordinates to initiate a search. At that moment, 2 individuals clad in black rushed into Bibi Dong's chamber, stating, "Your Highness, the Saintess, the young master has been abducted by a malevolent soul master." After a brief pause of astonishment, Bibi Dong coldly replied, with the old man, Douluo, present, "There is nothing to fear. Is there anything further to report?" Outside the door stood a shorter figure who cast a piercing glance at another individual. The 2 were none other than Rinxue and Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu communicated softly, "Do not rush. Soon you shall discover whether your mother truly loves you." Rinxue, stifling her anger, awaited the unfolding events. After approximately half an hour had passed, another person rushed to the entrance of Bibi Dong's chamber, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the young master has been abducted by a malevolent soul master." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong replied, with Douluo around, "He cannot escape." Before she could finish her thought, the words of the others rendered Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. "The Grand Enshrinement is no match for that malevolent soul master. He returned gravely injured, and the young master remains in the clutches of that fiend," one of the maids reported. At this revelation, Bibi Dong immediately rushed out, heading to the Grand Hall, where she found the severely injured 7 great enshrines. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Where has the malevolent soul master fled?" Douluo responded, "He is headed southwest." Without delay, Bibi Dong prepared to pursue in that direction. At that moment, the Golden Crocodile Douluo feigned concern, advising, "The Grand Enshrines could not withstand him. What chance do you, a soul Douluo, have? It would be wise to wait until the Grand Enshrines have recovered." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anger and retorted sarcastically, "Since when have the 7 great enshrines become so cowardly? If you do not take action, I shall. If anything befalls Xiao Shui, I shall never forgive the Qian family for the rest of my life. With that, Bibi Dong set forth determinedly towards the southwest. At that moment, Qian Rinxue, witnessing this scene, felt a warmth in her heart and could not help but shed a few tears, which, unlike before, were tears of genuine emotion. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the 7 great offerings were momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be something Bibi Dong would utter? It seems we have misjudged her, for as Xiao Tian remarked, there exists no mother devoid of love for her child. She merely struggles to embrace Shuer. At this moment, Li Tianyu and Qian Ruxue emerged from their hiding place and promptly addressed Qian Douluo, saying, "Great Elder, cease your pretense and quickly escort Xiao Shui ahead to prepare." Without delay, Qian Douluo took Qian Ruxue and soared towards the inevitable path of Bibi Dong. As the approach of Bibi Dong became imminent, Qian Douluo deliberately reduced his pace, concealing himself with a soul bone disguise, the headpiece of the angel armor, after the news was conveyed to him by Jiang Mo, led Qian Douluo to consider that Qian Rinxue's soul bone could be exchanged in the future. After all, with Li Tianyu's method, acquiring a soul bone was a certainty. It was always possible to obtain a complete set. In due time, the age of that set would undoubtedly surpass his current one, which is why he reluctantly donned this ensemble. Upon encountering the disguised evil soul master, Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, whose body was marred with bruises and blood. Enraged beyond measure, she unleashed her 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, directly targeting the evil soul master. The malevolent spirit master evaded, then mockingly declared, "A 99th level limit Douluo is no match for me, let alone a mere soul Douluo of over 80 levels. Bibi Dong, in a fit of rage, retorted, "I care not who you are. If you dare to harm Xiao Shui, I shall ensure your demise in the hands of the malevolent soul master." Qian Rinxue felt a warmth in her heart and joyfully remarked, "Mother truly loves me." Yet, she was simultaneously perplexed, questioning, "Why does my mother often despise me?" Without hesitation, she unleashed her 7th soul skill, Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor's true form. Following that, she proceeded to employ her 8th soul skill, Life and Death, unified in a dream. The malevolent spirit, in an effort to conceal its true identity, refrained from directly employing the 6-winged angel and instead resorted to a sword crafted by its martial soul. Furthermore, it utilized a soul bone to transform the sword into a weapon infused with a distinctly sinister essence. Ultimately, there was no necessity to utilize soul skills, for at this moment, even without them, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly prevail. Soon after, the malevolent soul master engaged in a fierce battle with Bibi Dong. The malevolent soul master deliberately inflicted wounds upon Bibi Dong, yet each strike intentionally avoided critical areas. However, Bibi Dong did not contemplate much, primarily because her fury had thoroughly clouded her rationality. Additionally, she merely considered this malevolent soul master's penchant for tormenting others as a mere hobby. For such malevolent soul masters do indeed exist. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The malevolent soul master was able to subdue Bibi Dong solely through his physical prowess. Aware of her inevitable defeat, Bibi Dong immediately employed her 3rd soul skill, Spider Summoning, sending countless spiders towards the malevolent soul master, who, however, remained unfazed and began to strike with his blade. Moreover, Bibi Dong continuously employs her 3rd soul skill to summon spiders, all to cloak her true intentions. As the number of spiders increased significantly, the malevolent soul master found it increasingly difficult to fend them off. Consequently, he prepared to employ his soul abilities to clear the area. At the very moment, the malevolent spirit master unleashed his soul technique to clear the area. And as the soul rings illuminated, it marked a brief interval of vulnerability. In an instant, Bibi Dong dashed forward with utmost swiftness, intent on seizing Qian Rinxue and making her escape. However, the sinister spirit master countered swiftly, rendering her unconscious with a single strike. Subsequently, the malevolent figure shed his disguise, while Qian Douluo also revealed the facade that had concealed Qian Rinxue. Meanwhile, the 6 esteemed elders and Li Tianyu, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward. They then commenced their theatrics, intent on orchestrating a dramatic spectacle of the 7 revered elders arriving to the rescue, barely managing to fend off the adversary, ensuring that the scene was nothing short of spectacular, such as mountains being cleaved asunder. After enduring this experience, Qian Rinxue could not help but weep bitterly, and then inquired, "My mother loves me dearly, But why does she act this way? Li Tianyu comforted her, saying, "Your mother has her own burdens. When you grow older, you will understand." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of hope within her. After a while, Bai Bai Dong awakened and noticed the 7 great offerings and Qian Rinxue beside her, which left her somewhat dazed. The 7 great offerings then stated, "That malevolent soul master, after knocking you unconscious, became overconfident and revealed a flaw, which we seized upon to vanquish him." Listening to this, Bai Bai Dong surveyed her surroundings and found the statement credible. After all, the fierce battle involving these 8 individuals had undoubtedly caused significant destruction, and the extent of the damage was apparent. Finally, Bai Bai Dong reverted to her usual expression of indifference, asserting, "There was no need for your intervention." Upon hearing these words, the 7 revered elders, typically incensed, were surprisingly stirred to a faint smile. Bibi Dong, aware of the amusement shared among the elderly gentlemen, promptly took her leave and soared back to the spirit hall. Once matters were concluded on this end, the 6 esteemed elders turned to Li Tianyu and inquired, "Shall we proceed to the so-called duality of ice and fire?" Li Tianyu responded affirmatively, "Indeed, let us go." Thus, the 7 esteemed elders, along with Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu, took flight towards the location of the ice and fire duality. Chapter 10, The Judging Elder. The group of 9 arrived at the ice and fire duality, where they encountered a colossal tree demon standing among the 7 revered elders. Li Tianyu, recognizing the being, inquired directly, "Might you be the king of 10,000 beasts, one of the formidable beasts?" With a hint of certainty in his tone, the king of 10,000 beasts lowered his head, sensing Li Tianyu's aura, and replied, "It seems you are indeed the one the master spoke of. Please, proceed inside." Thus, the 9 individuals entered. At this moment, the 7 great offerings could not help but inquire about the soul beast known as the king of 10,000 beasts. They questioned the cultivation level of this entity, as well as the identities of the 10 fearsome beasts mentioned by Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu responded, "The king of 10,000 beasts boasts a cultivation age exceeding 500,000 years, approximately equivalent to a peak title Douluo of the 97th rank among humans. As for the 10 most ferocious beasts, they include the over 800,000-year-old black-eyed golden dragon king, Emperor Tian, the over 700,000-year-old evil emperor beast, the nearly 700,000-year-old ice sky snow empress, the over 500,000-year-old emerald swan, Bai Ji, the 500,000-year-old demon-eyed demon tree, the king of 10,000 beasts, who resides just outside, the over 400,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, the nearly 400,000-year-old ice blue emperor scorpion, the over 300,000-year-old three-headed crimson demon hound, the over 200,000-year-old hell demon dragon king, ZG, and the nearly 200,000-year-old demon spirit. Furthermore, in proximity to Sea God Island, there exists a deep-sea demon whale king with a cultivation age of 990,000 years. In the extreme northern lands, there are 2 titans, the Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King, both nearing 200,000 years in age. Upon hearing this, the 7 great offerings were utterly astounded, contemplating the most powerful soul beast recognized by most, the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape and the 100,000-year-old azure sky bull python. Yet, none of them even made it into the top 10, or rather, they didn't even qualify for the top 13. Subsequently, the demon slayer Douluo inquired about the woman they had encountered earlier. Li Tianyu replied, "The combined strength of all those I mentioned does not measure up to her single finger's might. She possesses divine-level prowess, and the disparity between her and them is akin to that between a 10th-level soul master and a 99th-level title Douluo." The gathered offerings were left in a state of shock. Qian Dalu, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Xiao Tian, how do you know so much?" This question momentarily left Li Tianyu at a loss for words, prompting him to concoct a serious yet nonsensical response. "I was informed by the person I encountered before with Jiang Mo." Before Qian Dalu could continue his inquiry regarding her origins, Li Tianyu interjected, "I cannot disclose matters concerning the grand offering." Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu refrained from further questioning. After a brief walk of 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived at the interior of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The sight of the abundant celestial herbs left the 7 grand offerings momentarily astonished. Subsequently, Qian Dalu asked, "Xiao Tian, can your martial soul discern their information?" Li Tianyu replied, "Indeed, I have already completed the identification." Turning to the 7 grand offerings, Li Tianyu instructed, "Esteemed offerings, please remain still. Each of these celestial herbs requires a specific method of harvest. I shall procure a few suitable specimens for you. He then began to contemplate the martial souls of the 6 grand offerings. First, he considered the brothers Qianjun and Jiang Emo, whose martial soul, the coiling dragon staff, were a trace of dragon lineage reminiscent of the martial soul of Shiyu Douluo. Their martial soul also possessed beastly attributes. Given their ranks as the lowest among the offerings, he decided to prepare 3 celestial herbs for them. He first plucked a 9-rank purple ji, followed by a crystal blood dragon ginseng, and then he gathered an 8-pointed xianbing herb and a flame apricot blossom. This is also the experiment he intends to conduct. As brothers, they share the same spirit and blood ties, akin to the symbiotic relationship between the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. If each of them consumes one, will they be able to withstand both the poison of ice and the poison of fire? The function of the crystal blood dragon ginseng is precisely this. In the event of misfortune, this ethereal herb can safeguard the lives of the 2 brothers, while relying on the 9-grade purple Ganoderma ensures they do not suffer a degradation in rank. Should their endeavor prove successful, they would each consume 3 of these celestial herbs, dividing the 9-grade purple Ganoderma and the crystal blood dragon ginseng equally between them. Subsequently, Li Tianyu meticulously extracted the entirety of the power contained within these 3 celestial herbs into the black gold token, judiciously redistributing the energies before finally releasing them to form 2 elixirs. One, the 9-grade ice dragon pill, and the other, the 9-grade fire dragon pill. He then proceeded to elucidate the respective advantages and disadvantages of these 2 pills to the pair. Jiang Emo decisively chose the 9-tier fire dragon pill, while Qianjun Douluo had no choice but to select the 9-tier ice dragon pill. Subsequently, both of them consumed their respective pills simultaneously. In an instant, Jiang Emo felt an intense heat surging through his body. Yet, Qianjun Douluo was not in a much better state, as an overwhelming chill enveloped his body. However, through the fusion of their bloodlines, they astonishingly achieved a remarkable equilibrium. After approximately an hour of waiting, both individuals had completely absorbed the power contained within the elixir. The 2 individuals experienced a remarkable breakthrough, elevating their soul power to the esteemed level of 98. Simultaneously, they unveiled their martial spirits. The Dragon Suppression Douluo's Panlong Staff transformed into the Radiant Sun Sacred Dragon Staff, while the 1000 June Douluo's Panlong Staff metamorphosed into the Frigid Sacred Dragon Staff. The extremes of fire and ice, comparable to the Haotian Hammer, endowed these 2 Panlong staves with the essence of divine-level martial spirits, a true testament to their draconic lineage. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, the brothers found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately expressing their gratitude to Li Tianyu, exclaiming, "We are truly at a loss for how to thank you, Xiao Tian. Without your assistance, it would have been uncertain whether we could ever break through to level 97 in our lifetimes." In response, Li Tianyu humbly remarked, "Oh, it is not solely due to my celestial herbs. It is fundamentally reliant on your unwavering foundation and formidable soul power that enabled this momentous leap to level 98. Furthermore, after consuming the celestial herbs, your cultivation speed will increase at least tenfold compared to before." The 2 brothers were filled with excitement, aware that they would eventually have to wait for a while longer before they could all depart together. Thus, they chose to retreat to a nearby area to cultivate, contemplating the urgency of breaking through to level 99. The other deities present were equally envious, but none were more covetous than Qian Daolu, who, after all, was left without. Subsequently, Li Tianyu proceeded to gather 3 rare herbs: the 6-leaf light grass, original creation. Any resemblance to other works is purely coincidental, the autumn water gaze dew, and the ice-cold extreme leaf herb, also original. Following the same method employed in concocting the elixir for the demon-slaying brothers, he meticulously blended the properties of the 3 herbs, ultimately crafting a potent pill. This was then entrusted to Guangxiang Douluo, who, without a moment's hesitation, consumed it. After approximately 2 hours, Guangxiang completed the refinement process. The autumn water gaze dew endowed him with the ability to see through all things, allowing him to observe organic life, with the option to activate or deactivate this vision, akin to the Byakugan, as well as to perceive the flow and quantity of soul power within. Naturally, the appearance of soul power would vary according to different species. Guangxiang Douluo has ascended directly to level 98, and his martial soul has evolved into the 6-winged Tuinbao. Simultaneously, he has mastered the dual powers of ice and fire. Ice serves as a counter to light attribute soul masters, while the fire and light properties derived from the 6-leaf light grass completely negate the malevolent soul masters and their evil martial souls. Unlike in the original narrative, where he faced significant disadvantages in close combat, Each of his wings is imbued with razor-sharp edges, extreme cold, and intense fire, providing him with a considerable competitive edge in melee encounters. Moreover, the negative buffs inflicted upon being struck are exceedingly formidable. With each pair of wings that emerged, their power would increase fivefold, and when 3 pairs of wings drew the bow simultaneously, it would unleash the utmost might. Guangxiang, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Ah, I too am a level 98 title Douluo. Perhaps I can transcend to level 99. Little Tian, continue to gather the celestial herbs. I shall retreat to cultivate." Subsequently, Li Tianyu ventured to collect 2 celestial herbs for the lion Douluo. These herbs were the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the dark demon 3-leaf grass, familiar ingredients indeed. He then presented the elixir to the lion Douluo for refinement. After approximately half an hour, the entire elixir was successfully refined. The lion Douluo subtly approached the pinnacle of level 98, mere steps away from level 99. He then unleashed his martial soul, which evolved into the 3-headed flame demon Lion King. Wielding a magic fire that surpassed the most extreme flames, the potency equivalent to twice that of the fire phoenix martial soul of Ma Hongjun, with a duration tenfold that of its pre-evolution. Moreover, a pair of wings sprouted forth, his single lion head transformed into 3, and his claws became several times sharper than before. In terms of speed, he was on par with the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus, and his fiery assaults greatly surpassed the lightning attacks. With a physical resilience that exceeded that of the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus, rivaling even that of divine martial souls, the lion Douluo accompanied the 3 individuals to the side for training. Li Tianyu then sought suitable celestial herbs for the Qinghuan Douluo, specifically the water immortal jade skin bone, the breeze leaf grass, and the dragon immortal petals. After concocting the elixirs, he promptly presented them to the Qinghuan Douluo for refinement. Approximately half an hour later, the Qinghuan Douluo completely refined the elixirs, evolving the martial spirit into the azure-winged wind dragon, characterized by an exquisite wind attribute. The transformation from bird to dragon resulted in a significant enhancement of physical strength, nearing the level of divine martial spirits with a direct elevation to level 99. Qian Dalu observed this scene, rendered speechless. It seemed that all would ascend to divine martial spirits today. However, Li Tianyu was not taken aback. The martial spirits of the 6 offerings were formidable. The Panlong staff and the Haoyan hammer each possessed unique advantages, with the Haoyan hammer being revered as the foremost weapon martial spirit, attributed to Tang Chen's secret techniques. The Golden Crocodile King and the Qinghuan martial spirits were not inferior to the Lightning Tyrannosaurus, though the latter's family had a larger lineage, thus earning the title of the world's premier beast martial spirit. The Guangxiang Douluo's light feather, in terms of ranged attacks and damage, was on par with, or even exceeded that of the Haoyan hammer, yet faltered in close combat, preventing it from competing for the title of supreme weapon martial spirit. As for the lion Douluo's blazing lion, its quality was slightly inferior to that of the lightning Tyrannosaurus, with negligible disparity. It was entirely reasonable for these martial spirits to evolve into divine martial spirits after refining with 2 or 3 celestial herbs. As their martial spirits were already of the highest caliber, any failure to ascend to the divine level after such refinement would be peculiar. Returning to the main topic, Li Tianyu did not dwell on these thoughts, but proceeded to gather celestial herbs for the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The herbs he collected included the 8-petal immortal orchid, the marvelous glory sky chrysanthemum, and the Rocky Mountain Dragon King grass, a unique herb born from the bloodline of the Mountain Dragon King. As for why he did not present the marvelous glory sky chrysanthemum to the more suitable chrysanthemum Douluo, it was due to the latter's allegiance to Bibi Dong. Li Tianyu lacked absolute confidence in reconciling Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue before the dual divine battle. His presence had already introduced considerable variables, and he could not guarantee whether Bibi Dong would resolve the situation with the offering hall. Thus, he would not assist the two until their relationship was mended. Moreover, the indestructible body cultivated from the marvelous glory sky chrysanthemum was exceptionally fitting for the Golden Crocodile Douluo, given the latter's extraordinary physical prowess. Subsequently, he concocted the elixirs and directly presented them to the Golden Crocodile Douluo. After 20 minutes, the Golden Crocodile Douluo seamlessly transitioned from a pseudo 99th level to an authentic 99th level, witnessing an evolution of his martial soul from the Golden Crocodile King to the Golden Crocodile Dragon. Certain aspects of his form transformed into a dragon-like visage, enhancing his already formidable defense beyond that of the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus. Following this evolution, his physical defenses soared far above those of the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus. and his attack power shifted from nearly equal to surpassing it. Even his previously lacking speed improved significantly, now rivaling that of the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus. The strength of his martial soul ascended to the divine level. Observing this transformation, the golden crocodile could not help but laugh heartily. Addressing Douluo, he remarked, "Brother, our companions have all attained divine-level martial souls." As for Douluo, he did not express his envy too fervently, but rather spoke to Li Tianyu, "Little Tian, will you not take a single herb? These celestial grasses should prove quite beneficial to you." However, Li Tianyu replied, "No, the remaining celestial herbs hold little significance for me. It would be more prudent to utilize them for winning hearts in the future." Upon hearing this, Douluo refrained from further persuasion. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he addressed the 6 esteemed offerings. "If memory serves me correctly, divine-level martial souls typically possess their own domains. Therefore, your 6 martial souls should also encompass domains." Upon hearing this, the 6 esteemed offerings ceased their cultivation, preparing to rise and ascertain whether their martial souls possess domains. First, it was Zhang Yamo who initiated the unveiling of his domain, the Holy Flame domain. Within this domain, his combat prowess doubled, continuously depleting the enemy's soul power, while reducing their offensive capabilities by 20%. Next, Qianjun activated his domain, the Extreme Cold domain. Within this realm, his combat strength also doubled, sealing away 40% of the enemy's soul power and slowing their movement by 30%. Following this, Guangxiang unveiled his domain, the Two Instruments domain. Within this domain, Guangxiang could instantaneously transport himself to any point within its confines, augmenting his attack power by 70 and increasing his total soul power by 30. Subsequently, the Lion Douluo activated his domain, the Beast King domain. In this realm, any beast martial soul of a lower level than the Lion Douluo would be directly suppressed, simultaneously enhancing his own combat strength by 30 and diminishing the foe's strength by the same amount. Then, the Qinghuan Douluo activated her domain, the Gentle Breeze domain. Within this domain, all of her attacks transformed into invisible, formless winds, imperceptible to the enemy, while boosting her speed by 70. Finally, the Golden Crocodile Douluo unleashed his domain, the Shattered Rock domain. Within this territory, all of his attacks bore the ability to penetrate armor, disregarding all defenses below the divine level, while augmenting his own defenses by 40 and allowing him to manipulate the earth at will within the domain's range. Upon hearing all of this, Douluo nodded in satisfaction. For indeed, none of these domains could be deemed weak in their capabilities. The 6 devotees also expressed their gratitude to Li Tianyu in unison, resulting in a significant elevation of his status within the Hall of Devotion, placing him on par with Qianrenxue. As Li Tianyu observed the unfolding situation, he seized the opportunity to address Douluo, saying, "Great Elder, regarding the matter of the Judgment Elder I mentioned earlier." However, Douluo did not react with the same fury as before. One reason for this was the considerable assistance Li Tianyu had rendered to the Hall of Offerings. Another reason was Li Tianyu's deep affection for Qianrenxue. Although Douluo could assure a bond akin to that of siblings, the connection between the two was undeniably profound. He believed Li Tianyu was unlikely to betray the Spirit Hall. This depth of feeling differed significantly from the enduring affection shared between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Theirs was a bond forged from shared suffering. Qianrenxue viewed Li Tianyu as a pitiable soul, orphaned and alone since childhood, and having saved her life, he had earned her high regard. Similarly, Li Tianyu held Qianrenxue in esteem, firstly due to her striking appearance, though one might argue that looks are of little consequence. They undeniably form a first impression. Secondly, she did not exhibit the princess syndrome he had anticipated. Instead, she was courteous yet possessed her own dignity and pride. Thirdly, their mutual understanding stemmed from shared hardships. One was parentless, while the other had a father of dubious character and a mother who struggled to express affection, often causing her emotional pain. Thus, their bond was largely born of empathy, albeit Li Tianyu, having lived 2 lifetimes, exhibited a greater maturity, compounded by being a year older than Qianrenxue, leading to a relationship reminiscent of siblings, though whether they regarded it as such was another matter entirely. Returning to the matter at hand, Douluo responded, "The position of Judgment Elder cannot be granted to you, but I can offer you the title of Judgment Elder instead, and I consent to your proposal for the establishment of an institution." Li Tianyu, taken aback by the mention of the Judgment Elder, recalled that such a position did not exist in the original narrative. He glanced at the 6 elders, only to find them equally perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "This Judgment Elder wouldn't he happen to be the Zhang Xinli you just mentioned, would it?" Douluo affirmed, "Indeed." Li Tianyu then posed another question, Great Elder. Could you enlighten me on why I cannot hold the position of Judgment Elder? Qiandaolu pointed to Qian Rinxue and replied, Shuer has long dreamed of becoming the Judgment Elder. She has reserved that position. However, if you truly desire it, I can discuss it with her. Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, remarked, Let it be. I'll accept the new position. I shan't vie with Shuer for it. However, Great Elder, could you elaborate on the duties of the Judgment Elder? Seeing this, Qiandaolu smiled and explained, The roles of the Judgment Elder and the Judgment Elder are complementary. The Judgment Elder is responsible for eliminating threats to the Spirit Hall, dealing with upper echelon individuals, while the Judgment Elder primarily adjudicates the grievances of the lower classes and seeks to win their hearts. Li Tianyu reflected on Qiandaolu's words, thinking, Isn't this akin to the relationship between police and judges? One captures offenders with the authority to execute when necessary, while the other presides over trials. He continued, I understand the responsibilities of the Judgment Elder now. What about the specific powers? Qiandaolu replied unhurriedly, When investigating suspects, you may detain them regardless of their identity, with the exception of the Pope, who must be consulted with the elders, whether they are titled Douluo or otherwise. Any suspected wrongdoing allows for their detention until their guilt or innocence is confirmed. Li Tianyu then asked, So, can I interpret this as the 7 elders of the Hall of Offerings, where the Judgment Elder is equivalent to or superior to all other positions except the Pope? Qiandaolu stated, That is a fair interpretation. After their discussion, Qiandaolu remarked, It is time for us to return. If we delay any longer, we will be here until morning. Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, quipped, Is there really any difference between this time and morning? Qiandaolu, catching Li Tianyu's teasing, shot him a glare and said, Child, your emotional intelligence is lacking. Such remarks will hinder your chances of finding a partner. You must learn the ways of the world and offer a way out. In response, Li Tianyu retorted sharply, And your emotional intelligence? Have you succeeded in winning over Poseidon? The mention of Poseidon visibly irritated Qiandaolu, prompting him to declare, Little Tian, I am genuinely curious about how much soul power your token can absorb. Could you summon it to see if it can be cleaved in one stroke? Realizing he had touched a sore spot, Li Tianyu quickly apologized. Qiandaolu, noticing Li Tianyu's improved demeanor, chose not to press the matter further. Subsequently, Li Tianyu scattered seeds over the Eye of Ice and Fire and took the remaining celestial herbs with him. The group of 9 then exited the Eye of Ice and Fire and flew back to the Hall of Offerings. Upon arrival, Li Tianyu inquired, Great Elder, what about my position as an elder? Qiandaolu replied, Let us discuss that once you reach the Soul Saint level. Once you attain that rank, I will consent to your becoming the first Judgment Elder of the Hall of Offerings. Li Tianyu could not help but quietly grumble, Am I merely a guinea pig for you? Testing whether this elder position can complement that of the Judgment Elder. Qiandaolu's lips twitched in response, and he remarked, Have you become complacent? Do you believe I won't slice you down right now? Just as Li Tianyu was about to apologize, he was suddenly pulled away by Qian Rinxue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he asked, Shuer, where are you taking me? Qian Rinxue replied, You will find out when we arrive. I have prepared a gift for you. Qiandaolu, observing the scene, turned away, feeling as though a prized cabbage was being devoured by a swine. Qian Rinxue led Li Tianyu into her private chamber, then donned a blindfold over his eyes. Subsequently, she scurried beneath the table, retrieved a box, and upon opening it, removed the blindfold from Li Tianyu's eyes. Upon glancing at the contents of the box, Li Tianyu discovered a set of garments, specifically an ancient judge's attire. Qian Rinxue remarked, What do you think? From now on, as the chief judge, you shall don this outfit. It perfectly complements your aura. Li Tianyu chuckled heartily, taken aback by the delightful side of Qian Rinxue he had never anticipated from her childhood. Subsequently, the two engaged in a lively discussion regarding the roles of the chief judge and the elder of judgment. Chapter 11. Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu conversed for an extended period, their dialogue stretching until noon. Eventually, the demon slayer summoned them to partake in a meal. Thanks to Li Tianyu's assistance with the offerings hall, he was finally allowed to dine at the same table as them. However, what piqued Li Tianyu's curiosity was the levels of the offerings they were associated with. They seemed unaffected by fasting for several days, yet they were so punctual for meals. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and accompanied Qian Rinxue to join the 7 revered offerings for lunch. After their meal, Qiandaolu addressed Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu, stating, Both of your martial souls belong to the divine tier. Their levels are exceptional, and your talents are truly unparalleled throughout the ages. However, one must not neglect cultivation. Currently, Your physical conditions are somewhat lacking. Thus, commencing today, the golden crocodile Douluo will be responsible for your physical training. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu responded affirmatively. No problem. Upon hearing that Li Tianyu had agreed, Qian Rinxue promptly added, I have no objections either. The golden crocodile Douluo then responded, very well. Let us convene at my golden crocodile subpalace at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The two individuals nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they returned to their quarters to rest. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, they set out together towards the golden crocodile branch. Upon arrival, they encountered the golden crocodile Douluo, who instructed, you two, follow me. Following his lead, they proceeded to the simulated training grounds. The training area spanned approximately 200,000 square kilometers, featuring mountains and rivers. Witnessing this, Li Tianyu mused inwardly that it was evident the golden crocodile had created this specialized training ground for his evolution, considering his ability to manipulate the earth element within his domain. Soon after, the golden crocodile tossed each of them a set of weighted clothing, stating, Xiao Tian. Yours weighs 70 pounds, Shuer, yours is 60 pounds. Don your respective weighted outfits and run 15 laps around a 5,000-meter track. I will unleash my pressure at the center, adding an additional 20 pounds to your burdens, thereby enhancing your physical endurance through repetition. Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, said nothing further and commenced their training. They began to run around the 20-kilometer perimeter. Due to the additional 10 pounds he carried, Li Tianyu found himself slightly slower than Qian Rinxue. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, having only awakened her martial spirit 3 to 4 days prior and lacking any prior specialized training, did not possess particularly strong endurance. Seated beside them, the golden crocodile observed the two with an air of authority, pondering internally, brother, could this be a tad too harsh? While it is true that prodigious talents of their age can bear such burdens, they are rare few. Typically, such trials commence around the age of 10. Although both possess divine martial souls, is it not premature for them? His thoughts also lingered on the fact that he had watched Shuer grow since childhood, fostering a somewhat grandfatherly affection, while his regard for Li Tianyu stemmed from a sense of gratitude for the assistance he had provided on 2 occasions. Nevertheless, the golden crocodile refrained from voicing his concerns, well aware that there was more to their situation than met the eye. He recognized that both were exceptionally gifted individuals, truly a rarity among the masses. Enduring trials and tribulations could ultimately serve them well. Thus, he chose to observe the two with a calm demeanor, avoiding excessive speculation. As for these two individuals, one of them hails from an orphanage where, although he underwent physical training, it was far from rigorous and lacked the intensity of professional training. He possesses a modicum of foundational skills, yet they are hardly extensive. The other, even more so, had scarcely any specialized training prior to awakening his martial soul. He had just recently experienced this awakening and was thrust into training a mere 3 or 4 days later, a process typically completed by most at around the age of 10. Nevertheless, neither of them uttered much, resolutely continuing to run. As for their determination to persevere, Li Tianyu was driven by the memory of vengeance. He knew who was responsible for the death of his mentor, the king of slaughter, the 9-headed bat king. His emotions transformed from initial indifference to an optimistic exuberance, but this did not signify a relinquishing of his hatred. The coldness he exhibited was directed towards the king of slaughter, towards his adversary, while the optimism was reserved for his loved ones. Thus, in the presence of his family, he would undoubtedly not betray their trust. In dealing with his adversaries, he remains unwavering in his training, for the great grievance has yet to be avenged. As for Qian Rinxue, her fiercely competitive nature compels her to avoid conceding lightly. It is inconceivable for her to abandon her efforts, especially when she observes Li Tianyu dedicating himself to rigorous training. She has never been one to accept a subordinate position. For her, settling for mediocrity is merely tolerable. Yet she is resolutely opposed to being subordinate to anyone. As the two individuals reached the 5th lap, their speed had dwindled to that of a tortoise, and even the slightest movement proved to be an arduous task. Qian Rinxue succumbed first, fainting from exhaustion, followed closely by Li Tianyu, who also collapsed. Observing this, Genie retracted his oppressive aura and approached them, lifting the two and carrying them back to the Hall of Offerings. Upon their arrival, the remaining 6 members of the hall noticed their condition, prompting the 5 prominent members, excluding Qian Douluo, to inquire in unison, have Xiao Tian and Shui completed their training? Genie regarded the 5 with an expression of incredulity. They were not oblivious to the training regimen. For a 7-year-old orphan and a 6-year-old child who had only recently awakened their martial soul, having undergone no prior specialized training, being burdened with weights of 90 and 80 pounds respectively, and compelled to run 20 kilometers over 15 laps was an unthinkable expectation. If they could achieve such a feat, he, the foremost practitioner of body refinement, might as well relinquish his position. In his own youth, he could not have managed such an excessive task at the age of 7, having undergone rigorous training. He could only manage to complete approximately 9 to 10 laps under similar conditions. The 5 great offerings suddenly realized that their inquiry was rather foolish, and one of them asked, "How much have you completed?" The golden crocodile replied, "I managed to finish the 5th lap, but when I attempted to run the 6th, I could no longer continue and fainted on the ground." Upon hearing this, Douluo felt satisfied. After all, enduring trials is an inevitable part of the journey. Both individuals chose to measure their progress by how far they could run without giving up midway, a mindset highly conducive to cultivation. Subsequently, Douluo instructed Jiang Emo to summon Douluo and prepare a medicinal bath. Jiang Emo complied with Douluo's request. That evening, Li Tianyu found himself in his chamber. Reclining in the bath, feeling a sense of physical and mental rejuvenation, and noting a considerable enhancement in his constitution. Glancing at the water in the bath, the black gold token immediately discerned that it was a medicinal bath. Qianren Shui shared a similar sentiment with Li Tianyu, though her understanding led her to conclude that the medicinal bath was a result of her prolonged stay at the spirit hall, where she had acquired knowledge of such matters. Qianren Shui was in her own chamber. Returning to Li Tianyu, he couldn't help but reflect. This medicinal bath was likely orchestrated by Douluo. And although he had indeed been commanded to act, it ultimately benefited me. Neglecting a kindness does not align with my character. After absorbing the medicinal essence, Li Tianyu emerged from the bath, dried himself, and donned his attire. He then directly took the offering token bestowed upon him by Douluo to seek out Douluo. Thanks to the offering token, Li Tianyu encountered no obstacles along the way and even managed to inquire about Douluo's whereabouts. Ultimately arriving at the door of Douluo's chamber, where he gently knocked. As Douluo inquired, "Who is it?" Li Tianyu replied, "I am the junior, Li Tianyu, here to meet Douluo." Upon hearing the name, Douluo reflected on the afternoon when Jiang Emo had asked him to prepare a medicinal bath, mentioning 2 names, one of which was his. He then proceeded to ask, "What brings you here?" Li Tianyu responded, "I seek your assistance in crafting the medicinal bath. I am not one to remain indebted to others, thus I wish to present you with a token of gratitude." Douluo scoffed at the notion, pondering what surprise Amir Jr. could possibly offer. Sensing Douluo's skepticism, Li Tianyu continued, "This gift is called the Heartbreak Red." Douluo, who had initially laughed, froze upon hearing those words, his demeanor shifting to one of exhilarating disbelief as he asked, "Do you truly possess the Heartbreak Red?" Li Tianyu then opened the door, retrieving the Heartbreak Red from his soul guide device. The moment Douluo laid eyes on it, he was overwhelmed with excitement, rushing forward to take the flower, caressing it with the tenderness of a parent. After a minute, he seemed to realize he was losing composure and turned to ask, "Child, do you know what this flower is? Are you truly giving it to me?" Li Tianyu replied, "I am aware of its significance, but it holds little value for me. So I offer it to you, knowing your appreciation for flowers." Confirming that the flower was indeed meant for him, Douluo was elated and insisted on treating Li Tianyu to a grand meal. However, Li Tianyu politely declined, citing his need to continue his training. Upon returning to the offering hall, Jin-Yi stood in the main chamber. Li Tianyu inquired, "Grandpa Jin-Yi, have you come to inform me of something?" Jin-Yi complimented, "You are quite astute. I indeed have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Please, go ahead," Li Tianyu urged. Jin-Yi instructed, "Alter your training regimen. Tomorrow, you and Shui shall bear weights and run 20 laps around the entire spirit city." Li Tianyu, perplexed, wondered what Jin-Yi was up to. Why the sudden change in training? Is this method any different from Master Yu Xiaozhang's approach? Observing Li Tianyu's confusion, Jin-Yi chuckled, "You will understand tomorrow." Li Tianyu pondered for quite some time, unable to decipher Jin-Yi's intentions. He questioned the differences between this training and Master S' so-called methods. While physical conditioning was essential for a spirit master, it seemed unnecessary to adopt such a method when simulated training was available. He recalled that Master had limited resources, and so did the spirit hall. Yet, it seemed feasible to alternate the pressure of 2 soul saints during training. As he reflected, it dawned on him why many criticized Master S training as redundant and misguided. Subjecting trainees to weighted runs was far less effective than training under the pressure of 2 soul saints, which would undoubtedly foster significant progress. It mirrored the challenges faced during the Sea God 9 trials, where confronting formidable pressure would facilitate breakthroughs in strength. However, The master trained solely for the purpose of physical conditioning. Yet, Li Tianyu remained perplexed as to why Jin Yi had altered his training methods. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on it further, deciding to ponder it another day. At 5 in the morning, Li Tianyu rose, and upon entering his room, Jin Yi was taken aback to find him awake. Initially, he had intended to commence their training after 5 o'clock, aiming to instill in them the understanding that they must endure hardships. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unreasonable to adjust the schedule simply because of Li Tianyu. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would truly struggle to keep up. Upon encountering Jin Yi, Li Tianyu immediately discerned the purpose of his visit. He promptly remarked, "Grandfather Jin Yi, if you have no objections, I shall summon Xiaoxue." After a moment of contemplation, Jin Yi deemed it acceptable, given Qian Rinxue's proud and lofty demeanor. It was evident that she would not exhibit even the slightest hint of a princess complex when Li Tianyu approached her. After all, if Li Tianyu could rise so early, what reason did she have to remain in slumber? Jin Yi nodded in agreement, and Li Tianyu hastened to Qian Rinxue's chamber. Upon arriving at her door, he gently rapped on it. After a minute of silence without a response from Qian Rinxue, he decided to raise his voice slightly. In the midst of the commotion, Qian Rinxue was roused from her slumber, her voice tinged with annoyance as she exclaimed, "Who is it? Do you not realize I am still asleep?" To which Li Tianyu replied, "It is time to cultivate, little Shui. If you would prefer a different schedule, you may request it from grandfather Jin Yi." Li Tianyu was well aware of Qian Rinxue's temperament, and he intentionally provoked her, knowing she would certainly respond. Before he could finish his thoughts, Qian Rinxue retorted, "Wait. I shall be there shortly. If you can rise so early, what right have I not to do the same?" Li Tianyu sighed inwardly, reflecting, "See, I was correct in my assumption." Her response was precisely as I predicted. After approximately 10 minutes, Qian Rinxue emerged, freshly dressed and ready. The two then proceeded to the grand hall where Jin Yi stated, "As you are aware from yesterday's discussion, you should commence your cultivation as previously outlined." The pair acknowledged his words, and, ultimately, they set off from the offering hall to begin their run. Running 20 laps around the Spirit Soul City is considerably simpler compared to before. However, Li Tianyu remains utterly perplexed. What exactly is the golden crocodile trying to sell? As the two reached the 5th lap, Qian Rinxue felt a slight pang of hunger, and around this time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. With some restaurants beginning to open their doors, the aroma of the dishes wafting from the restaurant was enticing and fragrant. Qian Rinxue, inhaling the delectable scent, pondered momentarily, perhaps. "No, I must refrain. I shall indulge only after the training is complete." Li Tianyu was not in a much better state, for hunger gnawed at him as well. They passed by numerous eateries, each one presenting a tantalizing feast that, when coupled with their ravenous appetites, created an irresistible allure. Under normal circumstances, one would have succumbed to the temptation and rushed in to dine. However, driven by a desire for vengeance and a sense of pride, the two remained resolute, refusing to abandon their training for the sake of a meal. Li Tianyu had also discerned the intentions of the golden crocodile, deliberately allowing us to depart at 5 o'clock. We had not yet dined, and after running for about an hour, hunger began to set in. Moreover, as we traversed the martial Soul City, numerous eateries lined our path, their delectable aromas wafting temptingly through the air, enticing us with their culinary delights. This was undeniably a dual exercise, fortifying our physical prowess, while simultaneously strengthening our willpower. Contemplating this form of training, Li Tianyu surmised that supervision was likely involved. He subsequently activated his black gold domain, and indeed, two names surfaced in his mind, Qingtuan Douluo and Guangling Douluo. Upon witnessing this scenario, Li Tianyu initially contemplated informing Qian Rinxue, but after some reflection, he opted against it. After all, Qian Rinxue genuinely required this training. She ought not to be overly pampered, allowing her to cultivate her willpower without her prior knowledge, while simultaneously enabling her to deduce the rationale behind the golden crocodile's chosen method of training, would ultimately prove advantageous for her in the future. As the two reached the 12th lap, Qian Rinxue inadvertently twisted her ankle, stumbling and nearly falling. Li Tianyu noticed and immediately came to a halt, rushing over to inquire about her condition. Qian Rinxue responded, "I'm fine. I can still run." However, as she attempted to rise, she lost her balance and nearly toppled once more. Fortunately, Li Tianyu swiftly grasped her waist, preventing her from falling again. As Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue simultaneously felt a flush of embarrassment, Li Tianyu gently lowered his hand from Qian Rinxue's waist, assisting her to her feet and guiding her to a nearby bench, where he graciously allowed her to sit. Qing Wan and Guang Ling expressed their exasperation, remarking on the absurdity of witnessing an unexpected display of affection during what was supposed to be a training session. Although they understood that the pair did not intend any impropriety and that their relationship had not yet reached such a level, it remained an uncomfortable sight for them. Especially considering that they were both truly single while the two had known each other since childhood. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Tianyu inquired, Xiaoxue, you've sprained your ankle and running is practically out of the question. While training is important, one's health takes precedence. I shall fetch a servant to escort you home. The proud and haughty Qian Ruxue, after a moment's contemplation, ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that no amount of pride warranted the folly of attempting to run with an injury. It would be far more prudent to return home, tend to her injury, and complete the remaining laps once she had recovered. Li Tianyu was aware that Qing Wan and Guangling were nearby. He believed that after his recent remarks, the two old men would surely emerge. However, after a minute of waiting, they remained stubbornly still. Li Tianyu pondered. Could they truly be so ruthless as to compel Qian Rinxue to stumble and run the entire distance? Walking was already a challenge for her. The two individuals pondered, what should be done in this situation? The second brother merely stated that regardless of the circumstances, unless it pertained to matters of life and death or one's future cultivation, they must refrain from taking action. Although they both recognized that it would indeed be best for Qian Rinxue to return at this time, they hesitated to act. For if the golden crocodile were to comprehend their intentions, it might be manageable. However, if it were to misunderstand, they would undoubtedly face reprimand. Observing their reluctance to move, Li Tianyu thought to himself, never mind, it seems that as long as they can keep an eye on Qian Rinxue, no harm will come. I shall proceed to the offering hall to summon assistance. As Li Tianyu approached Qian Rinxue, he said, Xiaoxue, please wait here for a moment while I summon a few attendants from the offering hall, if that is agreeable to you. Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, expressed no significant objection and replied, that is fine. Just as Li Tianyu was about to depart, he suddenly sensed the presence of two attendants leaving. This left him bewildered, as he realized that their departure was likely to consult Jin Yi regarding how to handle this situation. Li Tianyu found himself at a loss, grappling with uncertainty. Seated on the bench, Qian Ruxue gazed at Li Tianyu with curiosity and inquired, Tianyu, what troubles you? Li Tianyu pondered how to respond, ultimately at a loss for words. He recounted the thoughts that had occupied his mind and the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Qian Ruxue felt a warmth in her heart and asked, so, you are concerned for my safety? As Li Tianyu gazed at Qian Ruxue, he suddenly felt as though he had awakened her first semblance of affection stemming from a third party. Yet, as someone who had never truly experienced a romantic relationship, she simply replied, that can be understood. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue felt a warmth in her heart. After all, aside from Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji, she had rarely encountered anyone genuinely concerned for her well-being. Her connection to the six great offerings was partly due to her identity, but also undeniably rooted in emotion. In the eyes of Qian Rinxue, the only ones who genuinely cared for her were Qian Douluo, Qian Xuanji, and, due to recent events involving Bibi Dong, perhaps one more, Li Tianyu, who had previously made her feel the warmth of kinship, akin to that of an elder brother. Regaining her composure, Qian Rinxue proposed, since that is the case, Tianyu, would you carry me on your back? Li Tianyu, taken aback by her words, was momentarily speechless before responding with a look of astonishment. What did you just say? You want me to carry you? Noticing his shyness, Qian Rinxue adopted a slightly playful tone, saying, if I call you Brother Tianyu, that makes me your sister. My ankle is sprained. Can't you, as my elder brother, lend me a hand? Li Tianyu felt a stir in his heart. After all, it was a rare sight to witness Qian Rinxue acting so adorably. However, he quickly regained his seriousness and replied, I can help you, but you must explain everything to the grand offering when we return. Otherwise, I fear I might meet a grim fate. Qian Rinxue nodded vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, Li Tianyu carried her on his back as they made their way toward the offering hall, as this was Li Tianyu's inaugural experience of carrying a girl on his back. Indeed, his first time carrying anyone at all, he moved with a certain awkwardness. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, perched upon him, could not help but tease, Tianyu, you can't possibly have never interacted with a girl before, can you? In response, Li Tianyu remarked, I have interacted with a few, but they were all my sisters, and they all perished at the hands of the evil soul masters. Yet, Qian Rinxue realized that she had once again extinguished the conversation, and subsequently fell silent. After all, she had just touched upon a sensitive subject for Li Tianyu, which inevitably stirred a sense of guilt within her. While Li Tianyu meticulously avoided discussing her background during their exchanges, she constantly pricked at his wounds. At this moment, Qingluan and Guangling had also returned, only to see Li Tianyu carrying Qian Rengshu as he made his way back to the offering hall. A thought crossed Qingluan's mind. Should I lend a hand? It felt somewhat out of place for the two of us to intervene now. Guangling, however, directly expressed, why should we go? Third brother and that girl are building their bond. What mischief should we meddle in? Of course, this was merely his innocent desire to witness the unfolding drama. For who wouldn't he relish an opportunity to display a knowing smile? Qingluan, a Douluo, deduced his true intentions and remarked, Lao Wu, when will you ever grow tired of such frivolity? To which Guangling replied, never, it shall be impossible in this lifetime. Subsequently, the two of them accompanied Qian Rengshu and Li Tianyu until they reached the offering hall. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, it was as Li Tianyu had anticipated. Qian Douluo, upon witnessing the scene, was indeed inclined to take drastic measures. However, after Qian Renshu's explanation, Qian Douluo ultimately acquiesced. As evening descended, Li Tianyu arrived at the Grand Hall, observing Qian Douluo seated within. With a playful tone, he inquired, Great offering, I trust you do not harbor thoughts of silencing anyone? Although Qian Douluo recognized the jest in Li Tianyu's words, he could not suppress his irritation, for few dared to converse with him in such a manner. He then posed a question, what is your opinion of Shuer? This query caught Li Tianyu off guard, prompting him to ponder Qian Douluo's intentions. Surely, he could not be acting as a matchmaker. In his eyes, none were worthy of Qian Renshue. Therefore, he resolved to proceed cautiously, responding, regarding today's events. I perceive that Shuer is quite sensitive to familial bonds. Previously, I viewed her as humble and courteous, yet possessing a certain pride. However, today I realized my perspective was limited. While she exudes strength, her inner self is remarkably fragile. This fragility, shaped by Bibi Dong's attitude towards her, reinforces her exterior fortitude, yet belies her vulnerability. When she requested that I carry her, I was taken aback. I had assumed she would insist on walking back alone. But instead, she chose to rely on me. After contemplating Li Tianyu's insights, Qian Douluo affirmed, your assessment is astute. Shuer may appear strong, yet she is indeed vulnerable, especially when it comes to familial matters. In response, Li Tianyu remarked, if she can be heartless in the face of familial ties, can she truly be considered human? Everyone is inherently frail when confronted with their family. Qian Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. I was not mistaken in calling you a little adult. Li Tianyu then asked what, pray tell, was the purpose of your summons? Qian Douluo replied, what do you feel for Shuer? Taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, Li Tianyu reflected deeply before responding. It lies above friendship, but does not ascend to the realm of lovers, nor does it resemble sibling affection. At least, that is my perspective. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo remarked, you possess the mark of the Shura, do you not? This revelation startled Li Tianyu. For aside from Guyu Na, he had disclosed nothing of his association with the Shura god. Observing Li Tianyu's astonishment, Qian Douluo explained, you may be unaware, but the mark upon your forehead has betrayed you. Realizing that he bore the emblem of the Shura bloodsword, a sign of an examiner, Li Tianyu questioned, what, then, is your intention, great offering? Qian Douluo responded, as a candidate of the divine, you must be aware of the conditions for the 9th trial. Contemplating this, Li Tianyu replied, you wish for me to accompany Shuer, to prevent her from feeling too isolated, correct? But what of Bibi Dong? To this, Qian Douluo clarified, this is one way to interpret it. I merely hope that regardless of how you perceive Shuer, you will remain by her side throughout her life. Her mother will undoubtedly confront her in a final battle, and once she ascends to godhood, few relatives will remain in this world. You too may achieve divinity. Should you succeed, I hope you will stand alongside Shuer, whether as a brother or a lover. I do not wish for her to endure further loneliness. The familial love she has lacked throughout her life must be compensated for. Li Tianyu, moved by the sincerity of Qian Douluo's words, silently marveled at the strength of a truly earnest individual, though he found it hard to reconcile such sentiments with the character he had observed in the original narrative. Subsequently, Qian Douluo refrained from further conversation and sent Li Tianyu off to rest. Chapter 12. 2 years swiftly passed, during which Li Tianyu and Qian Renshue, under the rigorous training of the 7 great offerings and their mutual practice, experienced remarkable enhancements in combat experience and physical prowess. Their levels also saw significant advancements, with Li Tianyu reaching level 51 as a Soul King, possessing 5 Black Soul Rings, all earned within the span of a year, and wielding the martial soul of the Black Gold token. At the 52nd level, Qian Rinxue, a Soul King, possesses soul rings that are all approximately 20,000 years old. Her martial spirit is the six-winged golden armored angel. Over the course of 2 years, the two of them have nearly elevated their levels by around 20, which is undoubtedly influenced by the frenzied enhancement of soul ring years granted by the black gold token. During these 2 years of companionship, Li Tianyu has developed an unwavering bond with the 7 great offerings, treating them as if they were his own kin. Consequently, he entrusted them with the secrets of the black gold token while refraining from divulging the mysteries surrounding the Shura god. In return, he elevated the soul ring limits for all 7 offerings. The first 6 have transformed into 8 black and 1 red, while Qin Douluo has ascended to 6 black and 3 red. The reason they did not achieve the maximum limit of 100,000 years for their soul rings lies in the fact that such an enhancement is intrinsically linked to one's physical constitution. This configuration represents the pinnacle of endurance currently achievable by these 7 offerings. Thus, this elucidates the 2 additional functions of the black gold token, the condensation of soul rings and the method for extending the lifespan of soul rings. The process of condensing soul rings is quite straightforward. It involves locating the desired soul beasts. With merely a drop of blood, Li Tianyu amalgamates the blood with sufficient soul power, infusing it into the essence of the soul ring. The greater the infusion of soul power, the higher the level of the resulting soul ring, which is derived from the soul beast corresponding to that drop of blood. Consequently, the 7 esteemed patrons have nearly exchanged all their soul rings, significantly diminishing the necessity for the clergy to hunt soul beasts, or rather, they have ceased such hunts altogether. Moreover, Guiana consented to their quest for the blood of those soul beasts, as preserving life is undeniably preferable to the loss of even a single drop of blood. This approach significantly alleviated the tensions between humans and soul beasts. However, it is worth noting that only the 7 great elders, alongside Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu, currently employ this method. As for the rationale behind not disclosing this to the Pope's Hall, it is deemed unnecessary. The individuals there are overwhelmingly powerful. Should Bibi Dong seize control, those in the Pope's Hall would undoubtedly align themselves with her, effectively aiding the enemy. Thus, the 7 great elders have strictly forbidden Li Tianyu from sharing this method with the Pope's Hall, stipulating that it may only be revealed after Bibi Dong's departure or demise. Regarding the technique for enhancing the lifespan of soul rings, it involves infusing immense soul power into the soul rings. However, this method can only be executed by those possessing the black gold token. Ordinary individuals lack the capability to achieve such a profound integration of converting soul power into lifespan, thereby extending the duration of the soul rings. During the past 2 years, the 7 great offerings, with the exception of those who had yet to reach level 99, sought one another out. The remaining 3, having attained this esteemed level, shared their insights regarding their martial spirits. Throughout these 2 years, they had been fervently striving, nearly reaching the pinnacle of understanding, merely a step away from enlightenment. Ultimately, it was Li Tianyu who sought the assistance of Gu Yuna, requesting several external soul bones. Gu Yuna, recognizing the merit in his method of condensing the spirit ring, graciously provided him with 5 external soul bones. Demon Suppression, Fire Dragon 6 Wings. This ability significantly enhances flight speed, slightly inferior to that of the Angel Martial Spirit, augmenting fire-type attacks by 150 and granting immunity to all fire attribute attacks, except those of equal or higher rank. 1000 June. Ice Dragon 6 Wings. This ability also greatly increases flight speed, slightly below that of the Angel Martial Spirit, enhancing ice attribute attacks by 100, and ensuring that any attack that strikes the opponent carries a sealing soul force effect. Light Feather. Wing Shoes. These shoes allow for the ability to traverse through the air and execute instant teleportation, with the distance of the teleportation dependent on the user's soul power, akin to the Shinigami's instant step. Additionally, attacks are imbued with wind attributes, increasing penetration by 70. Mighty Lion. Beast Armor. This armor envelopes the user's arms and torso, augmenting defense by 200 and enhancing beast attributes in all aspects by 50, along with an increase in arm strength by 50. Azure Wand. Azure Bird Wings. This ability increases speed by 100 and enhances wind attribute attacks by 50, enabling the execution of a wind blade, an attack that is both invisible and possesses formidable penetration. With their robust foundation and nearly perfected understanding, combined with the external soul bones influence, the other 4 offerings also ascended to level 99, resulting in all 7 offerings achieving this remarkable level. Turning to Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu, the two had become nearly inseparable over the span of 2 years, practicing together, dining together, and frequently engaging in conversation. In moments of leisure, Li Tianyu entertained Qian Rinxue with modern fables. Their days off were predominantly spent in each other's company, leading the 7 offerings to jest. If you two are not a couple, then who would believe it? Yet, they were all aware that, at least for now, Li Tianyu did not regard Qian Rinxue as a romantic partner. As for how he truly viewed her, even he himself was uncertain. Referring to her as a sister felt inappropriate, while labeling her merely as a friend seemed far too simplistic. To classify her as a lover would be excessive, especially given the strict norms surrounding relationships he adhered to due to his upbringing in a family of judges, including the principles of monogamy from his previous life. Thus, upon arriving in Douluo continent, he had no intentions of establishing a harem. He simply wished to live out his life peacefully. Having recounted the events of the past 2 years, we return to the main narrative. Li Tianyu sat upon the balcony, contemplating. In just 2 more years, Qian Xuanji will soon encounter Tang Hao, and Tang San will descend into this world. The original protagonist of this tale is fast approaching. As Li Tianyu indulged in his wandering thoughts, Qian Rinxue approached and playfully covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Guess who I am?" Li Tianyu chuckled and replied, "Who else could it be? It's little Shui." Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, Qian Rinxue stamped her foot in frustration and said, "Brother, why are you like this? Grandpa was right. With this attitude, you will never find a girlfriend." Li Tianyu retorted, "I have no intention of looking for one anyway." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue grew anxious. "Say that again. What did you just say?" Over the past 2 years, Li Tianyu had discerned that her affection for him was predominantly familial, albeit with a hint of romantic admiration. Thus, he understood her urgency and replied, "I was merely joking. Besides, why are you so anxious?" Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, I. Then, in a mock outrage, she declared, "You can only bully me? I'll tell Grandpa." Faced with her vexation, Li Tianyu suggested, "How about this? Let us spar. It will allow us to engage in a friendly duel, and if you win, it might ease your frustration." Qian Rinxue contemplated for a moment, considering her superior rank and the fact that her martial soul had undergone an evolution, which should grant her an edge. In terms of combat experience, they were nearly equal, and in spirit, she believed herself to be no less capable. Convinced of her advantage, she readily agreed. All right. The two then moved to an open area to commence their sparring session. They both summoned their martial souls. Qian Rinxue initiated with her first soul skill, the Angel's Piercing Strike. Li Tianyu, however, swiftly leaped out of the attack range and commented, "Shui, you're a bit too hasty." He then activated his first soul skill, the Judgment Command, launching 3 tokens towards Qian Rinxue, which, to his surprise, passed right through her. A moment of realization struck Li Tianyu as he pondered the implications of the distraction control technique. While using his first soul skill, he simultaneously invoked his second soul skill, the Void Wings. This distraction control technique was a secret method of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, originally showcased when they invited various powers to observe the Sword Douluo's breakthrough to level 96. Li Tianyu had taken the initiative to attend and informed the 7 offerings that his martial soul could analyze the principles of soul skills, including distraction control and the 7 killing sword technique, intending to covertly learn them. The 7 offerings, understanding his intentions, allowed him to observe, with Jiang Mo accompanying him. Thus, he acquired these 2 methods, while the 7 offerings mastered distraction control, with only Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue learning the 7 killing sword technique. When combined with their family's ancestral sword techniques, it was an impeccable fusion. Returning to the present, Li Tianyu noticed Qian Rinxue employing distraction control but remained unperturbed. Utilizing his meticulous manipulation of soul power, he directed the 3 tokens that had passed through to return and target Qian Rinxue once more, compelling her to continuously utilize her second soul skill. Li Tianyu commanded the 3 tokens to continuously pass through Qian Rinxue's body, ensuring that she would not dare to release her second soul skill, thus depleting her soul power entirely. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue immediately activated her 3rd soul skill, the Holy Light Killing Formation, centering it around herself to establish a miniature array, the size of which correlates with the soul power she expends. The tokens encircling Qian Rinxue were suddenly shattered by the force emanating from the formation, after which she amplified her power, expanding the array to 100 times its original size. Observing this, Li Tianyu promptly employed his 3rd soul skill, Dark Gold Guardian, centering himself, for tokens materialized around him, forming a defensive shield that encompassed a full 360 degrees, directly absorbing the impact of Qian Rinxue's 3rd soul skill. The third soul skill of Qian Rinxue possesses an extraordinarily vast range. The 7 esteemed worshippers in the offering hall felt as if a mountain in the back mountain had been bombarded. Subsequently, the 7 simultaneously unleashed their soul power to assess the situation. Upon understanding the circumstances, they chose to disregard it, as the conflict between 2 individuals was of no concern to them. Amidst a thick plume of smoke, a voice resonated, invoking the second soul skill, black gold chains. 6 chains surged forth from the haze, racing towards Qian Rinxue, who found herself ensnared. One of the chains even penetrated her body, voraciously devouring her soul power. Observing from a distance, it was evident that the source of these chains lay in the black gold token. Upon realizing her predicament, Qian Rinxue immediately employed her second soul skill, breaking free from the restraints. She then inquired, "Why did you hold back?" Once your second soul skill infiltrates another's body, you can seize control over those with lesser soul power. Although your level is inferior to mine, your soul energy is far more abundant. In that fleeting moment, you could have easily dominated me. Li Tianyu, recognizing the prideful nature of Qian Rinxue, was keen to conceal the fact that he had indeed held back. He understood that revealing this would undoubtedly infuriate her. Ultimately, through a series of clever evasions, he persuaded Qian Rinxue to trust his words, and the two resumed their battle. Li Tianyu unleashed his first soul skill, 18 tokens launched simultaneously at Qian Rinxue, deftly manipulating them with distractions for precise execution. This left Qian Rinxue in a state of vexation. Yet she refrained from deploying her third soul skill to clear the field, aware that the smoke could easily expose her vulnerabilities. While she was uncertain of Li Tianyu's position, he could utilize the black gold domain to ascertain hers. Thus, Qian Rinxue opted to activate her fourth soul skill, Angel's 6-Wing Slash. The 6 wings of her angelic martial spirit flapped in unison, unleashing a multitude of soul-powered assaults towards Li Tianyu. In response, he too chose to confront this onslaught head-on with his fourth soul skill, Dark Gold Assault. The black gold token expelled its contained soul power in a single breath, charging directly at Qian Rinxue, effectively nullifying all her attacks from the Angel's 6-Wing Slash. With no alternative, Qian Rinxue resorted to her second soul skill once more to evade this strike, while Li Tianyu's fourth soul skill obliterated the mountaintop, leaving it in ruins. As both combatants found their soul power dwindling, they prepared for a decisive confrontation in the following round. Qian Rinxue invoked her fifth soul skill, Sword of Judgment, Angel's Verdict. This divine gift from the angelic god was bestowed due to the evolution of her martial spirit, giving the angelic god a chance to compete for supremacy at the divine level. Consequently, the deity decided to invest in her potential by granting her a soul ring that would grow alongside her strength. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, summoned his fifth soul skill, Sword of Judgment, Shura's Verdict. Over the past 2 years, the 7 great offerings had ventured into the city of Slaughter, where they were warmly received by the King of Slaughter. As a token of gratitude, and in light of the amicable exchange with the Shura god, the king gifted the Shura blood sword to the offerings, who subsequently entrusted it to Li Tianyu. He transformed this blade into his own divine soul ring, acquiring a unique soul skill that would also scale with his advancement. The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo. Owing to the spectral nature of their divine powers and the relatively lower levels of both combatants. Upon witnessing this scene, the Pope was utterly bewildered, pondering, who is this individual, so formidable? The 7 offerings, seemingly unfazed, sipped their tea, having previously recognized the extraordinary strength of this fifth soul skill. They were acutely aware that it was indeed a divine level 5-ring attack. It would be astonishing if it were anything less. Following the explosion, Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu concluded the encounter in a draw. However, it was worth noting that Li Tianyu had long stored his soul power within the black gold token, which held an impressive amount, rivaling that of a soul Douluo. Had it been a life-or-death battle, Li Tianyu would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. Qian Rinxue was equally cognizant of this fact, which prompted her to express her frustration, exclaiming, "It infuriates me. You always win." Li Tianyu retorted, "What can I say? My martial soul is simply too powerful." In exasperation, Qian Rinxue stamped her foot, and it took considerable effort for Li Tianyu to console her. He mused inwardly, "Is this truly the cold and indifferent Qian Rinxue from the original story? When did she become so endearing?" Subsequently, Qian Rinxue suggested, "Let us have another match. This time, let us see who reaches the offering hall first." Without delay, she activated her angel martial soul and soared toward the hall. Observing her, Li Tianyu enlarged the black gold token and stepped upon it, gliding through the air. "Do not inquire where you learned this. He merely borrowed it from Chen Xin." Ultimately, The six-winged golden-armored angel, Qian Renxue, outpaced him, arriving at the offering hall first. Her pride swelled, and upon witnessing her demeanor, Li Tianyu could not help but smile. Afterward, they exchanged no further words, each retreating to their respective quarters to recuperate and cultivate. At noon, the seven offerings summoned them for a meal, and they swiftly arrived at the dining table to join the seven elders. After their repast, Li Tianyu turned to Qian Douluo and inquired, "Grandfather Qian, I have an uninvited request." Qian Douluo replied, "Speak. What is it?" Li Tianyu hastily continued, "When we assist commoners in awakening their martial souls next time, may I accompany you?" Qian Douluo, puzzled, responded, "What business do you have in helping others awaken their martial souls? Is there something amiss?" Li Tianyu explained, "I am not entirely sure why, but I suddenly wish to witness the awakening process. It seems that my token is subtly urging me to seek out 3 individuals." Qian Douluo pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, your martial soul is compelling you, whether consciously or unconsciously, to find these 3 individuals. This implies a connection between your martial soul and theirs. Such a phenomenon could indicate that your martial soul is a subordinate of one of theirs, instinctively seeking its master. Or perhaps it belongs to a master, yearning to locate its former subordinates. It is unlikely that the resonance stems from a divine-level martial soul. Otherwise, my angel martial soul would resonate daily." After some contemplation, Qian Douluo concluded, "Very well, you may go. It is unlikely to lead to any trouble. If your martial soul's resonance enables you to discover 3 geniuses, that would be splendid." Li Tianyu, encouraged by this, asked, "When shall I depart?" Qian Douluo replied, "Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon would be suitable. You may leave at that time." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu returned to his quarters to pack his belongings, knowing that this journey would likely span no less than 10 days. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue directly inquired, "Grandfather, may I accompany brother?" Qian Douluo, grappling with his emotions, replied, "Go ahead, go ahead." His heart pondered, perhaps this is the essence of a daughter growing up and leaving home. Sighing inwardly, Qian Renxue, discerning her grandfather's thoughts, comforted him, "Grandfather is the person I cherish the most, and I shall never forget you. Even in death, I will remain by your side." Hearing her words, Qian Douluo could not help but smile warmly. By the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, Qian Renxue and Li Tianyu set off in a carriage. After leaving Wuhuan City, Qian Douluo commanded Shi Long to protect the 2 of them with utmost diligence along the way. Chapter 13. The 3 judges seated in the carriage. Qian Renxue and Li Tianyu had no intention of wasting time. Instead, they immersed themselves in their training. After about half an hour, Qian Renxue opened her eyes and asked Li Tianyu, "Where are we heading first, Brother Tianyu?" Li Tianyu responded, "To Shenhan Village." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, unable to recall such a place on the map. Noticing her confusion, Li Tianyu explained, "It's merely a small village, not marked on the map." After hearing this, Qian Renxue questioned, "Brother Tianyu, how do you know about it? And what brings you to this small village?" Li Tianyu, of course, was not seeking Tang San, as the latter had yet to be born, with 2 more years until his arrival. Li Tianyu replied, "My martial soul guided me to Shenhan Village. As for how I know, I investigated after following its guidance." Qian Renxue accepted his explanation and refrained from further inquiries, returning to her focused training. Thus, 8 or 9 days passed. On the morning of the 10th day, around 8 o'clock, after 2 hours had elapsed, the carriage driver announced, "We've arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu and Qian Renxue disembarked, offering the driver 20 copper soul coins. After stepping down, Qian Renxue remarked, "Well, how should I put it? To describe it positively, it's refreshingly natural. Negatively, it's quite dilapidated." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement, adding, "This is the plight of the common folk in this world, unable to become soul masters. They are condemned to a life of poverty. Shenhan Village is relatively better, free from the oppression of nobility. They cultivate vegetables, fish, and engage in trade, living a modest yet fulfilling life, far better than the citizens of Tiando City and Xinghua City, who are at the mercy of the nobility." Qian Renxue nodded, recalling Qian Daoliu's words about the dire circumstances of the common people on Douluo continent. However, she had not anticipated the extent of their suffering, realizing that, according to Li Tianyu, this village was still among the better places. Curiously, Qian Renxue asked, "Brother Tianyu, how do you know about the situations in Tiando City and Xinghua City?" Li Tianyu patiently replied, "When I was around 4 or 5 years old, I accompanied the dean on a visit to Tiando City and Xinghua City. I witnessed nobility brazenly seizing goods from the stalls of commoners, collecting taxes of 1 gold soul coin, while most commoners could barely fill their stomachs. Due to her long-standing residence in the spirit hall, Qian Ringshu was not lacking in funds. Thus, she curiously inquired, Tianyu, what is the approximate annual income of a commoner in relation to a gold soul coin? Li Tianyu reminisced about his time in the orphanage before responding. For a commoner, a gold soul coin roughly equates to a year's earnings. Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu remarked, so, does that imply that the taxes imposed on the people of Tiandu City and Xinghua City amount to the entirety of their annual income, leaving them with nothing? Li Tianyu clarified, I mentioned it is approximately equal to a year's income. In reality, it is slightly more than a single gold soul coin for an entire year. This is precisely why these nobles dare to set such exorbitant taxes, because their only requirement is to ensure they do not starve while safeguarding their own interests. After hearing this, Qian Ringshu felt that the nobility was akin to a malignant tumor. She then asked, did the commoners not revolt? To this, Li Tianyu replied, Xiao Xue. How many commoners do you think you could defeat? Qian Ringshu responded, facing defenseless peasants, with my current strength, I could easily take on hundreds. The only reason I refrain from engaging them is due to the limitations of my soul power. Li Tianyu then inquired, what is the disparity between you and a titled Douluo? Qian Ringshu paused before stating, at least 100-fold. Li Tianyu continued, there you have it. Even a rebellion of millions of commoners would likely falter against a single high-ranking titled Douluo. It is nearly impossible to exhaust them. Titled Douluos can simply fly away when they sense their soul power waning, recuperate, and return to strike again. In this manner, a mere few million commoners could easily be annihilated by a titled Douluo. This illustrates why one's birth truly determines one's fate. Qian Ringshu nodded in agreement. At this juncture, she had not yet assumed a disguise within the Tiando Empire, and thus was not fully aware of the insidious nature of the nobility. Coupled with her status, she had been rather oblivious to the plight of the commoners, a fact that Li Tianyu, having read the original narrative and experienced the hardships of the common folk as a resident of the orphanage, was well aware of. Returning to the matter at hand, as the two conversed while making their way to Holy Soul Village, Li Tianyu suggested that Qian Ringshu should change into a different outfit. Her current attire drew too much attention, and adhering to the principle of maintaining a low profile, he provided them both with simple, unembellished garments befitting commoners. Upon reaching the Spirit Hall branch designated for the awakening of martial souls, the first person they encountered immediately reprimanded them sternly. Who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall branch? Just as Qian Shui was about to reveal her identity, Li Tianyu conveyed through thought, Xiao Shui. Hold off on disclosing your identity for the moment. I wish to ascertain something. Additionally, I have something to inform you. Qian Shui, filled with curiosity yet perplexed, complied, as she too was intrigued by Li Tianyu's intentions. At that moment, the gatekeeper scrutinized the two individuals, noticing their modest attire. He thought to himself, they appear to be commoners. Very well, I should hasten to send them on their way. Thus, the gatekeeper remarked, I perceive that you two are common folk and must have wandered into this place by mistake. It would be best for you to return. Upon observing the gatekeeper's relatively courteous demeanor, Qian Shui felt that he did not embody the disdainful nature of many nobles, as described by Li Tianyu, at the very least. The Spirit Hall did not seem to align with such a reputation, did it? Li Tianyu, sensing Qian Shui's thoughts, promptly communicated telepathically. There are indeed scoundrels within the Spirit Hall as well, Xiao Xue. For now, please remain on the side and observe. After hearing this, Qian Shui stood quietly to the side, awaiting further developments. At this moment, Li Tianyu spoke up. Might I ask this esteemed gatekeeper if you would permit us to enter? We have just turned 6 today and have heard that the Spirit Hall allows common folk to awaken their martial spirits for free. So we have come to give it a try. At this time, Qian Shui and Li Tianyu were respectively 8 and 9 years old. However, distinguishing them as youths posed some difficulty, and to be frank, Qian Shui's beauty remained evident from childhood to adulthood, while Li Tianyu's appearance was rather unremarkable, making it hard to discern any significant difference between a 6 and a 9-year-old. As for height, some individuals develop faster than others, thus most people could understand. Of course, the essential plot required this. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper could not help but express a hint of derision, saying, You two commoners wish to awaken your martial spirits? Surely, you are unaware that the awakening of a martial spirit is determined by one's parents. By merely observing your attire, it is evident that your parents are likely commoners as well. How remarkable could your martial spirits possibly be? A lackluster martial spirit typically signifies an inability to awaken soul power, so I kindly ask you to leave. Although Li Tianyu caught the undertone of mockery in the gatekeeper's words, he did not succumb to rage due to the gatekeeper's relatively polite manner. Instead, he mimicked the voice of a 6-year-old, saying, "Esteemed gatekeeper, today is the day for free martial spirit awakening. We have merely come to give it a try. It will not take much of your time." The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, revealed his true nature and retorted scornfully, "Did I fail to make myself clear? You two commoners are destined to be waste, unable to awaken soul power. You should return home at once." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of indignation. After all, throughout her life, no one had dared to label her as worthless. If Qian Rinxue were truly a failure, it would imply that there were no exceptional individuals left in the entire Douluo continent. Li Tianyu conveyed in a whisper, "Xiaoxue, you are indeed correct. There are some nobles and soul masters who hold commoners in esteem, yet the majority still look down upon them. Of course, most individuals within the Spirit Hall regard commoners with respect, but a small faction does harbor disdain. As for why Li Tianyu is certain that this gatekeeper scorns commoners, it pertains to that small segment within the Spirit Hall. Remember the black gold domain." Subsequently, Li Tianyu adopted a beseeching demeanor, imploring, "Respected gatekeeper, is it truly impossible for us to enter? It won't consume much of your time. I earnestly request you allow us to try." The gatekeeper, growing impatient, erupted in anger and revealed his soul rings, indicating he was a 4-ringed soul master. He coldly, laced with a hint of mockery, retorted, "Two worthless commoners, yearning to awaken their martial spirits? Spare me the jest. Such tales of underdogs triumphing are mere fables told to 3-year-olds. The more Qian Rinxue listened, the angrier she became. However, Li Tianyu found himself deeply affected. While the gatekeeper's disdain for commoners was evident, his words echoed a harsh truth. Most individuals are incapable of such an underdog triumph. The reason people remember those few who succeeded is that the many who failed have long been forgotten. Soon, seeing that the two did not leave, the gatekeeper resorted to violence, only to be repelled by Qian Rinxue's unleashed soul power. The gatekeeper was taken aback, witnessing 5 soul rings illuminating around Qian Rinxue, and in terror, he exclaimed, "5-ringed soul king." He quickly knelt, pleading, "This young man is blind to greatness. I beseech this esteemed individual for forgiveness." At that moment, the branch leader of the Spirit Hall hurriedly emerged and inquired about the situation. Upon hearing the details, he could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Two mere commoner spirit masters dare to create a ruckus in my Spirit Hall. Do you think this place belongs to your family?" Subsequently, the bishop displayed 6 spirit rings: yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black. The demeanor of the gatekeeper shifted dramatically as he stated, "You two had better accept your punishment obediently. It will be less severe. Our esteemed bishop is a 6-ring spirit emperor. It is likely that you commoners have scarcely encountered even a few spirit kings." At that moment, both individuals silently acknowledged to themselves, "Indeed, I have seldom encountered soul kings. Most of those I have seen are titled Douluos." Subsequently, the Soul Emperor unveiled his martial spirit, the Ghost Vine King. Without delay, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Ghost Vine Assault Formation, sending countless ghostly vine spikes hurtling towards the two. Just as Qian Rinxue prepared to strike, she was halted by Li Tianyu's call. With a perplexed expression, Qian Rinxue turned to Li Tianyu, who responded, "To deal with them, we must allow those responsible for their reckoning to take action. Would you not agree?" Li Tianyu, possessing the black gold domain, had already sensed the presence of Shilong and Ci Shui. As the two individuals observed the demeanor of the gatekeeper, they were filled with profound indignation. Their discontent stemmed not from trivial matters, but from the tragic backgrounds shared by many titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, who, in their youth, had endured hardships as mere commoners. Take for instance the harrowing childhoods of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. While their experiences were significantly more dire, these two, though slightly better off, resonated deeply with the sentiments expressed by Li Tianyu towards Qian Rinxue, for they too had faced their own share of adversities. Thus, they were on the verge of taking action, yet refrained, bound by the command of the Grand Offering to keep their intentions concealed, ensuring the safety of the two. As fate would have it, Li Tianyu provided a graceful exit for the two, for these corrupt individuals were beyond their authority to deal with. However, the 9 elders possessed the power to intervene. The lack of authority was merely a matter of fact. Had they truly desired to eliminate the threat, it would not have posed any issue. It was simply a gesture to assist the two. Xilong and Ci Shui grasped the underlying meaning in Li Tianyu's words. And with the newfound support, they swiftly took action. The sixth soul skill of the Soul Emperor was shattered in an instant, and the enraged bishop bellowed. Do you understand that this act is in defiance of my spirit hall? Xilong and Ci Shui regarded the bishop with an expression of incredulity, as if he were a simpleton. In unison, they revealed their pope's decree, rendering the bishop momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Xilong and Ci Shui unveiled their soul rings, titled Douluo. In that moment, the bishop's demeanor shifted entirely as he lamented to Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. Esteemed elders, I implore you to intervene. These ignorant commoner soul masters have unjustly harmed my gatekeeper and disrespected the authority of my spirit hall. Xilong and Ci Shui found this display particularly repulsive. Every noble they encountered in the past exhibited such behavior, bullying the weak and currying favor with the strong. Ignoring the bishop, they turned away and knelt on one knee, simultaneously declaring, "We pay our respects to the young master." Li Tianyu couldn't help but internally scoff. This has nothing to do with me. Aware of Li Tianyu's discomfort, Xilong and Ci Shui quickly added, "We pay our respects to the elder of the judgment hall." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu's spirit soared. As for vanity? Yes, I am indeed that person who revels in it. And what of it? The bishop, taken aback, inquired of the two elders. Elders, who are these individuals? Ci Shui promptly replied, the granddaughter of the grand offering in the offering hall. The authority of the elder of the judgment hall surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, the bishop was left astounded and immediately pleaded with the two elders, I beseech you, save me. Qian Rinxue and her companions were repulsed by the bishop's vile demeanor, with Qian Rinxue particularly affected, having never witnessed such egregiousness before. Xilong and Ci Shui coldly responded, our spirit hall's tenet does not disdain common folk. You have violated this principle, including your gatekeeper. Today, both of you will be apprehended by us. Yet, any punishment regarding you two must be addressed to the Pope or the Grand Offering. They then swiftly incapacitated the gatekeeper and the bishop, temporarily incarcerating them. Afterward, Xilong and Ci Shui turned to Li Tianyu and asked, Little Tian, how did you discover us? Li Tianyu replied, why do you always forget that I possess a black gold domain? The two suddenly realized, and Li Tianyu continued. In light of the respect you have shown me, might you consider allowing me to assist in elevating your ninth soul ring to 100,000-year level? The two were astonished. Although they were among the 9 elders, their loyalty to the offering hall was unwavering. Qian Douluo had informed them of this matter, but had not permitted Li Tianyu to assist in extending their soul ring's age. They had presumed that seeking Li Tianyu's help for such a request would be a daunting task. Yet, upon merely praising him, he was ready to assist in elevating the age of their rings. My goodness, where in the world does such fortune arise? They quickly nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness. Subsequently, Li Tianyu assisted the two in enhancing the age of their soul rings, transforming their 9th black soul rings into 9th red soul rings. As a result, their levels soared, elevating from an average of 92 to 94. Ultimately, the two expressed their gratitude, stating, such immense kindness deserves no formal thanks. Xiaodian, should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Li Tianyu offered no further remarks and then accompanied Qian Rinxue into the branch of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, numerous 6-year-old children were eagerly anticipating the awakening of their martial souls, harboring an insatiable desire to become soul masters, thus elevating themselves above others. As several children encountered Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu, who had reverted to their true appearances, they were inevitably filled with curiosity regarding their identities. Naturally, the majority were particularly intrigued by Qian Rinxue's background, for beauty often leaves a lasting first impression. Observing this scene, Li Tianyu felt no pangs of jealousy. Rather, he experienced a sense of pride. After all, one could say that Qian Rinxue was his half-sister. And how could one not take pride in having such a stunningly talented sister? However, it was not long before members of the Spirit Hall arrived. Bringing with them soul power crystals, they commenced the awakening of soul power, starting with a blue-silver grass level 1, deemed a standard waste of a spirit, followed by a scythe level 2, which was commendable, at least qualifying one to become a soul master. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, filled with curiosity, inquired, Tianyu, why are their martial soul levels so low? This question, though innocently posed, struck a chord with many present, eliciting a wave of indignation. Some responded with palpable outrage, retorting, what right do you have to judge us? Are you endowed with innate full soul power? The individuals from the nearby branches of the Spirit Hall were equally taken aback, wondering who it was that dared to speak so brazenly. The daughter of the current pope and the granddaughter of the grand priest. Did she truly not comprehend the meaning of peril? However, Qianren Shui, with an air of indifference and a hint of pride, remarked, I am indeed not endowed with innate soul power. Upon hearing the words, the individual was about to retort. But then he heard Qianren Shui declare, I possess innate soul power at the 20th level. The notion of such a low innate soul power, merely at the 10th level, struck a chord deep within. Li Tianyu felt somewhat pricked by her words, yet immediately communicated telepathically with Qianren Shui, saying, Little Shui, the awakening of soul power is not solely correlated with the rank of one's martial soul. It is also intertwined with personal nutrition and physical constitution. These children, after all, are commoners, and it is already a blessing for them to have enough to eat each day, let alone time dedicated to physical training. Moreover, most martial souls among commoners are not of high caliber, but rather the most ordinary. Hence, in the eyes of the majority of commoners, possessing any soul power signifies the potential to become a soul master, which is commendable. Unlike those from noble families who regard martial souls of levels 2 or 3 as worthless. Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui felt a twinge of guilt. For in a certain sense, her ignorance had inadvertently wounded the pride of these children. Li Tianyu could discern that asking Qianren Shui to apologize publicly would be somewhat burdensome. As she, too, harbored her own pride, he contemplated stepping in to apologize on her behalf. However, Qianren Shui preempted him, offering her own apology to the children. Curious, Li Tianyu inquired, Little Shui, you. But before he could finish, Qianren Shui interjected, I am proud, indeed, but that does not grant me the right to mock others. Moreover, I have wounded these children's self-esteem. The pain of childhood can sometimes take a lifetime to heal. Li Tianyu understood her sentiments, in essence. Qianren Shui wished to spare these children from a childhood as tragic as her own, one that required a lifetime to mend. While she had lost familial affection, these children had suffered the loss of their dignity. Consequently, Li Tianyu refrained from adding further comments. After the awakening of the martial souls, it could be said that luck was on their side today, as only 3 children among the many had no soul power. Subsequently, Qianren Shui pointed to the children who possessed soul power and asked Li Tianyu, Brother Tianyu, are the 3 individuals you seek among these children? Li Tianyu replied, No. Yet Qianren Shui could not help but feel troubled, pondering who they might be. However, the black gold token within Li Tianyu grew increasingly restless. Following the guidance of the black gold token, Li Tianyu turned his gaze towards the 3 children devoid of soul power, pondering to himself, could it be these 3 children? Subsequently, Li Tianyu approached the trio, consisting of 2 boys and a girl. One boy was tall and slender, while the other was tall and stout. At that moment, Li Tianyu addressed the 3 children, saying, Little brothers, would you kindly accompany your elder brother for a while? I have matters to discuss with you. At that moment, Qianren Shui regained her senses and cast a glance at the 3 children, pondering to herself, could it possibly be these 3 children? At this moment, the children endowed with soul power gazed enviously, for they had just learned from the introduction of the individuals from the spirit hall that the pair ahead, a man and a woman, were to become the future elders of judgment and the future elders of trial within the spirit hall. At this moment, Li Tianyu led the 3 children away alongside Qianren Shui. Soon, they arrived at a vast and serene forest. Li Tianyu revealed his martial spirit, the black gold token, which began to pulsate with an intense energy upon its emergence. Subsequently, he addressed the children, saying, My dear children, place your hands upon the black gold token, just as you did when awakening your martial spirits. Upon hearing this, the 3 children promptly complied in unison. At that moment, the black gold token emanated 3 powerful forces, leaving Qianren Shui beside it utterly astonished. 3 forces penetrated the bodies of the 3 children. At that moment, the 3 martial souls resonated, heralding the presence of the 3 judges under the Lord of Judgment, Xingtian, Zhulong, and Jimon. Indeed, this echoes the merciless persona of the character from the Peking opera cat, the black gold token. Thus, it should become clear to everyone now. Personally, I find this setting rather reasonable. After all, the child's father in his past life was a judge, and now he has traversed into the role of a judge himself. Is that not fitting? In that moment, as the 3 children awakened their martial souls, a resonance occurred with Qianren Shui's martial soul, leaving her utterly astonished. A divine-level martial soul? Had her grandfather's prophecy come to fruition? Subsequently, Li Tianyu candidly declared, Children, all 3 of you have awakened your martial souls, and not just any, but the legendary divine-level martial souls, endowed with innate full soul power. The trio stood momentarily stunned, for only moments ago they had been devoid of soul power. unable to become soul masters, and now they possess divine-level martial souls. Coming back to their senses, they embrace Li Tianyu, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother." Li Tianyu, caught off guard, gasped for breath and quickly replied, "If you don't let go, I might just be suffocated." The three hastily released their grip, and Li Tianyu continued. "From my observation, your divine-level martial souls are all primary martial souls. When activated in battle, they will transform into their true forms. And they should come with their own weapons. The reason you were unable to awaken your martial souls earlier is that your martial souls belong to my subordinate category. In simpler terms, it is a hierarchical relationship, meaning your martial souls can only be awakened with the assistance of mine." Although the three did not fully comprehend this explanation, they nodded in agreement. Li Tianyu then inquired, "Are you three willing to follow me?" "Of course, if your parents disapprove, I will not insist." The subsequent words of the three astonished Li Tianyu once more as they spoke in unison. "All three of our parents have passed away. We are now unburdened and wish to follow you." Upon hearing this, both Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue could not help but lament. Yet another trio of unfortunate souls adrift in the world. Thereafter, the two of them led the three away. While Shilong and Ci Shui exchanged puzzled glances, pondering what was so special about these children. They recounted the earlier conversation, but neither wished to speak further. Having been nearly crushed by the revelation, 5 divine martial souls were indeed a heavy blow to bear. Ah, yes, the least among them still possessed innate full soul power. However, the two soon fell silent and prepared to escort the 5 back to the spirit hall, with Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu sharing a carriage, while Xing Tian, Zhu Long, and Zhu Meng occupied another. Both the blood-pricking and Shilong households returned to the Hall of Offerings with a vehicle each. Chapter 14. As they journeyed along the path to the offering hall, after approximately 5 or 6 days, a sudden commotion of battle echoed from several miles away. The intensity of the noise was sufficient to alert both Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. At that moment, Li Tianyu inquired of Shilong, "What transpired, Uncle Shi?" Shilong replied, "Little Tian, Sishui has already gone to investigate. Just wait patiently." Before long, Sishui returned and reported. "It is the formidable Zhu Douluo pursuing that notorious poison master, Digyabo." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu began to contemplate rapidly. While Digyabo may not rank among the strongest within the title Douluo, based on Sishui's recent address of him and the original text, it appeared he had yet to attain the title Douluo status. He likely remained elusive. The ice and fire duality was not to be carelessly breached. He then reflected. Digyabo was a lethal weapon in team battles. It was no exaggeration to state that, according to the original narrative, 13 out of 10 of the Spirit Hall army perished at his hands. Subsequently, Li Tianyu turned to Sishui and asked, "Uncle Sishui, would you be able to take me to find him?" Sishui responded, "Little Tian, what do you intend to seek him for?" Li Tianyu asserted directly, "Digyabo is undoubtedly a formidable weapon in team battles, and if we could," before Li Tianyu could finish his thought, Shilong interjected, "Little Tian, we have considered this before. We once contemplated recruiting him, but that old man stubbornly refused. Thus, we often send people to hunt him down. After all, one cannot simply allow such a lethal weapon to roam free. Hence, if you wish to have Digyabo serve our offering hall, you might as well abandon the notion." However, Li Tianyu firmly stated, "No, Uncle Shi, I am entirely confident that I can persuade Digyabo to join the spirit hall." Both men were taken aback, questioning what had instilled such courage in little Tian to assert that he could undoubtedly recruit Digyabo. After much pleading from Li Tianyu, Sishui agreed to take him to try, reasoning that there was no harm in attempting. As for the exchange between Digyabo and Zhu Douluo, the latter, with a mocking expression, declared, "Old poison. Today marks your impending demise." Digyabo retorted sharply, "Zhu Huaguan, refrain from reveling in your self-satisfaction. Even in death, I shall ensure you accompany me to the underworld." Just as the two were about to engage in combat once more, a sudden cry echoed, announcing the activation of the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. A colossal spiked porcupine descended from the heavens, stirring up a billowing cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the clear sky Douluo disowned the newcomer and immediately admonished Sishui. "What are you doing?" Sishui replied, "Yueguan, I am merely carrying out orders. Xiao Tian seeks to win over Digyabo." Upon hearing this, the clear sky Douluo exclaimed in fury, "Win over that old poisoner. How many times has our spirit hall attempted to garner his allegiance? Has he ever acquiesced? If we do not eliminate him today, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat in the future." Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian referred to Li Tianyu. And after 2 years apart, some recognition may have faded. Digyabo discerned from the recent conversation that both parties sought to win him over. However, What piqued his curiosity was the paradox of why one faction of the Spirit Hall aimed to eliminate him while another sought to recruit him. As he pondered this unsettling revelation, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The Spirit Hall was internally divided into two factions. Douluo contemplated that if he could convey this intelligence to the two great empires, such a favor might prompt them to seek a remedy for his affliction. Just as he prepared to flee, he was intercepted by a serpent spear wielded by none other than Shilong beside them. Li Tianyu remarked, "Uncle Shi, you have arrived. Who is watching over Xiao Xue and the others?" Shilong replied, "Rest assured, Xiaodian. I have established a formation in that area. Unless one possesses the strength of a tidal Douluo, it cannot be breached. Even a tidal Douluo would require considerable power to do so. And I would sense it in time to return promptly." After hearing this, Li Tianyu felt reassured. Returning to the scene with the chrysanthemum Douluo, he boldly declared, "Very well. I shall see how I will eliminate this old poison today. What can the two of you do to stop me?" However, the ensuing display from Shilong and Xue left him utterly astonished. The two revealed their spirit rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. This spectacle left the chrysanthemum Douluo in a state of shock, prompting him to inquire, "How has your ninth spirit ring been enhanced?" Meanwhile, Douluo also wore an expression of disbelief as he sensed that both of their spirit powers had reached level 94. However, Shilong and Xue paid little heed to their words, simply stating indifferently, "Yu Guan, do you still wish to fight us?" Douluo wore a helpless expression. For the prowess of these two individuals surpassed his own. With no recourse, he could only withdraw. Upon witnessing Douluo's departure, the two turned their attention towards Douluo, who declared, "I shall never yield to your spirit hall. Even in death, the toxic smoke I unleash shall be a torment for you." Upon hearing this, Xue let out a disdainful laugh. "Douluo, you may certainly give it a try. My spirit, the stabbing porcupine, can absorb toxic gas. Although there exists a limit to its capacity, do you truly believe that the toxic mist expelled by a mere level 89 is greater than what a level 94 tidal Douluo, can absorb?" Douluo, upon hearing this, was enveloped in despair, as it seemed all avenues of escape had been barred to him. He then resolved to take his own life. Observing his intent, the two hastened to interject, "Do not resort to suicide. Xiao Tian has something to say to you. He claims he can assist you." Douluo, in response, questioned, "What assistance can he possibly offer me?" At that moment, Li Tianyu stepped forward and spoke. "I can assist you in alleviating the poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter." Hearing these words, Douluo gazed at Li Tianyu in astonishment. For the matter of his own poisoning was known to no one, yet this young man seemed aware of it. Li Tianyu replied calmly, "My martial soul allows me to access the complete information of any individual, thus this trivial matter cannot be concealed from me." Upon hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Assist me? How do you intend to do that? I, Douluo, have traversed mountains and rivers, yet have found no means to counteract this poison. Otherwise, I would not remain in the position of a tidal Douluo, afraid to advance." Li Tianyu, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I have stated that I can cure your poison, and I assure you that I can. As for whether you wish to accept my offer, that is entirely up to you." After pondering for a moment, Douluo considered the situation and decided to place his trust in him just this once. After all, he found himself in a dire predicament, with death seemingly inevitable. Should he refuse, escape would be impossible, and he would certainly perish here. The number of his enemies was beyond his own reckoning, and he could not bear the thought of dying and leaving his granddaughter in jeopardy. Subsequently, Douluo replied, "Very well, I shall give it a try, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Shilong and Xue were about to exert their pressure. Yet Li Tianyu interjected, "Speak." Douluo stated, "If your method fails and I meet my demise, the spirit hall must ensure the safety of my granddaughter. Should I survive, I will undoubtedly join the spirit hall." Li Tianyu responded without hesitation, "Consider it done." However, Douluo remained skeptical. Li Tianyu, perceiving his apprehension, spoke directly, "If you fear I might have a change of heart, then consume that poisonous pill yourself. If I am not mistaken, you are not the only one capable of activating it. Any member of the Bailin Serpent Royal could achieve the same." Upon hearing this, Douluo decisively handed over the solitary pill to Li Tianyu, who without a trace of hesitation, consumed it immediately. The two bystanders were left astounded, wondering about the sheer confidence Li Tianyu possessed to cure the ailment Douluo had mentioned. Subsequently, Li Tianyu instructed Douluo, "Follow me." Douluo complied, accompanying him to Li Tianyu's carriage, and they then altered their course towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. As Douluo mounted the carriage, he spotted Qian Rinxue beside him and began to ponder in his heart. Beside him, Li Tianyu discerned the intentions of Douluo and was well aware of his thoughts. Subsequently, with a statement that served both as a reminder and a subtle threat, he said, "Allow me to introduce to you, Senior Douluo, this is Qian Rinxue, the granddaughter of the Invincible Sky, the 99th level title Douluo Qian Douluo. She is also the daughter of the current pope." Upon hearing Li Tianyu's words, Douluo immediately abandoned his previous thoughts. After all, provoking Qian Douluo would leave him with no avenue for escape. Should Qian Douluo be in a foul mood, he might very well vent his frustrations upon his granddaughter. Of course, a man of Qian Daolia's integrity would never involve his family in matters of conflict. After all, it is a principle of the Haotian sect that family should remain untouched by strife. After 2 hours, they arrived at the Sunset Forest, and Douluo, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What brings us to the Sunset Forest?" Li Tianyu simply replied, "You will find out shortly." Beside him, Shilong and Ci Shui wore expressions of confusion, with only Qian Rinxue aware of Li Tianyu's intentions. Upon arriving at the Sunset Forest, Li Tianyu promptly unleashed the realm of black gold. The king of 10,000 demons, sensing this, swiftly traversed through the trees, utilizing the forest to his advantage. Upon his arrival, the 2 titled Douluo accompanying him were taken aback, for they could distinctly perceive that this being, in his transformed state, possessed a cultivation level of at least 97 to 98. However, Li Tianyu nonchalantly inquired, "Can the king of 10,000 demons guide us to the Eye of Ice and Fire? It has been 2 years since my last visit, and I am nearly at a loss for the way." The king of 10,000 demons retorted, "What can you possibly remember with that mind of yours? And yet you claim to inherit the Shura goddess legacy? Just be careful not to forget what your adversary is doing while passing judgment on them." Subsequently, the king of 10,000 demons led the 8 of them directly to the Eye of Ice and Fire. As soon as they arrived, Douluo felt the toxins within his body being suppressed. Both Shilong and Ci Shui were taken aback, for they had never encountered such a wondrous land. Observing the tender seedlings of celestial herbs flourishing in Xian's possession, they could not help but exclaim, "It seems that the remarkable enhancement of strength among the 7 guardians is inextricably linked to this extraordinary terrain." At this moment, Li Tianyu remarked, "This precious land is of great significance. If anyone were to divulge it, what would the grand offering do?" "I cannot say." The astute listeners grasped the underlying meaning, and promptly, the 3 of them assured him, "We will never disclose this matter." Following this, Li Tianyu sought out the ethereal Xiang Qilua's celestial essence. After harvesting it, he transferred its medicinal potency into the black gold token, subsequently creating 2 pills from the combined properties. He then handed one to Douluo, stating, "Consume this now, and it will eradicate all toxins from your body." Upon hearing this, Douluo was astonished, yet with no other recourse, he resolved to take the leap of faith and ingested the pill. Instantly, he felt the toxins within him dissipating rapidly, which startled him. Suddenly, Douluo's level soared to 90, bringing him immense joy as he began to formally absorb the medicinal energy. After approximately 2 hours, he completely digested the essence. Once he had finished, Li Tianyu presented the other pill to Douluo, saying, "Give this pill to your granddaughter. It will certainly cure the toxins within her." Holding the pill, Douluo's face was etched with lines of emotion. For decades, he had suffered from this poison, and his son had tragically succumbed to it. Now, only his granddaughter remained, saved by a mere child. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Douluo hastily knelt, proclaiming, "In the future, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." As Li Tianyu gazed upon someone older than himself uttering such words, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He promptly assisted Douluo to his feet and remarked, "Senior, there is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Xiao Tian. Otherwise, it feels rather awkward to me." Upon hearing this, Douluo erupted into hearty laughter and replied, "Very well, that shall suffice." However, Douluo soon found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had merely sought someone capable of alleviating his poison and had casually acquiesced to the notion of joining the spirit hall. Now, having received genuine assistance in his affliction, he could not consider himself ungrateful. Moreover, this favor was one that he might never fully repay in his lifetime, a debt worthy of his lifelong protection. Li Tianyu, fully aware of the challenges faced by Douluo, spoke with understanding. "I have always recognized your love for freedom, esteemed Elder Douluo. I shall not impose any difficulties upon you and my. For the time being, you may assume the role of the Elder of Judgment, tasked solely with eliminating those who pose a threat to my. Of course, if you encounter adversaries beyond your capabilities, there is no need to force yourself against them. You are welcome to explore the continent at your leisure, for your ultimate goal is to eradicate threats to the network of talents. When little Shui, whom I previously mentioned as Qian Rinxue, matures, the position of Elder of Judgment shall be entrusted to her, allowing you to enjoy your retirement, Elder Douluo. Douluo Bo, recognizing that Li Tianyu was providing him with an avenue of escape, readily agreed. He then expressed, I shall set out to hunt soul beasts, coincidentally aiming to break through to the titled Douluo level. When the time comes, I will confront that Juhua Pass and see who truly prevails. However, Li Tianyu called out to Douluo Bo, presenting him with a blood-red swan kiss flower. Curiously, Douluo Bo inquired, what is this flower? Li Tianyu replied, this flower has the potential to amplify your poison several times, even up to 100-fold. Undoubtedly, it is a formidable weapon for you. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo cautiously accepted the flower. Although he recognized its utility as a potent weapon, he was equally aware that a moment's carelessness could result in his own toxins being magnified, leading to his demise. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of elation. With the blood-red swan kiss in his possession, even titled Douluo below level 97 would hesitate to linger in the presence of his poison. As Douluo Bo prepared to hunt soul beasts, Li Tianyu once again called out to him, asking, Elder Douluo, would you desire a 100,000-year soul ring? Douluo Bo, taken aback, exclaimed, can you truly procure one? Li Tianyu smiled enigmatically and instructed the king of all demons at the entrance, kindly convey my message to Lord Silver Dragon. The king of all demons immediately radiated his aura to express the intent to Guyuna. Once fully healed, Guyuna responded by releasing her aura, stating, as long as it is a non-fatal spirit beast, I consent. The king of all demons indicated that the Lord had agreed. Subsequently, the group traveled by carriage for approximately an hour until they arrived at the Douluo forest. Li Tianyu then proceeded directly to the core area, while those accompanying him, aside from Qian Rinxue and a few others, could not help but inquire, Little Tian, sir, what is your relationship with this group of spirit beasts? Li Tianyu replied, we share a relationship of allies. Moreover, it is advisable not to ask questions that ought not to be asked, as it may attract unnecessary trouble. Upon reaching the core area, the remaining 6 formidable figures, aside from the king of all demons, made their appearances. The overwhelming presence they exuded left everyone, except for Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue, gasping for breath. Subsequently, Li Tianyu addressed Emperor Tian, requesting a drop of blood from the 100,000-year-old man-eating azure-scaled serpent. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian inquired, are you referring to the adopted son of the king of all demons? Li Tianyu confirmed, indeed. They then procured the blood from the man-eating azure-scaled serpent and, utilizing the method of ring condensation, assisted Douluo Bo in forming a 100,000-year spirit ring. Upon acquiring this spirit ring, Douluo Bo's level ascended to the esteemed rank of a 93rd level title Douluo. As Douluo Bo assessed his own strength, he could not help but declare, Juhua Guan, should you dare to return, I shall ensure that you never leave. Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, interjected, I have no objections to your feud, just to not let Juhua Douluo meet his demise. Douluo Bo chuckled heartily in response, rest assured, young Tian, I am well aware of where to draw the line. Subsequently, the group of 8 departed from the Douluo forest, making their way towards the spirit hall. Li Tianyu could not help but reflect on the bountiful gains of this excursion. A 93rd level title Douluo, truly a formidable force for clearing the field, alongside 3 subordinates, all possessing divine-grade martial souls. Over the course of a month, such remarkable treasures had been amassed. Surely, it would not be unreasonable to petition Qian Douluo to appoint him as an Elder of Judgment. However, Li Tianyu only dared to entertain this thought in his heart, as he still intended to obediently request Qian Douluo to expedite his promotion to that esteemed position of Elder of Judgment. During their conversation, the 2 masters of poison, Sishue and Douluo Bo, seemed to have found kindred spirits in one another, fervently debating the most effective methods of poisoning, the art of causing death without a trace, and the combinations of substances that could yield lethal toxins. This left Shilong pondering the enigmatic nature of Sishue. How could this individual harbor such a plethora of lethal intentions? The thought then struck him, should Sishue ever decide to retaliate by poisoning his food, it would spell disaster. The more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. Thus, he resolved that from this day forward, he would refrain from provoking Sishue. As for Xingtian and his companions, they were rendered increasingly anxious at the thought of visiting the Hall of Offerings, a place renowned for its assembly of 7 titled Douluos, all exceeding level 95, a daunting prospect indeed. Li Tianyu even asserted that he would ensure each of them found a mentor among these 7 formidable figures. which only heightened their anxiety as they feared that a poor first impression might lead to their dismissal. Similarly, Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu were also enveloped in their own routine. In the morning, they dedicated themselves to their training, but by nightfall, Qian Rinxue insisted on resting with her arm draped around Li Tianyu, her head resting on his shoulder. The reason for this behavior stemmed from childhood trauma. Though she had come to understand that Bibi Dong loved her, the shadows of her past still lingered. Thus, throughout her childhood, she would cling to a stuffed doll while sleeping, a comforting presence that alleviated her nightmares and quelled the feelings of abandonment and solitude that haunted her. Li Tianyu was well aware of this, and thus allowed Qian Rinxue to rest her head upon his shoulder. Chapter 15. A departure from the original narrative. On the 22nd day of their journey in the carriage, at 4 in the morning, Li Tianyu gazed into the distance at Wuhuan City, contemplating that by 8 o'clock they should nearly arrive. He then cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, who lay against him with her arm draped over his, and inwardly mused that it was utterly inconceivable that she was the same person from the original tale. Indeed, Qian Rinxue's romantic inclinations were rather peculiar, yet, at present, she seemed to express nothing more than a sense of dependency upon him. After a moment's reflection, Li Tianyu pondered that perhaps Qian Rinxue's yearning for reliance upon others was quite natural. She was proud and ambitious, always striving for excellence. Why was that? Was she truly a perfectionist? Did she feel compelled to push herself to such extremes? In the original narrative, she had no one to lean on from a young age. Qian Douluo had concealed the truth from her. She was aware only that her mother did not love her, which drove her to excel, to surpass the recognition of Bibi Dong. She forced herself to attain perfection, resulting in her cold demeanor towards others. This very trait rendered her character difficult to approach. Yet, did Qian Rinxue not long to be a child, to hide behind her parents, and to be a carefree girl, someone who could rely on others, someone who would protect her? Li Tianyu silently observed Qian Rinxue as she slept on his shoulder, letting out a sigh, wishing silently that in this lifetime she would not develop affections for Tang San, lest history repeat itself in tragedy. Approximately an hour later, Qian Rinxue stirred from her slumber, only to find Li Tianyu awake. She hurriedly withdrew her arm from his shoulder, her cheeks flushed, and bashfully exclaimed, "Why didn't you wake me?" Qian Rinxue felt somewhat taken advantage of by Li Tianyu. To which he replied, "You were sleeping. Why would I disturb you? What if I awakened you, and you became irritable?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a flicker of annoyance and promptly delivered a light punch to Li Tianyu's chest. He refrained from retaliating, understanding that it was best to let her vent her frustrations, otherwise, it would lead to a protracted confrontation. Upon awakening, Qian Rinxue soon felt a slight chill, for it was merely 5 in the morning and winter had firmly set in. Her attire was rather scant, thus it was only natural for her to feel cold. As she contemplated igniting a flame with her martial soul, Li Tianyu interjected with a cautionary reminder, "Do not repeat the mistake of setting the house ablaze as you did last time." A flush of embarrassment crept across Qian Rinxue's cheeks, for a year prior, in a desperate attempt to warm herself, she had conjured fire at her fingertips, resulting in the entire dwelling being engulfed in flames. Consequently, Qian Douluo had advised Li Tianyu to remind her of this incident whenever she considered employing her abilities in a similar manner, particularly when there was uncertainty regarding her control. Suppressing her initial thoughts, Qian Rinxue could not help but shiver from the cold. Observing her discomfort, Li Tianyu retrieved the box he had previously given her from his soul guide device. He then presented her with the judge's attire contained within, which he draped over her shoulders. Qian Rinxue felt a measure of warmth envelop her, yet it was swiftly replaced by a sense of shyness as she retorted, "I can manage without your assistance." Upon witnessing the situation, Li Tianyu leisurely remarked, "Since Miss Qian Rinxue has no need for it, I shall take this set of garments." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately retorted, "I purchased this attire. Half of it rightfully belongs to me. I do not consent to your taking it." Li Tianyu, observing the blend of petulance and unreasonable obstinacy in Qian Rinxue's demeanor, suddenly recalled a peculiar charm she possessed in her childhood. Thus, the two continued their playful banter and quarrel until they returned to Wuhuan City. In truth, it was Qian Rinxue who persistently engaged in the playful scolding, albeit not with genuine malice. Outside, Xie Shui, Xilong, and Douluo could naturally discern the events unfolding within. The three of them couldn't help but erupt into laughter, ensuring that the two inside remained oblivious to their amusement. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue escorted the three individuals, Xing Tian, to the offering hall, while Douluo followed closely behind. As for Xishui and Xilong, they were tasked with returning to report. After approximately 20 minutes, The grand doors of the offering hall were suddenly pushed open, and Qian Dalu inquired, "Who goes there?" Si Shui and Shi Long responded. Si Shui and Shi Long have come to report. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu remarked, "Ah, they have returned." The two nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Qian Dalu continued, "Then let Shuer and the others enter." Thereafter, Si Shui and Shi Long withdrew. As Qian Dalu observed, behind Li Tianyu trailed 3 children, approximately 6 years of age. Alongside an elderly man whose appearance, in stark contrast to Qian Dalu, made Douluo seem significantly younger. Subsequently, Qian Dalu inquired, "Who are those 3 children? And who is that elderly gentleman?" Li Tianyu responded, "This esteemed elder is Douluo." Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu expressed his astonishment. "Douluo? How did you manage to persuade him? I have approached him countless times during my visits to the spirit hall, yet to no avail." Douluo, upon hearing this, felt a modicum of embarrassment. However, Qian Dalu showed no intention of making things difficult, simply stating, "Speak, Elder Douluo, choose your position." Li Tianyu promptly replied, "Elder Douluo shall temporarily assume the role of Judgment Elder. In the future, when Xiao Xue becomes a soul saint, Elder Douluo will certainly step aside. Moreover, as Elder Douluo cherishes his freedom, I hope the grand offering will permit him to travel." Qian Dalu responded nonchalantly, "No problem. But he must be present for significant matters henceforth." Douluo quickly affirmed, "Of course." Qian Dalu then continued, "You may go now. Ensure your granddaughter is brought to Spirit City. No matter how bold your adversaries may be, they will not dare to cause trouble within my spirit hall. I shall also assist your granddaughter during her soul awakening. As for her joining the academy, rest assured, I will ensure she is admitted to the Spirit Hall Academy." Douluo was filled with elation upon hearing this, for the Spirit Hall Academy is, without exaggeration, the finest institution on the continent, offering unparalleled competition coupled with abundant cultivation resources. It would not suffer the laxity of training due to overly generous resources as seen in Tiando. Nor would it resemble a lesser academy, where the lack of resources hampers progress. Furthermore, Spirit City would aid him in dealing with those seeking vengeance, effectively alleviating his concerns. Yet, another worry emerged, the arrival of Douluo Yin, which served as a reminder that should Douluo betray the Spirit Hall during his travels, his granddaughter would remain at Spirit City. Nonetheless, this concern was negligible for Douluo, as Li Tianyu had already saved his clan's lives. He had resolved to protect them at all costs, remaining by Li Tianyu's side, even if it meant working alongside his nemesis, Zhu Ghost Douluo. After expressing his gratitude, Douluo departed to fetch Douluo Yin. Once Douluo was sent off, Qian Dalu promptly turned his attention back to the 3 children. Li Tianyu remarked, "Before discussing these 3 children, I hope the grand offering will first summon the other 6 offerings." Qian Dalu, taken aback, nevertheless complied with Li Tianyu's request. For over the years, Li Tianyu's standing had risen sharply, nearly on par with Qian Renxue. Upon the arrival of the other 6 offerings, they inquired with curiosity, "Little Tian, why have you summoned us?" Li Tianyu, smiling, replied, "I wish for you to assess whether any of these children are suitable to inherit your illustrious legacies." The 6 offerings paused momentarily before casting their gazes upon the 3 children, ultimately asking with intrigue, "Surely you do not mean these 3 children, do you, Little Tian?" Li Tianyu nodded affirmatively. The 6 offerings, after contemplating, reasoned that if Little Tian deemed them worthy of being their disciples, then theoretically, these 3 children must possess considerable talent. Consequently, the 6 offerings instructed the children to demonstrate their martial spirits in turn. The first to showcase was Xingtian, who manifested his martial spirit, brandishing an axe and a shield, with innate soul power fully awakened. The 6-winged angel martial soul of Qin Dao flowed into resonance, leaving the 7 esteemed patrons utterly astounded. Silently pondering, a divine-level martial soul? Before the 7 patrons could fully absorb their astonishment, Jiumong unleashed his martial soul, Jiumong, which naturally bore wings and possessed innate full soul power. Subsequently, the Zhulong manifested its martial soul, Zhulong, accompanied by an astonishingly formidable staff, and also endowed with innate full soul power. The resonance of the 6-winged angel martial soul has been amplified by an additional 2 points. Qian Dalu and the 6 esteemed elders were left in a state of shock, simultaneously contemplating 3 divine-level martial souls. Is there no longer any law in this world? When did divine-level martial souls become free? Prior to Xiao Tian and these 3 children, the only known divine-level martial souls were the 6-winged angel and the sea god martial soul. Subsequently, Li Tianyu elaborated that each of these 3 children possesses a primary martial soul, which transforms their physical form into that of their martial soul upon activation, augmenting their physical capabilities by at least tenfold. According to the resonance of my black gold token, these 3 children are destined to be my innate guardians. Therefore, I beseech the 6 esteemed patrons to take them under their wing as their master. The 6 patrons, regaining their composure, gazed upon the trio of children with divine martial souls and inquired about the paths each child should pursue. Li Tianyu assisted in responding. Since their martial souls encompass various attributes, strength, speed, defense, and control, each child could thrive in any respective domain. However, each path holds distinct significance for them. Xing Tian places greater emphasis on physical strength, making him well-suited for body refinement. Zhu Meng's attacks resemble those of my token, summoning numerous crows for assault, thus honing his mastery over soul power's delicate manipulation. As for Zhu Long, he leans towards the art of staff techniques. After Li Tianyu outlined the respective advantages of the 3 individuals, Jin Yi remarked, "I shall take that chubby lad named Xingtian." Jiang Yimo interjected, "I shall claim the child named Zhulong." Qian Jun suggested, "Brother, let us join forces. After all, he wields a staff." Jiang Yimo replied, "Brother, did you not hear what Xiao Tian said? That individual plays with fire, while you, being an ice wielder, possess no common ground for interaction. Thus, it is I who shall impart the knowledge." Qian Jun. However, Guang Ling remarked, "Old man, I am remote, simultaneously, due to this distance. My energy must be distributed more abundantly. Thus, this little girl has been entrusted to me for guidance." The lion exhibited no interest in taking on disciples, and neither did the phoenix. Thus, they refrained from participating. After successfully acquiring their apprentices, the 3 respectfully knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times to their master. Qian Daolu observed the 3 children, pondering to himself, might these 3 youngsters become arrogant as a result? Beside them, Li Tianyu discerned the sentiments of Qian Daolu, who merely remarked through a whisper, "Their parents have perished since childhood." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu paused momentarily, unable to suppress a sigh in a wry comment. Yet another trio of unfortunate children. But why is it that children with divine martial souls seem to suffer more than others? Is this what they call a door closing yet a window opening? The 6 offerings then returned to their respective halls, and Qian Daolu inquired, "Xiao Xue, Xiao Dian, how much has your soul power increased during your journey?" Li Tianyu responded, "I have reached level 54, an increase of 3 levels." Qian Rinxue added, "I too am at level 54, having gained 2 levels." Qian Daolu felt a sense of satisfaction, as achieving a rise of 2 or 3 levels in just over 20 days is indeed a rarity within the realm of soul masters. However, he acknowledged that the soul power gained from extending the years of their soul rings may lead to a somewhat unstable foundation, necessitating time for stabilization. Although he would not express this, as the process of stabilization is inherently slower than regular cultivation. This elucidates why it took them 2 years to ascend from the 20s to the rank of Soul King at level 50. Subsequently, Qian Daolu announced, "Xia Xue, Xiao Dian, I have a matter to discuss with you. I would like to hear your thoughts on it." The pair, intrigued by what task he might propose, pondered what could possibly challenge the prowess of the 7 offerings. Qian Daolu continued, "Recently, the upper 3 sects have been rather unruly, and in an attempt to showcase their modern talents, they are holding a competition in 10 days. I wish for the 2 of you to confront them and demonstrate who truly reigns as the strongest on the Douluo continent." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu could not help but express his astonishment. "Goodness, Grandfather Qian, you are unafraid of Tangchen. In the past, you would have quietly endured their arrogance and allowed them to hold their competition." Qian Daolu, taking umbrage at Li Tianyu's jibe, retorted, "Today is not like any other day. Now my offering hall boasts 7 limit Douluos. Why should I fear Tangchen? Moreover, he is currently unaccounted for." Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Qian Daolu then dismissed the 2. Qian Rinxue wished for Li Tianyu to accompany her on a shopping spree. Upon hearing the mention of shopping, Li Tianyu was momentarily reminded of his past life and was about to decline, yet he was swiftly seized by Qian Rinxue, who dragged him along without hesitation. Surprisingly, he offered no resistance. One might wonder why. The answer lies in the adage that one's values often follow the allure of beauty, a concept he had come to grasp fully. It was simply too enchanting, after all, to have the opportunity to stroll through the streets with Qian Rinxue without the looming threat of being reprimanded by her grandfather. Thus, Li Tianyu found himself accompanying Qian Rinxue on her shopping adventure. As for the journey, it goes without saying that a woman's innate desire to shop was in full display. Concerns about finances were non-existent. The wealth of the Qian family rendered such worries trivial. However, Li Tianyu soon realized the toll it took on him. For the first time, he understood why shopping with a woman could feel like a near-death experience. He even contemplated that his future physical training might require him to accompany Qian Rinxue on her shopping excursions. As he struggled to manage the burden of her purchases while refraining from revealing any of his spiritual energy, it was indeed quite exhausting. Thus, they continued from around 8 in the morning until 12, and ultimately, Qian Rinxue opted to first visit a restaurant for a meal. However, Li Tianyu initially found it somewhat unusual to consume the food of Douluo continent, yet after all these years, he has largely acclimatized to it. Nevertheless, he still holds a fond nostalgia for the meals enjoyed on Earth. The two engaged in conversation while dining, laboriously prolonging their meal for 2 hours. Li Tianyu could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed through my solitary efforts that Qian Rinxue has completely deviated from her original character." Turning our attention back to Douluo, after arriving in Spirit City with his granddaughter, he first assisted Douluo Yin in overcoming her poison. Subsequently, Qian Douluo had arranged a residence for him in advance, complete with approximately 30 to 40 servants. Douluo mused to himself that the journey was not in vain. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old Douluo Yin inquired of her grandfather, "Grandpa, did you not say you disliked the spirit hall? Why have we come here today?" Upon hearing this, Douluo smiled gently and replied, "Because the spirit hall has saved your grandfather and you." Douluo Yin, not fully grasping the meaning behind his words, was unaware of the poison afflicting her. Douluo had no intention of elaborating further, simply stating, "Yin Yin, you need only know that the person who saved you is named Li Tianyu." Douluo Yin, in her innocence, nodded in understanding. Returning to the 3 great judges, let us first discuss Xingtian. As a portly young lad, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the training methods of the golden crocodile. However, having lost both parents at a young age, he had cultivated a resilient spirit. This hardship did not deter him. He persevered until he could run no more, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. The golden crocodile could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Tian, this lad has acquired an exceptional subordinate. With such determination and willingness to embrace my rigorous training methods, he will undoubtedly uphold the illustrious title of the foremost practitioner in body refinement under my guidance. Ha ha." Meanwhile, on the side of the candle dragon, his character was somewhat erratic. Had he encountered a different acolyte, he might have been driven to exasperation. Yet, he fortuitously met the equally whimsical demon conqueror, though it must be noted that Guangling also had a playful side. The camaraderie between the demon conqueror and the candle dragon flourished, as both had endured the trials of losing their parents at a young age, rendering them resilient and unwilling to abandon their pursuits, regardless of the challenges faced in training. This prompted the demon conqueror to nod in agreement, reflecting, "Though it may not be politically correct to say so, those who have lost their parents in childhood often develop a profound understanding of the world, embodying tenacity and an unwillingness to yield. Such individuals are ideally suited to become soul masters, for their lack of familial ties liberates them from the fear of life and death." Returning to the scene with Zhu Meng, it was challenging to articulate the atmosphere. Zhu Meng, known for his fiery temperament, would temper his outbursts in the presence of his mentor, yet he still exhibited signs of impatience. Guangling, embodying the spirit of a playful child, would often interrupt Zhu Meng just as he was poised to commence his training, launching into a barrage of chatter. This led Zhu Meng to become the sole individual bold enough to express frustration towards his mentor, though Guangling remained unperturbed. Recognizing that perhaps he had indeed been a tad too exuberant in his remarks, ordinary folks would likely have been incensed. Observing from the sidelines, Qing Wan remarked, "Little girl, having such a master is undoubtedly the greatest misfortune of his life." The narrative began to shift with the arrival of Li Tianyu. And as for the nature of these changes, only those who persevered until the end could ascertain the outcome. Chapter 16. The complete domination of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus by Qian Rinxue. The following morning, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue rose early at 5 o'clock, freshened themselves, and hurried to seek out the golden crocodile, intending to inform him that Qian Douluo planned for them to participate in the arena set up by the 3 upper sects, thus requesting leave. Upon their arrival at the branch of the golden crocodile, the two were about to speak when the golden crocodile interjected, "Go ahead, my brother. I have already been informed." Subsequently, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue bid farewell to the golden crocodile and returned to the main hall, each retreating to their respective chambers to pack their belongings and prepare some essentials. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes of preparation, they emerged with their luggage. ready to inquire with Qian Daolu about the location of the arena set up by the three great sects. Qian Daolu responded, in light of the fact that Sword Douluo Chenshin recently broke through to level 96. The other two sects of the three great sects decided to show respect to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect by setting up the arena on its outskirts. Upon hearing this, both Qian Rinxue and her companion chimed in, Grandfather, are you not afraid that we might be beaten? Are we inviting trouble upon ourselves? Especially since it is right outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Qian Daolu reassured them, saying, rest assured, Shi Long and Ci Shui will ensure your safety. You need only fight freely without holding back. As long as you do not kill, it will suffice. The two were taken aback by his words. Qian Rinxue had never witnessed such a ruthless side of Qian Daolu. As for Li Tianyu, having read the original text, he had never imagined that the otherwise principled Qian Daolu could exhibit such a fierce demeanor. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was not entirely unreasonable. In the original narrative, Qian Daolu had refrained from taking action against the Haotian sect primarily due to his apprehension of Tang Chen. Had he been reckless, he might have dragged Tang Chen down with him. Yet, he still had the responsibility of aiding Qian Rinxue in inheriting the mission of the Angel God, which had deterred him from engaging Tang Chen in a life-and-death struggle. He would not gamble on the assumption that Tang Chen was truly no longer present. Now, can the seven unparalleled Douluo of the Offering Hall truly be unable to defeat Tang Chen? Qian Daolu himself was nearly vanquished by Tang Chen with just half a move, and afterward he was left severely weakened. How can six unparalleled Douluo fail to subdue Tang Chen? Moreover, Qian Daolu's spirit ring age exceeds that of his earlier years, and he is now equipped with the Angel set. In a genuine confrontation, it is uncertain whether Tang Chen could prevail against him. However, Qian Daolu interrupted the two's contemplation and urged them to prepare for their journey to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The two said no more and complied with Qian Daolu's arrangements, boarding the carriage bound for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. After confirming the departure of the two, Qian Daolu inquired of the seven great offerings, communicating over a distance. Xiaoxue and Xiaodian have already made their way to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. To ensure their safety, it would be prudent for one of us to accompany them. Who among you is willing to go? Furthermore, if it is possible to conceal our abilities during the journey, we should certainly do so. Upon hearing this, Guangling eagerly interjected, Brother, I shall go. I shall go. Qingwan, upon hearing this, quickly addressed Qian Daolu, saying, Great offering. It would be unwise to allow Guangling to undertake this task. Given his disposition, he may very well become distracted and inadvertently reveal his prowess. Moreover, has he not recently taken on a new disciple to instruct? However, even without heeding Qingwan's words, Qian Daolu would not permit Guangling, this old child, to go. Subsequently, after making a decision, Qian Daolu addressed Qianjun, saying, Old Six, you may proceed. Qianjun responded, as you command. Thereafter, Qianjun stealthily followed Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After approximately 8 days, Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu also arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, they observed a multitude of sects gathered there. Many of these sects, upon beholding the exquisite decorations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue remained largely indifferent, for the embellishments they had witnessed in the Hall of Offerings were undoubtedly superior to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Moreover, what is the utility of possessing immense economic strength? If Swordbone Douluo were to perish, who would safeguard the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? At that juncture, the affluent Seven Treasures Glazed sect would become a tempting prize, one that anyone could seize a bite of. Naturally, this notion was merely a reflection of their inner thoughts, which they certainly could not voice in the presence of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Beside them, Shi Long and Ci Shui shared a similar indifference towards this scene. Although they had spent little time in the Offering Hall, they were exceedingly familiar with the Papal Hall, whose adornments were by no means inferior to those of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Moreover, their assessment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is largely in accord with that of Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. Once their protection, provided by the title Douluo, is absent, it becomes a tempting morsel, vulnerable to any who wish to seize it. Concealed in the shadows, Qianjun observed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with indifference. He paid little heed to the Swordbone Douluo, Yuan town, in the presence of Tang Hao, the father of Tang San, along with the 4 title Douluo present. In the past, he would have harbored concerns regarding these 4 formidable opponents, particularly given that a single sword do boasts a formidable level of 96. However, Now he stood as a peerless Douluo at level 99, rendering their combined strength insufficient to pose a challenge to him. As the arena competition would commence in 2 days, those who arrived early had to procure their own accommodations. Li Tianyu and Qian Ruxue made their way towards the inn. Along the journey, Li Tianyu pondered, at this juncture, Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxin should be merely 5 to 7 years of age, still not fully matured, and their levels are unlikely to be particularly high. Who, then, is the prodigy of the Thunderclap Tyrannosaurus family? And who stands as the genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Furthermore, in the original narrative of the Haotian sect, only Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were mentioned as prodigies, while the talents of his own age group were entirely overlooked. Tang San, being nearly 11 years his junior, could hardly be considered a contemporary. Moreover, he had not yet even been born. As he pondered, Qian Rinxue interrupted his thoughts and inquired, "Brother Tianyu, judging by your troubled expression, are you truly concerned that at your age, you might not be able to contend with the trifling powers of the upper 3 sects?" Naturally, this was conveyed through a spiritual message. After all, during the last demon-slaying event, Qian Rinxue had learned her lesson. To utter such provocative words before the upper 3 sects would be tantamount to courting death, though it was likely that the upper 3 sects would lack the audacity to provoke her. Li Tianyu replied, "Xiao Xue, I am not worried about losing. Rather, I am contemplating what kind of prodigies the upper 3 sects might dispatch. If there are truly geniuses among them, would they remain so reticent about it? Especially the proud Haotian sect, which seems to fear that no one would know of their genius, making a grand display of it. Only our spirit hall has the capacity to temper their arrogance. However, in recent years, I have not heard any news of prodigies from the upper 3 sects." Qian Rinxue considered this and found it to be a valid point. Even if the upper 3 sects were not publicizing their talents, it would be nearly impossible to maintain absolute secrecy. These geniuses could not possibly exist without any whispers of their prowess. Just like herself. Although the outside world may not be well acquainted with her, they at least knew that Qian Douluo had a granddaughter, and a talented one at that. However, the upper 3 sects had managed to keep even the slightest details under wraps, a feat unprecedented until now. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue, dismissing further thoughts, said to Li Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu, why overthink? As long as you can win, it matters not who your opponent is. In terms of genius, you are undoubtedly the foremost in this era." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu humbly responded, "In terms of peers, the foremost must be you, Xiao Xue. You are a year younger than I, yet your level matches mine. If we are to speak of true genius, it rightfully belongs to you." Qian Rinxue retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Please do not elevate me. Without your assistance, I would have been limited to merely 2 10,000-year soul rings at best, certainly unable to achieve the current 5 fully 10,000-year soul rings." Li Tianyu was aware that although Qian Rinxue was proud, engaging in flattery with her at times was quite inappropriate. In combat, should she perceive any leniency, she would undoubtedly be enraged. Qian Rinxue possessed a strong sense of pride and integrity, and combined with a certain knightly spirit, this made her approach to battle excessively fair-minded. He then placed his hand atop Qian Rinxue's head and said, "All right, next time I shall speak candidly. Is that acceptable? I shall not deceive you any longer." Qian Rinxue chose not to elaborate further. The two then arranged their lodging, 2 rooms, 1 for each, and returned to their respective chambers, intending to pass the tedium of the next 2 days through diligent cultivation. After 2 days, the tournament of the upper 3 sects officially commenced, with the Thunder Tyrant sect presiding as the host on the first day. This arena was constructed jointly by the 3 foremost sects, alongside the erection of a high platform, upon which 3 seats were arranged. Seated at the center was none other than the leader of the Haotian sect, who was also Tang Hao's father. On one side stood the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengxi, accompanied by the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. On the opposite side was Yu Yuan, flanked by Yu Lumian, who was also accompanied by 2 children. Seated in the viewing platform, Li Tianyu began to ponder. It appears that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have not arrived. If I am not mistaken, they have likely already made the acquaintance of the Blue-Silver Emperor and are currently traversing the continent, hence their absence. As for Ning Fengxi's companion, there is no need for speculation. It is evidently the Sword Bone Douluo. Furthermore, the individual beside Yu Yuanjin must be Yu Luomian. As for the 2 children nearby, they are undoubtedly Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. As Li Tianyu pondered, the referee below the stage called for both contestants to enter, pulling him back to reality. In comparison to the individuals from the previous 3 sects, he was now more intrigued by the identities of the young talents of this generation. On the first day of the arena, the champion was a member of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus family. Subsequently, this individual made their entrance, and the first to confront him was from the Elephant Armor sect. The two then introduced themselves: Yu Tianxin, aged 8, a 16th level Great Soul Master, with the martial soul of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Listening to the announcement of the renowned title, Li Tianyu pondered, at the age of 8, possessing a rank of 16. In comparison to Tang San, who, at 12, achieved a rank of 29, is an exceedingly rare occurrence on the continent. Typically, reaching the 20s by the age of 12 is commendable. Thus, attaining a rank of 16 at the age of 8 undoubtedly reflects remarkable talent. Such individuals would undoubtedly have no difficulty reaching the rank of Great Soul Master before the age of 12. Beside him, Qian Rinxue displayed no astonishment whatsoever. After all, at the tender age of 8, she had already ascended to the rank of Soul King. While assistance from others was indeed a factor, it was undeniable that even without Li Tianyu's support, she had already achieved a minimum status of soul respect. What could be done? After all, Qian Rinxue possessed an innate soul power of level 20. Thus, her perception of another at the age of 8 reaching level 16 seemed rather inconsequential. As the two individuals in the audience pondered, a prodigious disciple named Yu Tianxin, hailing from the thunderous Tyrannosaurus lineage, achieved an impressive victory streak of 7 consecutive wins. After all, as a once-in-a-generation genius, his dominance over ordinary disciples was formidable, not to mention that he possessed an exceptional martial soul, the thunderous Tyrannosaurus. Subsequently, the referee announced, in the 8th match, a representative from the Spirit Hall will take the stage. Upon hearing the name of the Spirit Hall, the leaders of the 3 upper sects immediately altered their previously indifferent demeanor from the earlier matches. After all, among the sects that had emerged in the early stages, only the lower 4 sects held any merit. However, the Spirit Hall was a different matter entirely. It could be said, without exaggeration, to possess the most formidable soul master power across the continent. In terms of resources, it was equally, if not more, formidable than the upper 3 sects, as perceived by themselves. Thus, the representatives sent by the Spirit Hall could not possibly be weak. Returning to Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue. Just as Li Tianyu was about to take the stage, he was intercepted by Qian Rinxue, who expressed her desire to change partners for the duel, stating, "Engaging in combat with you repeatedly has grown tedious. I wish to test my abilities against someone else and ascertain my true strength." Li Tianyu rolled his eyes in response, internally musing that her frequent high-level matches had perhaps led her to seek easier opponents, disguising her request as a crucial aspect of her training. Nevertheless, he did not refuse her proposal. Compared to the Qian Rinxue from the original story, the current Qian Rinxue had undergone 2 years of rigorous training under the 7 Great Offerings, having sparred with him for 2 years. Her combat experience and physical prowess had significantly improved, far surpassing her former self. Moreover, with the assistance of his soul rings, her configuration could rival those typically reserved for the most esteemed offerings. Thus, he was genuinely curious to witness the current Qian Rinxue's capabilities, not only in terms of facing his own extraordinary abilities, but also in her capacity to exert influence over this new generation. Upon Qian Rinxue's entrance, many were utterly captivated by her beauty. Li Tianyu observed this scene with no sense of surprise. It was uncertain whether this crowd could withstand the allure of Hulaina, the enchanting fox spirit, let alone that of Qian Rinxue, who surpassed even her in beauty. It is no exaggeration to assert that Qian Rinxue not only stands as the foremost talent among her peers but also reigns supreme in attractiveness among her contemporaries. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue, Yu Tianxin exhibited a dismissive demeanor and promptly inquired about her martial soul. Qian Rinxue nonchalantly retorted that it was unnecessary to employ her martial soul against someone like her. This declaration incited considerable ire among the gathered prodigies, for Yu Tianxin had triumphed over them. And the audacity of this young girl claiming she could defeat Yu Tianxin without even resorting to her martial soul was nothing short of hubris. Even the leaders of the 3 upper sects shared the sentiment that the individual from the Spirit Hall was exceedingly arrogant. Only Li Tianyu, Xixue, and Shilong, along with the concealed observer Qian Jun, regarded the situation with a scornful smile, remarking that they were oblivious to the fact that the young mistress, Xiao Shui, far surpassed their so-called peers. Enraged by this exchange, Yu Tianxin unleashed her first spirit ring and executed her initial spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. Observing this scene, Li Tianyu could not help but ponder, is this soul skill a family heirloom of the Thunderclap Tyrannosaurus clan? Yet, Qian Rinxue regarded him with disdain. Although the speed of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to Qian Rinxue's agility. without even unleashing her martial soul. She effortlessly evaded Yu Tianqin's initial soul skill with remarkable swiftness. Subsequently, she arrogantly declared, "From this moment onward, I shall allow you 3 moves. After those 3, a single strike from me will determine the victor." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, the spectators, aside from those from the spirit hall, deemed her excessively arrogant. After all, she was merely an 8-year-old peer. How formidable could her cultivation truly be? Li Tianyu could not help but comment on the scene. Such a sharp-tongued Qian Rinxue is seldom seen in the original narrative. Cherish this moment. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianqin once again employed her first soul skill in an attempt to attack, to which Qian Rinxue deftly sidestepped, taunting, "You don't only possess this one soul skill, do you?" Upon uttering those words, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. After all, in the eyes of the majority, reaching the rank of a 16th level soul master at such a young age was commendable. Yet, Qian Rinxue provocatively inquired, "You don't possess only this one soul skill, do you?" This insinuation seemed to suggest that she had a more formidable skill in reserve. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a soulbone skill. However, such a crucial artifact would hardly be bestowed upon a mere youth. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Qian Rinxue continued, "That was just one move. There are still 2 more. Feel free to attack." Yu Tianqin, now thoroughly enraged, had never encountered anyone bold enough to provoke him in such a manner, especially not a girl. Subsequently, he channeled a substantial amount of soul power into his first soul skill, exponentially amplifying its potency. Observing this, Qian Rinxue paused momentarily before remarking, "It seems you possess some skill. Allow me to test my mettle. I am accustomed to tormenting Tianyu, but today, I wish to relish the thrill of vanquishing the weak." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqin's fury intensified. Qian Rinxue's words were tantamount to labeling him a novice in his eyes. In a fit of wrath, he launched a ferocious attack, his speed increasing tenfold. In response, Qian Rinxue swiftly evaded, prompting Yu Tianqin to retort, "Is evasion all you dare to do?" Qian Rinxue gazed at her as if she were foolish, replying, "How absurd. In a proper battle, evasion is the most prudent means of conserving energy. Only a fool would choose to take a hit. If one must endure an attack, it is a last resort, employed only when evasion is utterly impossible." Of course, the original Qian Rinxue would find it difficult to articulate such sentiments, as she generally preferred to assert her own capabilities. This inclination stems from her childhood desire to prove herself, a habit formed under the influence of her upbringing by Bai Dong. However, with the unexpected arrival of Li Tianyu, Qian Rinxue has shed her previous bravado and her lack of combat experience. Thus, she is now capable of discerning such simple truths. Subsequently, Yu Tianqin, filled with ire, unleashed her soul skill to strike again, but this assault was noticeably slower and less powerful than her previous attempts. Qian Rinxue discerned this change and intentionally offered an opening, prompting Yu Tianqin to rush forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Qian Rinxue awaited him, her form effortlessly twisting as she extended her leg to trip him, causing his attack to strike the ground instead. However, she refrained from taking advantage of his predicament, primarily intending to convey that their strengths were not on the same level. Once Yu Xiangxin rose, Qian Rinxue opted to employ her first soul skill. As the first 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, without revealing her martial soul, merely utilizing the soul skill, the 3 upper sects could no longer remain composed. The Bone Douluo immediately communicated telepathically, remarking on the prowess of the sect leader's female disciple. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us wait." As Qian Rinxue unleashed her first soul skill, the angel's stab, it surged directly towards Yu Tianqin. Confronted with the overwhelming might of a 10,000-year soul ring, Yu Tianqin was momentarily taken aback by such a formidable strike. However, at the very moment when Qian Rinxue's attack was about to make contact, she deliberately halted her assault. Turning to the referee, she remarked, "Given his performance, can we not declare the result immediately?" The referee, being a member of the upper 3 sects, felt compelled to uphold their dignity. Just as he was about to offer a defense, Yu Tianqin sighed and conceded, "I admit defeat." Subsequently, Qian Rinxue also stepped down without hesitation. Bone Douluo, adhering to Ning Fengji's instructions, opened a wormhole to pursue Qian Rinxue. Upon witnessing a member of his clan voluntarily concede, Yu Yuanjin erupted in anger, exclaiming, "A dragon is always a dragon. I would rather die fighting than surrender. Yu Tianqin, you have truly disappointed me. You lack even the courage to endure injury. It seems you have been overly pampered." Turning back to Qian Rinxue, upon her arrival at the hotel, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Glancing around, she could not help but sneer. How audacious of Bone Douluo to attempt to assassinate Amir Jr. Bone Douluo remained silent, preparing to strike, only to be intercepted by a serpent spear. Shortly thereafter, Ci Shui arrived in haste. Upon seeing the situation, Bone Douluo revealed his soul rings. In the past, neither the serpent spear Douluo nor Ci Shui could have matched Bone Douluo in combat. However, the current disparity was incomparable. Both of them summoned their martial souls simultaneously. Astonishing Bone Douluo. With a rank of 94, the title Douluo possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Bone Douluo understood well the immense advantage conferred by a 100,000-year soul ring. Although they were one level below him, the enhancement from their soul rings could easily close that gap, or even surpass him. Consequently, he swiftly activated a wormhole to escape. Li Tianyu, sensing the overwhelming pressure, hurriedly approached and inquired, "Xiao Xue, are you all right?" Qianren Shui replied, "Rest assured, Tianyu, I am not a fragile vase." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu retorted with indignation, "This is not a matter of being a vase or not. You are facing a title Douluo. No matter how powerful you are at present, you cannot possibly surpass a title Douluo." Listening to Li Tianyu's reprimand, Qianren Shui lowered her head. Although she had already been chastised by him regarding many of her Navi notions when they began to communicate 2 years ago, the embarrassment of being scolded still lingered. However, despite the reprimand, she felt a warmth in her heart, as it indicated that Li Tianyu genuinely cared for her well-being. Qianren Shui longed for the feeling of being protected, yet she was not willing to merely be a decorative object. She hoped that when danger loomed, there would be someone willing to stand in front of her. Li Tianyu had chastised Qian Rushiwei for an indeterminate duration before finally ceasing his reprimands. Subsequently, the two exchanged no further words and returned to the inn, deciding it prudent to refrain from indiscriminately publicizing matters pertaining to the 7 treasures in the Liuli sect for the time being. Chapter 17. The Return of Douluo. Turning our attention to the Spirit Hall. The worship hall had deliberately selected a particular day to announce to the Spirit Hall that Douluo would temporarily assume the position of elder of the worship hall. This proclamation incited considerable ire in the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had long harbored a desire to eliminate Douluo after their numerous confrontations. The disdainful titles that Douluo had bestowed upon them only fueled their animosity. Now that he had joined the Spirit Hall, they found themselves bereft of a legitimate reason to act against him. Equally incensed was the current pope, Qian Xuanji, whose vexation stemmed from Douluo's demeanor. Despite having previously dispatched emissaries to extend invitations to Douluo, he had repeatedly declined, steadfast in his refusal to join the Spirit Hall. The notion of allowing such a formidable weapon to flourish within the Spirit Hall was utterly unacceptable, which prompted Qian Xuanji to send the Chrysanthemum Douluo on several attempts to eliminate Douluo. Now that Douluo had aligned himself with the worship hall, Qian Xuanji found himself indifferent to whether Douluo had joined the Pope Hall or the worship hall, for they were both part of the Spirit Hall. His frustration arose from hearing the Chrysanthemum Douluo's claim that Douluo had been swayed to join the worship hall after a single overture. Yet, how many times had the Pope Hall attempted to recruit him? Not once did he acquiesce, showing blatant disregard for the authority of the Pope. Had Douluo continued to spurn the Spirit Hall, it would have been more palatable. At worst, the world would simply perceive him as a lover of freedom, unwilling to be constrained by the Spirit Hall. However, with Douluo's recent affiliation with the worship hall, the public would likely conclude that it reflected poorly on the Pope's sincerity. After all, if the Pope Hall had extended numerous invitations without success, why then did the worship hall succeed on their first attempt? Due to this issue of face, Qian Xuanji sought out the two most familiar with Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, to inquire how to assert his authority over the elderly figure. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Douluo remarked, "Your Holiness, has not Douluo temporarily assumed the position of the Judgment Elder in the Hall of Offerings? We could certainly assess whether Douluo possesses the requisite strength for such a role by allowing either of us to engage him in combat. With his capabilities, he is surely no match for either of us." Qian Xuanji pondered this proposal and, finding it feasible, replied, "Indeed, this method is acceptable. However, I must first inform my father, for Douluo's inclusion in the Hall of Offerings surely cannot occur without my father's consent. It would be prudent to seek his approval. Otherwise, if he feels his dignity is compromised, we may all find ourselves in an uncomfortable predicament." Zhuge Douluo, upon hearing this, retreated and swiftly flew towards the Hall of Offerings to report to Qian Douluo. "I report to the Grand Offering that the Pope has expressed doubts regarding Douluo's strength, thus commanding us to issue a challenge to him for a duel in 3 days. Let us see if this old poison master is truly fit to serve as the judgment elder of our spirit hall. Douluo, upon receiving this news, could not help but think, is this merely a scheme to put Xuanji in a difficult position to assert dominance over Douluo and regain some face? Currently, it is certain that Douluo could triumph over the two of them, yet Zhu Gui and his companion have demonstrated steadfast loyalty to our spirit hall. It would not do to embarrass them excessively. However, such actions might dishearten Douluo. I shall consult Xiao Tian to see if there are any remedies to this situation. Subsequently, Douluo addressed Zhu Gui Douluo and his companion. Allow me to deliberate on this matter further. I shall provide you with my response shortly. Zhu Gui Douluo, upon hearing this, took their leave. Then, Douluo instructed Qing Wan to hasten and seek out Li Tianyu to inquire about a solution to this predicament. After all, it was Li Tianyu who had brought Douluo back, and it would be reasonable for him to assist in resolving this issue. Approximately an hour later, Qing Wan Douluo returned to the Hall of Offerings, presenting a letter written by Li Tianyu to Douluo. Upon opening the envelope and perusing its contents, Douluo could not restrain a smile. Xiao Tian certainly knows how to win hearts. He then summoned Zhu Gui Douluo and his companion to the hall and declared, after careful consideration, I have agreed. The two, upon hearing this, exchanged glances filled with delight, convinced that either of them could easily best Douluo. They then swiftly departed. After observing the departure of the two individuals, Douluo swiftly made his way to the residence of Douluo. Upon noticing Douluo's arrival, Douluo promptly emerged to greet him, for he truly could not afford to offend such a formidable figure. Subsequently, Douluo conveyed to Douluo the matter regarding the Pope's intention to challenge him and assess his prowess. Upon hearing this, Douluo merely chuckled dismissively and remarked, It must be the Jew ghost Douluo duo who seek to challenge me, am I correct? Douluo nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Douluo stated, as the grand offering, You should be well aware of my prowess. In a one-on-one encounter, neither of them stands a chance against me. Should I extend them a modicum of courtesy? Douluo responded, They may choose to engage simultaneously. Douluo, taken aback, replied, Grand offering. If they join forces, I too would be at a loss. Douluo calmly asserted, I did not imply that you could not employ the blood-colored swan's kiss. Upon hearing this, Douluo confidently declared, Rest assured, grand offerings. I am fully capable of defeating both of them. Douluo then remarked, With the blood-colored swan-esque kiss at your disposal, I am cognizant of your ability to triumph over them. However, when they concede, please refrain from any further actions. Douluo paused, genuinely perplexed by the implication of such a statement, for he did not believe these two would concede, especially in his presence. Douluo simply replied, It's nothing of concern, I merely wish to offer a reminder. Douluo could not help but laugh, saying, Forgive my candor, grand offering, but you underestimate their resolve. They will never concede to me. Douluo chose not to elaborate further, instructing him to arrive at the Pope's hall in 2 days. Douluo promptly acknowledged this directive. Shortly thereafter, Douluo soared back to the Hall of Offerings. 2 days later, Douluo stepped into the Pope's hall, where the current Pope, Xuanji, presided above, flanked on the left by the 9 elders, and on the right by one of the 7 offerings, the light-feathered Douluo. Xuanji then stated, This contest serves merely to assess the strength of Elder Douluo of the Hall of Offerings. I hope that the Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo will not bring their past grievances into this arena. Likewise, I request that the poison Douluo refrain from revisiting previous conflicts. Douluo replied with a composed demeanor, Naturally, I understand. Hearing Douluo's lack of formal address towards him, Xuanji felt a flicker of irritation. Yet he recognized that Douluo, as an elder of the Hall of Offerings, held a status not necessarily inferior to his own. Given that the Hall of Offerings was the most significant among the Pope's halls, each elder could be considered a senior figure to him, and Douluo, being the youngest, was nearly of the same generation as the light feather. Therefore, any discourse could be conducted independently. Thus, Xuanji suppressed his ire and simply stated, Let the 3 elders commence. The 3 ascended the battle arena, where the Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo taunted, Old poison, you, a mere soul Douluo. Dare to contend with us? How laughable. Douluo, unfazed by their jeers, merely smiled and summoned his martial spirit. As the azure-scaled snake emperor materialized, his soul power surged forth, causing both the Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo to realize that Douluo had indeed ascended to the rank of title Douluo. And judging by the density of his soul power, he was approximately level 93. However, they paid little heed to this, for they themselves were both around level 95, and neither was certain they could be bested by him. As the two remained dismissive, the soul ring of Douluo once again astonished them. 100,000-year soul ring, exclaimed the assembled crowd in unison. Only Guangling, Shilong, and Ci Shui, who understood the origins of this soul ring, remained unfazed. Subsequently, the expressions of the flower Douluo and the ghost Douluo grew somber, for they were acutely aware that the poison Douluo, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, held the prowess to engage in battles beyond his level. Consequently, the two decided not to linger, simultaneously activating their 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. They then unleashed their 9th soul skill together, Chrysanthemum Petals Fall, leaving heartstrings severed, Hell's Wraith. Upon witnessing the earnest demeanor of the poison Douluo, Qianshuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, despite the poison Douluo's possession of a 100,000-year spirit ring, his prowess lay primarily in toxic assaults, leaning more towards control. Had it been a title Douluo from the Haotian sect, he would have certainly harbored greater concerns. However, regarding the poison Douluo, he felt no trepidation. Observing this, Douluo merely smiled, and then, with a fluid motion, retrieved the blood-colored swan kiss from his soul guide device. At the moment when Douluo revealed the blood-red swan kiss, the expression on Zhu Douluo's face transformed in shock. He swiftly redirected his 9th spirit skill to counter the 9th spirit skill of Ghost Douluo. Observing this, Ghost Douluo hastily inquired, Yue Guan, what are you doing? Zhu Douluo then communicated through thought, I'll explain shortly. You must not act recklessly right now. Subsequently, Zhu Douluo urgently addressed, Your Holiness. Just now I sensed an aura from Elder Douluo that surpasses both of our strengths, thus we concede. Upon hearing the words of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment, including Guangling, who was equally perplexed, as Qian Dalu had not disclosed the plan to him. Qian Xuanji, upon hearing this, wore a look of utter confusion. Yet, after observing the expression of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, he sensed there must be some unspoken complexities involved. He then remarked, It appears that Elder Douluo's strength has reached an acceptable level, thus, let us take our leave for today. The individuals present were left in a state of confusion upon hearing those words. Wait, is it over before it even began? Aside from the fact that the Zhu Ghost Douluo had neutralized the 9th soul skill at the start, what else had transpired? However, no one dared to voice their thoughts further, while Guangling wore a curious expression, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. Turning to Qian Xuanji, he inquired of Zhu Douluo. Elder Zhu, why did you concede so readily? Zhu Douluo responded without hesitation, Your Holiness, you may not be aware. But did you notice the flower in Douluo's hand just now? Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji, Gui Douluo, and several other elders pondered for a moment before asking. We saw the flower. Is there anything extraordinary about it? Zhu Douluo then wore a bitter smile and replied, That flower is known as the blood-colored swan's kiss, possessing the terrifying ability to amplify any toxin by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Should Douluo, that old poison master, utilize the blood-colored swan's kiss to magnify his toxin, controlling the area might be manageable. However, if it spirals out of control, it could engulf the entirety of Spirit City. Your Holiness, can you imagine the consequences? Upon hearing this, the elders and Qian Xuanji were struck dumb. The notion of amplifying Douluo's poison by 100-fold or 1,000-fold was unfathomable, capable of decimating 2 million troops with ease. Qian Xuanji quickly remarked, Fortunately, Elder Zhu possesses such keen insight. Otherwise, if a mishap had occurred, Spirit City would have faced annihilation. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xuanji asked Zhu Douluo, May I inquire, Elder, to what level of tidal Douluo would one need to withstand the poison if it were magnified 100 or 1,000 times? Zhu Douluo sighed and replied, A level 99 would be necessary. Even a level 98 would only be able to endure for 3 or 4 minutes. Beyond that, the poison would undoubtedly prove fatal. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji promptly dismissed the 9 elders and made his way to the offering hall. Qian Dalu was not taken aback by Qian Xuanji's arrival, for it was indeed a part of Li Tianyu's grand design. He inquired, Xuanji, what brings you to me? Qian Xuanji responded, Father, are you aware of the blood-red swan kiss in Douluo's possession? Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu replied, I am aware. Qian Xuanji immediately continued. The poison mist he unleashes cannot be resisted even by a tidal Douluo of rank 99. Moreover, Douluo's sudden inclination to join us is quite peculiar. He had previously turned down our numerous invitations. Now, he readily accepts and consumes this blood-red swan kiss. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? Or perhaps he is acting under the influence of the 2 great empires, aiming to eradicate our spirit hall in one fell swoop? In response, Douluo remained unconcerned, stating, "No, I have faith in Douluo, and even more in the individual brought by Xiao Tian." Upon hearing the name Xiao Tian, Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. Douluo clarified, he was the child present when Shuer awakened her martial soul. It was he who brought Douluo into the spirit hall. At that time, Xiao Tian asserted that Douluo would never betray the spirit hall, pledging his life as a guarantee. Xuanji questioned, "Father, why do you trust him so implicitly?" Douluo simply responded, "I owe Xiao Tian a favor. Consider this my way of repaying him." Xuanji, upon hearing this, continued to counsel, "Father, while repaying a favor is commendable, it should not involve gambling the safety of all the citizens of Spirit City." Yet, Douluo remained steadfast in his stance. Unable to sway him, Xuanji eventually returned home in resignation. During their conversation, Douluo remained concealed in the background, listening intently. When he heard Li Tianyu express his unconditional trust in him, he was profoundly moved and vowed, even unto death, to protect him completely. Of course, this was no mere coincidence. It is, rather, a component of Li Tianyu's meticulously devised plan. Initially, he reached an agreement with Douluo, allowing him to wield the blood-colored swan's kiss. During his battle with both Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, Zhu Douluo would undoubtedly recognize the blood-red swan's kiss. Zhu Douluo was acutely aware of the efficacy of the blood-red swan's kiss. Thus, upon witnessing Douluo produce it, he would undoubtedly concede immediately. At that moment, Zhu Douluo would provide an explanation, ensuring that the Pope and the remaining elders would not perceive it as a loss of face for him. Instead, they would regard Zhu Douluo as someone who is magnanimous and unconcerned with trifles. However, Douluo would not be labeled as malicious by Xuanji and the elders. Firstly, there was no explicit prohibition against the use of external resources. Secondly, this was agreed upon by Douluo. Upon learning about the efficacy of Douluo's flower, Xuanji would perceive the terrifying power it bestowed upon Douluo and would undoubtedly seek counsel with Douluo on how to manage Douluo, or perhaps even execute him on the spot. After all, Douluo's inclusion raised numerous suspicions for him. Douluo merely needed to orchestrate a fortunate coincidence during a conversation with Xuanji, thereby solidifying Douluo's loyalty. Douluo would feel that he unconditionally trusted Douluo, and thus, the grand offering would trust him without reservation. In essence, this would win the hearts of the people while preserving the dignity of both parties, a true double benefit. Returning to the main narrative, after Xuanji departed, Douluo emerged from the shadows, expressing gratitude for the grand offering-'s trust. Douluo, witnessing this scene, secretly chuckled. Though he did not exhibit his amusement outwardly, he simply replied, "No need for thanks. Although I, Douluo, have not stepped out of the offering hall for many years, I still keep myself informed of external matters. Your life, Douluo, may be capricious, driven by whims, yet you are equally known for your loyalty. Those who have shown you kindness are repaid, and as Xiao Tian has mentioned, you are indeed a person of reciprocity. Therefore, I am more than willing to believe in you." Douluo was profoundly moved by these words. As the intended effect was achieved, Douluo chose not to elaborate further, stating, "It is getting late. You have been here for a while. Go back and see your granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Douluo hurried back to his residence. Douluo could not help but marvel at Xiao Tian's strategy, which was akin to killing two birds with one stone. While Douluo would ultimately lean towards obeying Xiao Tian, it could be said that Douluo was effectively aligning with the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, on the side of Qianrenxue and Li Tianyu, Qianrenxue complained, "Humph, that old man. If he had lingered a little longer, we would not have had to leave him behind. He was fortunate." Li Tianyu responded, "Indeed, he was lucky. If he had acted a moment sooner, it would not have been Shilong and Xixue who took action." Qianrenxue then inquired, "Did grandfather send someone to follow us?" Li Tianyu nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Qianrenxue promptly asked, "Who is it?" Li Tianyu replied, "Grandfather Qianjun." Qianrenxue couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianyu, I must say, your domain is indeed a bug. It is virtually impossible for anyone to approach you without your knowledge." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement. After a while, Qianrenxue suggested, "Tianyu, why don't we report him to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School directly?" Li Tianyu answered, "Firstly, the Bone Douluo was masked when he attempted to assassinate you. Without confirming his identity, we can only be misled, even if we claim that this title Douluo possesses the ability to open wormholes. Those from the upper three sects would merely argue that in such a vast world, there are bound to be a few individuals with similar capabilities. Qian Rinxue then asked, Tianyu, given the current strength of the 7 great offerings, wouldn't it be feasible to overwhelm the entire upper 3 sects? Why then do we need to endure? After pondering for a moment, Li Tianyu replied, well, first of all, you have yet to grow strong enough. Engaging in battle with the upper 3 sects now would not significantly benefit you, as you would miss the opportunity for practical training. It is wiser to wait a few more years until you possess the capability to participate in battle, thus gaining valuable combat experience. In truth, he thought, it is essential to bestow upon you the power of faith, allowing you to bring the war to a close with your own hands, which would yield an extraordinary amount of faith power. Qian Rinxue reluctantly accepted this reasoning, for within her known parameters, there seemed to be no reasonable explanation for the 7 great offerings' reluctance to engage directly with the 2 empires. Subsequently, the 2 of them refrained from further discussion and returned to their respective quarters to rest. As for the departing Bone Douluo, Ning Fengji approached him and asked, how did it go? The Bone Douluo replied, not well. I was intercepted by 2 titled Douluos. Ning Fengji was taken aback, pondering the immense strength of the Spirit Hall to deploy 2 titled Douluos as guards or prodigies. Typically, only prominent families could muster a soul sage. Ning Fengji chose not to dwell on it further, simply telling the Bone Douluo, Uncle Bone, you should rest as well. Alas, the Spirit Hall is indeed hard to contend with. The following day, news spread from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School about an assassination attempt on the Spirit Hall's representative by a titled Douluo. Upon hearing this, the various sects discerned the underlying circumstances. Was there any need for speculation? Aside from the 3 foremost sects, who else would dare to take action? Moreover, the prodigious talent displayed by Qian Rinxue was indeed worthy of such boldness. Naturally, such thoughts could only linger in the minds of the smaller sects, for they were acutely aware that voicing such blatant truths would undoubtedly invite the wrath of the 3 major sections. Due to the assassination of Ning Fengji, who holds the title of Douluo, the arena competition has been temporarily suspended for a day, as there may be other assassins lurking in the vicinity. During this day, the 3 sects will diligently search for any hidden threats. Upon learning this news, Qian Rinxue directly inquired, Tianyu, what scheme is that old fox Ning Fengji concocting? Can you discern his intentions? Li Tianyu pondered for a moment before responding. Can you not figure it out? Qian Rinxue replied, I can indeed conceive of it, but I wish to confirm that our thoughts align. If we share the same perspective, then there should be no discrepancies regarding the underlying reasons. Subsequently, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue inscribed their thoughts on separate pieces of paper. They exchanged their writings, which conveyed similar sentiments. We must put on a complete performance. It has already been rumored that someone is attempting to assassinate me, the representative of the Spirit Hall. Thus, we shall conduct a thorough search, merely for show, to appease the other sections. This will signify that we have indeed sought out the culprits, thereby indicating that it is certainly not us. Hence, you should refrain from unfounded suspicions against our 3 sections. Upon discovering their mutual understanding, both shared a hearty laugh. It seems our thoughts are quite in sync, Tianyu. Qian Rinxue remarked with a smile. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement. The 2 had no intention of continuing their conversation. Subsequently, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue resolved to spend the tedious day in cultivation. Chapter 18. Qian Rinxue's Slaughter of the Top 3 Sects. The following day, the arena competition officially resumed, with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect serving as the host. The participant representing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is Douluo, and those present are engaged in discussion. This Douluo is rumored to be the disciple of Bone Douluo, possessing a martial soul akin to that of Bone Douluo. Having fled home at a young age, he was subsequently taken in by Bone Douluo. Seated in the audience, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue harbored sentiments towards Douluo that were not dissimilar to those they held for Yu Tianqing. The sole curiosity that piqued their interest was the reason behind Douluo's decision to leave her home. For Li Tianyu, the notion of running away from home cast a long shadow over his life, prompting an earnest curiosity regarding Douluo's motivations. Qian Rinxue's intrigue stemmed from a similar sentiment. Rooted in familial bonds, she too pondered the reasons that compelled Douluo to depart from her family. While the 2 were deep in thought, Douluo had already taken to the stage, revealing her martial spirit, the Bone Dragon, a 9-year-old, level 18 soul master. Upon hearing this, the various sects cast glances at their own prodigies, subsequently expressing their astonishment. Is the disparity among geniuses truly this vast? Upon overhearing the murmurs of the various sect leaders, Li Tianyu and Qian Ruxue silently responded, "Indeed, it is as grand as that, with no alternative." In the inaugural match, Douluo faced an opponent from the Windsword sect. By Long, a soul master at the age of 9, wielding the Windsword martial spirit, was at the 16th level. Subsequently, the two engaged in combat, and in terms of physical prowess, Douluo, having been trained by the Bone Douluo, demonstrated formidable unarmed combat skills. The White Dragon, akin to the White Cloud Dragon, possesses formidable swordsmanship. However, due to the nature of his weapon-wielding soul, he exhibits a slight advantage in physical combat. Soon, Douluo, realizing the situation, swiftly raised his hand to deflect the sword, creating distance to prepare for the use of his soul skills. Observing this, the White Dragon also readied his soul skill. His first soul skill, Bone Abyss, unleashed countless sharp bone spikes that erupted from the ground, surging towards the White Dragon. In response, the White Dragon executed his own first soul skill, Cloud Slash, releasing a powerful gust of sword energy that boasted remarkable penetration, capable of shattering several bones. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of bones, his energy was ultimately depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Douluo launched a physical assault on the White Dragon, who, having expended considerable soul power through his first skill, found his physical prowess diminishing. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the White Dragon gradually began to falter. With time on his side, Douluo adopted a strategy of steady advancement. Confident that patience would lead him to victory, thus refraining from hastily employing his soul skills. The White Dragon's intention was to seek a flaw, preparing to unleash a decisive strike with the last vestiges of its soul power. After 5 minutes of fierce combat, Douluo realized that she could not defeat Bai Long in such a short time. Consequently, she decided to feign a weakness. Seizing the opportunity, the White Dragon unleashed its first soul skill. However, in the fleeting moment when the soul ring illuminated, Douluo deftly sidestepped. At the very instant the White Dragon executed the cumulonimbus slash, exploiting that brief vacuum, Douluo activated his first soul skill, Bone Abyss. Countless bones surged forth from the ground, encircling the White Dragon, with one bone pressing directly against its throat. Observing this, the White Dragon sighed and conceded, "I have lost." Witnessing this scene, the esteemed sects of Hao Yin and the Thunder Tyrant couldn't help but extol. The disciple of sect leader Ning is truly a prodigy. In the heat of battle, he exhibits remarkable adaptability, avoiding rigidity, and demonstrates a judicious application of force. While these traits might be expected of any competent individual, it is noteworthy that he is merely a 9-year-old child, showcasing commendable temperament. Subsequently, Douluo triumphed in 9 consecutive matches. As he approached the 10th, the referee announced, "Please have the representative from the Martial Soul Hall step forward." Douluo, invigorated, recalled the experience he had gleaned from observing the Thunder Tyrant's match just 2 days prior. He believed he could acquire valuable insights from this encounter. He considered himself evenly matched with Qian Rinxue, perceiving her merely as a year his junior. Although her first spirit ring was indeed significantly superior to his, Douluo postulated that a girl like Qian Rinxue might possess inherent physical weaknesses. Weighing all these factors, he confidently assessed that he could contend with Qian Rinxue on even terms, estimating at the very least a 4 to 6 advantage in his favor. As Li Tianyu was about to take the stage, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly seized the opportunity to enter first. Li Tianyu found himself at a loss for words. Pondering to himself, this girl, Qian Rinxue, had promised that each person would take turns, yet she has jumped ahead. In the previous match, Qian Rinxue had also anticipated Li Tianyu's thoughts, thus she communicated telepathically with him. "All right, Brother Tianyu, after you finish this match, I will take the next one. So when the time comes for the battle, you'll have 1 match while I have 2. Does it make a difference whether we go first or last? Just focus on battling the Hao Yin sect later." Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation within him. He understood that Qian Rinxue simply wished to dominate her opponents. After all, she fought against him daily, and she probably no longer wanted to contend with him, craving instead to bully someone else. Ultimately, given that Qian Rinxue could not best him in combat, Li Tianyu was certain that she would indeed participate when it came to facing the Hao Yin sect. Upon witnessing Qian Rinxue's entrance, Douluo remarked, "Reveal your martial soul. In terms of strength, our capabilities are quite comparable." This declaration prompted thoughts among the audience, including Li Tianyu, Shilong, Xixue, and the concealed Qian Jun, who mused that if she were indeed comparable, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy of her generation. Naturally, The four were aware that their perception of Qian Rinxue was merely that of a soul master. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue remarked, "Let us engage in combat first. The martial soul serves as information for battle, and if it can be spared, then let it remain concealed. After all, I do not believe that revealing my martial soul will enable you to triumph over me." Her words incited a sense of indignation among all present, except for Li Tianyu and his companions, for they deemed her assertion rather audacious. Nonetheless, the audience refrained from mocking her as they had previously. Having learned a lesson from their earlier misjudgment, they resolved to observe the unfolding events. Subsequently, Gulwan unleashed her first soul skill, Bone Prison. Witnessing this from the stands, Bone Douluo could not help but inwardly lament, "Gulwan is too hasty. A mere taunt provokes her to deploy her soul skill." A careful observer would discern that while she claimed indifference, she was, in fact, on high alert, strategically underestimating her opponent, yet tactically acknowledging their strength. Gulwan had already found herself at a disadvantage from the onset, for the first soul skill entails considerable consumption for a soul master, especially one as formidable as this. As anticipated by Bone Douluo, Qian Rinxue swiftly evaded to the side upon witnessing the bone spike lunging toward her. Witnessing this scene, Gulwan was somewhat astonished. After all, in the realm of soul masters of equal rank, it was utterly inconceivable for anyone to react to the activation of his first soul skill. Upon realizing the situation, Qian Rinxue understood one undeniable truth. At the very least, she was a level 19 spirit master. However, Gulwan swiftly dismissed this notion. After all, how could an 8-year-old girl possibly possess the rank of a level 19 spirit master? It seemed utterly implausible. Thus, Gulwan deduced that Qian Rinxue must possess some form of specialized technique pertaining to footwork. This hypothesis held true for the vast majority of individuals, yet it proved inapplicable in the case of Qian Rinxue. Subsequently, Gulwan adopted a more cautious approach, deciding to engage in close combat, as he believed that a girl of merely 8 years would not possess a physique superior to his own. Yet the reality once again slapped him in the face. Qian Rinxue faced Gulwan's onslaught alone, barely bothering to defend, effortlessly evading the attacks from beginning to end. Most observers perceive that Gulwan holds the advantage in this scenario. However, only those who have genuinely endured life and death battles comprehend that the true advantage lies with Qian Rinxue. In combat, defense is invariably a last resort. One would evade rather than confront an attack head-on. The fact that Qian Rinxue can evade all of Gulwan's strikes signifies that her speed and reflexes surpass his entirely. As the battle ensued, Gulwan discerned that Qian Rinxue was merely attempting to exhaust his stamina. In a bid to provoke her, he deliberately remarked, "Is evasion your only skill?" His intention was to incite Qian Rinxue into a counterattack, allowing him to exploit any openings and seize victory in one decisive move. However, Qian Rinxue remained unfazed. Such provocations held little significance for her. Since the day she awakened as a soul master, she had been alternating training with the 7 great offerings. Her combat awareness and experience were unparalleled among her peers, with only Li Tianyu and the later transmigrated Tang San potentially surpassing her. None other could claim to rival Qian Rinxue's prowess. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu silently thought to himself, "You ought to be grateful that Qian Rinxue did not retaliate. Otherwise, the defeat would have been exceedingly humiliating." As Gulwan witnessed Qian Rinxue's lack of reaction, he realized that merely evading his attacks would lead to his eventual exhaustion. Consequently, he swiftly distanced himself and summoned his first soul skill, Bone Prison. Instantly, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from the ground beneath Qian Rinxue's feet. Gulwan thought to himself, "At such a close range, I cannot believe you will escape unscathed." However, Qian Rinxue remained unfazed, accelerating her speed and effortlessly evading the onslaught. This unexpected turn left Gulwan utterly astonished, while the leaders of the 3 sects wore grave expressions. Particularly, the 4 titled Douluo present recognized that Qian Rinxue's prowess far exceeded that of a mere soul master. It was inconceivable that she could react and evade so swiftly in such a short span of time. The collective realization dawned upon them. Albeit reluctantly, Qian Rinxue's level must be at least above level 20. A prodigy of just 8 years with such formidable strength, why was she not within their sect? The Martial Soul Hall? Upon observing this situation, Gulwan quickly deduced Qian Rinxue's landing position and attempted to utilize his first soul skill in hopes of defeating her through a well-timed strike. Yet, all his flamboyant maneuvers proved futile in the face of absolute strength. Qian Rinxue deftly dodged 7 consecutive strikes from Gulwan, who found himself nearly drained of soul energy. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue surged forward with renewed vigor, reaching Gu Wan in an instant. He hardly had time to react before she delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying off the arena. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel relieved that they had not prematurely celebrated, lest they be met with an embarrassing defeat. The countenances of the three sects were far from pleasant, for they had surmised the motive behind the unexpected arrival of the Spirit Hall, an entity with which they had long held a contentious relationship, at the competition. As they had anticipated, the Spirit Hall's intentions were anything but benevolent. They were merely there to disrupt the proceedings. Upon comprehending this situation, the three sect masters were engulfed in fury, yet they refrained from taking action out of respect for the Spirit Hall's reputation. Indeed, had they dared to confront the three sects, their demise would have been imminent, for lurking in the shadows was an overwhelming force capable of annihilating them in an instant. After the departure of Qian Rinxue, the sect masters declared, "Tomorrow marks the final round of the arena competition, with the Haotian sect as the reigning champion. All are welcome to challenge." Upon hearing this announcement, the audience pondered. The Haotian sect is renowned as the foremost sect in the land, and their prodigies are undoubtedly superior, if not equal, to those of the other two sections. It was likely that their prowess reached the formidable level of rank 19. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the leader of the Haotian sect merely scoffed with disdain before turning away. As for Qian Rinxue during her break, she hurriedly approached Li Tianyu and exclaimed, "So, what do you think? Am I not impressive?" Li Tianyu, gazing at Qian Rinxue's eager face, responded, "Indeed, impressive. Among your peers, you are unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue retorted, "Brother Tianyu, you treat me like a child again. I'm not foolish. I know I can't match you in strength." Li Tianyu chuckled and replied, "I have already stated, among your contemporaries, you are invincible. Besides, you are a year younger than I, hence not truly a peer." After this exchange, Qian Rinxue chose not to elaborate further and proposed that they go shopping today. After all, they had spent the past few days training to alleviate the tedium. As for the reason behind their rigorous training, it was not merely a matter of pride, although they believed no one in the three great sects could rival them. They opted for caution and engaged in 2 days of training. However, at present, it seemed there was little cause for concern. Upon hearing that Li Tianyu was going shopping with Qian Rinxue, he promptly turned to Zixue and Shilong, inquiring, "Gentlemen, would you care to join us? Perhaps assist with carrying some items." The two men immediately declined, stating, "You two are destined to become the elder of judgment and the elder of adjudication, complementing each other. Thus, we believe it would be more beneficial for you both to enjoy some solitude together. We shall refrain from accompanying you. You both may proceed." Although they were without romantic partners, they were not entirely oblivious to the nature of women, having heard tales, particularly since they lacked the grand offerings that others possessed. Hence, they understood the innate desire women have for shopping, and given that one cannot casually unleash their soul power in public, they tactfully declined the invitation. After all, they felt their physiques were beyond the need for further exertion. Li Tianyu cast a resentful glance at the two, inwardly cursing, "Fine. Once I ascend to the rank of title Douluo, I shall ensure to settle the score with you. I am one who harbors a grudge." His lack of resentment towards Qian Daolu stems from the certainty of Qian Daoliu's demise, and the protagonist's regard for Qian Rinxue, who elicits his sympathy. Thus he bears no ill will towards Qian Daolu. Subsequently, Li Tianyu was reluctantly compelled to accompany Qian Rinxue on a shopping spree that occupied the entirety of the day. The following morning, the two arose at the break of dawn, around 5 o'clock. After tidying their belongings, they ventured out for a meal before heading to the soul-fighting arena. When they first arrived, there were relatively few people present, as they had indeed risen quite early that day. Thus, they had no choice but to patiently wait. After approximately an hour, nearly everyone had gathered. Subsequently, the leader of the three great sects announced the commencement of the final round of the tournament. Following this, the representative of the Haotian sect took the stage and introduced himself. "I am Tang Ritian, aged 11, with a martial spirit known as the Haotian Hammer, possessing a soul power of level 22. Upon hearing this, many attendees were momentarily taken aback. For achieving over level 20 before the age of 12 is already considered a remarkable feat in the grand scheme of things. Individuals like Tang San are truly in a league of their own. Most so-called prodigies at the age of 11 typically possess a level of 19 or just reach level 20, often without having obtained a soul ring yet. Or perhaps they are merely at level 21. Tang Ritian, indeed, qualifies as a genius, however. It is unfortunate that there exists a phenomenon that transcends genius. This phenomenon is often referred to as a prodigy. Yet, to label it as such would be inadequate. A more fitting term would be anomaly. In this match, the focal point lies with Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. To return to the matter at hand, Xiang Jiazong took the lead, boldly declaring, "Hui Yinjue, same name, I trust old Shi won't mind." With a martial soul of the Diamond Mammoth, aged 11, possessing a soul power of level 21. Upon hearing Hui Yinjue's proclamation, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly, the 7 great sects are remarkable, their talents are undeniably formidable." Tang Ritian regarded the Diamond Mammoth with utter disdain. In his eyes, its defenses were insignificant before his Haotian hammer. Subsequently, the two engaged in direct combat. Tang Ritian unleashed a series of relentless strikes, forcing Hui Yinjue to adopt a defensive stance. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Ritian began to channel his energy for the Chaotic Storm Hammer technique. Upon witnessing Tang Ritian employing the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, Li Tianyu swiftly summoned his martial soul, the Obsidian Token, to meticulously analyze and openly assimilate the formidable skill. Initially, Hui Yinjue managed to parry the strikes, yet his defenses crumbled upon the 30-second hammer blow. Seizing the advantage, Tang Ritian relentlessly pursued his adversary, delivering an incalculable barrage of strikes. By the 54th hammer, Hui Yinjue was left battered and bruised, his body bearing the brutal testament of this overwhelming assault. As Tang Ritian unleashed his 55th strike, Hui Yinjue resolved to no longer endure, promptly employing his first soul skill, Mammoth Defense. Subsequently, a colossal mammoth rose beside him, effectively withstanding Tang Ritian's 55th blow. Observing this, Tang Ritian persisted, and upon reaching his 67th strike, visible cracks began to appear in Hui Yinjue's defense. By the time he delivered his 75th blow, the defense was utterly shattered. Following this, the 76th strike struck Hui Yinjue, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As the 77th strike approached, Hui Yinjue immediately activated his second attack, Diamond Fist. A multitude of diamonds enveloped him as he prepared to counter the 77th blow. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ritian did not waste any words. He harnessed the accumulated energy and, utilizing it to his advantage, delivered a powerful strike, landing the 81st blow directly. In the confrontation against the 81 strikes of Hui Yinjuang, utilizing his second soul skill, Tang Ritian was sent flying, while Hui Yinjuang, possessing a superior physical constitution, merely staggered back 5 steps. As Tang Ritian soared into the air, he was met with a fierce backlash that rendered his arms slightly numb. In a fit of irritation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thousand Arm Strike. With a powerful swing, he sent Hui Yinjue flying off the stage, who then tumbled down to the arena floor. Spectators of this match could not help but marvel at the Haotian clan, renowned as the foremost weapon spirit in the realm. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Qian Jun muttered to himself, "Is this truly the world's greatest weapon spirit? Were it not for my alliance with the demon subduer, this so-called pinnacle would have been dethroned long ago." The subsequent match pitted him directly against Qian Rinxue. However, the Haotian clan requested that Tang Ritian be allowed to recuperate first, to which Qian Rinxue readily consented, recognizing that a single formidable soul master posed little threat. Once restored, Qian Rinxue engaged Tang Ritian in battle. Armed with the Haotian hammer, he charged forward, but Qian Rinxue remained unfazed by the weapon's presence, evading him with the same ease as in the previous 2 matches. Upon witnessing this scene, the leaders of the 3 sects could not help but frown. After all, this indicated that Qian Rinxue's reflexes and speed were, at the very least, superior to Tang Ritian's. This also implied that Qian Rinxue's soul power level must be higher than that of Tang Ritian. Tang Ritian, known for his fiery temper, resorted to employing his first soul skill, Heavenly Hammer of 1,000 Armies, after failing to strike Qian Rinxue with his repeated blows. The sheer force of this strike was self-evident. Yet, Qian Rinxue remained unfazed, extending a delicate hand to meet the oncoming attack. The spectators, witnessing this audacious display, chuckled, deeming it utterly arrogant for her to attempt to withstand the assault of the world's foremost weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, especially from a peer. What could be the extent of their disparity? However, just as the audience finished their remarks, they were swiftly silenced. For Qian Rinxue boldly absorbed Tang Ritian's first soul skill with a single hand. Although this made her stagger back slightly, her demeanor suggested that the intensity of the attack was hardly a concern for her. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ritian was consumed by fury, as his most cherished attack was effortlessly thwarted with a single hand. In his wrath, he immediately unleashed his second soul skill, 1,000 June's Heavy Strike. The Haotian hammer transformed into the maximum weight that Tang Ritian could wield, and with a mighty swing, he struck. Yet, Qian Rengsha remained unimpressed. Although the attack reached its pinnacle in power, it was achieved at the expense of speed. This presented a glaring flaw for his six-winged angel martial soul, which possessed the agility to evade such an assault. Moreover, given the disparity in their soul power, even without the six-winged angel, Qian Rengsha could rely on his own swiftness to evade the blow. Surprisingly, however, Qian Rengsha chose not to dodge, instead opting to endure the strike to gauge the legendary prowess of the Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon martial soul in existence. After all, Tangshan, his grandfather, had claimed to be inferior to it, piquing Qian Rengshu's curiosity regarding the hammer's true might. Observing this spectacle, many regarded Qian Rengshu as arrogant, though none dared to voice this opinion, especially after having been swiftly silenced moments earlier. As Tang Ritian witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, deeming it absurd, a quest for demise. Subsequently, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing numerous fissures on the ground. Tang Ritian cast a glance towards Qian Renxue, a grin spreading across his face. Yet, emerging from the smoke, Qian Renxue stood unharmed, unfazed, and mockingly remarked, "You possess a modicum of skill if you can evoke even a slight sensation of pain," indicating she had not exerted her full strength. This revelation sent Tang Ritian's heart plummeting into despair. In an instant, Qian Renxue dashed towards Tang Ritian, delivering a powerful strike that sent him hurtling away, causing him to spit blood. The referee, taken aback by this turn of events, reluctantly declared, "The Spirit Hall emerges victorious." Witnesses from various sects were left speechless, unsure of how to respond, while Qian Renxue, unperturbed, simply turned and walked away. Chapter 19. The four title duels. Just as Qian Renxue was about to leave the arena, she was unexpectedly called back. Upon glancing over, she recognized her caller as the leader of the Haotian sect, the father of the Haotian twin stars. Inquiringly, Qian Renxue asked, "What brings you to summon me?" "Esteemed leader of the Haotian sect?" The sect leader replied, "Nothing of great import. I have heard that the Spirit Hall is represented by two titled Douluo. I find myself seized by a desire to engage in battle with the two of you." Upon hearing the conversation, Li Tianyu and his companions immediately discerned the underlying sentiment. What was merely described as a fleeting urge to showcase skill was, in fact, a clear indication of their own genius being humiliated, leaving them with no dignity. Thus, they sought to redeem themselves by demonstrating their own prowess, merely seeking to regain face. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue also grasped the intentions harbored by the leader of the Haotian sect. She then responded, "Allow me to consult with the two elders regarding this matter." The leader of the Haotian sect readily acquiesced, for if the Spirit Hall were to refuse, it would merely signify their fear. He did not believe that the Spirit Hall would be so lacking in self-respect, especially when two titled Douluos faced off against a single titled Douluo. What was there to fear? Upon returning to the lounge, Qian Renxue was about to speak when Xishue and Shilong interjected, reassuring her, "Rest assured, young master. In the past, we feared him, but now we are no longer intimidated by the master of Haotian sect." As Li Tianyu listened attentively, he remarked, "Though that may be the case, I urge both of you not to underestimate the situation. After all, the Haotian sect possesses formidable techniques such as the exploding rings and the 9 absolute techniques of Haotian, along with the great Samurai hammer, all of which are substantial powers that can enable a titled Douluo to engage in battles beyond their rank. Naturally, I hope that the father of the Haotian twin stars will unleash these techniques. For if they are all decoded with the black gold token and presented to the 7 great offerings, the spectacle would be magnificent. Just imagine 7 titled Douluos at level 99 simultaneously unleashing the 9 rings and employing the great Samurai hammer. The sheer might is beyond imagination." Upon hearing this, Shilong and Xishue responded, "Rest assured, Xiao Tian, while we may not individually match him, together, we certainly stand a chance." Observing their exchange, Li Tianyu cautioned, "Elders, please exercise utmost caution. It would be wise to exert your full strength from the outset rather than merely testing the waters. The sect master of Haotian is here to save face, and he will undoubtedly choose the most impressive means to conclude the battle, which is to sweep through with overwhelming force." The two elders acknowledged his reasoning, yet they still intended to hold back slightly. Subsequently, they refrained from further discussion and ascended the arena, declaring, "We have come as one of the 9 great elders of the Pope's Hall, specially invited by the sect master of Haotian for a duel." Upon witnessing this, the sect master of Haotian could not help but smile. He then leaped down from the high platform, announcing, "I am the sect master of Haotian, wielding the Haotian hammer. a title Douluo at level 94. In response, Shilong and Ci Shui proclaimed, Shilong, Ci Shui, wielding the serpent spear, Stingray, also a title Douluo, at level 94. The three of them simultaneously revealed their spirit rings. The sect master of Haotian's rings were unremarkable, merely the best rings for an average person. However, when Shilong and Ci Shui showcased their spirit rings, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Each bore a soul ring of 100,000 years. Such rings not only empower one to battle above their rank, but also signify the presence of a soul beast of that age, which inherently suggests the possession of soul bones. This implied that both Shilong and Ci Shui were believed to possess soul bones of such caliber. The sect master of Haotian's expression turned serious. Initially, he presumed that the two titled Douluos could not be of formidable strength, as no one willingly discloses their true capabilities. Thus, he thought that even if their soul power was high, it would not exceed level 92, let alone possess a soul ring of 100,000 years. While he had intended to execute a direct attack with the exploding rings followed by the Great Sumera Hammer, it now appeared that his assumptions may have been overly optimistic. Upon observing the situation on stage, Yu Yuanjin's expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to speak. Lord of the Haotian sect, I, as an ancient dragon who has refrained from battle for many years, desire to engage in a contest today. Might I face one opponent while you contend with the other? In truth, Yu Yuanjin was reluctant to fight casually, being the sole titled Douluo of the Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Revealing his prowess too easily would be akin to laying bare his strength. However, the matter at hand concerned the dignity of the top three sections. Should the Haotian sect's leader also face defeat, what would be the repercussions in the outside world? The younger generation failing to triumph over the Spirit Hall, and the elder generation equally incapable, how could the top three sects maintain their standing? Would they not all be forced to submit to the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing these words, the Haotian sect's leader recognized Yu Yuanjin's offer as a means to ease the situation and preserve the dignity of the top three sections. He promptly responded, Since Sect Master Yu wishes to engage in battle, I shall not impose. Please choose your opponent. Yu Yuanjin then declared, I shall choose the gentleman whose martial spirit is the porcupine. The Haotian sect's leader replied, Then I shall face you with the gentleman wielding the serpent spear. In the shadows, Qianjun and the spectators, Li Tianyu and Qian Renxue, silently mused. What cunning old foxes they are. One specializing in beast spirits and the other in weapon spirits. They not only seek prestige but also wish to validate their status as the foremost in the realm of beast and weapon spirits. Upon hearing this, Shilong and Ci Shui were momentarily taken aback. After all, they had contemplated various scenarios, yet never anticipated that Yu Yuanjin would suddenly join the fray. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, they could only grit their teeth and consent. How would outsiders perceive them if they refused? Would they dare to rely solely on numerical advantage? Subsequently, the two nodded in agreement. Observing this, Yu Yuanjin leaped onto the stage and declared, I am Yu Yuanjin, the master of the Thunderbolt Tyrant sect. With the spirit of the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus, a 95th level titled Douluo, he presented 9 unremarkable soul rings, the standard optimal configuration. Soon after, the four engaged in a tumultuous battle. Let us first focus on Shilong and the master of Haotian's sect. With their respective spirits, a Haotian hammer and a serpent spear, their clash was imminent. In terms of weight, the Haotian hammer far surpassed the serpent spear, yet it lacked the latter's speed. While the hammer inflicted greater damage upon impact, the serpent spear possessed unique characteristics that hinted at its beast spirit nature. Thus, in their confrontation, neither was guaranteed an advantage. Shilong took a defensive stance, while the master of Haotian's sect adopted an aggressive approach. Shilong intended to exploit weaknesses rather than engage in a direct confrontation. The master of Haotian's sect, discerning his intent, commenced stacking his chaotic cloak. By the time he reached the 54th strike, Shilong was sent hurtling against the wall, along with his serpent spear. Realizing that continuing in such a feeble manner would yield little hope of victory, Shilong decided to fight with all his might. Ultimately, he utilized the serpent spear's lightness to swiftly close the distance to the master of Haotian's sect, thrusting towards his shoulder. The leader of the Haotian sect was caught off guard and struck by a spear, causing blood to flow from his arm. Ceylong seized the opportunity to pursue, delivering a series of thrusts toward the leader of the Haotian sect. Typically, the leader, being an aggressive combatant, was not accustomed to being on the defensive. Moreover, the weight of the Haotian hammer rendered his defenses inadequate against Ceylong's relentless onslaught, resulting in a total of 3 spear wounds thus far. However, Shilong's exquisite marksmanship effortlessly breached the defenses of the Haotian sect's master. Unable to endure any longer, the master of Hotian sect resorted to employing the Hotian 9 absolutes. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianyu immediately commenced the analysis using the black gold token. In the realm of Houtian, the leader of the Houtian sect found himself at a disadvantage after employing the Houtian 9 absolutes. The relentless pursuit of the sect master intensified, and upon reaching the 81st strike, he unleashed the final blow of Ling Tian's strike in conjunction with the ultimate hit of 9-9 returning to 1, sending Xilong hurtling through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of Xilong's mouth, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid, uttering, "The strongest attacking weapon soul in the world. My true name is well-deserved." In response, Xilong unleashed his 9th soul skill, Double Serpent Sky Slash. 2 colossal serpents erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Houtian sect master. Xilong brandished his serpent spear, thrusting it forward, while the heads of the immense serpents descended from above with tremendous force. Suddenly besieged by a triad of attacks, the Houtian sect master was sent flying, sustaining a grievous wound to his chest, blood gushing forth. The serpent's bindings left bruises upon his skin and inflicted a degree of poison, compounded by the impact of the serpent heads, which further marred his arms with additional injuries. Recognizing the dire situation, the Houtian sect master understood that prolonging the battle would undoubtedly lead to his defeat, although he too was at level 94. The opponent's century-old soul rings and skills vastly surpassed his own. Continuing the fight would yield no fruitful outcome. Without further ado, the sect master activated his explosive ring, shattering 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black. He then bellowed, "Great Samurai Hammer!" Li Tianyu on stage couldn't help but smile, inwardly expressing gratitude for the contributions of the sect leader of Houtian sect. Observing this situation, Xilong remained unperturbed. After all, the fact that he had only destroyed 3 soul rings indicated that his physical prowess was insufficient to endure more. In other words, as long as he withstood this strike, victory would undoubtedly be his. Should Xilong directly employ his 7th soul skill, the true body of the weapon spirit, followed by the 9th soul skill, the twin serpent Sky Slash, 2 colossal serpents would erupt from the ground, crashing directly into the Houtian hammer. Concurrently, Xilong would thrust a serpent spear towards the Houtian hammer, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Bang! The force of the aura was so formidable that only a soul Douluo or above could barely withstand it. After a thick plume of smoke dissipated, the leader of the Houtian sect lay motionless on the ground, while Xilong, clutching his serpent spear, struggled to prop himself up against the earth, barely managing to remain standing. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for judgment. At that moment, the sword-fighting Douluo remarked, "Both combatants are utterly exhausted." Although the serpent spear Douluo is merely half-kneeling, he is, in fact, unable to move. This encounter can be deemed a draw. Li Tianyu, the Heavenly Queen, recognized that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was merely preserving its dignity in this situation. In truth, the sword-fighting Douluo's words were not far from reality. For both fighters were indeed incapacitated, and it would be unreasonable to wait and see who would rise first. Turning from Xilong's side, we return to the fierce clash between Xixue and Yu Engine. The latter, leveraging the advantage of his martial soul, engaged in close combat, while Xixue, skilled in poison, found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, bolstered by the defensive capabilities of his martial soul, the poison pig, Yu Engine struggled to breach Xixue's defenses. Observing that his claws had failed to penetrate Xixue's guard, Yu Engine resorted to his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Although this move did not shatter Xixue's defenses, it did leave a minor scar. Xixue, however, paid little heed to this, as the injury was negligible. Aware that such tactics were futile, Yu Engine then unleashed his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, followed swiftly by his 5th soul skill, Blue Lightning Spear of Soul Destruction. This strike exerted considerable pressure on Xixue, yet he still retained sufficient strength to deflect it. Subsequently, Xixue released a cloud of poisonous mist. As a 95th level title Douluo, Yu Engine should, under normal circumstances, have no difficulty in resisting the toxins of a 94th level title Douluo. However, Xixue understood that he had no choice but to employ his 9th soul skill, the 10,000 Burial Poison Array. That Xixue unleashed countless toxic mists, enveloping the arena in a swirling green haze. Yu Engine was also permeated by the venomous fog of the 10,000-year soul skill. Yu Engine was acutely aware that if the battle continued, he had no chance of victory, and thus he resolved to risk everything. He subsequently transformed into his dragon form. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Tianyu, who had just deciphered the profound techniques of the Houtian sect, mused to himself, "Is there an unexpected gain to be had here? I initially aimed merely to complete the study of the sect's ultimate techniques, yet it appears I might return to surprise Qingwan and the Golden Crocodile. Without further ado, he produced the black gold token and commenced his analysis of the transformation principles of the Thunder Dragon. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin, activating his 7th soul skill while simultaneously undergoing dragon transformation, charged directly at Sishiwei. With a flurry of claws, he struck, causing Sishiwei to bleed. In response, Sishiwei unleashed his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Incarnation, followed by his 5th soul skill, Spiny Pig Defense. The spiny pig behind him grew to a colossal size, its spikes elongating significantly. Yu Yuanjin attempted to scratch it, resulting in no bleeding this time, yet leaving behind a scar. Subsequently, the spiny pig launched a fierce charge, sending Yu Yuanjin sprawling. Regaining his footing, he immediately activated his 9th soul skill, True Dragon 9 Crowns. Yu Yuanjin's 9th soul skill was extraordinarily formidable, its attacking power rivaling that of the Haotian hammer. Upon witnessing this scene, Sishiwei couldn't help but feel a tremor of apprehension, for the sheer potency of that strike posed a genuine threat. He promptly unleashed his 8th soul skill, Sijuan Charge Formation. Subsequently, Sijuan expanded several times, its spikes growing even sharper, exuding toxic gas from within. Sijuan then charged directly toward Yu Yuanjin's 9th soul skill. With a resounding thud, the toxic mist dissipated, leading the onlookers to believe that Yu Yuanjin had emerged victorious. However, as the poisonous haze completely cleared, it became evident that it was Sishiwei who had absorbed the toxic fumes, leaving Yu Yuanjin incapacitated on the ground. Lying there, Yu Yuanjin felt a deep sense of frustration. Why hadn't he utilized his 7th soul skill from the outset? Why hadn't he activated his 9th soul skill sooner? Had it not been for the toxin's onset during the final clash, which significantly diminished the power of his 9th soul skill, he would have undoubtedly triumphed over Sishiwei's 8th soul skill. Now, he found himself utterly humiliated. If the Haotian sect were to lose, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the 3 sects but primarily disgrace his own Haotian sect. What purpose did he serve by meddling in this affair? As it stood, the Haotian sect might salvage a draw, but he himself had been decisively bested. Moreover, his opponent wielded a beast martial soul. What if the Spirit Hall seized this opportunity to claim his title as the world's foremost beast martial soul? Countless regrets surged within Yu Yuanjin, filling him with an intense sense of ire. Yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. The audience witnessing this scene dared not utter much. For even if they were to mock, Yu Yuanjin, despite his severe injuries, remained a titled Douluo, while they were merely playing around. Subsequently, Sishiwei and Shilong supported each other as they exited the arena. The members of the Haotian sect and the Thunderclap Overlord sect took to the stage to carry their respective leaders back. After a period of rest lasting an hour, Li Tianyu remarked to Shilong and Ci Shui, "The necessary tasks have been accomplished. It is time for us to depart." Shilong and Ci Shui nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 4 of them, Qianren Xue, Li Tianyu, Shilong, and Ci Shui, began to gather their belongings and made their way back to the Spirit Hall. After the 4 individuals exited the periphery of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fingji stood silently atop the city tower, observing the scene below. Subsequently, he turned to Jian Douluo and said, "Uncle Jian, we have encountered a predicament. Uncle Gu cannot contend with the 2 of them. Thus, I must rely on you to take action." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian refrained from elaborating further and simply followed in their wake. However, he did not immediately strike, for it was prudent to allow them to distance themselves. If they were to be attacked the moment they left the confines of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, it would be evident that the actions were orchestrated by the 3 upper sections. After the 4 had traversed over 100 miles, the Sword Douluo made his move. He unleashed his 6th spirit ability. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless 7-killing swords surged forth towards the 4. However, Shilong and Ci Shui hastily prepared their defenses. Yet, despite possessing 10,000-year spirit rings, they could not compete with the formidable Chen Xian, who had already reached the extraordinary level of 96. Moreover, they were not at their peak condition. After fending off the 6th spirit ability, they were sent flying. Subsequently, Chen Xian descended, directing a stream of sword energy towards Li Tianyu and Qianren Xue. As the blade of energy was poised to strike between the throats of the 2, it was unexpectedly deflected by a horizontally swung staff. Upon recognizing the weapon, Li Tianyu exclaimed, "The extreme cold sacred dragon staff. Qianjun, it would be futile for you to evade any longer." Upon witnessing this scene, Qianjun immediately turned to face Qianjun, gripping the 7 kills sword tightly as he launched an assault. However, Qianjun effortlessly seized the 7 kills sword with merely 2 fingers, a sight that left Qianxin astounded. For it signified that his opponent possessed at least rank 97 prowess. A title Douluo of such caliber was far beyond his capabilities. Consequently, he swiftly turned to flee. In response, Qianjun unleashed his first soul skill, the sacred cold dragon cannon, directing the staff's tip towards Qianxin. In an instant, an ice dragon surged forth, inflicting grave injuries upon Qianxin. The reason for his survival lay in the intervention of the bone Douluo. Prior to the departure of the sword Douluo, Gu Rong had preemptively sealed his ability to open a wormhole within a talisman, which he entrusted to the sword Douluo. The talisman was designed to activate automatically, transporting its holder back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the face of life-threatening danger. It was during the moment of the attack that the teleportation occurred, albeit with residual effects that still caused harm. Subsequently, Qianjun escorted both Qian Ringshu and Li Tianyu back to Spirit City. Upon arriving at the worship hall, Qian Douluo listened intently as his granddaughter recounted her overwhelming victory against the top 3 sects, particularly relishing the defeat of a certain sect that wielded hammers. His elation was palpable, yet his expression grew increasingly grave with the unfolding narrative. Once the account concluded, Qian Douluo coldly remarked, 7 treasure glazed tile school. Are you courting death? Beside them, Li Tianyu discerned that Qian Douluo was furious and gently advised, there is no need for Grandfather Qian to be anxious. The 7 treasures glazed tile school still holds its value, especially since Xiaoxue is destined to become a deity in the future. It may well serve as a means to garner some reverence and perhaps even foster a few enchanting tales. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo managed to suppress his fury, though his expression remained one of indignation. Observing this, Li Tianyu informed Qian Douluo of his comprehensive analysis of the supreme arts of the Hautian sect and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. At this revelation, Qian Daolia's anger dissipated instantly. He promptly summoned the remaining 6 guardians. Li Tianyu then transmitted the entirety of the Hautian supreme arts, derived from the black gold token, into the minds of the 7 guardians, while separately imparting the dragon transformation technique from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus to Qing Wan and Jini. After completing this transfer of knowledge, Li Tianyu did not linger but returned to his quarters to meditate. In Chapter 20, Qian Rinxue confesses her feelings. The 7 guardians diligently immerse themselves in the comprehension of the Hautian 9 absolutes, the chaotic wind hammer method, the explosive ring, the great samurai hammer, and 4 sets of techniques, with Jin, Yi, and Xing Luan also receiving a set on dragon transformation, making necessary modifications to cater to their respective martial souls. Consequently, the 7 secluded themselves for an entire month, proclaiming that they would not entertain any visitors during this time. The members of the Pope's Hall were somewhat bewildered by this announcement, given the sudden disappearance of the 7 guardians. However, the impact was minimal as the guardians rarely emerged, making their absence feel rather inconsequential. Only Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue found it somewhat disconcerting. Qian Rinxue had practically grown up within the confines of the Hall of Guardians, while Li Tianyu had spent 3 years there. The sudden unavailability of these 7 figures felt distinctly out of place, as the essence of the hall was encapsulated in the very notion of guardianship. With the absence of the 7 guardians, a sense of incompleteness lingered. The 2 could only occupy themselves with training, as it was essential to solidify their foundations. The 2 individuals in question followed the training regimen prescribed by the 7 great deities, adhering strictly to the designated schedule. In the afternoons, they would dedicate an additional 4 hours to training, while the remainder of the time was often spent with Li Tianyu being dragged by Qian Rinxue to go shopping, which typically extended until nightfall. After 7 days, Li Tianyu proposed, Xiaoxue, should we consider reducing our shopping hours in the future? I feel that sometimes we return rather late. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was displeased and retorted, Tianyu, how can that be? What do you mean by late? After such extensive training, is it not permissible for me to indulge in a brief outing? Li Tianyu felt a pang of frustration, suddenly regretting the manner in which Qian Rinxue's personality had developed. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, the lively and somewhat playful Qian Rinxue was far more endearing than the cold and taciturn version. In contrast, Ning Rongrong's character was initially well-crafted, even commendable, portraying a spoiled little witch. However, after undergoing considerable training, she shed her pampered demeanor. The true unraveling of Ning Rongrong's character occurred later, when Jian Gu and his companion met their demise. Ning Fengji's decision to retrieve their remains was met with Ning Rongrong's refusal, a response that seemed utterly absurd. While it is indeed perilous to venture onto the battlefield to reclaim the bodies of the deceased, such a sentiment is universally acknowledged. Yet, Ning Rongrong, of all people, lacked the standing to voice it. Jian Gu had devoted years to nurturing and protecting her. There exists an intangible force that surpasses mere interests, that is affection. Affection is the most irrational element in the world, often transcending reason and self-interest. In a rare departure from his usual prioritization of profit, Ning Fengji chose to embrace loyalty and sentiment. Li Tianyu had always harbored a favorable opinion of Ning Fengji. After all, the assassination of a rival was one matter, but admiration was entirely another. Rewarding efforts is a standard practice in any endeavor, contrasting sharply with the extreme self-interest exhibited by certain individuals. Ning Fengji's actions, while indeed motivated by the interests of his sect, also evoke admiration in Li Tianyu. This admiration stems not merely from his dedication to the sect, but rather from his willingness to set aside personal gain for the sake of friendship once a bond reaches a significant depth. As Qianren Shui observed Li Tianyu lost in thought, she playfully interrupted him, jolting him back to reality. He reflected inwardly, questioning why his earlier musings had shifted from Qianren Shui to Ning Rongrong, and further to Ning Fengji. What had he truly been contemplating? Noticing Li Tianyu's silence, Qianren Shui's tone turned slightly melancholic as she inquired, "Tianyu, can you hear me?" With a sudden realization, Li Tianyu responded, "I apologize, Xiu Shui. I was lost in thought and failed to engage with you." Though momentarily irked, Qianren Shui soon resumed their light-hearted conversation. "Tianyu, setting aside my identity, may I ask why you treat me with such kindness?" she queried. This question caught Li Tianyu off guard, his mind racing. "Xiu Shui, why this sudden inquiry?" He pondered, feeling a blankness envelop him. Seeing him bewildered, Qianren Shui smiled and pressed, "What are you thinking about, Tianyu?" Gradually regaining his composure, Li Tianyu replied, "My kindness stems first from my initial impression of you. I found you to be truly beautiful upon our first meeting. It's often the case that those who are strikingly attractive receive preferential treatment. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly asked, "Is that the only reason?" Li Tianyu continued, "Not solely. I also feel a sense of kinship with you. I am without parents, and you have experienced a lack of maternal affection from a young age. Our yearning for familial bonds fosters an intense longing within us." Touched by his words, Qianren Shui recognized that his affection for her was rooted in more than just her identity or beauty. She then ventured to ask, "Tianyu, do you have someone you hold dear?" This question sent Li Tianyu into a state of unease, as he realized that Qianren Shui's inquiry bordered on the realm of confessions. He thought to himself, "Someone, please rescue me. This territory is utterly foreign to me, and I have no prior experience to draw upon." At this moment, the three judges, namely Xingtian, Zhulong, and Jumong, approached and inquired, "Respected Lord, we find ourselves with certain perplexities and humbly seek your enlightenment." This scene filled Li Tianyu with such joy that he almost leapt into the air. Yet he chose to conceal his elation deep within, for he knew that the arrival of Qianren Shui would likely drive her to madness. Witnessing this spectacle, Qianren Shui fixed a murderous glare upon the trio behind her. After all, it was a rare occasion for her to muster the courage to confront Li Tianyu about a matter that had long troubled her, only to have these three intrude and disrupt her intentions. A chill enveloped the trio as they raised their gazes to Qianren Shui, whose eyes glinted with a murderous intent, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Observing the scene, Li Tianyu promptly led the three downwards and addressed Qianren Shui, saying, "Little Shui, the three of us are going to seek answers now. You may return to your cultivation or rest." Witnessing this exchange, Qianren Shui was suddenly consumed by an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She reflected, "Brother Tianyu, you have inexplicably intruded into my life, saved me twice without reason, and altered my perception of my mother. In my moments of yearning for familial affection, you have been there to accompany me in my cultivation, share in my joys, and explore the world together. Though I may not fully comprehend your thoughts, I am certain of my own feelings. I, Qianren Shui, cherish you." On the other hand, Li Tianyu, who possesses no experience in romantic relationships, is entirely disinterested in contemplating such matters and instead focuses on instructing the three judges in their training. Li Tianyu also assisted the three great judges in resolving their perplexities, providing significant aid in their cultivation endeavors. After completing their training, the four individuals began a heartfelt conversation. The three, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Esteemed sir, what prompted you to seek us out? Why are we destined to be your lifelong guardians? What is it about us, three orphans, that makes us your chosen ones?" In response, Li Tianyu smiled and remarked, "Is life so bitter for you three, being without parents?" The trio merely nodded, Li Tianyu continued, can a judge be devoid of emotion? The three replied, certainly, for otherwise, how could one avoid favoritism and corruption? Li Tianyu pressed on. Do you believe that a person who is entirely devoid of emotion can still be considered human? After a moment of contemplation, the three could not arrive at a conclusion. Li Tianyu then declared, the answer is no, for an utterly emotionless individual lacks kinship. Without kin, how can one truly exist? Is that not contradictory? The trio retorted. Do not one's biological parents count as family? Li Tianyu explained, to a heartless person, when one commits a crime, they must face death and receive the corresponding punishment. While this appears just, it leads to certain paradoxes. The three judges asked, what kind of paradox, if you please, sir? Li Tianyu continued in a calm tone. Imagine your mother and an unfamiliar woman, a confidential agent, in need of rescue, both falling into a river simultaneously. Whom would you save? Bear in mind, you can only save one. The trio responded, my mother. The debt of life is one that can never be repaid. Li Tianyu then asked, can a heartless person condemn another based on their indifference to the lives of others? The three judges replied, certainly not. This is a subjective matter. The choice of whom to save rests entirely on the rescuer's personal consciousness, and one can only save one person. Li Tianyu countered, then. How would you respond if a heartless individual questioned your failure to rescue that woman? The three judges replied, one is a complete stranger, while the other is my nurturing mother. Why would I stand idly by as my mother perishes for the sake of someone I do not know? Li Tianyu affirmed, indeed. Every individual possesses subjectivity. Even if another's life may contribute more to the greater good than your mother's, the majority would still choose to save their mother. A heartless individual operates like a machine of the law, rigidly adhering to statutes, embodying a lack of adaptability, which is truly a form of obstinacy. This intertwining of morality, law, and subjectivity is what constitutes a living person. If a judge were to rely solely on the law, devoid of any human compassion, they would become a mere automaton. While a judge must sometimes act without emotion, they must also possess the wisdom to adapt. For heinous criminals, punishment is unquestionable. Yet in situations like the one I just posed, one cannot rigidly apply the law. At times, morality must transcend legalities. Consider this. If a young girl were to fall gravely ill and require immediate transport to the hospital to survive, yet as a flying soul master, you could only reach her swiftly through a route that strictly forbids flying. What should one do? Thus, the law must always allow for flexibility. To be excessively rigid is to be nothing more than a soulless machine of law. In this manner, Li Tianyu conversed extensively with the three judges. The reason for imparting this lesson to them stemmed from a concern regarding their origins and experiences, coupled with the identities they were destined to assume, which might lead them to become overly heartless individuals. Subsequently, Li Tianyu said little more and departed to return to his quarters. Upon entering the room, Li Tianyu was taken aback to find Qian Rinxue waiting for him at the door. A wave of confusion washed over him as he pondered her intentions, thinking, could it be? No way, Qian Rinxue. What could this mean? Just then, her voice interrupted his thoughts. Tianyu Gu, I wish to share something with you, Qian Rinxue said. Her cheeks flushed. What is it? Li Tianyu inquired, his mind racing with curiosity about her words. Suddenly, her next statement left him utterly speechless. Tianyu Gu, I like you. She confessed. Stammering, Li Tianyu replied, Xiaoxue, could you please repeat what you just said? Having already expressed her feelings, Qian Rinxue felt emboldened and stated with a hint of conviction, Tianyu Gu, I like you. Li Tianyu's heart trembled at her admission, and he thought, while I understand Qian Rinxue's yearning for affection, and that she might develop feelings for someone who alleviates her loneliness, is this not a tad premature? Have I perhaps influenced her character too much? Noticing his silence, Qian Rinxue gently asked, Tianyu Gu, do you like me? Li Tianyu felt compelled to express, at this moment, I do not harbor such feelings. After all, he had no desire to incur the wrath of the recently emerged Qian Douluo. Yet, upon gazing into Qian Rinxue's azure eyes, filled with longing and sincerity, coupled with her unparalleled beauty, he found himself utterly captivated. He had always claimed to understand the principle of following one's heart, but now he truly comprehended its essence. Eventually, Li Tianyu managed to utter, like. His tone was laced with both doubt and affirmation. However, to Qian Rinxue, all she perceived was the affirmative note in his voice. With a smile, she remarked, Tianyu Gu, it seems I accidentally burned my bed. You see without hesitation. Li Tianyu replied, I shall go to your room and take a look. Upon entering Qian Rinxue's room, Li Tianyu discovered that it had indeed been scorched. A thought crossed his mind. Qian Rinxue, you have truly invested a considerable amount in this endeavor. He suddenly comprehended what it meant to be infatuated. Realizing that Qian Rinxue's actions stemmed from a prolonged absence of familial affection, rendering her oblivious to how to express it. This had led her to exhibit excessive boldness. However, compared to the grotesque possessiveness depicted in the original narrative, this was a significant improvement. Li Tianyu then addressed Qian Rinxue, suggesting, "How about this? You take my bed, and I shall sleep on the floor." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was not pleased and replied, "Tianyu, I am not unreasonable. I will not unjustly occupy your bed. Why don't we share it instead?" Li Tianyu, taken aback by her assertive remarks, conceded, "That is acceptable, but we must establish a boundary." Qian Rinxue inquired, "What do you mean by a boundary?" Li Tianyu explained, "It refers to the demarcation line between nations. I will draw a line on the bed, and neither of us shall cross it." Unfazed, Qian Rinxue responded, "That sounds perfectly fine." Subsequently, they entered Li Tianyu's quarters, where he procured a pen and drew a central line on the bed, effectively partitioning the space. He then said to Qian Rinxue, "Xiaoxue, you may choose whether to lie on the inside or the outside." Qian Rinxue decisively opted for the inside, leaving Li Tianyu with no choice but to take the outside position. As they lay down to rest, an unspoken tension lingered, preventing either from truly sleeping. Li Tianyu feared that if he succumbed to slumber, Qian Rinxue might act inappropriately, although he believed her to be too young to engage in anything outrageous. The thought of Qian Douluo finding out sent shivers down his spine. Even if it was consensual, he could not escape a severe reprimand. Qian Rinxue, too, found herself unable to sleep, for reasons left unspoken. Those who understood would grasp the underlying sentiments. After an hour had passed, exhaustion overtook Qian Rinxue, and she drifted into slumber. Li Tianyu, having repeatedly tested her state, confirmed she was indeed asleep. As he prepared to lie down on the floor, he realized that Qian Rinxue had already nestled her arms around him. He contemplated gently removing her hand. After one of Qian Rinxue's hands was removed, she immediately clutched it again, murmuring, "Do not abandon Shui. Shui will be obedient. Truly, do not leave me." Hearing these heart-wrenching words from Qian Rinxue, Li Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. These 3 sentences were profoundly simple, devoid of any embellishments, yet they evoked an immense sense of sorrow. In just a few words, one could feel an overwhelming ache. At an age when she should not bear such burdens, Qian Rinxue was nonetheless enduring them. Li Tianyu, devoid of any other thoughts, decided to refrain from removing Qian Rinxue's hand. With a resigned smile, he mused, "There is no choice. I suppose I shall forego sleep tonight." Who knows what Qian Rinxue might do otherwise, considering her dreams are predominantly nightmares. Thus, he drifted into slumber until the morning. Upon awakening, Qian Rinxue did not exhibit the shyness she had displayed a few years prior. Instead, she slowly released her grip, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Upon noticing her consciousness returning, Li Tianyu directly inquired, "Are you done embracing?" At these words, Qian Rinxue immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. While she had previously thought that as long as she felt no awkwardness, everything would be fine, the external acknowledgement of her actions rendered her truly mortified. After a brief pause, she turned to Li Tianyu and earnestly asked, "Brother Tianyu, please answer me candidly. Do you genuinely like me? Let us disregard my grandfather and any external considerations." Without hesitation, Li Tianyu replied, "I do." Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, could not help but smile joyfully. "This was my first attempt at writing a romantic scene, and I personally feel it has not been executed well. I hope you can bear with it." I also believe that the segment involving the judge is perhaps the weakest chapter 1 of Pin thus far. The underlying messages I intended to convey were not articulated clearly, and it even seems somewhat misguided. The romantic elements are indeed lackluster, yet considering it is my inaugural endeavor in this genre, I feel it maintains a semblance of logic. I welcome any critiques and guidance. Chapter 21. Relationship Defined. Over 3,000 words. Afterward, Li Tianyu refrained from further conversation and simply descended from the bed to freshen up. Upon realizing the situation, Qian Rinxue promptly changed out of her pajamas and donned her usual attire. Following this, she proceeded to freshen up. After approximately 3 minutes of their ablutions, the two emerged from the door and embarked on a run around the spirit city, completing 30 laps as their physical condition improved, resulting in an increase in the number of laps. As for the other training sessions, they were regrettably cancelled due to the practitioners being in seclusion. The two had no choice in the matter, as the current training held little significance for them. During their usual jogging sessions, the two would typically engage in conversation. But this time, they were uncharacteristically silent. Qian Rinxue was primarily overwhelmed by shyness upon waking. She had reflected on her actions from the previous day and felt as though she had lost her senses, finding it utterly mortifying. Thus, she chose not to speak. Li Tianyu, too, believed he had momentarily lost his mind. How could he have failed to restrain himself yesterday, foolishly blurting out words of affection? Even this morning. He couldn't comprehend what had possessed him to declare his feelings so boldly and unapologetically. Both were deeply embarrassed by the events of the prior day, now questioning how they could have uttered such words. Had they been utterly devoid of reason? Lost in their thoughts, they completed several laps in silence. After training, they went for lunch at noon. Upon ordering, they sat in uncharacteristic quietude, a stark contrast to their usual lively exchanges. The weight of yesterday's incident still pressed heavily upon them, each drowning in shame. Qian Rinxue couldn't shake the thought. Had she truly lost her mind? How could she have spoken such brazen words? Li Tianyu, too, berated himself. What madness had led him to allow her to lie on his bed? The meal arrived, and they ate in silence, appearing distant to onlookers. Yet both knew the truth. They were paralyzed by mutual awkwardness. Finally, Qian Rinxue resolved to break the suffocating tension. Tianyu Ji, she began. About yesterday, please consider it a momentary lapse of judgment on my part. Li Tianyu froze. If only it were that simple, he thought. Because of what you said, my feelings for you have grown even more tangled. Though I've never been entirely certain of how I see you. I've mostly leaned toward viewing you as a younger sister. But after your words yesterday, I don't know how to face you now. The fact that you could say such a thing means there must be genuine affection in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have blurted it out so suddenly. So how am I supposed to respond? Like Tang San and Xiao Wu? Though my own feelings remain ambiguous, I've never seriously considered us as lovers. The main reason is that unspoken barrier. I simply don't know how to breach it. I thought, at worst, we could remain as siblings. And I'd help you deal with Tang San, ensuring the spirit hall-esque victory. But now, with what you've said, I truly don't know how to face you. If I continue treating you as a sister, would you accept it? Could I? A large part of why I never considered romance was the disparity in our statuses. Not that I'm immune to your charms, with your beauty, talent, and capability. Who wouldn't desire such a partner? Qian Rinxue, noting his prolonged silence, understood. The impact of yesterday's confession had been too great. Even she found her own sudden declaration baffling. This inexplicable man who had barged into her life, treating her like a sister yet willing to trade his life for hers, who had freed her from the resentment toward her mother and gifted her with a newfound familial warmth toward him. She felt 8 parts kinship and 2 parts adoration. She was grateful he had entered her world, mending the fractures in her heart. As time passed, Qian Rinxue found herself inexplicably and somewhat rationally developing feelings for Li Tianyu, a sentiment she could not quite comprehend. Although she had long hesitated to voice these emotions, an unexpected surge of courage compelled her to confess yesterday. Yet today, she was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of shame. Her feelings for Li Tianyu left Qian Rinxue at a loss for words. Initially, she regarded him merely as an older brother, but as time went on, her affection deepened. She cherished the notion that Li Tianyu would willingly risk his life for her and felt a profound concern when he admonished her with a stern demeanor. In her eyes, Li Tianyu was truly the third person to show her genuine kindness, unaffected by power or status, simply caring for her well-being. Years ago, when she had been poisoned, had she genuinely wished to survive, she could have summoned the ancient figure of Guyuna to eliminate both herself and Qian Rinxue, ensuring her own survival. Yet, Li Tianyu chose instead to implore Guyuna, the least likely to acquiesce, to save her, willing to barter his life for hers. From that moment onward, a seed named love was sown in Qian Rinxue's heart, for a man who would willingly die for her. Such affection was beyond words. As the two fell into silence, Li Tianyu boldly wrapped his arm around Qian Rinxue's waist. A flush crept onto Qian Rinxue's cheeks, and she averted her gaze, murmuring, "What are you doing?" Her words were laced with a hint of shyness. With a smile playing on his lips, Li Tianyu replied, "In the past, perhaps I hesitated to love you sincerely due to your influence, believing you might find someone better. I thought I could merely observe from the sidelines. But now, I realize I was being fanciful. Xiaoxue, I like you." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's blush deepened. Initially, she intended to explain yesterday's events away, feeling she may have spoken too hastily. After all, Li Tianyu's actions and expressions indicated his discomfort, as everything had unfolded so unexpectedly. Yet, upon hearing Li Tianyu's confession, she began to reconsider. His words suggested that he too harbored feelings for her, and she, Qian Rinxue, indeed loved him as well. Could this not be interpreted as mutual affection? With a bashful tone, Qian Rinxue replied, "Tianyu Ji, do you really?" Li Tianyu resolved to no longer evade the truth, acknowledged, "It is impossible for me not to like you, Xiaoxue. My reluctance stemmed solely from the power you possess, making me feel unworthy. I buried my true feelings deep within, which served no benefit, often leading to mischances in life." Li Tianyu's voice rang with determination as he affirmed, "I am certain, Xiaoxue. I like you." Qianren Shui, feeling shy, lowered her head, while Li Tianyu, rare in his mirth, realized he was ready to confront this relationship genuinely. He knew he must take responsibility for Qianren Shui, yet the pressing concern remained the individual at the offering hall. Then, Qianren Shui suggested, "Tianyu Ji, let us head back after dinner." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the offering hall, Qianren Shui, her face still flushed, asked, "Tianyu Ji, may we cultivate together?" Li Tianyu chuckled, replying, "Aren't we usually?" Qianren Shui clarified, "I mean during our meditative sessions." Li Tianyu readily responded, "Of course. That is certainly possible." As Qianren Shui observed Li Tianyu's demeanor, her heart raced with astonishment and joy. She was surprised he would agree. Typically, due to her grandfather's influence, Li Tianyu had lacked the courage to allow her to practice in the same room. This performance signifies that Li Tianyu is genuinely prepared to confront this relationship, no longer intending to bury it deep within his heart. It also indicates his willingness to love her sincerely. In the end, Qianren Shui, filled with a hint of joy, began her training alongside Li Tianyu. As for the two of them at night, Li Tianyu still advised Qianren Shui to sleep alone. A month later, the 7 great offerings successfully emerged from their seclusion. The 7 individuals thoroughly refined the Haotian divine technique, adapting it to create their own unique martial arts. Upon their emergence, Qianren Shui sought out Douluo. Recalling Li Tianyu's earlier words, their relationship required her grandfather's approval. Deceiving him would ultimately be detrimental. Furthermore, Li Tianyu had stated that if they were to face this relationship honestly, there was no need for concealment. What was essential was to act with integrity. Qianren Shui then explained the events of the past month to Douluo. Upon hearing her, Douluo felt as if his prized cabbage had been trampled by a pig. However, knowing it was his granddaughter who had initially broached the subject, he felt a sense of frustration. After all, according to Qianren Shui, Li Tianyu was indeed interested in her, albeit with the intention of keeping his feelings hidden. Ultimately, it was Qianren Shui who had unraveled this emotional knot. Douluo felt a genuine impulse to brandish a knife, yet he reflected on Li Tianyu's contributions. Firstly, Li Tianyu had significantly assisted the 7 great offerings, and secondly, Douluo had witnessed the kindness Li Tianyu showed to Qianren Shui. Thus, he found it plausible to believe in Li Tianyu's feelings for her. As for strength, there was no doubt that Li Tianyu was the foremost among his peers. Qianren Shui could barely hold her own against him, thanks to his support in enhancing her spirit rings to their peak. In terms of strength, he was indeed worthy of his granddaughter, and in terms of ability and talent, they were equally matched as heirs of divine legacies. The only apparent discrepancies lay in their backgrounds and appearances. Douluo was unconcerned about the background, given that the spirit hall represented the most formidable lineage. Li Tianyu merely needed to benefit from this advantage. As for appearance, Li Tianyu was somewhat above average. Not strikingly extraordinary, yet he was not unattractive either, merely somewhat good-looking, but it paled in comparison to his granddaughter's ethereal beauty. Of course, such superficial judgments were trivial, and thus Douluo did not dwell on them too deeply. After careful consideration of Li Tianyu's support for the offering hall and for Qianren Shui over the past 3 years, coupled with Qianren Shui's own wishes, Douluo reluctantly consented. Nevertheless, he firmly resolved that this matter must remain confidential, and should Li Tianyu engage in any inappropriate behavior, he would not hesitate to take action, at least until Li Tianyu reached the age of 12. Subsequently, Qianren Shui relayed Douluo's stipulations to Li Tianyu, who could not help but think, Douluo truly dotes on his granddaughter. He then agreed, realizing there was no rush now that their relationship was established. Time was on their side. Chapter 22. The 3 great families surrendered. 2 years passed swiftly. Your Excellency, the Grand Offering. The Pope has recently discovered a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast and requests your assistance. Upon hearing this, Douluo replied, "Let him take 9 elders with him. He is an adult. He should not rely on me for assistance, especially since he is now a titled Douluo. If he wishes to confront it, he must do so himself." As for why Douluo declined, the reasons were as follows. 1. After the 7 great offerings learned of Li Tianyu's method for cultivating spirit rings, and subsequently experienced enhancements in their spirit ring lifespan, Douluo had warned them against killing soul beasts without necessity. Initially, Douluo underestimated Gu Yuna's strength, attempting to challenge her, only to be sent flying with a single slap. Thus, he strictly adhered to this promise, as he valued integrity and held a healthy respect for Gu Yuna. Consequently, he had not hunted soul beasts since, even with the other offerings. 2. He harbored a desire to discipline Qian Xuanji, given the troublesome matters he had caused, which were well known among the 7 great offerings. The potential ramifications of such actions could not be understated, particularly their negative impact. Douluo looked upon his son with a mixture of disappointment and disbelief, unable to comprehend how a man of his serious demeanor could produce such a son. Thus, he refrained from intervening, merely wishing to teach Qian Xuanji a lesson. Returning to the matter at hand, the servant who had come to inquire withdrew to relay the message. Qian Xuanji, feeling somewhat helpless, soon approached the Zhuge Douluo, saying, "You too shall accompany me to hunt the 10,000-year-old blue silver emperor." At this moment, the esteemed Zhuge Douluo inquired, "Your Holiness, I have heard rumors that the 10,000-year blue silver emperor is entangled in a romance with one of the Haotian twin stars. Should this provoke the Haotian clan?" "What then?" Qian Xuanji, unfazed, replied, "If the Haotian clan dares to interfere, I shall eradicate them along with the clan. That so-called Tangshan has not shown himself. He is likely already dead." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Douluo refrained from further comment, and Qian Xuanji led his entourage, accompanied by 2 titled Douluos, to hunt the blue silver emperor. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue had maintained their decorum over the past 2 years, their transgressions limited to mere handholding. Li Tianyu exerted great effort to keep his hand in check, thus avoiding any indecorous conduct. Their relationship, though firmly established, was characterized by a mutual commitment to restraint. Truthfully, both felt a youthful shyness despite their deepening feelings. While their emotional bond flourished, they understood the importance of moderation in their actions. In terms of cultivation, the several elders advised them to adjust their focus on enhancing their soul power. While the 7 primary elders typically emphasized soul power development, the rapid progress made by the 2 necessitated a reconsideration of their approach. Although they consistently worked on solidifying their foundations, their swift advancements raised concerns. Consequently, the elders decided to allocate more time for practical combat training rather than meditation, allowing the 2 to engage in duels with one another, and to alternate battling the 7 elders at reduced strength. As a result, their meditation practice was significantly curtailed, leading to their elevation to the 59th level of Soul King. While other families might deem this a sign of genius, it paled in comparison to their peers. Nevertheless, they complied with the elders' directives, dedicating their evenings to consolidating their foundations and enriching their soul power. Returning to the matter at hand, Qian Rinxue burst into Li Tianyu's quarters and exclaimed, "Brother Tianyu, something has transpired recently. Would you care to hear about it?" Li Tianyu paused his meditation and asked, "What is it?" Qian Rinxue replied, "My father has encountered a 10,000-year soul beast and has set out to capture it. Soon, there shall be a 10,000-year soul bone and a 10,000-year soul ring. While we may not require the ring, the soul bone would surely benefit you. Brother Tianyu, even without the elders, my grandfather would find it useful. This does not conflict with what Sister Gu Yuna said, does it?" Li Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. "I lost track of time. Indeed, 2 years have passed. It must be the blue-silver emperor they are pursuing. Alas, it seems that the current pope is nearing his demise." Though he thought this, he could not voice such a sentiment to Qian Rinxue. Thus, he responded, "I wish your father a triumphant return." Qian Rinxue, satisfied with this, departed and returned to her own chamber to continue her training. A few days later, Qian Xuanji returned to the Pope's palace, his body battered and bruised. As Qian Rinxue awaited eagerly in the papal hall, upon seeing Qian Xuanji return in such a state, her face filled with concern, she hurriedly approached him and asked, "Father, what has happened to your injuries?" Qian Xuanji mustered a smile and reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear Shui. Although my wounds are severe, I assure you, your father is not yet at death's door." Hearing this, the anxiety that had gripped Qian Rinxue's heart began to dissipate. After all, in her eyes, Qian Xuanji was the second person who had shown her kindness, and he was her father. Finally, Qian Xuanji said to her, "My dear Shui, I need to recuperate. Please return to the offering hall for now and refrain from disturbing your father during his recovery." Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding and then departed. Upon returning to the shrine, Qian Rinxue confided in Li Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu, my father is gravely injured, but fortunately, his life is not in jeopardy." Li Tianyu, taken aback, remained silent, offering no response. As night fell, Qian Xuanji struggled to speak, addressing Bibi Dong. You. Yet, Bibi Dong wore a smile, albeit one laced with malice, and chose not to reply. Shortly thereafter, the generation's Pope, Qian Xuanji, passed away. The 7 great offerings have all attained the remarkable level of 99, enabling them to sense the surrounding circumstances with remarkable clarity. Consequently, they comprehended the entirety of the situation. The 7 individuals were indeed eager to take action, yet they refrained from doing so, mindful of the same considerations that had restrained them previously regarding Bibi Dong. On the following morning, news arrived that Pope Qinshuan had been slain by Tang Hao, the heir of the Haotian sect. For the time being, he would be laid to rest, and the position of Pope would be determined at a later date. In the meantime, the great offerings have been ordered to mobilize as per instructions. Upon receiving the news, Qian Rinxua felt as though a portion of her world had crumbled. Her beloved father had passed away. She said little, merely returning to her room in silence. Li Tianyu observed her without uttering a word, recognizing that it was best for Qian Rinxua to find solace in her own thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Qian Douluo arrived and inquired of Li Tianyu about her condition. Let her be alone for now, Li Tianyu replied. In such a situation, our words would hold little weight. We cannot truly disclose that her father's demise was at the hands of Qian Douluo. Taken aback momentarily, swiftly regained his composure. Given his knowledge of the black gold domain, he understood the gravity of the situation. He then addressed Li Tianyu, saying, Young Tian, I must ask you to keep this secret. When the time is right, we shall reveal the truth. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement before turning to Qian Douluo, asking, Grandfather Qian, what shall we do next? Qian Douluo responded, We will publicly announce that Tang Hao is responsible for the death of Jir. As we currently cannot locate Tang Hao, we shall direct our frustration towards the Haotian sect. After all, if we remain inactive, it would raise too many suspicions. This also allows us to clearly convey to the world that our spirit hall does not shy away from conflict. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu inquired, Should we take action against the 4 affiliated sects of Haotian sect? Qian Douluo answered, We shall assess the situation. The following morning, Qian Douluo personally ascended to the Pope's palace and proclaimed, The Haotian sect has disrespected the authority of our spirit hall. We shall take up arms today to demand an explanation from them. The 9 elders responded in unison, and Qian Douluo also announced, I have chosen a successor for the papacy. The holy maiden Bibi Dong shall assume the role of pope. Subsequently, the 9 elders prepared the troops and participated in the ceremony for the new pope, thus aligning themselves completely with the original storyline. Days later, the question arose, would the Haotian sect fail to provide our spirit hall with an explanation? Asked Douluo. The esteemed elders of the Haotian sect dared not utter a word, for their leader had succumbed to anger. Tang Hao had vanished without a trace, and the current Tang Shao had merely reached the 89th rank. The remaining elders, each only possessing the capabilities of an 80th rank soul Douluo, were utterly incapable of contending with the spirit hall. Following their humiliating discourse, after expelling the chrysanthemum Douluo, they promptly sealed the sect, retreating into obscurity. This scene indeed left Qian Douluo astounded, yet he couldn't suppress a feeling of secret delight mingled with sorrow. After all, the fact that the Haotian sect has sealed itself signifies its fear of the spirit hall, leading to the grim possibility that that old rascal Tang Chun may truly be dead. Consequently, Qian Douluo resolved to refrain from any actions against the Haotian sect. Pursuing them would be rather troublesome, and he deemed it a fulfillment of an agreement with a deceased friend. Of course, should the Haotian sect provoke him out of sheer idleness, Qian Douluo would not hesitate to retaliate with full force. However, the current predicament does not allow for a complete withdrawal. After all, the death of Qian Xuanji has already been placed squarely upon the shoulders of the Haotian sect. It would be unacceptable to let them escape without suffering some consequences. Hence, he would have to target the 4 outer sects that had been abandoned. Upon hearing the thoughts of Qian Douluo from Li Tianyu, he remarked, Grandfather Qian, would it be possible for you to besiege the Yu and Min clans without exterminating them? As for the Li clan, you may do as you please. Curiously, Qian Douluo inquired, Little Tian, what are your intentions? Li Tianyu replied, to forge alliances. Qian Douluo, puzzled, questioned, Are my 7 esteemed guardians insufficient in strength that we require the allegiance of 3 soul Douluos? Li Tianyu calmly responded, I never suggested I was enamored with the prowess of the clan leaders. The young Wudi of the Pa clan is fervently devoted to alchemy, particularly in the realm of toxins. Securing his allegiance could prove invaluable in the future. The Min clan, aside from their swiftness, lacks any distinctive traits, making them suitable as an intelligence network and reconnaissance agents. While your 7 guardians surpass him in speed, you cannot mobilize at will. So let the Min clan serve as our scouts. As for the Yu clan, their expertise lies in construction, which aligns with my personal desires. After all, you promised me a residence that would belong to the Hall of Guardians but not the Pope's Hall. Establishing such a facility will require assistance. And I believe Niu Gao would be quite adept. After considering his words, Douluo found some merit in his reasoning and replied, then why exclude the Li clan? In terms of forging capabilities, they are not lacking, and their utility far surpasses that of the Yu clan. Li Tianyu countered. The Li clan is nothing more than the subservient minions of the Haotian sect. They would never betray us, even at the cost of their lives. Why should I waste my breath? Nodding in agreement, Douluo continued. Your perspective is valid. So, how do you plan to persuade these 3 clans to submit? Li Tianyu stated, I shall personally advocate for their allegiance. However, Douluo firmly responded, no, that is far too perilous. I cannot permit you to undertake such a risk. Both for your sake and for Shue'er's. Should you perish, it would not only be a disservice to yourself but also to her. Understanding Douluo's concerns, Li Tianyu recognized that Rinxue had recently lost her father, and losing him as well might drive her back to her original character in the story. Li Tianyu reassured him, rest assured, I will take Elder Douluo with me. Nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Douluo reluctantly eased his anxieties but added, one Elder Douluo is insufficient. I will assign Yu Long to accompany you, and also bring along your 3 judges, particularly Zhu Long and Zhu Meng. Recently, we have discovered the initial formation of their martial soul fusion technique, which can directly diminish the life force of enemies, disregarding level disparities. Having them along will provide a level of intimidation that rivals my own as a 99th level title Douluo. Li Tianyu agreed. He then returned to the Hall of Guardians and summoned Xing Tian, Zhu Long, and Zhu Meng, while Douluo dispatched orders to Douluo and Xilong for protection. Thus began their endeavor to persuade the 3 major clans to submit. The first stop was the Min clan. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the Soul Hall encircle without striking, the clan leader Bai He was both astonished and perplexed. Among the 3 disciples he sent to the Yu and Pa clans, they returned with reports of the same situation in both clans. While the Li clan's envoy had yet to return, they were selectively released. This left Bai He uncertain about the true intentions of the Soul Hall. If their aim was to recruit, why had they not summoned the Li clan? Conversely, if their goal was total annihilation, why spare the other 3 clans? As Bai He pondered in confusion, a clansman reported, clan leader, the Spirit Hall has sent someone to converse with our Min family. Upon hearing this, Bai He thought to himself, given the circumstances, it appears they intend to persuade us to surrender. Yet, why did they directly assault the Li family? What scheme is the Spirit Hall concocting? However, he did not dwell on it for long and instructed the clansmen, allow them to enter for discussion. Meanwhile, outside, Li Tianyu, Douluo, Xilong, and the 3 adjudicators awaited. Xiao Tian, how can you be so certain he will accept our negotiations? Xilong inquired. Li Tianyu replied, it is quite simple. Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family, is renowned as the fastest among Douluos, excluding the peerless Douluos like Douluo. His title, the fastest Douluo, is well-deserved, yet aside from his speed, he is lacking in other aspects. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Bai He, an 80th level soul Douluo, may not even surpass the attack power of a 70th level soul saint. Thus, he has led the Min family to affiliate with the Haotian sect, relying on the larger family for survival. Otherwise, his speed alone would be of little use. Especially when it comes to independent living, earning a livelihood would be a challenge. Of course, if they were to attach themselves to another family as scouts, it would be a different matter. But now, having been abandoned by the Haotian sect, even if they manage to resist our Spirit Hall's assault, what will they do next? If they could find another major family to affiliate with, that would be fortunate. But what if they cannot? Now that the Min family has provoked our Spirit Hall, how many would dare to take them in? Therefore, for the sake of his clan's interests, Bai He will ultimately come to discuss with us. After all, since the Haotian sect has disregarded loyalty, he need not uphold it either. Xilong nodded in agreement. At that moment, representatives from the Min family invited Li Tianyu and the others to the main hall for negotiations. Li Tianyu agreed and proceeded. Upon arriving at the main hall, they took their seats opposite Bai He, the clan leader of the Min family. Upon seeing Bai He, Li Tianyu respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Bai He, noticing the Spirit Hall's relatively amicable demeanor, felt a slight inclination towards them. After all, the Spirit Hall did not launch an immediate attack and instead came to negotiate, which garnered some goodwill from him. As for the matters concerning the Pope and Tang Hao, he was indifferent. In his view, neither was at fault. It was only natural for anyone to pursue a soul beast with 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone, especially for a powerful entity like the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was also not in the wrong. His love for the Blue-Silver Emperor, by he was unaware of her true name, was sincere. And he fought against the Pope's Hall to protect his beloved. By he respected him for being a man of courage. However, he held disdain for the Haotian sect, which instigated trouble and then allowed the Spirit Hall to take out its frustrations on others. Had the Haotian sect been willing to stand with the four major sects, they would have earned by his respect and support. Yet, they instead abandoned the others, leaving the four sects to face the Spirit Hall's wrath alone. Was this truly the conduct of the world's foremost sect? Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which was not as powerful as the Haotian sect, would not cower before the Spirit Hall. This behavior filled by he with contempt for the Haotian sect. Had they been willing to share their fate with the four major sects, he would have promptly expelled them or even dealt with them more harshly. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Tianyu addressed Bai He. I am the junior Li Tianyu, paying respects to you, senior Bai He. Bai He, adopting a slightly softer tone, inquired, what is the intention of the Spirit Hall? Li Tianyu replied with a light chuckle. Our Spirit Hall is not one to confuse right and wrong. The Haotian sect caused the demise of our previous pope, and thus, our vengeance lies with the Haotian sect, not with your four affiliated sections. Upon hearing this, Bai He altered his earlier demeanor, coldly scoffing, confusing right and wrong? What of the Li family, then? The hypocrisy is astounding. Douluo Bo, observing Bai He's tone, felt a surge of aggression but was restrained by Li Tianyu, who then playfully remarked, the Li family is obstinate. Our Spirit Hall has attempted to persuade them to surrender, yet they remain aligned with the Haotian sect. Since we are now mortal enemies with the Haotian sect, is it wrong for us to eliminate them? Li Tianyu's statement was half-truth. He had not sent anyone to persuade the Li family, yet it was undeniable that Titan, the Elder, would certainly stand with the Haotian sect. Familiar with the original narrative, Li Tianyu knew Titan was a sycophant who had been thoroughly exploited by the Haotian sect, remaining loyal to a family that had betrayed them. Why he paused, contemplating. If what he said was true, then it seemed the three major families had not been directly attacked, likely in hopes of persuading them to surrender. And according to his words, the old gorilla did not wish to yield. What of the old goat and the old rhinoceros? Bai He then asked, I understand your intentions. You are here to persuade the Min family to surrender, correct? Although Bai He had anticipated this outcome, he was surprised that the Spirit Hall was genuinely willing to put aside past grievances to recruit them. Li Tianyu nodded. Bai He then inquired, what of the old goat and the old rhinoceros? Li Tianyu feigned confusion, asking, are the old goat and the old rhinoceros the predecessors Yang Wudi of the Pa family and Niu Gao of the Yu family? Bai He nodded in affirmation. Li Tianyu responded honestly, not yet. The first family we aim to persuade is the Min family led by Senior Bai He. Bai He questioned, how can the Spirit Hall be so certain that my Min family will join you? Li Tianyu replied, unhurried, should Senior Bai He choose not to join our Spirit Hall? Even if we do not annihilate the Min family in the future, how many families would be willing to assist you? Senior Bai He should be well aware that there are few benevolent souls in this world. Where would the Min family's economic support come from then? It may even lead to starvation. Bai He was momentarily at a loss. He understood the rationale behind Li Tianyu's words. Even if the Min family were to survive the Spirit Hall's wrath, who would be willing to support them after provoking such a powerful entity? Assistance would only bring them a network of intelligence, which would ultimately lead to being targeted by the Spirit Hall. How many would be willing to engage in such a losing venture? Bai He wrestled with his thoughts. He despised the Haotian sect for their cowardice. Yet after years of allegiance, he had formed some attachment. Although his heart was now shattered, a small part of him still held on to that sentiment. Li Tianyu, sensing Bai He's internal struggle, presented a crucial point. Senior Bai He, should you join our Spirit Hall, we will reciprocate with equivalent rewards. Bai He, intrigued, asked, what rewards? Li Tianyu smiled. If I am not mistaken, the Min family lacks offensive power, correct? Bai He, with a glimmer of hope, responded, surely. The Spirit Hall possesses a solution to our inherent weakness in attack? Li Tianyu, recognizing the opportunity, replied, not at present, but after persuading Yang Wudi. We will likely be able to achieve that. Bai He was left bewildered. How could enhancing the Min family's attack power be related to Yang Wudi? Li Tianyu simply stated, Senior Bai He, I urge you to contemplate this thoroughly. By joining our Spirit Hall, there exists a significant possibility that we can aid you in rectifying the innate flaws of your spirit. even if we cannot fulfill this promise. Your safety will be assured as part of our spirit hall. This transaction, in any regard, is advantageous." Upon hearing this, Baihe fell into deep thought. Noticing Baihe's continued deliberation, Li Tianyu added, "Since you require more time to ponder, I shall refrain from further interruption. I take my leave." As Li Tianyu turned to depart, he was suddenly halted by Baihe's call. A triumphant smile graced Li Tianyu's face as he turned back, playfully inquiring, "Have you reached a decision, Senior Baihe?" His words were laden with certainty. Witnessing this exchange, Baihe could not help but smile wryly to himself, reflecting on the youth's cunning nature. He was but a child, yet already adept at the art of persuasion. It was evident that Li Tianyu had anticipated his agreement. Baihe then responded, "I have made my decision. I shall join the spirit hall. But I hope that you will honor your promise and provide something that can assist my clan in overcoming our inherent deficiencies. If this cannot be fulfilled, I request that my clan be allowed to depart." Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further and replied calmly, "That is acceptable. However, I have one condition. Once the Min clan separates from our spirit hall, you may align with whichever family you choose, except for the Haotian sect." Baihe understood this stipulation was born from Li Tianyu's concern regarding the potential resurgence of the Haotian sect. Yet, Li Tianyu's deeper intention was to prevent Baihe from returning to the Haotian sect, thereby thwarting Tang San's efforts to consolidate the Tang clan. After all, if Baihe were to return to the Haotian sect, Tang San's connections and expertise with hidden weapons could very well sway Baihe's allegiance. Baihe promptly replied, "Agreed." Li Tianyu then declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he and his companions departed. This matter also reached the ears of those in the offering hall. "Little Tian, this young lad is quite impressive, at such a tender age. He already comprehends the art of coercion and temptation," Qian Dalu remarked. The remaining 6 attendants also echoed the sentiment. At this moment, Qian Rinxue approached and inquired, "Grandfather, has Brother Tianyu's plan to recruit the 3 clans been successful?" Qian Dalu replied, "It can be said that he has performed exceptionally well thus far." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue, with a hint of pride in her tone, remarked, "So, what do you think, grandfather? Brother Tianyu is impressive, isn't he?" Aware that Qian Rinxue was merely trying to bolster the reputation of her future partner, Qian Douluo, as a prospective grandfather, unflinchingly countered, "Without the backing of the spirit hall, what means does he possess to coerce and entice?" Realizing her grandfather's unyielding stance, Qian Rinxue refrained from further comment and departed. Turning our attention back to Li Tianyu, after several days of recuperation, he set out to visit the Yu clan. Upon learning that the spirit hall had dispatched envoys for negotiations, Niugao of the Yu clan was filled with an uncontrollable fury. After all, the mere presence of spirit hall representatives could only signify one thing: recruitment. Niugao would rather face a glorious death than endure a life of humiliation. Consequently, upon receiving word of their arrival, he ordered Li Tianyu and his companions to leave. However, under the pressure of Shilong's amicable overtures, Niugao reluctantly consented to engage in negotiations with Li Tianyu. With irritation evident in his demeanor, Niugao declared, "To force others into negotiations, what kind of attitude is that? I will never join the spirit hall." As Li Tianyu stood before the furious Douluo and Shilong, he calmly responded, "Senior Niugao, your words seem to distort the truth." Niugao, indignant, retorted, "You have injured my subordinate. Is this the attitude with which you approach negotiations? Accusing me of twisting the facts, explain yourself. If you can provide a reasonable justification, I might consider joining the spirit hall." Sensing he had baited Niugao, Li Tianyu replied, "Senior Niugao, I came to negotiate, yet you refuse even to meet us, insisting we leave. When we retaliate, you blame us. Does this not illustrate your own distortion of the truth?" After speaking, Li Tianyu thought to himself, "Were it not for my knowledge of the original story, I might struggle in this situation. But understanding your character allows me to be gentle with by he and leverage conditions to persuade you." As for Niugao, who has a naturally irritable disposition, it is crucial to earn his genuine submission. This is the first step toward that. Niugao fell momentarily silent, his earlier anger fading as he regretted his hasty words. He evaded the issue, stating, "I have said I will consider it. But that does not mean I will definitely join the spirit hall." Li Tianyu, witnessing the shift, felt a surge of satisfaction. Niugao's evasion indicated he recognized the weakness of his own position, marking the initial success of his persuasion. Li Tianyu then boldly inquired, "Senior Niugao, propose a condition. I am rather impatient and dislike waiting." Niugao pondered this, and Li Tianyu continued, Joining the Spirit Hall does not necessarily mean you will belong to the Papal Hall in a certain sense. Niu Gao grasped the implication and asked, what organization could possibly supersede the Papal Hall? The Worship Hall is out of the question, as its minimum standard is a title Douluo of level 95 or higher. Yet you did not mention this organization being above the Worship Hall, so there are two possibilities. This organization holds an equal status or is subordinate to the Worship Hall. Li Tianyu felt a flicker of surprise. Niu Gao had astutely deduced the status of the organization he intended to establish within the Spirit Hall. Despite the clarity of his words, he had not anticipated that the blunt Niu Gao would be able to analyze it so directly. Nevertheless, he reconsidered, realizing that anyone capable of leading a clan must possess a certain cunning. Otherwise, they would have been outmaneuvered long ago. Li Tianyu then stated, as long as you join the Spirit Hall, you will know. Niu Gao replied, can I interpret this as acting first and reporting later? Li Tianyu affirmed, indeed. Niu Gao laughed heartily. You are indeed straightforward, daring to voice such a bold scheme. Li Tianyu grinned, Senior Niu Gao, we are alike in this regard. You, too, despise deceitful machinations. You only engage in strategy because you are a clan leader, correct? Otherwise, your temperament would have led you to act immediately. To this, Niu Gao responded not with anger, but with laughter. After years of encountering schemes, he had grown weary of them. Your candor is refreshing. You possess character. And you were right. Had I not held the position of clan leader, I would have already acted. However, because of my status, I must refrain. I am willing to join the Spirit Hall, but I have my conditions. Li Tianyu eagerly pressed, please, do share. Niu Gao rose from his seat, revealing his soul rings, and declared, if you can breach my defenses within 3 strikes, I will join the Spirit Hall. Li Tianyu, unfazed, replied, very well, Senior. Your decisiveness saves me the trouble of persuasion. Niu Gao observed, you appear to be around 11 years old. Out of fairness, I will not use my soul skills, relying solely on my soul power. If you can break my defenses, I will wholeheartedly join the Spirit Hall. Li Tianyu responded, then, do be cautious. He then summoned 5 black 10,000-year soul rings. Niu Gao gasped inwardly, contemplating, is this the youth of the Spirit Hall? A soul king at 11? 5 10,000-year rings. What nonsense from the 3 sects about genius, they pale in comparison. Wait, 2 years ago at the arena, a little girl also revealed a 10,000-year ring. And I believe she was accompanied by this child. Could they share the same configuration? After all, as representatives, they should not differ too greatly. Niu Gao reflected that the 3 sects appeared foolish, displaying their talents only to invite ridicule. Noticing Niu Gao lost in thought, Li Tianyu refrained from an underhanded attack. His goal was to ensure Niu Gao conceded willingly. After all, a victory without genuine submission held little value. Li Tianyu then remarked, Senior Niu Gao, do not let your mind wander. Niu Gao snapped back to the present, realizing that addressing this challenge was paramount. Once Niu Gao assumed a defensive stance, Li Tianyu unleashed his 5th soul skill, Judgment of Shura, Sword of Judgment. A shadow of Shura appeared behind him, wielding the Shura bloodsword. Niu Gao, witnessing this, felt a surge of trepidation, astonished to think, what kind of monstrous talent does the Spirit Hall possess? A Soul King instills such a profound sense of danger? Is this even reasonable? Li Tianyu then swung the blade down, and sensing the might of the strike, Niu Gao disregarded all rules, activating his 7th soul skill, True Body of the Martial Spirit, to block the blow. The 3 esteemed judges observing from the sidelines, Dugabo and Shilong, were utterly astonished, for they distinctly sensed that the power of this strike was perilously close to that of a tidal Douluo. As the thick smoke dissipated, Niu Gao gradually emerged, his face smeared with ash and dirt. He could not help but remark, I have already lost when I resorted to soul skills. Young one, you are indeed formidable. The Yu family sincerely wishes to align with the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing Niu Gao's genuine submission, Li Tianyu couldn't help but reflect, Tang San, I am eager to see how you will establish the Tang sect without the 3 great families. Subsequently, Li Tianyu cast the black gold token, through which an immense force of soul energy surged into Niu Gao, aiding him in recovering from the injuries inflicted by the aftermath. Niu Gao expressed his gratitude. Li Tianyu then took his leave, turning away while contemplating. Only one remains, and he is the most challenging of all, Yang Wudi of the Pa family. A few days later, the Spirit Hall sought to negotiate with my Pa family. It was evident they aimed to compel our surrender. I informed the envoy from the Spirit Hall that my Pa family is unlike the Haotian sect, which cowers in fear. We, the Pa family, will only fight to the death. The speaker of these words was none other than Yang Wudi, the chieftain of the Paji clan. Subsequently, The members of the Pajie clan conveyed this message to Li Tianyu. However, Li Tianyu dismissed it with disdain, merely stating, "Kindly guide the way, rest assured. I shall declare that we came of our own volition." Just as the clan member was about to refuse, he sensed the ominous aura of death emanating from Douluo, who stood behind Li Tianyu. Thus, he acquiesced and led the way. Upon reaching the main hall of the Pajie clan, Yang Wudi recognized the visitor and immediately declared, "The Pajie clan is not composed of cowards. We shall never surrender to your spirit hall." In response, Li Tianyu calmly inquired, "Might I ask why you, esteemed elder Yang Wudi, harbor such animosity towards our spirit hall? As of now, we have neither harmed anyone nor taken anything from the Pajie clan. What, then, is the source of your profound resentment?" Yang Wudi retorted, "Joining the spirit hall will provide the Pajie clan with a path forward? After experiencing the betrayal of that cowardly group from the Hautian sect, I find it impossible to trust that your spirit hall would not cast us aside once we are of no further use." Li Tianyu observed the exchange with patience, fully aware that should he articulate the condition he desired, there was a high probability that Yang Wudi would acquiesce. Had this discussion occurred after Tang San's emergence, Yang Wudi might have deliberated longer, for by that time, a genuine enmity had developed. However, presently, the spirit hall had not laid a finger on his kin. Then, Li Tianyu proposed, "Elder Yang Wudi, might I suggest that you refrain from hasty rejection? Allow me to escort you to a location that I am certain you will find most agreeable." Yang Wudi, however, dismissed the notion with scorn, doubting that any place could captivate him so. Perceiving Yang Wudi's skepticism, Li Tianyu continued, "Why must you be so cautious, esteemed elder? I am a man of my word and would never act deceitfully or strike midway through our dealings." Yet Yang Wudi remained unconvinced. Li Tianyu then asked, "What must I do to gain your trust, elder Yang Wudi?" Without hesitation, Yang Wudi replied, "On our journey, my Pahuan spear must remain firmly pressed against your neck." Upon hearing this, the solitary and formidable Douluo was instantly inclined to take action, for Li Tianyu was, in every sense, his savior. Over the past 2 years, they had shared a camaraderie that could only be described as a profound friendship, transcending age, one that was even deeper than the bond between Tang San and the original tale. The moment Douluo caught wind of Yang Wudi's words, he was consumed by the urge to strike. However, it was Li Tianyu who restrained him, and then addressed Yang Wudi, stating, "Senior Yang Wudi, I shall accept your condition." Thus, Li Tianyu led Yang Wudi to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yang Wudi gazed in awe at the abundant celestial herbs scattered across the ground. Alongside the burgeoning seeds of these ethereal plants, his mouth agape, he beheld the tender shoots of the fragrant Chilua celestial variety and hurriedly approached to examine them closely. With fervent delight swelling within him, he meticulously scrutinized each herb. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, standing behind him, inquired, "Senior Yang Wudi, do you believe these conditions suffice?" Yang Wudi replied eagerly, "Sufficient, undeniably sufficient." Li Tianyu continued, "Then this precious land shall henceforth belong to you, Senior Yang Wudi, to serve as your medicinal garden. What do you think?" Yang Wudi responded with enthusiasm, "Absolutely, it is entirely agreeable. If these are the terms, not only would I join the spirit hall, but I would also be willing to rejoin the timid Hautian sect. After all, considering the security of this medicinal garden, who could possibly breach it with a guardian as formidable as a 530,000 year old myriad demon king? Moreover, there exists the enchanting aroma of exquisite celestial herbs here. Although they are merely tender sprouts, they possess the capability to neutralize approximately 70 to 80% of toxins, making it undeniably a flawless garden of remedies. Furthermore, unlike the original narrative, there is no deep-seated enmity between him and the spirit hall, thus the animosity is far less pronounced, or perhaps virtually non-existent. After all, the only source of irritation stemming from the spirit hall arises from the inability to locate the Hautian sect, leading him to vent his frustrations upon them. However, given the abundance of celestial herbs and the fact that the spirit hall has not encroached upon his family's possessions, submission poses no issue. Subsequently, Yang Wudi declared, "The Broken Clan is willing to serve the spirit hall." Thus, the 3 major families surrendered completely. Chapter 23. Li Tianyu did not intend to linger long at the Eye of Ice and Fire, yet before departing, he needed to inquire about a matter from Yang Wudi. "Senior Yang Wudi, might there be methods for crafting potent poisons?" Li Tianyu asked. Yang Wudi, upon hearing this, responded, "There are indeed methods, but I am curious as to what type of poison you seek." Li Tianyu replied, a venom that can be applied to blades, instilling formidable deterrence on the battlefield. Yang Wudi paused, then asked, with the strength of the spirit hall, is there truly a need to enhance your power with such a poison? Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, indeed. It holds little significance for the spirit hall. This is primarily a promise made to Senior by he. Yang Wudi considered this, remarking, your idea is commendable. Perhaps this could address the shortfall in the Min clan's offensive capabilities, albeit it is merely a temporary fix. Li Tianyu acknowledged, I am aware of that. This is but a transitional measure. The fundamental solution still relies on you, Senior Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was taken aback, pondering how to amend the inherent flaws of the Min clan. Then, Li Tianyu produced a tome and handed it to Yang Wudi. Upon perusing its contents, Yang Wudi discovered it contained basic information about various celestial herbs and their suitable environments. Li Tianyu then addressed Yang Wudi. Senior, this is the most comprehensive record our spirit hall has compiled regarding these celestial herbs. However, as it is drawn from ancient texts, we require your clan's experiential knowledge to conduct experiments and determine if we can hasten the germination of these herbs to a rate comparable to that of normal seeds. Yang Wudi contemplated this, recalling that the fertile land he had just sensed would likely accelerate the growth of all herbs by approximately tenfold. Most celestial herbs have a maturation period of about 1,000 years, while those requiring 10,000 years are typically of a more potent nature. Finally, Yang Wudi inquired, which specific herbs do you wish to enhance for the Min clan? Li Tianyu responded, the coxcomb phoenix flower. Yang Wudi pondered. The maturation period of this herb is roughly 1,000 years. With the aid of this fertile land, it could be reduced to about 100 years. If we could further amplify this by tenfold, it would only take around 10 years. Under normal circumstances, he would not exert such effort to contemplate this matter, as in his view, reducing 1,000 years to 100 was already a tremendous opportunity. Why seek to shorten it further? However, given its connection to Bai He, with whom Yang Wudi shared the best rapport among the four major sects, he was motivated to assist his friend in resolving the spirit hall's inherent deficiencies. Yang Wudi assured, rest assured, young master, Old White Bird is my brother. Even without your command, I would endeavor to assist him. I shall do my utmost. Li Tianyu, feeling satisfied, refrained from further discussion and took his leave. Before departing, he addressed the king of 10,000 beasts, Senior King of 10,000 beasts. It is indeed challenging for Yang Wudi. Might you consider allowing him free passage? The king of 10,000 beasts replied sternly, the master's orders dictate that I may only release someone upon reaching the end of the matter. As for others, they shall not be released unless the master consents. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Observing this situation, Li Tianyu thought, it seems I must seek out Guyuna in the Stardow forest in the coming days. Of course, before that, Li Tianyu intended to return to the offering hall to check on Qian Renxue, as she had just endured the loss of her father and he was unsure if she had recovered. He then made his way back to the spirit city. Upon returning to the offering hall, Li Tianyu directly inquired, Grandpa Qian, how is little Shui faring after this incident? Qian Douluo, perceiving his concern, replied, she is doing well. She has nearly recovered since you left to negotiate with the three major families. Li Tianyu was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Qian Renxue to recover so swiftly. While there was a faint possibility, the speed of her recovery left him incredulous. He then said to Qian Douluo, Grandpa Qian, I remain uneasy. I intend to probe further. I fear that little Shui might be masking her pain, concealing her true feelings. Qian Douluo acquiesced, for regardless of whether Qian Renxue had genuinely recovered, he could not believe she was devoid of any sorrow. Thus, having someone to counsel her would be beneficial. Li Tianyu approached Qian Renxue's chamber and gently knocked on the door. Inside, Qian Renxue, tending to her hair, heard the knock and called out, who is it? Li Tianyu replied, little Shui, it is I. Before he could finish, Qian Renxue opened the door and said, Tianyu, what brings you here? Li Tianyu earnestly stated, I was worried that you had not fully recovered from your father's passing, so I came to check on you. Qian Renxue interrupted, do not worry. Tianyu, I have nearly recovered. One cannot resurrect the dead, thus, why remain shackled to the past? Is this not what you taught me? Li Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure. Understanding the principle is one thing, implementing it is another. So, little Shui, speak honestly, do you still harbor any resentment regarding your father? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression darkened slightly as she attempted to turn her head away. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's behavior, Li Tianyu, without the need for further speculation, discerned that she had yet to fully emerge from the sorrow of her father's passing. He then addressed her, saying, "Xiao Xue, let us step inside to converse." Qian Rinxue silently nodded in agreement, for since the day she had buried herself in the house, she had indeed refrained from sharing her burdens with anyone. Upon entering the room and securely closing the door, Qian Ruxue tightly embraced Li Tianyu, burying her head in his chest. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "Tianyu, my father has passed away, and I truly cannot bear it." Li Tianyu, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt no surprise. After all, despite Qian Ruxue's apparent maturity, she remained merely a 10-year-old child. Considering the profound bond between Qian Xuanji and Qian Ruxue, it was only natural for anyone to struggle with such a loss. Li Tianyu gently placed one hand on Qian Ruxue's head while slowly pulling her face away from his embrace. They then sat together on the edge of the bed. And Li Tianyu spoke to her, "Little Snow, you are aware of the truths I have shared with you in the past, and I shall refrain from reiterating them. My capacity to assist you is limited. I can merely offer a listening ear for your sorrows." Qian Ruxue understood this sentiment, recognizing that unless she could reconcile her feelings, no amount of persuasion from others would suffice. Li Tianyu's intention was to allow her to express all her grievances and pain, at the very least providing her with some solace in her heart. As Li Tianyu listened to Qian Rinxue's lamentations, he became so engrossed that he eventually succumbed to slumber himself, unaware of how much time had passed. Upon witnessing Li Tianyu in slumber, Qian Rinxue refrained from further conversation and proceeded to the offering hall of the main temple. In the main hall, Qian Douluo noticed that Qian Rinxue's eyes were slightly red, which likely indicated that she had just finished weeping. He then inquired, "Shuer, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Qian Rinxue replied, "Tianyu encouraged me to express my grievances openly, to voice all my frustrations." Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo regarded Li Tianyu's advice as commendable, for articulating one's inner turmoil can significantly alleviate psychological burdens. However, he was soon taken aback by the latter part of her statement. "I might have lamented for quite some time, and Tianyu fell asleep in my chamber." Qian Douluo, upon hearing this, asked, "So, Shuer, what do you imply?" Qian Rinxue clarified, "I am wondering if I could wake him, or perhaps, if I might stay in his room tonight?" Qian Douluo, momentarily speechless, thought to himself that such a question was rather unnecessary. The decision rested entirely upon her. Yet, he soon began to analyze her words. Her inquiry about staying in Li Tianyu's room suggested she was seeking his approval. If he consented, she would indeed retire there. If he declined, she would simply rouse Li Tianyu. After some contemplation, Qian Douluo remarked, "Shuer, at such a tender age, you are already so protective of your partner? You would rather switch rooms than wake him?" Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "What are you saying, grandfather? It is merely that Tianyu helped me. It feels wrong to disturb him after his assistance." Qian Douluo chuckled softly, pondering that as one of the love triangles among the 3 legendary Douluo of his time, he was well aware of such sentiments. He then advised, "You may go to Xiao Tian's room and rest." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement and then asked, "Grandfather, when is father's funeral?" At this, Qian Douluo furrowed his brow, as Qian Rinxue's question reminded him that he had yet to finalize the arrangements for Qian Xuanji's funeral, having nearly neglected it entirely. One reason for this oversight was his deep-seated disdain for his inept son, who, accompanied by 2 title Douluo while he himself was a title Douluo, had failed to capture a mere 90th level soul Douluo. Even after achieving a breakthrough with a 10,000-year spirit ring, he would only be at level 92. To be outmatched by 3 against 1 was indeed humiliating. Furthermore, his son's actions were a source of embarrassment, and he was reluctant to even acknowledge them. In truth, he felt an intense frustration towards his son. In terms of talent, he could not compare to his granddaughter. In looks, he fell short of her. In capability, he was eclipsed by her. And regarding moral integrity, he was again found wanting. In comparison, his son, when measured against his granddaughter, amounted to nothing. Moreover, among the 3 generations of their family, he stands out as the least skilled. Qian Douluo, a divine messenger, possesses semi-divine strength. Qian Rinxue, destined to become an angel god, will one day wield the power of a supreme deity. Yet, Qian Xuanji is merely a level 95 title Douluo, with even a modicum of skill. How could he possibly be outmatched by Tang Hao? It is quite absurd that he insists on taking the brunt of the great Sumera hammer and chooses to engage Tang Hao in a direct confrontation instead of evading. He remains aloft, relying on the advantage of his 6-winged angel martial spirit, yet he struggles against Tang Hao. Not to mention the assistance from the Ju Douluo and the Ghost Douluo standing by, unless Tang Hao unleashes a simultaneous 9 rings explosion, which would still require precision to hit. In the sky, the speed of the six-winged angel martial spirit would undoubtedly prevail, even through sheer attrition. He could easily wear him down, yet he stubbornly opts to clash head-on with the Haotian hammer. Under normal circumstances, with even a modicum of intellect, the worst outcome would be a stalemate, yet he, this foolish son, has transformed it into a defeat. Of course, part of this stems from Qian Daolia's complete disregard for Tang Hao's prowess. After all, in his eyes, a level 92 title Douluo, even if he were to unleash a 9-ring explosion coupled with the great Sumera hammer, would only be able to achieve a fleeting victory over a level 95. Whether he could even defeat a level 97 remains uncertain. Qian Douluo has indeed encountered many of Tang Chen's techniques. Yet he perceives Tang Hao as vastly inferior to Tang Chen, and even with all of Tang Chen's hidden prowess, he could barely edge him out by a fraction. The notion of surpassing levels so dramatically is virtually impossible. Although these two techniques are divine skills, they are not invincible. The explosive rings paired with the great Sumera hammer yield staggering attack power, yet they significantly diminish speed. As long as one can evade at maximum velocity, it may seem challenging to other title Douluos, but it is certainly not a struggle for Qian Douluo, who possesses the six-winged angel martial spirit. However, Qian Xuanji, that fool, insisted on being obstinate. When he clashed with Tang Chen, it was he who initiated the confrontation, only for Tang Chen to respond in kind. There has never been a situation where Tang Chen sought him out for a duel, nor did he ever receive it willingly. Thus, when all is said and done, this individual is devoid of strength, character, capability, and virtue. Essentially, he is nothing. Returning to the main topic, Qian Douluo stated, regarding Xuanji, I shall handle the matter myself. Swear, you need not worry about this. I will inform you when the time comes. For now, simply await the news in silence. Qian Renxue then inquired, Grandfather, may I visit my father's remains? Qian Douluo, upon hearing this, acquiesced, for regardless of his shortcomings, Qian Renxue is ultimately the daughter of his wayward son. Subsequently, he escorted Qian Renxue to the location where Qian Xuanji's coffin was kept. Qian Douluo gently opened the coffin, and upon seeing her father lying within, Qian Renxue fought back the tears that threatened to spill forth, yet she found herself unable to weep. Beside her, Qian Douluo remarked, Xiao Tian has said that if you wish to cry, then let the tears flow, do not stifle your emotions. For a good cry will alleviate your burdens and bring solace to your heart. Qian Renxue, her voice trembling with sorrow, echoed, Father, Father. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo, observing this scene, said little. To be frank, he felt a certain disturbance at the death of his son, yet it was far less profound than that experienced by Qian Renxue. After approximately 10 minutes, Qian Douluo closed the coffin once more and departed with Qian Renxue. As Qian Renxue traversed the path home, she inquired, Grandfather, the one who took my father's life is named Tang Hao, is it not? Qian Douluo, fully aware of the implications behind Qian Renxue's question, merely responded, If you seek vengeance. Before he could finish his thought, Qian Renxue interjected, Rest assured, Grandfather, I possess my own sense of judgment. I shall avenge this grievance, but I will not recklessly endanger my own life in the process. Chapter 24. Conditions. The following morning, Li Tianyu awoke and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly startled to realize this was not his own room, but rather Qian Renxue's. He then endeavored to recollect the events of the previous day. As memories surfaced, he mused, It appears Qian Renxue must have spent the night in my room. Since he had fallen asleep in his clothes, he proceeded directly to freshen up. Afterward, he resolved to check if Qian Renxue was awake. He gently pushed open the door to her room and found her reclining on the bed in her nightgown. Upon seeing her, he quietly closed the door, pondering, She is still not awake? That seems rather unusual. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced the stillness. Xiao Tian, why are you awake at this hour? Li Tianyu turned to see that it was Qian Douluo. He explained, Sleep? Grandpa Qian, what time is it now? Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo deduced that Li Tianyu had gone to bed too early, leading to a distortion in his perception of time, mistakenly believing it was time to train. He replied, It's only 4 o'clock. There's still an hour until training. Why are you up so early? Realizing his mistake, Li Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Grandpa Qian, I won't disturb you any longer. Should I return to Xiaoshue's room? Qian Douluo nodded in silent agreement. Subsequently, Li Tianyu made his way back to Qian Renxue's chamber, where he sat cross-legged on the bed to commence his cultivation. As the clock approached 5, Li Tianyu sensed a slight loosening of his bottleneck. He intensified his efforts, striving to break through in one fell swoop. Despite the continual infusion of soul power, no signs of a breakthrough emerged. In response, Li Tianyu resorted to the black gold token, channeling soul power directly into his body to achieve a decisive breakthrough. Upon opening his eyes, he couldn't help but marvel internally. An 11-and-a-half-year-old soul emperor. I must say, even Tang San would be hard-pressed to compare to my achievements. If memory serves, he only reached level 29 at 12. However, I must acknowledge that a significant part of my success stems from the external aid of the black gold token, which possesses an almost unfair ability to unlock potential over time. With daily training alongside the 7 great offerings, reaching level 60 would be a formidable challenge. Li Tianyu chose not to dwell further on these thoughts and exited to seek out Douluo. Upon seeing Li Tianyu, Douluo inquired, "What brings you here? Time is fleeting. You should be preparing to train with Schweger." Li Tianyu simply responded, "I just broke through to Soul Emperor." Douluo's expression stiffened momentarily. But he refrained from elaborating, soothing himself with the thought, this is not his true talent. He is merely favored by divine artifacts. While his abilities are commendable, they cannot surpass mine. Noticing Douluo's momentary stiffness, Li Tianyu understood his thoughts and remarked, "Grandpa Qian, my talent cannot rival yours. How could it? Otherwise, why would you be unable to inherit the divine position while I could?" Douluo retorted, "Do you know what it means to give someone a way out? Do you understand the concept of unspoken truths? Have you considered the feelings of an old man?" His tone grew increasingly melancholic as he spoke. Li Tianyu felt a pang of guilt, suddenly realizing that jesting about talent was inappropriate, particularly since it was a lifelong source of pain for Douluo, who had never been destined for divinity due to his inherent limitations. To joke about talent was, for Douluo, akin to mockery. With sincerity, Li Tianyu apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Qian. I didn't consider your feelings before making that joke." Douluo sighed and replied, "Let it be. What you said holds a kernel of truth. It is indeed a fact that my talent is lacking, that I cannot ascend to godhood, and that I cannot surpass Tangshan." Yet, Douluo suddenly altered his tone of lamentation to one of solace, exclaiming, "However, my spirit hall has produced 2 inheritors of divine status. That old fellow Tangshan is simply incomparable. Ha ha ha." He refrained from elaborating further and returned to the matter at hand, inquiring, "So, having broken through to the Soul Emperor rank, what brings you to me? After all, venturing into the Douluo forest poses no danger now. It's merely a matter of borrowing some blood, and they are not likely to refuse." Li Tianyu merely responded, "I only wish to inform you, so as to avoid any unnecessary worry should you find me missing later." Upon hearing this, Douluo chose not to elaborate further. Li Tianyu summoned the black gold token to command his journey, soaring towards the Douluo forest. Li Tianyu made his way directly to the heart of the Douluo forest, where the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, sensed his presence. She lifted her gaze and spotted Li Tianyu. Inquisitively, she asked, "Have you returned to collect more blood?" Li Tianyu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, the Silver Dragon King inquired, "Pray tell, whose soul beast blood do you seek?" Without hesitation, Li Tianyu replied, "What do you think of the dark demon evil god tiger?" Upon hearing this, Guyuna responded, "The dark demon evil god tiger?" "Certainly." With a wave of her hand, she opened a rift in time and space, allowing Emperor Tian to accompany him on his journey. Yet the slumbering dark demon evil god tiger was abruptly awakened. Without opening his eyes or discerning the identity of the intruder, he bellowed in anger, "Who dares to disturb me?" Upon realizing it was Lord Emperor Tian, he continued, "Ah, it is you, my esteemed lord. Please, take a seat. I may have spoken rather loudly just now. Consider it as if I uttered nothing at all." Standing beside Emperor Tian, Li Tianyu, although unable to comprehend the language of beasts, could discern the situation from the expression of the dark demon evil god tiger. Consequently, witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Upon catching sight of Li Tianyu, the dark demon evil god tiger recalled that this was the very young man who had nearly brought about his demise 4 years prior. Consequently, it prepared to pounce and eliminate Li Tianyu. Beside him, the Emperor Tian spoke up, stating, "The Master's decree is that this lad has aided the Soul Beast clan. Thus the Master permits him to acquire a soul ring." Upon hearing this, the dark demon evil god tiger displayed a face of utter despair. Observing this scene, Li Tianyu remarked, "My martial soul is unique. If you simply provide me with a drop of your blood, I can obtain the soul ring without requiring a sacrifice from you." Upon hearing this, the dark demon evil god tiger promptly shifted his demeanor and exclaimed, "When? Quickly, quickly. Now, do not disturb my slumber." This was directed solely at Li Tianyu, not at the Emperor Tian. Li Tianyu, astonished by the sudden change in attitude, said little more. Accepting a drop of blood from the tiger's hand and beginning to condense the soul ring. Once Li Tianyu had fully absorbed the soul ring, all 6 of his soul rings reached the venerable standard of 40,000 years, and his soul power ascended to level 62. Witnessing his absorption, Emperor Tian prepared to escort him out of the Stardow forest. Li Tianyu, with utmost respect, then expressed, "Emperor Tian, there is a matter I wish to discuss with the Silver Dragon King. Could you please take me back to the core area first?" Emperor Tian did not decline. For Li Tianyu's method of condensing rings had notably diminished the hostility of several fierce beasts towards him, even fostering a modicum of goodwill. Although this method had yet to be widely disseminated, as he mentioned, it would naturally spread once the continent was unified. After all, promoting it now would equate to aiding the enemy. The fierce beasts in Guyana chose to understand the situation, considering the timeline for unifying the continent. The Spirit Hall already had at least 2 candidates poised for godhood. What could other forces possibly counter with? Not to mention, one was of divine king status while the other, due to the evolution of their martial soul, was essentially at the threshold of divine king level. Given their talents, attaining divinity should take merely a few decades. They had already waited thousands of years, so why not endure a few more decades? As for why this group of soul beasts was not allowed to venture out and dominate freely, it was simply because they possessed the bloodlines of the 9 great dragon kings. Particularly in the case of Emperor Tian, utilizing the dragon god's claw could unleash god-level power, easily drawing the attention of the divine realm. Although the dragon god's claw was not regarded as an exceptionally formidable skill within the divine realm, frequent use would inevitably attract notice, especially considering Emperor Tian also bore the bloodline of the black-eyed golden dragon king. Moreover, if they were to directly eliminate the others, the magnitude of such an action would undoubtedly attract the attention of the divine realm. Thus, they opted for a more prudent approach, waiting several decades. Returning to the main topic, Emperor Tian hurriedly led Li Tianyu towards the core area, during which he inquired about Li Tianyu's soul abilities. Li Tianyu responded with a beaming smile, explaining, "In the black gold sacred domain, a specific area can be opened, allowing for the manipulation of time, either reversing it or accelerating its flow." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian remarked, "Such a power is incredibly formidable. If an ally is injured, activating this domain would simply revert them to a state prior to their injury, effectively serving as a soul technique for complete recovery. Conversely, if an adversary is poisoned, this domain could hasten the onset of the poison, leading to their premature demise. But can this domain even reverse death itself?" Li Tianyu glanced at Emperor Tian and shot a sidelong look, saying, "Even the gods cannot resurrect individuals at will. If a soul technique derived from a 6,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger could achieve that, then those divine beings might as well retire." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian realized that his previous inquiry had indeed been rather foolish. To mask the awkwardness, he remained silent for the rest of the journey. Upon reaching the core area, Diana inquired directly, "You've acquired your soul rings. What do you seek me for?" Li Tianyu responded, "My lady, Silver Dragon King, I wish to discuss a matter with you, if you would allow." Diana replied, "As long as it is not excessive, go ahead and speak." Li Tianyu continued, "It is not excessive. I have a subordinate who is enamored with alchemy, and the ice and fire yin yang I would be most suitable for him." Diana retorted, "That is my family's property. Were it not for your ring congealing method, I wouldn't even permit your entry, at most. I would allow you to take some celestial herbs." Li Tianyu endeavored to plead his case, yet Diana remained calm, rejecting his requests one by one. After all, the alchemist in question was merely an 80th level soul Douluo, of no significant concern to her. In contrast, Qian Rinxue was a potential inheritor of divinity, and granting her a divine position could pose a threat to her soul beast lineage. Hence, Diana's fury when Li Tianyu implored her to save Qian Rinxue was understandable. However, for a mere soul Douluo seeking an herb garden, she was indifferent. It was simply that it was her family's property, and she was reluctant to allow a human to intrude. Li Tianyu continued to offer various reassurances and entreaties, gradually annoying Diana. Sensing her growing irritation, he hastily proposed, "What if we change the terms?" Diana, somewhat impatient, urged, "Speak quickly. What are your conditions?" Li Tianyu recalled, "I remember you possess a remnant of a radiant sacred dragon, correct?" Diana asked pointedly, "Is this about that little girl?" Li Tianyu affirmed, "Indeed. It pertains to her. I was wondering if you could part with the soul bone left behind." Gu Yuna interrupted, contemplating for a moment before saying, "You wish to assist her in gathering the angelic divine set?" Li Tianyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Gu Yuna's intelligence was remarkably sharp when romance was not involved. Observing his expression, Gyuna acknowledged her accurate deduction. However, she had no intention of giving it away freely, although the remnant and the soul bone were of no use to her kind. She was keen to extract some value from the situation, especially concerning two future inheritors of divinity. Thus, Gyuna stated, "Bring something to exchange. I permitted you to obtain soul rings due to your ring-congealing technique. If you desire the soul bone, you must offer something else in return." Li Tianyu began to ponder what leverage he possessed. After much contemplation, he suddenly felt that Gyuna was toying with him. What could he possibly provide her? The Dragon God's Core? Did he have the means to procure that? The Golden Dragon King? What could he offer that would be of value to Gyuna? He realized he had nothing that could serve as a bargaining chip against her. The only thing he could offer was the healing he had provided her, and in return, she had saved Qian Rinxue. Thus, it seemed he truly lacked any bargaining power to negotiate with Gyuna. As Gyuna observed Li Tianyu's furrowed brow, she couldn't help but chuckle a bit. After all, the illustrious heir of the Shura god was troubled by a soul bone in front of his nominal nemesis. Li Tianyu discerned a hint of mockery in Gyuna's demeanor and retorted, "You want me to fetch something that may not even be within your grasp? If you wish for my demise, you could simply say so." Gyuna merely smiled and replied, "You possess intelligence, not foolishness. However, without a condition for exchange, I cannot part with my item." Li Tianyu then proposed, "Let us make an agreement in the future." But Gyuna interrupted him, stating directly, "To liberate the Soul Beast clan? Let's consider that settled. You inherit the divine position, a Shura God King, and that little girl, should she strive further, may ascend to the rank of God King as well. That accounts for 2 God Kings. The remaining 4 God Kings will undoubtedly outvote you. How can one ensure a change in the Soul Beast clan's plight?" Though Gyuna harbored hope that Li Tianyu might propose a solution to the Soul Beast clan's circumstances, she was acutely aware that it was merely a possibility. Keeping Li Tianyu around was simply a matter of extending a favor and testing whether this endeavor could succeed. Li Tianyu found himself at a loss for words. Realizing he currently lacked leverage in negotiations with Gyuna, noticing the defiance in his eyes, smiled faintly. Although he was not the genuine Shura god, the mere thought of him being the inheritor sparked amusement in her, as it was akin to teasing the Shura god himself. Li Tianyu, perceiving the subtle smile on Gyuna's face, directly said, "Sister Nana, could you refrain from smiling so obviously? Consider the feelings of a child." Gyuna, displeased, retorted, "Who are you calling sister? Do not be presumptuous. Our strengths are not on the same level. Do not attempt to associate with me." Li Tianyu then queried, "Should I call you in instead?" Gyuna, fuming, exclaimed, "Am I that old?" After pondering for a moment, Li Tianyu nodded and replied, "Logically speaking, you are a part of the Divine Dragon, which means your age aligns with that of the Divine Dragon. In other words, since your emergence, you must be at least several thousand years old. Theoretically, you could be my great-great-grandmother." In response, Gyuna transformed into her human form and slapped him lightly, of course controlling her strength. Li Tianyu was sent flying, and after a cloud of dust settled, he emerged, saying, "Sister Nana, could you be gentler?" Gyuna replied, "This serves as a lesson for you. First, you are not to call me sister. Secondly, you may only refer to me as the Silver Dragon King. You lack the privilege to use my name." Li Tianyu felt speechless. Understanding that women often care about their age, Gyuna's reaction clearly demonstrated her concern, albeit not excessively. Gyuna then instructed Li Tianyu, "If there is nothing else, you may return." With no other recourse, Li Tianyu postponed the matter of the angelic outfit. Just as he was about to depart, his soul guide device fell. Upon noticing, he hurried to retrieve it, only to freeze for a moment. He quickly picked it up and said to Gyuna, "Silver Dragon King, I have another condition, one that is truly, genuinely, not excessive. Just allow me to visit a place to analyze something, and then bring me back." Gyuna considered this condition reasonable and agreed. Li Tianyu then informed her of a location approximately 10,000 meters away from Douluo continent. Without delay, Gyuna opened a rift in space-time and transported Li Tianyu to the Sun-Moon continent. Upon arrival, they encountered several members of the Holy Spirit cult. However, in the presence of Gyuna, their fate was sealed. Li Tianyu requested Gyuna to assist him in amicably borrowing some soul guide schematics to analyze with his black gold token. Accomplishing this task, Li Tianyu was elated, recognizing the significance of these soul guides. The schematics would allow him to return and present them to the Hall of Offerings, as soul guides were undeniably superior to Tang Sect's hidden weapons. The latter relied heavily on technique, while soul guides offered a more reliable solution, thereby aiding the Min family. Excited, Li Tianyu returned to Douluo continent with Gyuna. After completing his task, he swiftly departed the Star Dough Forest towards the Hall of Offerings. Chapter 25. Dealing with Pest. Xiao Tian, you have returned. What is the function of the sixth soul ring? Qian Daolu inquired upon Li Tianyu's arrival at the Hall of Offerings. Li Tianyu proceeded to explain the capabilities of his sixth soul skill. To which Qian Daolu responded, this soul skill, if utilized effectively, could serve as a formidable weapon on the battlefield, capable of reversing the tide of an entire conflict. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement. He then addressed Qian Daolu, stating, Grandpa Qian, I have something to show you that I guarantee will pique your interest. Intrigued, Qian Daolu, being a demigod-level individual, knew that only divine matters could truly capture his attention. However, as a demigod and a divine envoy, it was unlikely that anything would astonish him. Li Tianyu perceived Qian Daolu's curiosity and said, this is unrelated to the inheritance of divine positions. Qian Daolu's curiosity intensified, and he urged, hurry up and show me. I am eager to see what could possibly interest me. Subsequently, Li Tianyu activated the black gold domain and transferred all the information regarding the analyzed soul guides into Qian Daolu's mind. After approximately a minute, Qian Daolu opened his eyes, visibly excited. Where did you acquire this information? These soul guides are far more advanced than anything we have in Douluo continent, representing a significant advancement for soul masters with inherently low attack power. Moreover, it opens up new avenues for ordinary civilians. Li Tianyu replied truthfully from another continent. Qian Daolu, intrigued, noted the vast distance of over 10,000 meters between the Sun-Moon continent and Douluo continent. At this juncture, he had no knowledge of the Sun-Moon continent. He promptly inquired, where is it located? Do you have any specific details? Li Tianyu answered. That continent is called the Sun-Moon continent, where soul master powers are relatively weaker compared to Douluo continent, excluding the malevolent soul masters. Upon hearing the term malevolent soul masters, Qian Daolu's expression grew serious, leading him to ask, what about the malevolent soul masters on that continent? Li Tianyu explained. Grandpa Qian, one organization among those malevolent soul masters is called the Holy Spirit Cult, which is a so-called patriotic divine cult. Qian Daolu was infuriated, exclaiming, to call malevolent soul masters a patriotic divine cult is utterly outrageous. Are they trying to live long enough to invite their own demise? However, after Li Tianyu's persuasion, he refrained from dwelling on the malevolent soul masters, recognizing that they currently posed no threat to Douluo continent. Thus, he decided to focus on matters concerning Douluo continent first. Seeing that Qian Daolu had no further comments, Li Tianyu continued. In contrast, the technology of soul guides on the Sun-Moon continent is far more developed than that of Douluo continent, and I borrowed this technology from them. Qian Daolu responded. You borrowed it? Why would they willingly share their technology with you? Li Tianyu spoke with conviction, explaining that his arrival at the Sun and Moon continent was somewhat unexpected, and he coincidentally found himself alongside Sister Guyuna. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu quickly grasped the situation. It was, after all, a case of coercive force. And the notion of coincidence was utterly absurd. Having lived for over a century, who would believe such a remarkable stroke of luck? It was evident that Li Tianyu had summoned Guyuna himself. However, Qian Daolu refrained from elaborating further and instead summoned dozens of scribes to meticulously record the information regarding the soul-guiding devices stored within the black gold token. Li Tianyu was promptly dismissed by Qian Daolu, after which he proceeded to meet with Bai He, transferring the recorded information about the soul-guiding devices into Bai He's mind. Bai He examined the data with growing excitement. If the information proved accurate, it could indeed revolutionize their clan's previously inadequate offensive capabilities. As for why Yang Wudi's poisonous weapons were ineffective despite being classified as weapons, the answer was rather straightforward. Their cost-performance ratio was simply too low. These poisons could only be applied to the most mundane of weaponry, at best being used on fine weapons crafted by craftsmen like Xiang Lu. However, regardless of the weapon's quality, within the realm of Douluo continent, they were no match for the casual might of Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo, who could easily shatter them with a mere flick. This soul-guiding device is distinctly different. Firstly, its functional capabilities far exceed those of ordinary items, and its relative power can be likened to that of a Tidal Douluo. Essentially, it can be asserted that if these soul-guiding devices can be successfully researched, it would herald a significant reform. Li Tianyu inquired, Elder Baihe, are you satisfied? I wonder if you truly wish to join our spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Baihe immediately replied, I am willing, of course, since the spirit hall has assisted my Min family in overcoming our innate soul defects. I shall honor my promise to join the spirit hall. Li Tianyu then smiled gently before turning to leave. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, he found Qian Rinxue waiting for him in the main hall. As soon as Qian Rinxue spotted Li Tianyu, she hurried over and exclaimed, "Brother Tianyu, where did you obtain the information regarding these soul-guiding devices? I just returned from training and saw a crowd transcribing something. Grandfather merely informed me that it pertains to the soul-guiding devices and mentioned that it was brought by you." Li Tianyu recounted the earlier events. To which Qian Rinxue responded, "Brother Tianyu, is it true that these soul-guiding devices possess power that could rival that of a title Douluo, as stated in the documents?" Li Tianyu nodded in affirmation. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. After all, the prospect of a single weapon achieving the might of a title Douluo was unprecedented in the Douluo continent. At that moment, Qian Dalu approached Li Tianyu and remarked, "Xiao Tian, we should have the information organized by tomorrow. However, the question of who will forge it remains. While Niu Gao is skilled in construction, he is truly inadequate for such tasks." Li Tianyu responded, "Grandfather Qian, rest assured. Once you have the materials prepared tomorrow, I will take them to Lu Gao. Given his exceptional forging skills, I am confident he can accomplish this without issue." Qian Dalu nodded in acknowledgement. Despite his long absence from the Hall of Offerings, he remained somewhat informed about external matters, particularly his acquaintance with Lu Gao, who was known for his fervent obsession with the intricate crafting of weaponry. Entrusting this task to Lu Gao would undoubtedly yield a willing collaboration with the Spirit Hall. The three did not linger in conversation for long before retreating to their respective quarters. Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu then commenced their meditative training. After approximately an hour, Qian Rinxue requested Li Tianyu to protect her during her cultivation, utilizing the power of the black gold token. And she successfully broke through to the rank of Soul Emperor at level 60. Qian Dalu sensed the aura of her breakthrough and realized that she was the only one capable of achieving such a feat within the Hall of Offerings, which filled him with joy. A 10-year-old Soul Emperor, how extraordinary. Even Tangshan was not so remarkable in his youth. The more Qian Dalu pondered, the happier he became, especially since it meant that his own kin had surpassed Tangshan. Subsequently, Qian Dalu took it upon himself to escort Qian Rinxue swiftly to the Star Doe forest to acquire her soul rings. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu returned to his chamber to solidify his foundation. Given that his earlier breakthrough had relied on the forced infusion of soul power from the black gold token, his foundation was rather unstable. Thus, he dedicated time to stabilizing it, resulting in the remaining 6 offerings canceling their training sessions for the day. As Li Tianyu focused on fortifying his foundation, he could not help but reflect on Qian Rinxue's prodigious talent. Her aptitude is truly exceptional. Even as a traverser relying on the black gold token to forcibly reach level 60 for my breakthrough, she only needed my assistance for protection and could achieve the Soul Emperor rank on her own. It's unfathomable. If I were not a traverser, what merit would Shura see in choosing me as a successor? After this contemplation, Li Tianyu resolved to spend the remainder of the day consolidating his foundation. The following morning, Li Tianyu prepared to journey to the Metal City. Upon learning of his destination, Qian Rinxue implored Qian Dalu to allow her to accompany him. Being a doting grandfather, Qian Dalu ultimately consented. Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue simultaneously activated their martial souls, reaching the Metal City within an hour. Upon arrival, Li Tianyu refrained from immediately seeking out Lu Gao. Having read the original text, he was well aware of the numerous pests infesting this remote branch of the Spirit Hall. He was determined to address the situation beforehand, aiming to restore the hall's reputation and ensure that Tang San did not benefit from the notoriety. Beside him, Qian Rinxue inquired with a hint of confusion, "Tianyu, did you not say that you were going to find Lu Gao? Yet it seems we are headed towards the location of the Spirit Hall branch in the Metal City." Li Tianyu replied, "Indeed. I wish to prevent a situation similar to our visit to that remote Spirit Hall branch a few years ago, where we encountered pests within the hall. Thus, I would like to conduct an inspection." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, reasoning that it would not take much time and that conducting a check could be beneficial, especially if any pests were indeed discovered. Upon reaching the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch, the 2 guards stepped forward and inquired, "May we ask who you 2 are?" The guards scrutinized the attire of Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu. Just as Li Tianyu was about to introduce themselves, Qian Rinxue interjected, "We are Soul Masters, age 10 and 11, respectively, and we wish to enter the branch to test our soul power. Is that permissible?" The guards nodded in acquiescence, replying, "Certainly, please proceed inside." Once inside the Spirit Hall branch, Qian Rinxue asked, "Tianyu, what do you think of this branch?" Li Tianyu responded, "Xiaoxue, you are well aware that by disclosing our identities as Soul Masters, the guards allowed us entry. However, this does not guarantee that they will not abuse their power. After all, the status of a soul master is not insignificant in the Douluo continent. Qian Ruxue remained silent after this, and together, they endeavored to conduct their inspection discreetly. During their examination, Qian Ruxue inquired, "Qianyu, has grandfather not sent Shilong and Xixue to protect us this time?" After experiencing numerous events, Qian Ruxue had come to understand that his grandfather would never allow them to come to any harm. However, Li Tianyu's unexpected reply startled him, at least for now. "No. I do not sense their presence." This revelation took Qian Ruxue by surprise. It was indeed unusual for his grandfather to not send protection for them. It was not that Qian Ruxue desired guardianship, but given his grandfather's temperament, anyone daring to harm them would likely provoke a fierce retaliation from Qian Douluo. To their surprise, no one had been dispatched to protect the two of them this time, which genuinely led Qian Ruxue to ponder. Has grandfather finally come to a realization? Does he understand that without protection, they cannot hone their abilities? However, Qian Ruxue refrained from dwelling on this thought and instead accompanied Li Tianyu as they surveyed the Spirit Hall's branch. With their prowess as soul emperors, they possessed overwhelming strength within this modest Spirit Hall, rendering it virtually impossible for ordinary soul masters to detect their presence. "Brother Tianyu, we have been perusing this branch for nearly half an hour. It seems there are no significant issues here," Qian Ruxue remarked. Li Tianyu responded, "Let us linger a moment longer. We shall remain here for no more than 3 additional minutes." Qian Ruxue saw no reason to oppose this, thinking that since they had already stayed so long, what difference would another 3 minutes make? At that moment, 2 soul masters approached, and Li Tianyu grasped Qian Ruxue's hand, seeking refuge beside her. The two engaged in a conversation regarding Lord Miles, who instructed them to seek out beautiful women, yet time and again. He alone indulged in the pleasures, finishing his enjoyment before tossing the remnants to the two of them. It was truly unfortunate. Beside them, concealed and equally a girl. Qian Ruxue listened to the sordid conversation of the two, her heart filled with a murderous intent. Observing the fury on Qian Ruxue's face, Li Tianyu felt a chill creep upon him. He hastily suggested, "Xiaoxue, let us first seek out that individual named Myers." With a look of indignation, Qian Ruxue nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Tianyu and Qian Ruxue commenced their search for Myers' chamber. Along the way, Qian Ruxue inquired, "Brother Tianyu, why do you not employ the black gold domain?" Li Tianyu, his face flushed, replied, "Initially, I contemplated that very notion. However, I discovered that utilizing the black gold domain revealed matters beyond my years. Hence, I prefer not to employ it in my search for him." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue immediately discerned the truth and could not help but coldly remark, "What a bunch of insufferable pests." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement. After a while, the two of them located Myers' room. Amidst the cacophony emanating from within, Li Tianyu observed Qian Ruxue preparing to enter. He hastily grasped her hand and conveyed through thought, "Xiaoxue, perhaps you should wait a moment? I fear what lies inside may not be suitable for someone of our age." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue discerned Li Tianyu's intentions and responded, "Brother Tianyu, this Miles is forcibly abducting women. If you do not intervene now, are you not complicit in his wrongdoing?" Li Tianyu recognized the validity of Qian Ruxue's words. He realized that prioritizing his own interest was not the mark of a just judge. He reflected upon his own conscience and addressed Qian Ruxue, "Xiaoxue, thank you. You are right. To stand idly by would be no different from aiding the wicked. And such a stance is unbecoming of the impartial judge I aspire to be." Continuing to communicate telepathically, he instructed Qian Ruxue, "Xiaoxue, when I force open the door, please close your eyes, if you will." Understanding his desire to shield her from the sordid sights within, she readily agreed. Thereafter, Li Tianyu brandished the black gold token and forcefully breached the door. As Miles, engrossed in his revelries, was suddenly startled, he regained his composure and inquired, "Who are you two? How dare you intrude upon the Spirit Hall branch?" His gaze then fell upon Qian Ruxue, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, igniting a surge of wicked desire within him. Observing Miles's expression, Li Tianyu felt a mix of anger and a hint of mockery. Thinking to himself that he should be grateful that Qian Douluo did not send anyone along. Otherwise, with such behavior, Miles would truly learn the meaning of suffering. However, the prevailing sentiment was one of ire, as he and Qian Ruxue had already embarked on a mutual pursuit, and Miles's conduct could be deemed a path to self-destruction, albeit one fraught with complexities. Even if Miles did not covet Qian Ruxue's beauty, it would be of no consequence. Miles's petty deeds led him to believe he was invincible, as if he had someone to shield him from repercussions. Returning to the matter at hand, Miles greedily remarked, "This young lady is quite striking. How about this? serve me for one night, and we shall consider today as events forgotten." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue could no longer suppress her anger and responded directly. "Brother Tianyu, I will take action. You may observe." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement, having witnessed Qian Rinxue's fury before. When she unleashed her wrath, her formidable strength could, for a brief moment, surpass his own. Meanwhile, as he regarded Miles, he thought, alas, after Qian Rinxue is done with him, it won't be over with such behavior. Qian Douluo will undoubtedly make him wish for death. Li Tianyu then cast aside his errant thoughts and focused on the unfolding battle involving Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue's strength far exceeded that of a typical Soul Emperor. In an instant, she appeared directly in front of Myers with remarkable speed. Before Myers could react, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, followed by a swift stomp on his arm, resulting in a grievous fracture. In agony, Myers gazed at his broken limb and bellowed, "You have angered the authority of the Spirit Hall. Do you not fear the repercussions when the Spirit Hall seeks vengeance?" As the commotion from the altercation drew attention, soldiers, guards, and spirit masters from the Spirit Hall's branch swarmed the scene. Upon seeing his comrades arrive, Myers sneered mockingly. "You two shall surely perish here today. Oh, but perhaps just one of you. That little girl will come to understand." Before Myers could complete his taunt, Qian Rinxue unleashed a punch that sent him flying several meters away, causing him to cough up blood, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. As Qian Rinxue was poised to launch another assault, she was abruptly interrupted by a flower petal that came soaring towards her. As the individuals from the Spirit Hall gazed towards the direction of the approaching petals, it was none other than the esteemed chrysanthemum Douluo. It became apparent that he had been dispatched by Bibi Dong on a mission to investigate the various branches of the Spirit Hall across the continent. Upon seeing the arrival of Chrysanthemum Douluo, Myers hurried forward with an ingratiating expression, exclaiming, "Elder Chrysanthemum, there are two individuals who have dared to slight the authority of our Spirit Hall. You must certainly intercede on my behalf." Juk Douluo had merely heard the sounds of battle, thus he had not glimpsed Qian Rinxue, simply presuming that someone was causing a ruckus at the Spirit Hall. With a casual demeanor, he remarked, "It is of no consequence. I am curious to see which individual dares to provoke my Spirit Hall." Miles promptly pointed in the direction of Qian Rinxue, yet Juk Douluo cast a disdainful glance ahead. Upon finally seeing Qian Rinxue, however, Juk Douluo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he knelt, exclaiming, "Juk Douluo pays his respects to the young master." Miles, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was momentarily taken aback. Observing that Miles remained standing, Juk Douluo immediately unleashed his soul power, compelling Miles to kneel. As a branch leader of the Spirit Hall, Miles was unaware of Qian Rinxue's identity. However, Juk Douluo, being among the most formidable of the 9 elders, was acutely aware of who she was. Without a doubt, any random elder from the worship hall could easily subdue him. To provoke Qian Rinxue was tantamount to courting death. Li Tianyu, noticing Juk Douluo's arrival, hurried over and said, "Uncle Juk, it has been a long time." As the kneeling Douluo raised his head and looked up, he exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, what brings you here? By the way, you should kneel quickly. Do you have any idea of the identity of the girl standing before me?" Just as Li Tianyu was about to respond, Qian Rinxue rushed over, taking Li Tianyu's hand and declaring, "Brother Tianyu is my future boyfriend. There is no need for him to kneel." Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sense of helplessness, thinking to himself, "Well, here we go again. Another formidable individual has entered the equation." Kneeling beside them, Miles inquired, "Elder Douluo, who exactly is this girl?" Before Miles could finish his question, Elder Douluo interrupted him sharply, exclaiming, "Repeat that once more. Refer to that girl as the young mistress. Do you understand? She is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall." Taken aback by this revelation, Miles momentarily fell silent. Li Tianyu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly utilized the black gold domain to implant the recent events into Elder Douluo's mind. Upon sensing this, Elder Douluo hastily remarked, "Little Tian, you mustn't disclose that Miles was saved by me. If word gets out, I fear I shall meet my demise upon returning." Li Tianyu nodded in agreement and replied, "No problem, but this group of pests needs to be dealt with. Let us take them back to the grand offering." Upon hearing this, Elder Douluo mused to himself, "These rascals deserve no mercy, given their actions. Delivering them to the grand offering would be a grave mistake. Being torn apart by 5 horses would be the greatest mercy they could hope for." Subsequently, Elder Douluo ordered the apprehension of these individuals. Upon concluding their affairs at the Spirit Hall's branch, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue busied themselves with pressing matters, seeking the assistance of Lu Gao to forge a soul guide. Chapter 26. Lu Gao's consent, brother Tianyu? Is this the Blacksmith Association? Inquired Qian Ruxue. Li Tianyu nodded in affirmation, and the two proceeded through the entrance. However, they were halted by an individual stationed at the doorway, who inquired, "Might I ask who you are, and what brings you to our Blacksmith Association?" Li Tianyu responded candidly, "We hail from the Spirit Hall and have come to summon the esteemed Lu Gao for a matter of significance." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened somewhat. After all, the affairs of the Soul Hall's branch in the Metal City were well known to the Blacksmith Association, which harbored little fondness for the Soul Hall, and even a hint of disdain. Li Tianyu discerned the man's discomfort and surmised the cause of his awkward demeanor. To alleviate the tension, he continued, "May I inquire about your esteemed name, senior?" The man, regaining his composure, replied, "I am Silong, a disciple of Master Lu Gao." Feigning astonishment, Li Tianyu responded, "You are indeed the esteemed disciple of Master Lu Gao." Silong regarded Li Tianyu's seemingly surprised tone with curiosity, for in this timeline, the world predominantly revered soul masters. Although blacksmiths could forge weapons and enhance the combat capabilities of commoners, they still existed in a subordinate status compared to soul masters. Thus, while blacksmiths were not entirely disregarded, their treatment was far from commendable. Of course, this perspective was relative to the two great empires. In contrast to the organizations formed by soul masters, such as the three great sects, blacksmiths were often looked down upon. However, exceptions existed, such as those from the Haotian sect, primarily due to the unique synergy between their martial spirits and the craft of blacksmithing. Therefore, Silong felt puzzled by Li Tianyu's apparent astonishment regarding his identity. Lu Gao's reputation was indeed formidable. After all, he was one of the three great artisans. The other two were Titan, the leader of a clan affiliated with the Haotian sect, and Tang Hao, who had recently slain the Pope of the Soul Hall. The title of Master Craftsman is one that is solely attained through exceptional skill, which is why in the hierarchy of the three Master Craftsmen, it is generally accepted that Master Lu Gao ranks highest. However, in the current timeline, this impressive title merely signifies to soul masters that he is a blacksmith who excels beyond the average. It is unlikely that a major force like the Spirit Hall, which primarily values soul masters, would be particularly astonished by his status. Li Tianyu observed Silong lost in thought and remarked, "Senior Silong, you." Silong immediately snapped back to reality and replied, "I can take you to meet my master, but I cannot guarantee whether he will be willing to see you." Li Tianyu nodded silently, while Qian Renxue, who was about to say something else, decided against it upon noticing Li Tianyu's understanding. After 5 years of companionship, she knew well that he would not express confidence in matters he deemed uncertain. Silong then led the two upward in an elevator. Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback by the scene, as the mechanism operated purely on mechanics without utilizing soul power. In the world of Douluo continent, where soul masters reign supreme, technological advancement has lagged, with most affairs governed by soul power. This mechanism, however, seemed entirely out of place, functioning solely based on its design and components. Li Tianyu did not seem overly surprised. Upon reaching their destination, Silong addressed the duo. "I will first inform my master of your presence. As for his willingness to meet you, I will relay his decision." The two responded in unison, "Understood. Thank you." Silong then proceeded towards the room designated for Master Lu Gao's forging. 5 minutes later, Li Tianyu and Qian Renxue spotted Silong from a distance and approached him. They inquired, "Senior, may we ask about Master Lu Gao?" Silong replied, "My master has agreed to meet you, but he is currently engaged in forging. He has a habit of never taking breaks once he begins, so you may need to wait for half an hour or more." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue whispered to Li Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu, doesn't this Master Lu Gao seem a tad impolite? After all, we are guests. Even a common person wouldn't leave guests waiting indefinitely." Li Tianyu responded resignedly, "Shui, this is where your understanding of blacksmithing falls short. Forging is about maintaining a continuous flow. Typically, one should not pause once the process has commenced. Interrupting the work can disrupt the necessary feel and force required for the task at hand. Although such a situation is unlikely for Master Lu Gao, it embodies the spirit of craftsmanship and unwavering commitment to completion, which is indeed commendable." Qian Renxue nodded in silence. Thus, the two began their lengthy wait. An hour later, Master Lu Gao emerged, surprised to see Li Tianyu and Qian Renxue still present, for the previous group from the Spirit Hall had not shown the same patience. They could hardly wait a moment longer. Surprisingly, these two individuals were willing to wait for such an extended period, which left Lu Gao somewhat taken aback. However, he soon approached them, standing before the pair, and declared, You from the Spirit Hall have brazenly abducted women in my metal city, amassing wealth through unscrupulous means. And now you expect me to assist you? I, Lu Gao, disdain to associate with such scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a flicker of anger. Yet she restrained herself from resorting to violence, for Lu Gao's words held a kernel of truth. The heinous deeds of that despicable Miles were indeed a testament to his moral depravity. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Lu Gao harbored no fondness for the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue addressed Lu Gao, saying, "Senior, it is a failure of discipline within our Spirit Hall. Today, we have dispatched personnel to apprehend that individual. I hope you will not dwell on past grievances and lend your assistance to our hall." Lu Gao, taken aback by her statement, was intrigued, after all. If what Qian Rinxue claimed was true, and that nefarious Miles had indeed been captured by the Spirit Hall, it slightly improved his perception of them. As for the possibility of being deceived by Qian Rinxue, he knew that Miles had never left the city, and a simple inquiry would reveal the truth of his arrest. Thus, any deception would be futile. Nevertheless, Lu Gao replied, "The capture of that individual named Miles does not absolve you of your misdeeds. It is your duty to apprehend those who commit such atrocities. This act is not a commendable deed on your part. I am afraid I cannot extend my assistance to the Spirit Hall." Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, did not express further anger. It was evident from the outset of their conversation that Lu Gao held a significant disdain for the Spirit Hall. Therefore, she did not expect to change his attitude with a single incident. Casting a glance at Li Tianyu, who understood her intention, he spoke up, "Senior Lu Gao, our Spirit Hall actually has a matter that would be mutually beneficial, and it is precisely because of this matter that we sought your expertise." Lu Gao pondered this statement. Given the capabilities of the Spirit Hall, there was hardly anything on this continent that they could not accomplish. However, considering they had come to seek him, it was undoubtedly related to forging. Yet, if it was indeed advantageous for both parties, could crafting this item also benefit my blacksmith association? Lu Gao then inquired. "What matter is this?" Li Tianyu smiled slightly, producing the blueprints of the soul guide device from his own soul guide and presenting them to Lu Gao. Initially dismissive, Lu Gao's skepticism quickly transformed into fascination as he examined the blueprints closely. He soon took all the designs to his chamber, engrossed in contemplation. As Qian Rinxue observed this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianyu, brother." Li Tianyu, with a smile, replied, "This endeavor has essentially succeeded. After all, only this particular item can capture Lu Gao's attention, and thus he will undoubtedly exert his utmost efforts to create it. However, the blueprints are exclusively in the possession of our Spirit Hall, which means Lu Gao will likely consider collaborating with us. We simply need to wait." In the end, Qian Rinxue and Li Tianyu seated themselves on a bench and began to wait. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Lu Gao gazed at the blueprints for the soul-guiding devices. His heart brimming with excitement. These blueprints are truly treasures. Moreover, they are fully functional, akin to the technological achievements of a race that has persisted for thousands of years. He then contemplated, the people from the Spirit Hall mentioned that this endeavor would be advantageous for both parties, and it is evidently beneficial for the Spirit Hall, enhancing its own strength. After all, the offensive soul-guiding devices depicted in these blueprints are comparable to those wielded by title Douluo. Furthermore, the inclusion of soul canonry significantly bolsters a faction's power. Just imagine, when the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires send tens of thousands of soldiers charging forward towards enemy fortifications, the Spirit Hall could simply deploy its artillery to blast open the gates. The benefit to my blacksmith guild lies in elevating the status of the blacksmith profession. After all, many of the soul guide devices crafted from these blueprints can rival the strength of a title Douluo. This implies that future blacksmiths may develop weapons of comparable might to those of title beasts, making exceptional artisans like him highly sought after by various factions. Reflecting on this, Lu Gao spoke to himself. Isn't it merely assisting the Spirit Hall? Since they were able to eliminate the nefarious Myers, it signifies that the Spirit Hall has the capacity for reform. While their internal governance may not be entirely just, the willingness to amend is indeed commendable. Moreover, this represents a pivotal opportunity for the elevation of the blacksmith status. If our craft cannot garner the Empire's attention in the years to come, then blacksmithing may very well vanish from the Douluo continent, especially since no new blacksmiths have emerged in a year. The primary reason for this is the lack of prospects in the trade. Having contemplated all this, Lu Gao pushed open the door and approached Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue, declaring, "I, Lu Gao, am willing to assist." Li Tianyu responded, "Indeed, Senior Lu Gao, you are a person of discernment. This evening, I have another gift I wish to present to you." Lu Gao was taken aback, as the collection of soul guide blueprints alone was already an extraordinary gift. The prospect of an additional present left him bewildered. Could it be another set of blueprints? Qian Rinxue was equally perplexed. Remembering that their mission was to have Lu Gao assist in crafting soul guide devices, and those blueprints were already a significant offering. Yet, Li Tianyu claimed to have more gifts, which left her curious. Li Tianyu then inquired, "Is Senior Lu Gao acquainted with the storm hammer technique?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gao's face lit up with excitement. "Of course, I am familiar with it. It is a technique mastered by nearly every disciple of the Haotian sect, layer upon layer. Its power escalates, making it highly suitable for forging. It is indeed a remarkably ingenious method. Alas, I have never had the opportunity to learn it myself, as the Haotian sect does not easily impart such knowledge to outsiders." Listening to their exchange, Qian Rinxue began to piece together what Li Tianyu's second gift might be. Li Tianyu continued, "What you may not know, Senior Lu Gao, is that I have observed the storm hammer technique performed by members of the Haotian sect and, by chance, managed to learn it. I can impart this knowledge to you." Lu Gao was astonished. Although the storm hammer technique was merely a superficial aspect of the Haotian sect, he had heard of the legendary Haotian nine extremities, the great Sumera hammer, and the explosive ring. However, mastering such techniques was no easy feat. The fact that this young man claimed to have learned it simply by observation was incredible. No one would believe such a claim if it spread. Perceiving Lu Gao's disbelief, Li Tianyu seized a hammer and began to demonstrate the technique. Lu Gao watched with exhilaration. While he had never mastered the storm hammer technique, he had witnessed Tang Hao employ it and was familiar with its movements and the force it generated. Seeing the technique executed with striking similarity to Tang Hao's, he exclaimed, "Young man, your candor is commendable. You shall be my friend without a doubt. Here is my guild's insignia. When you procure minerals, the merchants will offer you discounts." Li Tianyu was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he began to teach Lu Gao the storm hammer technique. Loud and enthusiastic, Lu Gao expressed his eagerness to learn, possessing a remarkable talent that allowed him to reach the level of a master craftsman solely through skill. His progress was effortless. After half a month, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my dear friends, I have mastered the chaotic wind hammer technique to perfection. My forging skills will surely ascend to greater heights." He then gratefully acknowledged, "This is all thanks to you, Xiao Tian." Over the past few days, Lu Gao had become quite familiar with Li Tianyu, to the extent that he now affectionately referred to him as Xiao Tian. Li Tianyu, embodying humility, replied, "That is merely due to your exceptional talent, esteemed senior. A typical disciple of the Haotian sect would likely take at least 6 months to achieve such mastery." Upon hearing this, Lu Gao burst into laughter, then simply remarked, "Xiao Tian, you two should not linger here for too long. Hurry back to report to the spirit hall. At my age, I never anticipated having the opportunity to showcase my skills. Today, I shall demonstrate to the entire continent the brilliance of a blacksmith whom many have previously underestimated." Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue exchanged no further words and promptly made their way back to the spirit hall. Meanwhile, on the path to Spirit City, Douluo escorted Myers, who wore an expression of utter despair. He had learned from Douluo the true identity of Qian Rinxue and realized that no one could rescue him now. Anyone daring to attempt his rescue would only be sealing their own fate alongside him. This was, of course, a product of his own unfounded paranoia. Given the heinous acts he had committed, it was improbable that anyone would come to his aid. 3 days later, Douluo and Myers arrived at Spirit City. Douluo first reported to Bibi Dong and then inquired, "Might the Pope summon the elders from the worship hall as well?" Bibi Dong, her expression filled with anger, retorted, "Yu Guan, what do you mean by this?" She then exerted a pressure over him. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong had not yet ascended to the rank of title Douluo. She was merely a soul Douluo, despite her remarkable talent allowing her to fight beyond her level. It was impossible for her to suppress Douluo. Douluo explained, "There is a matter that requires the personal adjudication of the 7 elders. I hope the Pope will comprehend." Bibi Dong, though filled with reluctance, recognized she had no choice. She understood that Douluo was astute and aware of the current circumstances. She also noticed his disdain for the worship hall, seldom bringing it up in her presence. However, the fact that he mentioned it now suggested that there was indeed something significant at hand. The 7 esteemed offerings, taken aback by the invitation, pondered in unison. Why would that madwoman Bibi Dong summon the 7 of us? Surely, her intentions are nefarious. Nevertheless, they did not decline the invitation. For how could a mere soul Douluo like Bibi Dong contend with 7 unparalleled Douluo? If confrontations were to arise, it would be impossible for her to vanquish them. Subsequently, The 7 arrived at the papal hall, each finding their own seat to settle in. Upon taking their seats, the formidable Mo inquired directly, "Bibi Dong, do you tell us the purpose of your summons for our 7? Bibi Dong merely responded, "It is not I who called you, but Elder Douluo who summoned you 7. The 7 esteemed offerings exchanged glances, contemplating, has Douluo lost his senses, daring to summon us, the 7 revered? Shortly thereafter, Elder Douluo entered, trembling slightly, and began. Esteemed offerings, it is not my intention to instruct you, but rather that of Shao Tian. Upon hearing the name Shao Tian, the 7 offerings immediately deduced whom she referred to, their expression swiftly transforming into one of indifference. As Douluo observed the changing expressions of the 7 esteemed offerings, he silently mused, judging by the demeanor of the 7 great offerings, it seems that Shao Tianjin has indeed secured his position as the young master's boyfriend. Well, this is established. He will truly be someone not to be trifled with in the future. Subsequently, Douluo recounted all of Li Tianyu's conveyed messages. Once he finished his recitation, Douluo promptly made his exit, fully aware that revealing such matters would inevitably provoke the ire of the 8 present, particularly that of a certain grand offering. The simultaneous eruption of soul power from the 8 individuals left all soul masters within the spirit city in profound shock. The intensity extending throughout the entirety of the spirit city and beyond. Dauluo coldly inquired, "Where is that foul insect?" Upon witnessing the eruption of fury from the 8, Douluo remarked, "As for the imprisonment, Shao Tian has stated that he cannot oversee this matter. Thus it shall be entrusted to the 7 offerings and His Holiness the Pope for judgment." Dauluo coldly responded, "What use is the answer? Should I provide it?" Upon hearing this, Douluo broke into a cold sweat and hastily replied, "This subordinate understands. I shall attend to it immediately." Upon returning to the spirit city, Li Tianyu and Qian Renshiwei were met with a cacophony of sounds. Miles, as the sub-chancellor of the spirit hall, had committed numerous heinous acts, including the abduction of innocent women, and today he was sentenced to death. Ultimately, Miles met a gruesome fate, being subjected to the torturous punishment of 1,000 cuts. As Li Tianyu and Qian Renshiwei beheld the scene, they did not perceive it as particularly cruel. After all, cruelty is always relative. For a fallen individual, no degree of cruelty is excessive. The duo cast only a brief glance before continuing their journey towards the Hall of Offerings. Chapter 27. Opportunities in the City of Slaughter. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, Dauluo inquired, "Shuer, little Tian, I often refrain from allowing you to disclose your identities to resolve most matters as a means of training. However, with this group of vile insects, there is no need for leniency. Next time, simply reveal your identities." Li Tianyu and Qian Renshiwei nodded in agreement. Dauluo continued, "Both of you have now attained the rank of Soul Emperor. The next level is Soul Sage, which marks a significant boundary for Soul Masters. It is a crucial juncture, and I do not recommend that you attempt to leap from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage using the black gold token to channel your soul power. It is best to adhere to conventional cultivation methods to ensure a solid foundation." Li Tianyu and Qian Renshiwei had no objections, acknowledging the truth in Dauluo's words. As a significant demarcation for Soul Masters, it was prudent to cultivate in the most traditional manner to ensure robust progress. Seeing their consensus, Dauluo felt reassured. Over the years, he had learned that rapid growth in soul power is not necessarily beneficial. Although Li Tianyu had ensured the stability of his soul power and reinforced his foundation multiple times, Dauluo preferred a cautious approach, urging them to cultivate normally. Li Tianyu then expressed, "Grandfather Qian, I wish to visit the City of Slaughter." Just as Dauluo was about to respond, Qian Renshiwei interjected, "Brother Tianyu, do you even know what the City of Slaughter is? It is a haven for the wicked, where soul techniques cannot be employed. A few years ago, a malevolent soul master known as a title Douluo hailed from that very city. Where do you intend to go?" Observing the concern etched on Qian Renshiwei's face, Li Tianyu thought, "This girl, when dealing with those she dislikes or is unfamiliar with, always wears a mask of indifference. A stark contrast to her demeanor towards those she cares for." Breaking his train of thought, Li Tianyu replied, "Shui, I have been living in the Hall of Offerings, growing somewhat complacent. A journey to the City of Slaughter would be a fitting rite of passage for a soul master, allowing me to gain experience and subsequently cultivate my heart. Moreover, my black gold token has been restless of late, often conjuring fragmented images in my mind, all pointing towards the City of Slaughter. This time, it seems different from my previous encounters with Xingtian and the others. It appears connected to my martial soul." Qian Renshiwei remained contemplative, while Dauluo stated, "I have no objections. While soul techniques are prohibited in the City of Slaughter, you may still utilize your domain. Given your abilities, you are likely to excel there. However, I am concerned that you might act recklessly. Li Tianyu assured him, Grandfather Qian. I am not foolish enough to challenge a title Douluo. My primary objective is to explore the connection between the City of Slaughter and my martial soul. He was already aware of the origins of the black gold token and the identity of the city, having previously ascended there, and was merely trying to placate Douluo. Douluo pressed further, Speak candidly, little Tian. What do you believe is the connection between your martial soul and the City of Slaughter, based solely on your intuition? Li Tianyu replied, I have a feeling that my martial soul is incomplete, as if something vital is missing. The City of Slaughter seems to hold the key to completing my martial soul. Douluo paused, contemplating a missing element, an incomplete martial soul. I am aware that the only known method on the continent to achieve a second awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline is to restore its completeness. However, your case involves a divine artifact, which is not directly comparable to ordinary martial souls, so we cannot draw definitive conclusions. Li Tianyu nodded, recognizing his current uncertainty. Douluo did not dwell further on the matter, simply stating, Go, and with the unique nature of your domain, you should have no trouble excelling. It is crucial to clarify your connection with the City of Slaughter. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement, and both turned their attention to Qian Ruxue. She had been listening intently and, after thoughtful consideration, finally said, Brother Tianyu, you may go, but you must promise to return alive. Li Tianyu smiled and nodded in response. Subsequently, he set off for the City of Slaughter. Initially, Douluo contemplated whether to have Bibi Dong accompany him, but due to the resonance of the black gold token, Li Tianyu instinctively knew the location of the City of Slaughter, so Bibi Dong was not called upon. 5 days later, Li Tianyu found himself seated in a tavern, surrounded by a group of debauched men consuming unknown substances. At that moment, a nearby server approached and inquired, May I offer you a drink? Li Tianyu, ignoring the question, replied directly, The City of Slaughter is here, is it not? The server paused for a moment, then responded, To enter the City of Slaughter, one must partake of a Bloody Mary. Li Tianyu then asked, What if I choose not to? The server replied firmly, That is the rule. Li Tianyu scoffed in response. Rules? Since when has the City of Slaughter adhered to rules? At this moment, several burly men seated nearby rose to their feet, bursting into hearty laughter as they exclaimed, Where did this fledgling come from? Not even daring to sip a Bloody Mary. Ha ha. Li Tianyu, with a chilling demeanor, inquired once more, Pray tell, does the City of Slaughter truly lie beneath us? The few burly men boldly proclaimed, Before you descend, let us first see if you possess the ability. The remaining men then revealed their soul rings and launched an attack. Li Tianyu, however, dismissed them with disdain and summoned his first soul skill, Judgment Order. 18 tokens materialized abruptly, hurtling toward the men. Each strike pierced through their chests, shattering their hearts. Li Tianyu gazed at the lifeless bodies before him, devoid of any sympathy. After all, the majority who entered the City of Slaughter were wicked soul masters, and he harbored no affection for such a group. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the servant who lay collapsed on the ground. Upon meeting Li Tianyu's gaze, the servant hastily uttered, My lord, yet before he could finish, a token swiftly penetrated his heart. Li Tianyu then kicked the servant aside, crushing the floor beneath him. In his heart, he vowed, In the City of Slaughter, the enmity between the King of Slaughter and myself must be settled. With that, Li Tianyu leapt downwards. Upon descending further, Li Tianyu initially believed that, as in the original narrative, he would be required to face a challenge due to a breach of rules before gaining entry. To his surprise, however, he was directly bestowed with a token. This unexpected turn of events left him momentarily astonished. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he reasoned, I am the inheritor of the Azura God, and the City of Slaughter is, after all, the realm where the Azura God ascended. There must linger some vestige of divine will. Should he truly perish here, the fate of the Slaughter King would undoubtedly become uncertain. Naturally, if he were to be killed in a conventional manner, the Azura God would certainly refrain from intervening. However, if there exists a rationale for the Azura God to take action, it would be prudent for me to minimize any provocation. Upon entering the City of Carnage, he encountered a woman clad in black attire. She greeted him, saying, Welcome to the City of Carnage, a paradise of sin. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Tianyu interjected, No need to elaborate. I am already well aware. The woman in black offered no further comment and simply accompanied him. Li Tianyu proceeded directly to the inner city, where upon his arrival, he activated the realm of black gold. A deluge of information flooded his senses. Yet all of it pertained to malevolence. After all, at this moment, no one else was attempting to seize control of the realm of slaughter. In essence, Every inhabitant of the city of Carnage, save for him, was a malevolent soul master. Subsequently, Li Tianyu inquired of the woman beside him, "What are the requirements to enter the slaughter arena and participate in the contest?" The woman replied, "A Bloody Mary." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu employed his domain ability, Judgment, and swiftly eliminated a malevolent soul master, transforming him into a Bloody Mary. He then presented it to the woman in black, asking, "Is this sufficient?" The woman gazed at the scene before her, momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly composed herself and led him to the slaughter arena. Li Tianyu refrained from unnecessary conversation and promptly entered the arena. As he stepped into the slaughter arena, his first match commenced. Upon his entrance, the multitude of fallen souls upon the stage erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "This little child can hardly be 12 years old. And yet he dares to venture into the city of slaughter. Truly, he knows not the meaning of mortality." However, Li Tianyu paid no heed to the raucous assembly. Instead, he unfurled the realm of black gold, enveloping the arena of carnage, and swiftly concluded the battle with the domain skill, Judgment, in a mere second. Everyone was left in astonishment. In an instant, the entire assembly was cleared. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? The king of slaughter, lurking in the shadows, was not the least bit surprised. He had been forewarned by the god of Azura not to entertain any treacherous thoughts. Thus he took the liberty of investigating Li Tianyu's identity. From the mark upon his brow, he deduced that Li Tianyu was the successor of the god of Azura, endowed with the ability to directly judge the weight of sin within his domain. In other words, Li Tianyu's arrival in the city of slaughter was destined to be a massacre once his domain was unleashed. Even the combined forces of all the malevolent soul masters might not prevail against him. The only recourse would be to exhaust his soul power. Yet such a strategy would likely result in catastrophic losses within the city of slaughter. Standing upon the stage, Li Tianyu subsequently withdrew, only to re-enter shortly after, all the while awaiting the rankings while diligently cultivating his soul power. Concurrently, he expanded the realm of black gold to guard against any potential ambush. Thus commenced a repetitive cycle. 3.5 months later, the god of judgment declared his 90th victory. The referee proclaimed from the center of the arena. Upon hearing this, the fallen on the stage couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine, particularly after the arrival of Li Tianyu in the city of slaughter during the early Qing dynasty. They were further alarmed as he achieved an astounding 90 consecutive victories in just 3.5 months. Was it possible for his terror to escalate any further? Li Tianyu, however, maintained an impassive expression before departing from the arena of carnage. Turning our attention to the Slaughter King, a dark-clad woman entwined herself around him, saying, "My lord, if you truly fear that he may pose a threat to our city of slaughter." Upon hearing this, the Slaughter King unleashed a formidable aura of dread, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea who stands behind that young man? If he were to meet a natural demise, I might be unharmed, but should I intervene, my life would be forfeit." The dark-clad woman was sent reeling, blood trickling from her lips. Yet, upon hearing his words, she slowly regained her footing and approached the Slaughter King, saying, "It was my folly. I failed to contemplate the consequences." The Slaughter King's wrath began to subside, for her words had indeed provoked him. To pursue Li Tianyu would be akin to inviting the Shura God to descend and slay him. What? You speak of divine regulations? The Shura God turns a blind eye to most deities, so in the end, many gods will not pursue the Shura God too vehemently. Moreover, the Shura God eliminating a Slaughter King holds no significance for them. In their eyes, the Slaughter King is merely a soul beast, and his demise would be welcomed. Even the deity of destruction, known for adhering to rules, would likely not be overly stringent in this case. If it were a mortal being, perhaps destruction would take umbrage. But the death of a soul beast would hardly be of concern. Returning to Li Tianyu, during his 3 months in the city of slaughter, he discovered that his murderous intent had intensified remarkably. Utilizing the black gold token, he found he could temper this intent. He had also employed the token to absorb the minute toxins present in the air of the city. When combined with the Shura power he siphoned from the Silver Dragon King, this concoction rendered the Shura power even more ferocious while amplifying its potency. Consequently, Li Tianyu fervently analyzed the origins of Shura power, yet ultimately yielded no fruitful results, deciding to postpone further study for the time being. His greatest vexation during these days remained the matter concerning the Slaughter King. To eliminate the Slaughter King, it is fair to say, was not an insurmountable task for the current Li Tianyu. It was not merely his own formidable prowess that would enable him to best the Slaughter King, but rather the Shura power stored within the black gold token, which, when unleashed as a formidable assault, would make the act of slaying the Slaughter King exceedingly trivial. The pressing dilemma lay in the aftermath of the Slaughter King's demise. Who would govern the city of slaughter thereafter? Without proper management, the city would descend into chaos, potentially unleashing a horde of malevolent soul masters upon the continent, a threat of grave proportions. The annihilation of the city was inconceivable. As exemplified by the case of Douluo, the destruction of the city would merely allow malevolent soul masters to wreak havoc across the land. The city could serve as a vast prison for these wicked beings, making its obliteration unfeasible. After all, Tang San's actions revealed that even if one were to eradicate the soul masters within the inner city, those from the outer city would likely escape. And even in a scenario where all were vanquished, the outside world would become a refuge for them, leading to further devastation of the populace. Li Tianyu pondered deeply for a considerable time, and after much deliberation, he decided to spare the Slaughter King's life for the moment. He reflected, "My previous decision was indeed reckless. I was solely focused on avenging the old man Wan. In hindsight, I must postpone my intentions." A couple of days later, the announcer exclaimed, 100 victories. The God of Judgment has achieved 100 victories. The assembly of malevolent soul masters was utterly astonished. After all, they had encountered the God of Death before, yet it usually required a year and a half to achieve such feats. To accomplish this in nearly 4 months, was that even humanly possible? To achieve such a swift completion in 4 months would necessitate an extraordinary pace, akin to annihilating opponents in the arena daily, followed promptly by registration for the next challenge. Regrettably, Li Tianyu was precisely that kind of individual. The King of Slaughter found himself at a loss. After all, he could not lay a hand on the heir of the Azure God. He could only emerge to offer his congratulations. God of Judgment, I commend you on your successful completion of the 100 victories. However, Li Tianyu did not grant the King of Slaughter a courteous response, stating directly, to attain the domain of the God of Death, I must traverse the path of hell. The King of Slaughter's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Indeed, he had never encountered anyone in the entire city of Slaughter who dared to treat him with such disrespect, particularly someone who had yet to attain the domain of the God of Death. Nevertheless, contemplating the formidable background of Li Tianyu, the Azure God, he pondered whether he could afford to provoke him. Furthermore, considering Li Tianyu's future spouse, the angel god, an adversary to all malevolent soul masters, it was evident that he could not afford to offend the entire family. Thus, the King of Slaughter could only force a smile and respond, "Then please proceed." Subsequently, the lives of all the onlookers, the fallen, were extinguished, their blood opening the gateway to the path of hell. Li Tianyu descended without hesitation. 5 minutes later, he was relieved to find that he had not slumbered too long. Otherwise, the rising yellow springs below would have spelled his doom. Li Tianyu, indeed, took an unconventional path. He summoned the black gold token, subsequently magnifying it. Emulating the art of sword flight, he stepped onto the black gold token and ascended directly into the sky. In his heart, Li Tianyu could not help but silently express his gratitude to the sword Douluo. As he soared through the air for approximately 3 minutes, a multitude of bats suddenly emerged, charging towards Li Tianyu. Observing this spectacle, Li Tianyu could not help but chuckle. He then let the black gold token descend onto the path of the underworld, subsequently directing its power to confront the swarm of bats. The immense black gold token left a desolate path in its wake, causing countless bats to perish in their futile assault. Li Tianyu then unleashed the black gold domain while simultaneously locating the position of the dark gold three-headed bat king. Abruptly, information regarding the dark gold three-headed bat king flooded his mind. Utilizing the precise coordinates imparted by the black gold token, Li Tianyu chose to circumvent the confrontation. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle with the dark gold three-headed bat king, as it seemed futile. Instead, he preferred to simply take flight with the aid of the black gold token. The dark golden three-headed bat king, however, harbored no such intentions, charging directly towards Li Tianyu, the one responsible for the demise of his countless subjects. Observing the dark golden three-headed bat king, Li Tianyu could not help but think to himself, "It seems I cannot evade this confrontation." With that realization, he leaped once more onto the path of the underworld, wielding the black gold token to strike at the dark golden three-headed bat king. The black gold token had severed the bat king's heads countless times before. Yet due to the creature's unique nature, it could not be entirely vanquished unless all heads were simultaneously beheaded. This predicament left Li Tianyu in a state of considerable frustration. Ultimately, he made the painful decision to release a portion of the immense soul power stored within the black gold token, directing it towards the 3 heads of the Bat King. In a resounding explosion, all 3 heads were obliterated. Following this, he ascended into the air upon the black gold token. In the second level, the 10 solar serpents, being incapable of flight, could not even approach Li Tianyu, who, in turn, displayed no interest in them. As for the inner core of the 10 solar serpents, he had no regard for it whatsoever. To speak of it in another light, who in the offering hall would require such a core? And as for the notion of causing trouble for Tang San, one must prioritize survival over vexing others. It is far wiser to depart this treacherous place at the earliest opportunity. Regarding the third level's 9-headed Bat King, the harbinger of massacre, Li Tianyu's journey through the path of hell was, in essence, merely a single challenge. Consequently, he soared forth from the path of hell, escaping the city of slaughter with resolute determination. Upon escaping the city of slaughter, Li Tianyu acquired the domain of the god of death. At that moment, the black gold token inexplicably underwent a transformation. Observing this scene, Li Tianyu murmured, "The second awakening of the martial soul?" Countless murderous intents surged towards the black gold token. After 3 minutes, the token altered, its patterns becoming increasingly intricate. Simultaneously, Li Tianyu underwent a metamorphosis as well, with his martial soul fully awakening. Akin to Tang San's awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor, Li Tianyu's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. He had become strikingly handsome and exuded an aura that discouraged approach, reminiscent of a cold, distant judge. This was not the end of it. A voice resonated within Li Tianyu's mind, announcing the awakening of his second martial soul, the Shura Bloodsword. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu promptly stowed away the black gold token, and another martial soul ignited, the Shura Bloodsword. Li Tianyu couldn't help but marvel at the richness of his gains over the past 3 months. However, everything felt rather abrupt. He decided to return to the Hall of Offering and organize these newfound elements. Subsequently, Li Tianyu soared towards the Hall of Offering in the Martial Soul City. Chapter 28, The Tribunal. Li Tianyu glided back to the Hall of Offering upon his black gold token. Upon entering the realm of the Spirit Hall, the angelic spirit of Douluo, residing within the Offering Hall, stirred restlessly, resonating with an extraordinary intensity. Douluo, observing this spectacle, couldn't help but feel astonished, contemplating. To elicit such a profound resonance from the six-winged angel, the spirit's caliber must at least match, if not surpass, that of the six-winged angel itself. He then pondered the possible candidates. Xiao Tian seemed unlikely, although he claimed to have ventured to the land of slaughter, potentially augmenting his spirit, and according to his assertions, his spirit's origin was a divine artifact. Surpassing the six-winged angel would not be surprising. However, it seemed rather improbable for him to return so swiftly. Even Bibi Dong took over a year to come back. And despite Xiao Tian's domain being particularly effective against evil soul masters, it was hard to believe he could return in less than 4 months. While Douluo was lost in thought, the grand doors of the offering hall swung open, revealing a white-haired man. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then regarded the newcomer with hostility. The evil soul masters, known for their practice of devouring the life essence of others, often bore white hair due to their excessive bloodshed. While some may have been born with white hair, Douluo remained uncertain of this man's identity, harboring a flicker of animosity. As Li Tianyu observed the scene before him, he mused to himself that it seemed there had been some changes in appearance, indicating a slight growth. He then promptly addressed, "Grandpa Qian, it's me, Xiao Tian." Douluo paused momentarily, taken aback, before quickly responding, "Prove it." Having heard of Li Tianyu, Douluo was aware that a malevolent spirit master could potentially forge an identity. Thus the need for verification. Li Tianyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, revealed the black gold token. Upon seeing the token, Douluo felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Although the black gold token had evolved and appeared slightly different, its overall design remained recognizable. However, out of caution, Douluo was about to speak when Li Tianyu presented the offering decree from the offering hall. Upon seeing it, Douluo was completely assured of the visitor's identity and remarked, "Xiao Tian, you returned quite swiftly." Li Tianyu smiled and nodded, replying, "It's merely good fortune. Had it not been for my domain, the malevolent spirit master would not have allowed such a rapid return." Douluo countered, "What good fortune is there? The fact that you could return so quickly is remarkable, far superior to that old fellow Tang Chen. I heard that Tang Chen once ventured to the city of slaughter in search of the divine test and took over half a year." Continuing, Douluo inquired, "Xiao Tian, has your martial soul been fully restored? And what of your appearance?" Li Tianyu answered directly, "My martial soul has been restored, and it is precisely due to this restoration that my appearance has changed. But tell me, Grandpa Qian, what is your impression of my current visage?" After pondering for a moment, Douluo replied, in simple terms, "You are as handsome as I am, albeit with certain distinctions." Li Tianyu silently scoffed, "Truly? You are as vain as ever." However, he refrained from elaborating further and asked, "What distinctions?" Douluo responded, "Generally, I am quite indifferent to others except for my family, which is simply my nature. Yet you are unique. You emanate an innate aura that repels strangers, a natural coldness that gives the impression of a judge. Listening to Qian Dalu's description, Li Tianyu reflected. The portrayal seemed accurate, as the Shura god, being the deity of slaughter and judgment, inherently conveys an aura of coldness and remoteness, as well as the demeanor of a judge. Li Tianyu then continued, Grandpa Qian, there is one more matter I wish to discuss. Qian Daluo inquired, what is it? Li Tianyu stated, I have awakened a second martial soul. Qian Daluo responded with astonishment. Did I hear you correctly? You have awakened a second martial soul. As far as I know, the awakening period for a martial soul begins at 6 years of age, and you awakened it after that? Li Tianyu explained, Grandpa Qian. There is indeed a method to attain a second martial soul, though it is rather demanding. Qian Daluo, intrigued yet cautious, pressed for details. Fully aware of what possessing twin martial souls signifies, the potential to become a soul master with a complete 10,000-year soul ring, or even more extravagantly, a 100,000-year soul ring. Listening to Li Tianyu's words, it seemed that, secondly, martial souls could be artificially cultivated. Observing the eager gaze of Qian Daluo, Li Tianyu recounted the method through which Wei Yuhao obtained his second martial soul in the second season of Douluo, explaining the underlying principles. Qian Daluo felt somewhat disheartened, as this notion inevitably implied the sacrifice of soul beasts, which Gu Yuna would surely oppose. Nevertheless, Qian Daluo inquired, what about your twin martial souls, young Tian? Li Tianyu replied, they are different, Grandfather Qian. My twin martial souls stem from my bloodline, naturally completing upon awakening. I am a successor of the divine, and my second martial soul is derived from the divine artifact known as the Shura Bloodsword. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolia's expression turned envious, and he mused, a successor? A successor, truly perplexing to be continually referred to as such. Although Poseidon has long since found his heart's desire, should I have the chance to ascend to divinity, I would at least be able to contend. Yet, with talent, I am destined to fall short of Tangqian. However, when he thought of his granddaughter and her future husband, he found solace. That old rascal Tangqian, a solitary figure, cannot compare to my granddaughter and her partner. Together, even if they ascend to godhood, there would undoubtedly be no match for me. Of course, such shameless thoughts remained unspoken. They were merely a fleeting indulgence in his mind. At that moment, the 6 revered ones also arrived swiftly. The commotion caused by Qian Daluo resonating with Li Tianyu's martial soul was too significant to overlook. After all, the sudden appearance of such a formidable angel was impossible to ignore. Thus, the 6 revered ones hastened to assess the situation. Initially, upon seeing the white-haired Li Tianyu, they harbored a certain degree of hostility, as they were well aware of the fact that many evil soul masters had white hair, having dealt with them on numerous occasions. Observing the animosity on the faces of the 6 revered ones, Qian Daluo surmised their sentiments and proceeded to elucidate the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his explanation, the 6 revered ones collectively exclaimed in exasperation, how can this young man be so fortunate? Could he be one of those fabled individuals favored by destiny? Li Tianyu's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he retorted, it's not that remarkable, it's merely a twin martial soul. The celestial one among the 6, incensed, exclaimed, what do you mean merely? Young man, if you don't cherish it, you could bestow it upon a 6. Li Tianyu quickly responded, that is impossible. It is bound to my artifact and cannot be shared. Qian Daluo intervened, seeking to pacify the situation and prevent any discord between the 6 revered ones and Li Tianyu. Subsequently, Li Tianyu scanned his surroundings and curiously inquired, Grandfather Qian, where is Xu Xue? She usually resides in the hall of worship. She has gone to the Pope's abode, has she? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolia's demeanor shifted dramatically as he replied, Xiao Xue has been rather jealous lately. She has been frequenting the Pope's hall, and when we asked her what was amiss, she simply responded that a vixen has taken her mother away. Li Tianyu pondered to himself, could it be Hulaina? He began to recall that during this period, Hulaina had indeed awakened her martial soul, possibly revealing her talents and being favored as Bibi Dong's direct disciple. Might it be that Qian Rinxue, feeling her mother's affection stolen, had grown envious and sought to bully Hulaina? With this in mind, Li Tianyu promptly asked, where did Xiao Xue go? Qian Daluo pointed in a direction, and Li Tianyu immediately summoned his martial soul to soar toward it. As Li Tianyu reached a certain proximity, Qian Rinxue's 6-winged angel martial soul suddenly reacted. The 6-winged golden-armored angel martial soul, to put it awkwardly, will henceforth be referred to simply as the 6-winged angel, as it is a more melodious term. Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. After all, For her own martial soul to exhibit such a vigorous response indicated it was a divine-level martial soul. Among the entirety of the spirit hall, aside from her, only one other possessed a divine-level martial soul. Reflecting on this, Qian Rinxue gazed joyfully towards the source of that aura. Shortly thereafter, Li Tianyu arrived at Qian Rinxue's location and leapt down. As Qian Rinxue gazed upon the transformed Li Tianyu, she was momentarily taken aback. After all, his beauty had soared to new heights following the complete restoration of his martial soul bloodline. However, her surprise was fleeting. Once she was certain that the newcomer could not be Li Tianyu, she inquired, "Who are you?" With a smile, Li Tianyu responded, "Xiaoxue, have you truly forgotten me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue retorted fiercely, "Who do you think you are? Only my parents, grandfather, and the 6 esteemed elders may call me Xiaoxue." Before she could finish her statement, Li Tianyu interjected, "Li Tianyu," as he produced the token of reverence and displayed the black gold medallion of his martial soul. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue's expression transformed into one of joy as she exclaimed, "Brother Tianyu, you have finally returned." Li Tianyu, looking at Qian Rinxue, could not help but smile. The cold demeanor he often presented to the world appeared to melt away, replaced by a warmth that radiated from within. In that moment, the perpetually icy visage of Qian Rinxue revealed a rare smile. Subsequently, Li Tianyu recounted all that had transpired to her. Qian Rinxue, her face aglow with joy, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Brother Tianyu, on becoming the 3rd dual martial soul in the history of Douluo continent." Li Tianyu, feeling the weight of humility, should have responded modestly. He then inquired, "Little Shui, are you going below?" Her expression shifted slightly as she replied, "I am going to deal with a certain vixen." Li Tianyu, with a hint of resignation, asked, "Is that girl named Hulaina?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue expressed her astonishment, "Brother Tianyu, you've only just returned. How do you know about her?" Li Tianyu explained, "I heard from Grandfather Qian about your recent activities, so I conducted an investigation. In the Black Gold domain, information is readily accessible." Qian Rinxue nodded in acknowledgement and said, "So, Brother Tianyu, you are here to counsel me, correct?" Li Tianyu affirmed, "Indeed." Qian Rinxue, slightly displeased, retorted, "Why should I? Brother Tianyu, what right does that vixen have to possess a maternal love that I have never experienced? Why? In what way am I inferior to that fox?" Li Tianyu began to ponder. In terms of talent, Qian Rinxue outshone Hulaina. In capability, Qian Rinxue surpassed Hulaina. In appearance, Qian Rinxue was more striking than Hulaina. In background, Qian Rinxue held the upper hand over Hulaina. It seemed that Hulaina truly could not compete with Qian Rinxue. However, the question remained, how could he dissuade Qian Rinxue? He could not possibly disclose the truth of her origins, for that would surely lead to her retreating into herself, and she would undoubtedly face the wrath of Qian Douluo. Thus, Li Tianyu resolved to alter his approach and refrained from a direct answer. Instead, he inquired, "So, Little Shui, do you intend to teach her a lesson?" Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Li Tianyu continued, "Well, she is merely a fox, and you need not concern yourself so deeply. She cannot usurp your maternal love, for your mother is willing to sacrifice everything for you." Qian Rinxue responded, "Brother Tianyu, I am aware of this, yet witnessing that fox monopolizing maternal affection is quite upsetting." Li Tianyu, resigned, suggested, "How about this, Little Shui? Wait for her to grow. At that point, you can use your strength to confront her. After all, since your mother holds her in such regard, she will undoubtedly seek to elevate her to the position of saintess. Then, you may teach that fox a lesson." Li Tianyu understood one thing clearly. It was best to allow Qian Rinxue to pursue what she desired, as even in the actions of an ordinary person, there are matters that may be unpleasant but must be addressed, all within the bounds of morality and law. In due time, during the saintess selection, there would be a legitimate opportunity for Qian Rinxue to confront Hulaina. It was imperative that Qian Rinxue not provoke unnecessary trouble, lest it further strain the mother-daughter relationship. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Li Tianyu, Qian Rinxue reluctantly acquiesced to his proposal. During the saintess selection, she would take action against Hulaina, albeit with restraint. After all, it would be rather awkward to bully a girl who was 4 years her junior. Furthermore, Li Tianyu recounted Hulaina's background, which instilled in Qian Rinxue a sense of guilt. Nevertheless, Hulaina was to receive a lesson, for she had indeed encroached upon Qian Rinxue's maternal affection. The distinction would merely lie in the severity of the reprimand. Under Li Tianyu's counsel, Qian Rinxue decided against pursuing further conflict with Hulaina at that moment and instead returned to the Hall of Offerings. The two individuals also activated their martial souls and soared back to the offering hall to make their selections. Standing outside the Grand Hall, Observing the swift approach of the two figures, one couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, though I would rather not admit my superficiality, today I concede that appearances do hold significance. Little Tian, this young lad's looks are undeniably impressive. However, one must ponder whether such striking beauty might bring about complications. No. I shall have to keep a watchful eye on him in the coming days to prevent any romantic entanglements. Upon returning to the worship hall, Qian Dalu directly addressed Li Tianyu. Little Tian, young Wudi inquired about the negotiations regarding your medicinal garden. How did it fare? With a bitter expression, Li Tianyu replied, Alas. The discussions fell through. They were unwilling to agree. Qian Dalu, upon hearing this, exhibited little surprise. Li Tianyu continued, Please inform Elder Yang that if entry becomes necessary, he may reach out to me. Qian Dalu promptly dispatched someone to relay this message to Yang Wudi. After learning of the situation, Yang Wudi felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his spirits. After all, such a precious land should not be accessed haphazardly, and he was content to have the opportunity to enter when needed. The messenger's words hinted at a possibility of future access. Returning to the worship hall, Qian Dalu remarked to Li Tianyu, Your current strength rivals that of a soul sage. Though we initially agreed to formalize your position upon reaching that level, it seems reasonable to expedite the process. Thus, choose those you deem fit and bring them to your residence, but do refrain from excessive indulgence. Li Tianyu inquired, What about Elder Yang Wudi, Elder Bai He, and Elder Nyogao? Are they acceptable? Qian Dalu nodded affirmatively. Li Tianyu pressed on, And my 3 lifelong bodyguards, are they permitted? Qian Dalu responded, Naturally. They're no issue. Li Tianyu refrained from further discussion, and Qian Dalu, observing that Li Tianyu had stated his conditions, said, Proceed to inform the Yu clan to begin constructing your residence. Also, regarding Douluo, since he was brought along by you, he shall serve as the nominal elder of this establishment. Li Tianyu nodded and then asked, Grandfather Qian, what shall we call this institution? Qian Dalu pondered briefly before suggesting, How about the Institute of Investigation? Li Tianyu rolled his eyes, retorting, Am I to preside over trials or act as a detective? Thus, the two embarked on a profound discussion regarding the name, with the elder's suggestions lacking distinctiveness and the younger's being overly whimsical. Eventually, Qian Rinxue, unable to endure any longer, interjected, Grandfather, it's just a name. I think we should simply call it the Court of Judgment. Both men found merit in this name, as it encapsulated the essence of judgment and decision-making. Of course, a significant reason for their agreement was the desire to end the debate over such a trivial matter. Subsequently, Li Tianyu excused himself to seek out the leaders of the 3 major clans, while Qian Dalu sent word to Douluo. Qian Rinxue contemplated her own lack of engagements for the day at the worship hall, thus she decided to accompany Li Tianyu in his quest to find the clan leaders. Chapter 29, 6 years later, The Pursuit of Tang Hao. 6 years later, Bibi Dong had achieved the original configuration of her character, and, as anticipated, the mother of Xiao Wu had passed away. The Court of Judgment was established over the course of 2 months, primarily comprising the Min clan, the Pa clan, and the Yu clan. Following its establishment, the first batch of soul-guiding devices was completed, making Li Tianyu's Court of Judgment the inaugural testing ground for some self-defense systems. The overall results were promising, much to the delight of the Yu clan, though a warning had been issued regarding the potential leakage of sensitive information. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, during a visit, Li Tianyu encountered the newly born Emperor Beast, the Divine Beast King Shoer, being captured by members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Without hesitation, he intervened, recognizing that the demise of such an auspicious creature would be detrimental to the forest. Li Tianyu initially considered eliminating the disciples, confident they would not recognize him, but upon sensing the presence of the Emperor Beast, Ditian responded with lethal force upon spotting the humans. Later, when Li Tianyu sought an audience with Guyuna, she agreed to his request to allow Yang Wudi to use the ice and fire Tuinai as a medicinal garden, citing Li Tianyu's rescue of the Emperor Beast as her rationale. Her decision was primarily influenced by her covert observations over the years, confirming that Yang Wudi was solely devoted to alchemy and posed no threat of overreach. Li Tianyu promptly expressed his gratitude and then made another request. Although Guyuna initially intended to decline, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, Li Tianyu's request was merely to meet several fierce beasts, particularly the Snow Empress. Guyuna led him to visit the various beasts, and during the visits, Li Tianyu candidly pointed out the Snow Empress's critical injury and its cause. The Snow Empress, taken aback, realized that a mere human could discern the essence of a soul core, which was a concept virtually unknown in this timeline. Li Tianyu merely smiled and offered, If I assist you in restoring your soul core, Will you assist me with a favor in return? The Snow Empress readily agreed. Recognizing that few matters could surpass the significance of life, her source being damaged without recovery would surely lead to her demise in the next tribulation. Subsequently, Li Tianyu guided the Snow Empress to the location of the Eternal Ice Essence, where a certain large flesh worm had already been discovered. Upon seeing the worm, Douluo immediately took it as a supplement, while the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was bewildered, questioning how it had been unexpectedly located by the Snow Empress. Moreover, who was this silver-haired woman? As the Snow Empress gazed upon the eternal ice marrow within the cavern, she inwardly cursed, heavenly dream. Simultaneously, Li Tianyu summoned a trace of Shura, channeling divine energy into a restorative skill, coupled with the consumption of the eternal ice marrow. This allowed the Snow Empress to achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang, restoring her essence and significantly enhancing her power. Once her essence was fully restored, the Snow Empress glanced at Li Tianyu and declared, "I shall not go back on my word, but I have my own conditions. I refuse to hunt soul beasts. I shall not engage in any actions that betray the soul beast realm." Li Tianyu reassured her, "Fear not, Sister Snow Empress, your demands are not unreasonable. Simply share with me the method to condense the soul core." Though slightly perplexed, the Snow Empress complied. After Li Tianyu analyzed the information with the black gold token and prepared to depart, she inquired, "Is it not possible for our master to teach you? Why must it be me?" Li Tianyu responded cautiously, "Lady Guyunna does not consent, so I have no choice but to seek your guidance." The Snow Empress, left speechless, felt somewhat like a mere backup option. However, a gentleman values actions over intentions, regardless of her motives. The willingness to assist warranted a debt of gratitude. Li Tianyu, opting not to linger in conversation with the Snow Empress, swiftly returned and relayed the method to condense the soul core to the 7 revered elders. Notably, all 7 had only managed to condense 2 cores, which did not surprise Li Tianyu. After all, those who could condense 3 were none other than the likes of Emperor Tian and Hui Yuhao, geniuses who dominated an era. Among the 7 revered elders, perhaps only Qian Daolu could be likened to them. He was nearly synonymous with invincibility in his time, though he had 2 others by his side. Comparatively, he could not match the prowess of Hui Yuhao and Emperor Tian, thus only achieving the condensation of 2 cores. As the inheritor of the Azure God, Li Tianyu naturally condensed 3, just as Qian Rinxue did the same. Previously, there was a dedicated mention of Qian Rinxue's talent, which one can refer back to. Subsequently, Li Tianyu informed Yang Wudi about the affairs of the medicinal garden, which caused Yang Wudi to feel an overwhelming joy, almost leaping with excitement. Meanwhile, concerning Bai He, due to the enhancement provided by soul guiding devices, his clan's strength significantly increased, and witnessing the terrifying might of the 6th-level soul guiding cannon, comparable to an attack from a soul emperor or soul sage, filled him with elation. Turning to Douluo, 6 years had passed, and his granddaughter, Douluo, was now approximately 10 or 11 years old. With Qian Daolia's permission, Douluo also enrolled Douluo in the Spirit Hall Academy. Due to her innate consumption of a celestial herb, Douluo possesses slightly superior talents compared to her original portrayal, even surpassing her contemporary, Hulaina, on occasion. Nevertheless, it is important to note that Hulaina generally maintains a slight edge in prowess. After all, the innate gifts depicted in the original narrative cannot be compensated by merely one celestial herb. Considering they are of similar age, Hulaina stands at level 51, while Douluo hovers around level 43. Speaking of Hulaina, during the Holy Maiden election a few years ago, Qian Rinxue inevitably chose to cause a disruption. The statement was merely, "It's nothing," just to assess whether this saintess is worthy. At that moment, Bibi Dong, who stood on the viewing platform, was seething with anger. For she was acutely aware that Qian Rinxue's minimum rank was that of a Soul King. Bibi Dong was unaware of Li Tianyu's circumstances. Standing beneath the stage, Hulaina accepted the challenge with enthusiasm, for she was unaware of who Qian Rinxue was. Behind her stood her master, Bibi Dong. Who would dare provoke Bibi Dong in this world? The 7 great offerings. I dare. The outcome was Hulaina being ruthlessly crushed, as Qian Rinxue did not even reveal her soul rings. However, this did not hinder Hulaina's ascension to the status of saintess, for most present were aware of Qian Rinxue's extraordinary talent. Moreover, Hulaina was likely nearly 4 years younger than Qian Rinxue, making her defeat the most favorable outcome. Lastly, let us return to the couple, Li Tianyu and Qian Rinxue. Due to Li Tianyu's influence, Qian Rinxue refrained from overexerting herself to prove her worth as an undercover agent in the Heavendo Empire. Though Qian Rinxue is a soul emperor, her true capability is that of a soul sage. Douluo has also acquiesced to her childhood aspiration of becoming a judgment elder. Douluo, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, hastily departed, wishing to spend not a moment longer in that exhausting position. Over the years, the number of individuals who secretly disdained the authority of the spirit hall and posed a threat was alarmingly high, and Douluo found himself nearly overwhelmed. Even a titled Douluo of his stature, boasting a formidable rank of 95, could succumb to the trials of duty and found himself envious. Pondering why the 7 high priests could lounge in the hall of offerings, engaging in nothing at all, Douluo articulated, as a divine envoy, "My lifelong ambition has been to locate the angel god. Now that the angel god has manifested, my purpose is solely to protect, with no further aspirations." The 6 high priests echoed, "We are all under the command of our elder brother. We follow his lead in all matters. Thus, we only act when Shui is in peril. Naturally, most of the time, due to the constraints on our actions, we rely on Shilong and elder Shui. Shilong and Shui remained silent, and Douluo, not wishing to dwell on the complexities of the situation, relinquished his position and departed. Now, let us discuss the growth of the 3 great judges. Over a span of 6 years, they have collectively ascended to the formidable rank of Soul Kings, each reaching the illustrious level of 51. Meanwhile, Zhu Long and Zhu Meng have acquired a soul fusion technique, known as the Book of Life and Death. This technique, once struck, directly diminishes vitality. Following the rank of Soul Sage, it will manifest the true power of the artifacts utilized by the two in accordance with the original work of the Peking Opera Cat. However, Xing Tian is rather naive, although he possesses the strongest physique and has honed his martial arts skills commendably. His flaw lies in his simplicity. He tends to accept whatever others say without question. This endears him to Genie, evoking a mix of love and exasperation. As for Li Tianyu, he has been compelled to practice swordsmanship due to his acquisition of the Shura bloodsword. The one with whom he practiced swordsmanship was none other than Qian Rinxue, who had successfully relished the joy of overpowering Li Tianyu on several occasions. After all, it was typically Li Tianyu who would ease his effort, allowing their encounters to end in a stalemate. However, when it came to swordplay, Qian Rinxue could easily overwhelm 10 Li Tianyus without the slightest difficulty. Li Tianyu found himself in a state of helplessness, enduring the relentless strikes. Ultimately, through Qian Rinxue's persistent challenges, he achieved a modest advancement in his swordsmanship. The swordsmanship they have honed is none other than the 7 killing sword. Furthermore, let us discuss the current levels of the 2 individuals. After 6 years, without the utilization of the black gold token, their soul power has still grown remarkably. Qian Rinxue has successfully ascended from level 62 to level 70, while Li Tianyu has also achieved the same milestone of level 70. It is worth noting that Qian Rinxue was the first to break through. One cannot deny their extraordinary talents. As for their soul skills, there is little to remark upon, as the fixed soul skills remain unchangeable. During these 6 years, the cultivation was akin to an eternity. As the battles with the 7 great offerings ensued, he found himself subjected to relentless torment. Moreover, Li Tianyu couldn't shake the feeling that the 7 great offerings were somewhat targeting him. It wasn't that they refrained from engaging with Qian Rinxue. Rather, they seemed to focus their efforts more on him, Li Tianyu. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Time, which feels as if it stretches like years, swiftly slips away. Returning to the main narrative, Li Tianyu mused, Tang San must be 6 years old this year. And thus far, there has been no word of the Spirit Hall dispatching individuals to awaken martial spirits. When the time comes, I shall journey to Holy Soul Village and extinguish any potential threats at their inception. As for the 7 great offerings, they are unlikely to accompany me, after all. I cannot simply declare that Tang Hao resides in Holy Soul Village. I should enlist the help of Douluo. Yes, I must also summon Yang Wudi, who, with my assistance, has successfully ascended to level 89, engaging in daily sparring with Uncle Shilong as if they were close friends. It is hard to fathom, given that they were mortal enemies in the original storyline, and even more astonishing that in that narrative, Yang Wudi outright killed Shilong. A few days later, Qian Douluo looked at Li Tianyu and inquired, Xiao Tian, what brings you to me? Li Tianyu replied, I wish to take Senior Douluo to Holy Soul Village for a brief visit. By the way, do not mention this to Xiao Shui. Qian Douluo was taken aback, but soon responded, very well, you may proceed. He discreetly instructed Shilong and Ci Shui to keep watch over and protect Li Tianyu. Upon witnessing such ease in departing, Li Tianyu was utterly elated. He then set forth on his journey to Shahan Village. Upon arriving at the Sacred Soul Village, I proceeded directly to the branch of the Spirit Hall. Due to Li Tianyu's previous altercation at the Soul Hall branch in Holy Soul Village, The staff at this particular branch were acutely aware of his identity. Consequently, they promptly ushered him to a seat of honor. Several hours later, Su Yutao arrived with a group of children. Li Tianyu fixed his gaze upon them, scrutinizing each one with keen interest. Su Yutao assisted them in awakening their martial spirits. After a considerable amount of time, it was finally the last one who extended their hand. Blue Silvergrass? A quintessentially useless martial spirit, devoid of merit. There was no need to assess the soul power. Upon hearing this, the boy, unwilling to concede, implored, "Uncle, please conduct the test once more. It won't take much time." After some consideration, Su Yutao acquiesced and proceeded to evaluate his soul power. To his astonishment, he declared, "You possess a full innate soul power." However, he soon expressed his regret, stating, "If only it were not Blue Silvergrass. This child is truly a pity." Seated behind both Digyobo and the shadowy figures of Shilong and Sishiwei silently cursed. "Fool, can't you see what is in his other hand?" The Haotian hammer. With the twin martial souls being the Haotian hammer and the Blue Silvergrass, it must be that child from 6 years ago, Tang Hao's offspring. Who would have expected such a delightful surprise on this journey? However, Tang Hao is undoubtedly hiding near this small village. At that moment, Li Tianyu addressed Digyobo, saying, "Senior Digyobo, you must have sensed it as well, haven't you?" Digyobo, understanding Li Tianyu's implication, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he stealthily followed Tang San, tracking him in the shadows. However, Tang San remained oblivious to this ability. Upon returning home, Digyobo discreetly observed Tang Hao. Concealed in the shadows, Shilong and Sishiwei, witnessing the despondent state of Tang Hao, could not help but remark, "Who would have imagined that the illustrious Haotian Douluo of yesteryears has fallen to such depths?" Reduced to forging iron and reliant on the support of a mere child, and to make matters even more poignant, that child is his own offspring. Suddenly jolted from his usual languor, Tang Hao sensed an ominous presence, 3 powerful titled Douluos. Contemplating the situation, he deduced that there could be only one explanation, the spirit hall. Swiftly, he incapacitated Tang San and held him close, then hastily fled from the room. Upon witnessing the situation, Digyobo and the other two surmised that Tang Hao had become aware. Consequently, they decided not to conceal their presence and pursued directly. Digyobo, upon seeing Shilong and Si Shui, experienced a moment of surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was not particularly unusual for the future son-in-law of Li Tianyu and Qian Douluo to be secretly safeguarded. Within the spirit hall, Yang Wudi proclaimed, shouting on Tang Hao. "I wish to confront him." Li Tianyu observed the clenched expression of Yang Wudi, understanding that this animosity stemmed from a deep-seated hatred towards Tang Hao. Fueled by the disdain the Haotian clan held for their 4 major sections, Li Tianyu responded calmly, "Senior Yang, I share your sentiment. Yet the aura we sensed earlier was formidable for titled Douluos. It would be perilous for you to intervene. Perhaps another day, or during the assault on the Haotian clan. I could entrust those elders to you." While Yang Wudi felt a pang of reluctance, he recognized that Li Tianyu was concerned for his safety. Ultimately, he acquiesced. For life surpasses all else. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, burdened by internal injuries and accompanied by Tang San, was unable to fly swiftly. After traversing several dozen miles, they were soon pursued by Digyobo and his 2 companions. Tang Hao glared at them with fury, exclaiming, "What a fine spirit hall. It seems today they intend to eradicate me completely. Allow me to demonstrate what the Haotian Douluo truly is." With that, 9 soul rings illuminated around him, the 9th. A dazzling 100,000-year soul ring, particularly striking. Digyobo and his companions offered no further words, simply revealing their own soul rings. A sight that astonished Tang Hao. 300,000-year soul rings. Spirit hall, how deep do your secrets run? Tang Hao mused warily. Shilong, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Tang Hao, had you still been at your peak, even with us at the same level, we might not have been your match. However, now you must protect your child's well-being while grappling with your own injuries. You cannot unleash the full force of 9 rings. Managing 3 would be a feat. How could you contend with us?" Aware of the truth in Shilong's words, Tang Hao merely replied, "If battle is what you seek, then let it be. I fear not the spirit hall." Without further ado, he forcefully detonated 3 of his 10,000-year soul rings and wielded the great Shumi hammer. Witnessing this, the 3 opponents could not help but marvel. Even in his diminished state, the power of Tang Hao's strike could indeed injure a peak level 97 titled Douluo. The 3 individuals observed the impending strike, lacking any intent to withstand it head-on. As they prepared to evade, Tang Hao's heavenly hammer had already descended. Realizing evasion was futile, they opted to confront the attack directly. The 9th soul skill, Double Serpent Heaven Slash, the Soul Bone skill, Medusa's Gaze, and the 8th soul skill, Porcupine Charge Formation, were unleashed simultaneously, each utilizing their most formidable single-target abilities. A resounding boom echoed as an immense pressure was generated. Even Yangwudi, located several miles away in the Holy Spirit Village, felt the terrifying force and exclaimed, "Is this the impact of a tidal Douluo's battle? Far more daunting than I had anticipated." Returning to Tang Hao's predicament, he was already suffering from internal injuries, forcing himself to unleash the 3-ringed explosion and activate the Great Shumi Hammer, coupled with the residual shockwaves from the previous attack, only exacerbated his already fragile condition. Xilong, perceiving this dire situation, decisively thrust his spear, while Tang Hao had no choice but to brace himself with the Houghton Hammer. At the rear, both Douluo and Sishiwei simultaneously unleashed their 9th soul skill, the 10,000 Burial Poison Array and the Azure Scale's Divine Light. 2 clouds of poisonous mist suddenly materialized, instantly infiltrating Tang Hao's body, causing his speed to diminish, resulting in Xilong piercing his shoulder with a spear. Despite the excruciating pain, Tang Hao gripped the serpent spear, preventing Xilong from immediately retreating from the attack range. Without hesitation, Tang Hao unleashed the Celestial Strike, sending Xilong flying. As the toxin seeped in, Tang Hao found himself half-kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Observing this, Douluo seized the opportunity to directly employ his soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Tang Hao, witnessing the approaching Medusa's Gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Once, at the pinnacle of rank 92, he could strike down 3 foes with a single blow, yet now he was being overwhelmed by 3 titled Douluos of equal standing. Moreover, should he truly face defeat this time, his demise would be of little consequence. What holds paramount importance is his son, Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao ceased his hesitation and subsequently detonated all remaining 6 soul rings. Observing from the sidelines, Sishiwei and Xilong immediately exclaimed, "Douluo, return quickly. This reckless lad, Tang Hao, is playing with his life. We must retreat at once." Douluo's assault was thwarted by a single blow, after which Tang Hao leveraged the formidable power of the Great Sumera Hammer, enveloping the area in a thick haze. For miles around, the air was filled with smoke, allowing Tang Hao to seize the opportunity to abscond with Tang San. Once the fog lifted, Douluo and his companions began their search for Tang Hao. Yet their efforts yielded nothing. Ultimately, the trio, resigned to their fate, remarked, "Let us return and report our findings." At that moment, Tang Hao rushed to the cave where Ain was buried, and without hesitation, he severed his leg and arm that bore the soul bones. The preceding strike had already pushed Tang Hao's body beyond its limits, inflicting the most severe damage on the very limbs that had exerted force. If he did not act promptly to sever them, he would surely perish. However, this forceful extraction of the 2 soul bones caused his soul power to plummet to level 79. Tang Hao then glanced at the unconscious Tang San, who revealed his 2 martial souls, and his pupils widened in astonishment. With a resolute yet gratified expression, he said, "Little San, this may be the sole opportunity for my Haotian sect to alter its fate. Father has little time left. You must grow quickly." At this moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor, Ain, also sensed Tang Hao's unusual state and extended the blue-silver grass to provide some healing, but the effect was negligible. Tang Hao simply remarked, "There is no need for that, Ain. The only solution now is to find a way to return Xiao San to the sect. Otherwise, staying with me will inevitably lead to trouble for him. Only by returning to the sect, under the protection of my elder brother, can Xiao San's twin martial souls reach their fullest potential. If the elders were to witness Xiao San's martial soul, they might even choose to forgive him. If that fails, I will sever my father-son ties with Xiao San. I absolutely cannot allow him to be burdened by me." Tang Hao murmured softly. Meanwhile, the trio of Douluo returned to the Spirit Hall sub-palace and recounted the events that had just transpired. Li Tianyu, the Celestial Empress, could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable is the legendary Haotian Douluo, who managed to escape from the jaws of danger even in such dire circumstances. However, with his body overloaded and 9 soul rings detonated, it seems unlikely he will survive with 1 arm and 1 leg intact. Based on the original text, his power may have plummeted to level 79. Who would have thought that the noble Haotian Douluo could now be reduced to a soul sage?" Li Tianyu said no more. After all, the plan to eliminate danger in its infancy had already failed, so he could only lead the 4 of them back to the worship hall. Chapter 30. On humanity. This chapter will extensively discuss humanity. After several days of travel, Li Tianyu and his companions returned to Spirit City. Xilong and Cai Shui returned to the Papal Palace, while Douluo returned to his own residence. Yang Wudi was engrossed in alchemy and headed directly to the Eye of Ice and Fire with his disciples. Upon returning to the worship hall, Li Tianyu was met with a resentful gaze from Qian Rinxue. He offered an awkward smile, to which Qian Rinxue coldly responded, "Brother Tianyu, you never take me along for anything. Was it merely to witness a group of children awakening their martial souls? Why keep this from me?" Li Tianyu repeatedly apologized. Inwardly cursing, "Old man Qian, is this how you treat me? Are you still the trustworthy person from the original text?" He cast a slightly resentful glance at Qian Douluo, who scoffed dismissively, thinking, "How could my granddaughter be less important than my grandson-in-law? Here, exceptions are only made for my granddaughter. Everyone else is kept in the dark." Li Tianyu then tried to placate Qian Rinxue with words of comfort, yet she remained somewhat indignant. After all, what did it mean not to take her along? For someone like Qian Rinxue, who yearned for affection, not only in terms of love but also familial bonds, this was significant. She projected an image of strength on the outside. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, she often found herself lost. Would she not want to be an untroubled girl? In the original text, due to Bibi Dong's influence, she sought to prove herself by going undercover in the Heaven Do Empire, marking the beginning of Qian Rinxue's tragic journey. How many truly wish to be an undercover agent? Qian Rinxue only sought to validate herself, yet the outcome was a 20-year sacrifice of effort. The man who has unwittingly sabotaged his own plans has inexplicably captured her affections. Qian Rinxue's admiration for Tang San is comprehensible. However, her attraction to him feels somewhat abrupt, yet not entirely out of place. Considering the original narrative, Qian Rinxue's desire to prove herself, particularly to Bibi Dong, reflects a deeper longing for recognition. Perhaps she seeks to showcase her talents in a way that would garner Bibi Dong's appreciation for her daughter as well. Upon re-evaluating this matter, it becomes evident that in Qian Rinxue's perspective, her efforts to validate herself before Bibi Dong stem from a wish for Bibi Dong to acknowledge her abilities, ultimately aiming for Bibi Dong to develop an affection for her. Thus, through reverse reasoning and indirect inference, can we deduce that in the original story, Qian Rinxue equates admiration with affection? This is precisely what is referred to as the admiration for Qian Rinxue's formidable strength. Could it not also be regarded as a form of appreciation? Naturally, if such a theory alone were insufficient, it might render Qian Rinxue's fondness for Tang San rather abrupt, thereby giving rise to the poignant scene in the 9th trial of the angelic god. Although their physical forms did not intertwine, there existed a profound spiritual connection. Moreover, theoretically speaking, it is not a matter of one consuming another. Rather, it is entirely the result of the rapid elevation of hormones within the body of the 9 trials. Qian Rinxue harbors a certain admiration for Tang San, and after experiencing the events of the 9th trial, it seems somewhat reasonable that she would suddenly develop feelings for him. However, all of this remains mere speculation, for in a relatively lengthy novel, inconsistencies in the plot are commonplace, including the inexplicable collapse of character development later on. Yet, whenever the subject of Qian Rinxue arises, Li Tianyu cannot help but scrutinize Tang San. What, indeed, is his true nature, particularly in the context of the first competition? Why focus solely on this particular event? Because once one progresses beyond the initial competition, one can generally classify individuals as scoundrels. It is entirely normal for a father-in-law to test his son-in-law, but to subject someone to such extreme hardship is decidedly abnormal. In your quest to revive the Tang sect, you have fractured your daughter's soul in order to observe Hui Yuhao, hoping to restore the glory of the Tang sect. This is indeed your wrongdoing. Moreover, regarding the revival of the Tang sect, it is essential to recognize that its decline is attributed to its own insular nature, unwilling to embrace the advancements of soul-guiding devices. While one might argue that the Tang sect possesses the capability to create concealed weapons such as the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, this confidence is somewhat misplaced. Since the departure of Tang San, the Tang sect has been unable to produce any sophisticated weaponry, rendering it incomparable in terms of cost-effectiveness when juxtaposed with soul-guiding devices. Thus, it is not only the march of time that has rendered the Tang sect obsolete, it is also a consequence of its own stagnation. As a deity, Tang San should not intervene, as this is a fundamental rule of the divine realm, especially considering his status as the god of Shura. Nevertheless, one could empathize with his longing, as the reconstruction of the Tang sect represents a lifetime of dedication and aspiration within the Douluo continent. While it may be reluctantly tolerable to make exceptions as long as it does not harm others, the actions taken by Tang San in the 2nd season of Douluo to revive the Tang sect are truly disheartening. Among the greatest victims is undoubtedly Hui Yuhao. Thus, it can be said that there is no controversy regarding Douluo. It is simply a matter of personal disdain. Therefore, let us focus solely on the timeline of Douluo. From the perspective of this timeline, Tang San's opposition to the Spirit Hall is not inherently flawed, nor is the hunting of spirit beasts by the Spirit Hall. The soul beast hunted down is none other than Tang San's mother, and it is indeed justifiable for Tang San to seek vengeance. From the perspective of Tang San's life experiences, there exists a minor blemish when he first entered Notting Academy, where the gatekeeper humiliated him and old Jack. Firstly, the gatekeeper was undeniably in the wrong. However, Tang San's response was justified, as the Douluo continent operates under the principle of survival of the fittest. If one provokes another, it is only natural for them to retaliate. In this regard, Tang San does not truly possess a significant flaw. His only slight transgression lies in harboring murderous intent, which indicates a rather heavy disposition of enmity, suggesting he may have overstepped his bounds. Moreover, regarding the matter of Douluo's medicinal garden, Tang San's unilateral decision to pluck all the immortal herbs was indeed somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, he did leave behind seeds. After all, greed is an inherent trait of humanity. Who among us is devoid of greed? The primary concern arises after Douluo's demise, where it remains uncertain whether it was Tang San's intention to have Hui Yuhao incorporate the ice and fire Yin Yang into the Tang sect. However, this aspect somewhat aligns with the plot of Douluo Dalit 2, thus we shall refrain from considering it for now. For an extended period thereafter, there are truly no notable blemishes. The only instance that might resemble a flaw occurred when he emerged from the city of slaughter, exhibiting excessive rage by fracturing the bones of Yuxian and his companion. In comparison, Xiaoyan from the neighboring Dopa, who also committed murder and theft in the Black Corner region, operated under the same principle of strength reigning supreme. Truth be told, both individuals are equally matched within these two realms of slaughter. What feels somewhat disingenuous is Tang San's subsequent remark that he had shown mercy, which strikes one as slightly hypocritical. After all, the injuries inflicted were not trivial. Having 2 bones broken is far from a minor wound. Tang San, who has experienced the searing pain of a broken 8 spider lances, should be well aware of this. Ultimately, the city of slaughter has had a profound impact on Tang San. In essence, the overall ramifications stem less from his inherent character and, strictly speaking, do not amount to a true blemish. In a more consequential sense, the genuine flaw arises from his deception in matters of affection. In this regard, Tang San's actions were indeed rather unbecoming, categorizing this as a legitimate blemish. Beyond this, it is challenging to identify further flaws. If one were to insist, it might pertain to his demeanor towards Elder Haoyan when their levels differed. Let us first deliberate on the culpability of Hao Tian's sect and Tang Hao. From the perspective of sectarian interests, it is evident that Tang Hao erred. He audaciously engaged in conflict with the Spirit Hall for the sake of a transformed soul beast. While his devotion to his beloved is commendable and beyond reproach, Tang Hao failed to account for the ramifications of his actions on the sect. His open confrontation with the Spirit Hall implicates the Haotian sect as well. Moreover, considering that Tang Hao is essentially the designated successor to the position of sect master, his actions are wholly unbefitting of such a role. As a leader, one's foremost priority must always be the welfare of the sect. Yet Tang Hao's conduct evidently jeopardizes its interests. Consequently, the vehement disdain expressed by the 5 elders towards Tang Hao is entirely justified. A future sect master who forsakes the sect's welfare and prosperity for love warrants their ire. Thus, in this regard, Tang San's act of seeking forgiveness is indeed appropriate. As one's strength increases, so too does their attitude, exemplifying the quintessential nature of the weak fearing the strong. In the world of Douluo continent, the law of the jungle prevails, where many matters remain unresolved due to the disparity in power. A few notable instances include the annihilation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon during the soul hunting operation. Everyone is aware that it was the Spirit Hall responsible for this devastation. Yet, not a single soul dares to publicly acknowledge the Spirit Hall's involvement. The Spirit Hall claims to have been annihilated by evil soul masters. Did the 2 great empires dare to voice their dissent? Were it not for Tang San, these empires would find themselves utterly incapable of contending with the Spirit Hall, particularly the Heaven Do Empire, which witnessed the destruction of its 2 major sects right under its nose, yet remained utterly silent. This exemplifies the fundamental truth of the Douluo continent, the survival of the fittest. However, the principle of survival of the fittest does not preclude the existence of morality. Excessive actions warrant condemnation. Thus, Tang San stands at a complex juncture regarding the Haotian sect. Some might label it a blemish, while others could argue otherwise. His formidable strength allows him to define the authenticity of events, as illustrated by the recent soul-hunting operation. In truth, Tang San possesses few blemishes in the first Douluo. Concerning the city of slaughter, disregarding conspiracy theories and focusing solely on his perspective in the original text. He simply perceives the city of slaughter as a malevolent place that ought not to exist. His actions stem from a belief in doing good. Yet the outcome of his endeavors inadvertently facilitates the proliferation of evil soul masters. This can be considered a minor blemish at best. As for character traits, the foremost criticism in his previous life was his double standard. It is undeniable that such a stance is hypocritical, yet, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, double standards are not uncommon. Tang San's double standard is particularly evident in his attitude towards the hunting of soul beasts. Due to his promise with Xiaowu, he ostensibly claims to hunt only evil soul beasts. However, the question arises, what constitutes an evil soul beast? It is entirely natural for soul beasts to hunt, as it is for other creatures to enhance their cultivation. Natural selection prevails in this realm, where notions of good and evil are rare. Only distinctions of strength and weakness exist. True evil soul beasts are those that engage in indiscriminate attacks or threaten to annihilate entire species. Only such creatures can genuinely be classified as evil soul beasts. Among the creatures slain by Tang San, the most unjustly treated were undoubtedly the three brothers of the Qianjin and Emperor. After the demise of Deming and Heir Ming, the Lake of Life became vacant. Under normal circumstances, any soul beast possessing sufficient strength would be entitled to enter, as the realm of soul beasts adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. However, Tang San, under the pretext of the Thousand Jin and Emperor and his three brothers occupying the territories of the Ming and the Second Ming, resorted to murder. This premise is rather flawed, as the fundamental rule governing the world is the survival of the fittest. Tang San's inclination to eliminate the Thousand Jin and Emperor is entirely justifiable, for it is commonplace for the strong to vanquish the weak, particularly in the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, Tang San's insistence on fabricating a justification for his actions evokes a sense of distaste. It is, in truth, unnecessary. Furthermore, his promise to only slay malevolent soul beasts is equally unwarranted. The existence of soul masters and soul beasts inherently positions them as adversaries, rendering discussions of morality irrelevant. As the distinction lies solely in strength, if he has developed feelings for Tang San while considering the soul beast lineage, it would be prudent for him to refrain from intervening during Tang San's hunts. Another point of contention arises from the issue of titles. The most notable example is his early reference to Dai as Big Brother and later as Mubai. While this shift may suggest a decline in initial respect, the camaraderie among brothers remains evident. Indeed, as one's power escalates, the titles evolve, mirroring the dynamics within the Hautian sect. Overall, it can be asserted that in the first part of Douluo, Tang San's intentional flaws are minimal. Devoid of conspiracy theories, one can scarcely identify significant shortcomings. His character does exhibit notable flaws, yet they are largely inconsequential. While he may be somewhat harsh towards those he is less familiar with, he would never resort to lethal force. As for his adversaries, he would undoubtedly show no mercy, executing his decisions with resolute determination. To speak candidly, Tang San from the first season of Douluo Dalu is far from ineffectual. He embodies a striking blend of decisiveness and grace, presenting himself as a handsome figure. While one might argue that he falls short of being an ideal gentleman, it is undeniable that Tang San exhibits minimal flaws in character and conduct throughout the narrative. Upon the mention of Tang San, Li Tianyu became invigorated, perhaps due to an inherent inclination towards judgment. Thus, he began to scrutinize the six monsters and others. Meanwhile, Qian Rushiwei observed this scene with a hint of curiosity, as she had never seen Li Tianyu in such a manner. However, she had no intention of interrupting him. Li Tianyu began to scrutinize the six monsters. Firstly, regarding Dai Mubai, it is undeniable that he initially presented himself as a scoundrel, driven by a fear of death. While it is natural for individuals to fear for their lives, Dai Mubai's actions starkly contrast with those of Zhu Qing, who, embroiled in the same royal conflict, continuously resisted her fate. As her fiancé, he callously abandoned her, which is undoubtedly a sign of his lack of integrity, not to mention his subsequent descent into debauchery. Although he later experienced a change of heart, his earlier transgressions remain a blemish on his character. As for Ma Hongjun, due to the peculiar nature of the evil fire phoenix, he frequently sought refuge in the brothels every few days. While it is true that his actions were influenced by the evil fire phoenix, the fact remains that he engaged in such conduct, which cannot be overlooked. On the other hand, Oscar stands out as a paragon of virtue, devoid of any significant flaws. As a prodigious talent who ascended to the esteemed rank of the god of food, his character is exemplary. He aspired to marry Ningrongrong, But upon learning that non-combat soul masters could not wed members of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, he opted to venture forth to gain combat-capable soul skills. Despite appearing somewhat lewd at times, he is, overall, a commendable individual, with no apparent faults. Zhu Zhuqing similarly exhibits no flaws, in contrast to Dai Mobai. She displays a willingness to defy the injustices of fate. Her character is genuinely unblemished. Ning Rongrong has a chapter dedicated to her. So further elaboration is unnecessary. Having examined the Shrek 7 monsters, one must also consider their mentors and alma mater. Firstly, it is indeed audacious for Shrek Academy to claim that a graduate has become an elder of the Spirit Hall, with most of the 9 elders being titled Douluos, with one exception holding the Papal Order of Tanghao. However, one might ponder why none of the 9 elders in the original text ever claimed to be students of Shrek. Moreover, the Academy's regulations are perplexing. Does it really suggest that those who avoid trouble are mediocre? Is this truly an encouragement to incite discord? Generally speaking, in the world of Douluo, one would expect a culture of restraint, yet if trouble arises, should one not be fearless in facing it? Is it truly appropriate for school regulations to encourage students to stir up trouble? What if they provoke someone beyond their means to confront? If they were to offend a formidable figure, could the esteemed soul saints of Shrek Academy withstand such a challenge? Moreover, the admission fees are exorbitantly high. While it is understandable for tuition to be elevated, it becomes justifiable only if commensurate conditions are provided in return. However, when compared to the cultivation environments of other institutions, Shrek Academy falls short. Yet the standards for such genius are more exacting than any academies. In terms of faculty, only the food system Soul Sage is worth mentioning after all. Even the Spirit Hall Academy likely has few of such caliber. So, apart from this teacher, what else is there to boast about? The reputation is entirely propped up by the Shrek 7 devils. Now, let us discuss the Golden Iron Triangle. Flander is undeniably a shrewd merchant, but he is also a true elder brother. Choosing to step aside voluntarily sounds simple, but few can actually do it. He did. As a teacher, his school regulations may be lacking, yet he stood before a titled Douluo to shield his students. In short, he has flaws, but he remains a responsible mentor and brother. As for Lu Erlong, she has almost no faults. The only thing that might rub people the wrong way is her resentment toward Bibi Dong. But considering she was unaware of Bibi Dong's circumstances and Yu Xiaojiang had already committed to her emotionally, her anger is understandable. Now, the heavyweight, Yu Xiaojiang. First, his 10 competitiveness theories of martial souls. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Rebuttal. Yu Xiaojiang himself is the prime example. The absorption limit of spirit rings. Rebuttal. Tang San's 4th spirit ring proves that limits vary by individual. How can a fixed standard apply to all? Besides, with only 3 spirit rings himself, how did he determine these limits? Did he interrogate every soul master? Why would they confide in a failure? 10,000-year spirit rings cause soul tremors. Critique. Factually correct, but how would Yu Xiaojiang know if he has never absorbed one? Martial souls are categorized into beast and tool types. Rebuttal. Body type martial souls would like a word. Innate soul power is proportional to martial soul strength. Critique. Not wrong, but his deduction about Tang San's twin martial souls was pure luck. Some of his statements are technically correct but utterly redundant, like every martial soul has its own development path. As if people didn't already know that. It's insulting to treat others as fools. Most characters in Douluo Dallas shouldn't be subjected to conspiracy theories or overanalysis, except Yu Xiaojiang. His theories aren't speculation. They're baseless claims. Where did he get his data? How did such nonsense become theory? Statements like every martial soul has its own development path or common sense. Pure drivel. Qianren Xue watched Li Tianyu lost in thought for who knows how long before interrupting. Brother Tianyu? Snapping out of it, Li Tianyu quickly apologized. Schwer. I was preoccupied. Sorry for ignoring you. Qianren Xue waved it off. It's fine. But as compensation, how about accompanying me shopping today? Li Tianyu was about to refuse when Qianren Xue grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the Elder Hall into the city. Chapter 31. Tang San's whereabouts. Ugh. A whole day of shopping is exhausting. Don't you need to train? Schwer? Li Tianyu asked. Qianren Xue replied, relax. I asked Grandpa for a week off. I'll double my training next week. Li Tianyu sighed. You got permission, but I didn't. Qianren Xue pouted. Brother Tianyu. Lately you've been avoiding me. I just wanted some time alone with you. Li Tianyu shook his head. This time, it was about avoiding you. In fact, it's good you weren't there. I ran into Tang Hao. Qianren Xue paled. Brother Tianyu, are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Li Tianyu blinked. Didn't I mention it to you and Grandpa Qian? Realizing he'd forgotten after being dragged shopping, Qian Rinxue admitted, "No, you never said anything." Li Tianyu hurriedly brought her back to the elder hall. Qian Dalu, seeing his breathless state, calmly asked, "What is the rush?" Catching his breath, Li Tianyu said, "I encountered Tang Hao." Qian Dalu's composure flickered. "You met Tang Hao?" Li Tianyu nodded. Qian Dalu steadied himself. Tang Hao, one of the accomplices in his son's death, was hardly a threat to him now, but old wounds lingered. Blood ran thicker than water. And decades of fatherhood couldn't be erased. How did you cross paths? Qian Dalu pressed. Li Tianyu explained, I visited Saint's village for a child's martial soul awakening. The boy had twin martial souls, Blue Silver Grass, Emperor, and Clear Sky Hammer. Tracing the lineage led me to Tang Hao. I sent Elder Douluo with Shi Long and Ci Shui to capture him, but he escaped by detonating all 6 spirit rings. Qian Dalu listened, then scoffed. Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo who once fought 3 opponents at rank 92, has fallen so low. He summoned Douluo and the others to recount the battle in detail. Upon listening to the details described by the 3 individuals, Qian Dalu began to ponder. Tang Hao, despite being a title Douluo at the 95th rank, inherently bore hidden injuries. Thus, his actual strength would likely be around the 94th rank, and the soul explosion technique necessitated a considerable level of physical prowess. Before that, Tang Hao had already succumbed to a lethal poison, and his shoulder bore the wound of a gunshot. He had also endured 3 of the most formidable single-target attacks from titled Douluos, resulting in immense physical backlash. Ultimately, the detonation of 6 soul rings unleashed energy far beyond his capacity to withstand. Furthermore, he had wielded the Grand Samura hammer, and if memory serves, the Haotian sect possessed 2 legacy soul bones. Thus, the foot and hand must belong to those soul bones, or else he would be unable to bear the overwhelming energy. Yet, even so, after its use, Tang Hao would likely suffer a deterioration of his injuries, necessitating the amputation of the hand and foot that bore the soul bones, thereby releasing years of accumulated stagnant blood. The consequence of such an act would be a demotion in rank, with a high probability of plummeting directly to level 79. Thus, the present moment was the optimal time to pursue Tang Hao. Subsequently, Qian Dalu issued a direct command. I surmise that Tang Hao has likely fallen to the rank of Soul Sage at level 79, rendering him incapable of contending with our Spirit Hall. Let Bibi Dong dispatch several titled Douluos to commence the search for Tang Hao. Li Tianyu, the Empress, was left in shock. How had Qian Dalu come to this conclusion? Although he himself could not confirm it, he inferred that if the severing of hand and foot led to a drop to level 79, it was based on his experience from the original text. However, Qian, the elder, had merely deduced this from his own reasoning, which seemed utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Douluo and the others swiftly proceeded to the Pope's hall to relay the command to the 9 elders. Several days later, Tang Hao, accompanied by Tang San and clad in tattered garments, found themselves evading pursuit. The Spirit Hall had initiated a manhunt for Tang Hao, compelling him to divulge all matters to Tang San in advance. After Tang San listened, he resolutely chose to stand by Tang Hao's side without hesitation. Having lived 2 lives, what Tang San yearned for most was familial affection, which he regarded as paramount above all else. Thus, his outrageous actions in the original narrative, where he would retaliate with ferocity against anyone who dared to harm Xiaowu, can be likened to the distorted worldview stemming from an intense longing for familial bonds. Much like Qian Rinxue. However, while Qian Rinxue's desire for familial connection manifested as possessiveness, Tang San's transformed into an absolute instinct for protection and excessive indulgence. As Tang Hao gazed upon the wanted poster issued by the Spirit Hall, a surge of anger welled up within him, yet he found himself helpless. The Spirit Hall was currently pursuing him, and under no circumstances would the Haotian clan accept him or Tang San. Their acceptance of Tang San would only be feasible when the Spirit Hall ceased its pursuit. Otherwise, it would serve as a pretext for the Spirit Hall to launch an attack against the Haotian clan. Contemplating this, Tang Hao struck a large tree with his fist in frustration, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness for the second time. The first occasion had been when his own weakness led to a yin sacrifice, and now, due to his inadequacy, his son was forced to live in hiding. Unable to cultivate normally or enjoy a typical childhood, and instead had to confront the harsh realities of a dark society prematurely. In that moment, Tang Hao even entertained the thought of pleading with the Spirit Hall to spare his son, for in his eyes, his son was of utmost importance. However, that notion was fleeting. Setting aside other considerations, Tang San, upon learning the truth, had completely turned against the Spirit Hall, making any thought of joining them or seeking mercy utterly implausible. The title Douluos would undoubtedly sense Tang San's unusual demeanor. As these thoughts consumed him, Tang Hao felt a surge of anger that caused him to spurt blood, overwhelmed by an acute sense of helplessness. For nearly a month, he and Tang San had been evading capture, but what nourishment had his son been receiving? The lack of sustenance gnawed at Tang Hao, filling him with guilt from beginning to end. What had he truly accomplished? He had failed to nurture his own son, questioning whether he was deserving of being a parent. Not only had he neglected to provide for Tang San, but he had also come to rely on his son for support, with Tang San performing all menial tasks. A consequence of a Yin's death that had left him numb. Yet, Tang San would forever be his son, the son of A Yin as well. But in his emotional numbness, he had overlooked Tang San's struggles. At that moment, Tang Hao felt a profound sense of self-loathing, believing he deserved to be punished severely. His guilt intensifying as he reflected on Tang San's arduous childhood, surviving solely through his own efforts without a father to guide him. As he pondered, the people of the Spirit Hall did not grant him the opportunity for repentance or reconsideration. A familiar tone resonated in his ears. Once, the illustrious Haotian Douluo had fallen to such a state of evasion, and now the Haotian twin stars found themselves similarly entrenched, one in seclusion, while the other clandestinely eluded pursuit. The speaker is indeed the enigmatic ghostly Douluo. Tang Hao, upon seeing the ghostly sister, felt an overwhelming sense of dread and summoned his soul rings. However, unlike before, the 8th and 9th soul rings had turned gray, rendering them unusable. Observing this scene, Ghostly couldn't help but scoff, as expected from the grand offering. Tang Hao, you have indeed fallen to level 79. Had you been a titled Douluo, I would stand no chance against you in a one-on-one duel. But now, as a soul sage, how can you possibly contend with me? And how many times can you detonate your rings? Not to mention the internal injuries you bear and that burden beside you. Each of these words pierced Tang Hao's heart. At this moment, Tang Hao realized that even the original Douluo might possess the capability to defeat him single-handedly. Tang Hao, witnessing this confrontation, simply stated, if a battle is to ensue, then let it be. There is no need for further words, Ghostly. With that, the two engaged in combat. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer and struck at Ghostly with a force reminiscent of a giant's hand. Unlike past encounters where Tang Hao would send ghostly Douluo flying, it was he who now found himself overwhelmed and ultimately sent flying. The true strength of Tang Hao was now merely around level 75. If he were to unleash his explosive rings in conjunction with the Grand Samurai hammer, he might barely reach the threshold of a titled Douluo. But given his current physical condition, detonating even one ring would be a remarkable feat. Upon witnessing Tang Hao being launched away, Ghostly summoned phantoms that burrowed underground. Heading straight for Tang San, Tang Hao hurriedly rose and rushed to intercept, managing to withstand a wave of assaults. However, Ghostly remained indifferent, knowing that with Tang Hao's current physical state, his defeat was imminent. The combat prowess Tang Hao displayed could be likened to a fleeting moment of brilliance, diminishing with each exchange. Ghostly Douluo then unleashed his 9th soul skill, Hell's Specters. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression turned to one of terror as he swiftly lifted Tang San and jumped away, while shadowy hands emerged from the ground, seizing all they touched as if dragging them into the depths of hell. Some were even crushed to oblivion. Tang Hao fled at the utmost speed, but Ghostly pursued him through the shadows. Tang Hao found himself in a hopeless predicament, unable to fight back or escape, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. However, in the end, Tang Hao resolved to make one final gambit. He entrusted 2 soul bones bearing the legacy of the Haotian clan to Tang San, saying, "Little San, I am not a worthy father, nor a competent heir to the sect, and certainly not a good husband. As a father, I have failed to nurture you. As a sect leader, I have neglected the interests of our clan, and as a husband, I am a failure for not being able to protect my beloved." Tang Hao then imparted the location of a Yin's resting place into Tang San's mind, along with the principles behind the explosive rings and the Grand Samurai hammer. It was essential for Tang Hao to ensure that these divine techniques did not vanish entirely. As the presumed future leader of the Haotian clan, he had mastered these 2 extraordinary skills, which could only be learned by each successive leader. In Tang Hao's understanding, there was no other in the Haotian clan who could wield them. Thus, if he failed to pass on the intricate principles of these techniques to Tang San, they would be lost to the world forever, or at least, that was his belief. After imparting this knowledge, Tang Hao set Tang San down, urging him to flee, while he himself turned back to face Ghostly alone. Yet, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance in his heart. Having just discovered the truth of his lineage in this lifetime, he was now faced with the prospect of a tragic separation from his father. Unable to accept this cruel fate, he acknowledged his current inability to seek vengeance. Thus, he resolved to endure humiliation and bear the weight of his burdens, believing that only when he soared to great heights would he have the opportunity to avenge his grievances. While Tang San held familial bonds in high regard, he was equally rational, understanding when it was prudent to depart. Ultimately, he made the painful decision to flee the scene. Tang Hao engaged directly in battle with the specter, yet he was unable to land a single blow on his elusive opponent. Instead, the ghost Douluo inflicted several wounds upon him, leaving deep scratches that streamed with crimson blood. Coupled with his internal injuries, his physical state teetered on the brink of collapse. Far from contemplating a desperate explosion of his spirit rings, it seemed he might succumb before even attempting such a feat. The specter, observing Tang Hao's plight, could not help but feel a sense of mockery, and thus unleashed his eighth soul skill, Ghostly Apparition, intending to send Tang Hao to his final rest. At that moment, a Haotian hammer soared through the air, and the specter soon beheld the figure of none other than Tang Xiao, the current leader of the Haotian sect. It turned out that upon the issuance of a wanted notice for Tang Hao by the Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao insisted on retrieving his brother to shelter him from the storm. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. However, he faced vehement opposition from the five elders. Consequently, Tang Xiao lowered his demands, requesting permission to assist Tang Hao. But the elders vehemently chastised him for disregarding the safety of the Haotian sect. In a moment of desperation, Tang Xiao declared that he would no longer be a member of the Haotian sect and forcibly set out in search of Tang Hao. Upon gazing at Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was overwhelmed with anguish. His brother suffered a broken leg and arm, countless internal and hidden injuries, and his exterior was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a heart heavy with sorrow, he uttered, "Brother, you?" Tang Hao feebly responded, "Brother, do not save me. I do not wish to burden the sect any longer. Go, I cannot turn back." The specter directly remarked, "Tang Xiao, do you not realize that your actions are in opposition to our spirit hall? Should you continue to meddle? Do not blame us for disregarding the great offering's sentiments towards your Haotian sect, and for obliterating it." In a tone filled with righteous indignation, Tang Xiao declared, "From this day forth, I, Tang Xiao, shall no longer be the leader of the Haotian sect, nor the son of its former leader, nor a member of the Haotian sect. I am merely the elder brother of Tang Hao." Upon hearing this, Gu Mei was somewhat taken aback, for he understood the magnitude of Tang Xiao's sacrifice in relinquishing his position as the leader of the Haotian sect, all for the sake of Tang Hao. One could not help but marvel at the profound bond shared by these two brothers. Tang Hao, listening to Tang Xiao, interjected, "Brother, there is no need. It is not worthwhile. I, who feel deep remorse towards our father, our sect, my son, my beloved, and all who are part of the Haotian sect, should not be the cause of further burdens for the sect." Tang Xiao, however, resolutely responded, "This matter transcends mere allegiance. I only know that you are my brother. Even if it leads to death, I shall die alongside you, my brother." Observing this touching display of brotherly affection, Gu Mei ground his teeth in frustration. He sensed that Tang Xiao's aura had reached the pinnacle of the 96th level, and, one could even say, he was a half step away from the 97th. As a 95th level title Douluo, he knew that even three of him would likely be no match for Tang Xiao. Subsequently, Gu Mei issued a venomous threat. "Ah, the Haotian sect, mark my words, you shall pay for your blood debts in kind." With that, he vanished into the shadows. Tang Xiao had no intention of pursuing him. After all, should he attempt to eliminate Gu Mei, the situation would escalate into a complete rupture of relations. In such a case, the offering hall would likely disregard any sentiments. For now, it was prudent not to chase them, as the worst that could happen under Qian Daoliu's command was a suppression of the Haotian sect. If he were to truly kill Gu Douluo, it would transform the conflict into a full-blown war between two powerful factions. Though Tang Xiao was aware that the five elders were also titled Douluos, their levels were woefully inadequate. The combined strength of the two ghostly figures could perhaps best four of them, not to mention the remaining seven elders, the Pope, and the seven offerings. Furthermore, the offering hall had recently gained a poisonous title Douluo in the form of Dugubo. With so many title Douluos amassed, what could the Haotian sect possibly do? In Tang Xiao's understanding, at the very least, the first elder Qian Daolu and the second elder Jin Yi could single-handedly confront the Haotian sect. Therefore, Tang Xiao was resolutely unwilling to provoke the spirit hall to the brink of fury. Returning to the matter at hand, Tang Xiao helped Tang Hao to his feet and inquired, "Brother Hao, how have you fared of late? And what of your son?" Tang Hao promptly rose to seek out Tang San, and after approximately 5 minutes of searching, he successfully located him. As Tang San gazed at Tang Xiao, he remained silent, while Tang Hao, aware of the situation, spoke up, "Little San, this is your uncle, my elder brother Tang Xiao." Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly replied, I have met my uncle. Tang Xiao, with a look of satisfaction, responded, Good boy. He then inquired, Little San, what is your martial soul? Tang San glanced at Tang Hao, who encouraged him, saying, Brother, he is family. There is no need for concealment. Subsequently, Tang San revealed his twin martial souls, astonishing Tang Xiao. Knowing that Tang San's mother, Yin, was once the blue-silver emperor, he realized that Tang San's blue-silver grass, upon evolution, was destined to become the king of plant-type martial souls, the blue-silver emperor, with one of the most formidable attack-type weapon martial souls and a king among plant types. Tang San's future appeared boundless. Given your talent, it would be wise to return you to the Haotian clan. The elders might assist you. Seeing hope for the revival of our sect, Tang Xiao expressed his excitement, Uncle, I will definitely find a way to help you. After all, possessing twin martial souls meant double the soul skills and soul rings, with the potential for the latter to reach the coveted 10,000-year soul rings, or even, under ideal circumstances, all 100,000-year soul rings. If all went well, the possibilities were truly limitless. Tang San glanced at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, noticing the boy's actions. Understood that he sought his father's opinion. Seeing this, Tang Xiao felt a surge of joy. This child was indeed filial and sought his parents' counsel. Tang Hao, observing Tang San's inquiring expression, ultimately consented. The burden of sect affairs haunted him. He feared being marked with shame in the Haotian clan. He did not care for his own return, but he deeply wished for his son to return to the sect and face their ancestors. Tang San, recognizing his father's sentiment, agreed as well, and soon after, Tang Xiao led the father and son towards the Haotian clan. Days later, Tang Xiao arrived at the gates of the Haotian clan with Tang Hao and Tang San. Upon seeing them, the outer disciples rushed forward, exclaiming, Sect Master. However, before they could finish, a voice thundered that little brat Tang Xiao is no longer the sect master of my Haotian clan. The crowd turned to see the speaker was the 7th elder of the Haotian clan, flanked by the other 4 elders. Tang Liang glared at the duo from Haotian. Filled with resentment, one had caused the Haotian clan to retreat from the world, and the other gave the spirit hall justification to continue suppressing them. His anger was palpable, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. The elder beside him, however, did not focus on this but inquired, Tang Hao, why is it that you are missing a hand and a leg? Subsequently, several elders turned their gazes towards Tang Hao, only to discover that indeed he was missing one hand and one leg, with the missing parts precisely where the inherited soul bones were supposed to be. Thus, the elders understood the situation. The 7th elder, growing impatient, remarked, Tang Hao, you little rascal, do you have any conscience left? You come back to return the sect's soul bones, so hurry up and return them. Once that's done, leave this includes you, Tang Xiao. You are no longer part of the Haotian sect. What business do you have here? Tang Xiao did not retort, for he acknowledged that he had led the Haotian sect into another potential abyss. After the 7th elder finished his scolding, he calmly stated, Esteemed elders, both I and Hao have wronged our father, our sect, and all of you. We owe a great debt to the disciples of the Haotian sect. However, I implore the 5 elders to accept this child. The 5 elders glanced at Tang San and quickly inferred his identity. The 7th elder spat. A bastard like you wishes to return to the clan? Scram. Hearing the 7th elder's filthy words, Tang San's fury surged. Insulting his father and uncle was tantamount to courting death. Noticing Tang San's unusual reaction, the 7th elder grew even angrier, exclaiming, You little bastard, do you dare defy me? If it weren't for your father and uncle, would our sect be in such a dire state? Tang San found himself unable to counter. For Tang Hao had recounted all the events of that year, and the current plight of the Haotian sect could indeed be traced back to Tang Hao. Objectively speaking, the Spirit Hall had not intended to suppress the Haotian sect from the very beginning. They simply refrained from acting out of respect for Douluo. Nonetheless, subjectively, Tang Hao's incident was the spark that ignited the fire. After all, as long as Tang Hao did not provoke trouble, the Spirit Hall would not have existed during Douluo's lifetime. No one dared to act against the Haotian sect unless they possessed strength surpassing that of Douluo. Tang Xiao then urged, Little San, this child is an extraordinary talent, possessing innate full soul power and twin martial souls, one being the Haotian hammer and the other the yet-to-awaken blue-silver emperor. The 5 elders were not particularly moved by the mention of innate full soul power, as true geniuses were expected to possess it. It was merely standard. However, upon hearing about the twin martial souls, they struggled to remain composed, especially knowing one was the Haotian hammer while the other was the blue-silver emperor. Although the latter had yet to awaken, once it did, the threat of exploding from dual martial souls would be negligible, as they would be of equal standing. Nevertheless, the 5 elders did not immediately agree. For merely having talent did not guarantee entry into the Hautian sect. Would that mean Tang Hao, the youngest title Douluo, could return as well? Tang Xiao observed the 5 elders, his expression uncertain, and continued to persuade, esteemed elders, calamity does not befall family. Hao and I have caused trouble that has no connection to Little San. I beg the 5 elders to take him in. The 5 elders, still indecisive, were ultimately met with the most rational second elder's response. Very well, I shall allow him to undergo 6 years of training. If he meets our expectations, he may be permitted to return to the clan. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao promptly expressed their gratitude. They then took Tang San away, contemplating how to foster his growth over the next 6 years. Chapter 32, The Trial of the Elders. Tang San enters school in the grand hall of the Spirit Hall's Pope's chamber. Bibi Dong sat upon her throne. At that moment, someone announced, "Your Holiness, the specter has returned." Bibi Dong, puzzled, responded, "The specter? Was he not summoned by Qian Dao to capture Tang Hao?" The subordinate replied, "I do not know. But the specter insists he has urgent matters to report." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong summoned Ghost Douluo to the hall. Once present, Ghost began recounting the events. The more he spoke, the more his anger flared, for how could the Hautian sect, with so few titled Douluo, dare provoke the Spirit Hall? However, Bibi Dong remained largely unfazed. Her ultimate goal was to dismantle the Spirit Hall, thus she held no concern for either the Spirit Hall or the Hautian sect. If not for her current position as Pope, she would have shown no pretense regarding this situation. After all, the authority of the Spirit Hall had been disrespected for quite some time, particularly by the top 3 sections. Subsequently, Bibi Dong instructed, "Report this matter to Qian Daolu." Ghost complied, albeit with some reluctance. As a 95th level title Douluo, he was aware that even a casual remark could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns and proceeded to the Hall of Offerings, where he reported everything to Qian Daolu. Upon hearing the news, Qian Daolu chuckled coldly. "The Hautian sect, had it not been for my ties with Tangshan, you would not have survived this long. All things come in threes. Should you overstep again? Do not blame the Spirit Hall for annihilating your sect." Yet, Qian Daolu also recognized that these youngsters had never encountered the true might of a 99th level title Douluo. This ignorance led them to repeatedly test his limits. In the original story, he feared Tangshan and upheld his integrity, which prevented him from recklessly slaughtering the Hautian sect's members. However, now, even if Tangshan himself were to arrive, he would have to kneel. After all, Qian Daolu had previously only fallen short against Tangshan by half a move, and now his soul rings had transformed into 6 black and 3 red. Alongside an angelic set of armor, not to mention the explosive rings, the great Shumi hammer, and his mastery of distraction control and the 7 killing sword techniques. His power had reached the level of the Emperor of Heaven, and if he were to wield the faith power stored over the years in the Hall of Offerings, he could temporarily attain the level of a divine officer, though not truly becoming a deity. How could Tangshan contend with him? Recently, Li Tianyu had been using the Black Gold Token's domain skill to deceive Qian Daolu, thus informing him that the King of Slaughter was Tangshan. Qian Daolu assessed Tangshan's current situation, concluding that he could not surpass the semi-divine level, at most reaching the threshold of a demigod. Had the Shura blood sword not been stolen, perhaps he could have fought, but now, without it, he had absolutely no capacity to confront Qian Daolu. Currently, Qian Daolu could be considered the strongest on the Douluo continent. The only chance for Tangshan to match him would be to fight recklessly. But victory was out of the question. Returning to the matter at hand, Qian Daolu commanded that a sword be brought forth, upon which he stored a fragment of his own essence similar to a divine thought left by a deity within it. He then instructed Shi Long and Cai Shui to visit the Hautian sect. The reason the Spirit Hall struggled to locate a portion of the Hautian sect was that it was genuinely difficult to find, but more significantly, it was because Qian Daolu had forbidden them from searching. Now, the Thousand Paths sect is no longer timid as depicted in the original narrative. They boldly send individuals to seek out the Hautian sect. Shi Long and Cai Shui have also ventured to the Hautian sect with a sword in hand. Speaking of the Hautian sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao initially intended to take Tang San for training. However, during their departure, they found themselves lacking funds and, in a moment of desperation, Tang Xiao had no choice but to return and retrieve his personal savings, not of the embezzling sort, but rather his own private stash. Upon arriving at the Hautian sect, Tang Xiao contemplated ways to facilitate Tang San's recognition of his heritage. He promptly addressed the 5 elders, stating, "We 3 shall not utilize a single coin, person, or item from the Houghton sect, we shall rely solely on our own earnings. We will construct our own accommodations and remain here for the time being, not yet having decided our ultimate destination. Once we have resolved our plans, we will naturally take our leave. I hope the esteemed elders can understand." The seventh elder, upon hearing this, was incensed and seemed ready to reprimand them. But the second elder intervened, calmly remarking, "What Tang Xiao has stated is true. You may reside without issue at the Houghton sect, but you must not touch anything belonging to it." Tang Xiao nodded vigorously, for he was strategizing to ensure Tang San establishes connections with the future prodigies of the Houghton sect's younger generation during this period, while also seeking the favor of the older generation, thereby facilitating his eventual acknowledgement of his lineage. Thus, they remained at the Houghton sect for the time being. Returning to the main subject, individuals from the Houghton sect emerged, and Shilong and Ci Shui, representing the martial soul hall, arrived to pay their respects as per the grand offerings decree. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Houghton sect felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, this statement indicated that the spirit hall was aware of their location, and the reality was undeniable. The two of them were indeed within the territory of the Houghton sect. Normally harboring no goodwill towards the spirit hall, the irritable seventh elder surprisingly refrained from speaking, as he was well aware of the formidable reputation of Douluo. Subsequently, the second elder could only respectfully inquire, "May I ask what message the esteemed Douluo wishes to convey?" Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang San were engaged in a conversation. Curiously, Tang San inquired, "Father, uncle, why must we conceal ourselves?" Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, for the hearing of a title Douluo is exceptionally keen. They exchanged glances, and upon realizing that the two had not heard them, they felt a moment of relief. However, Tang Hao's face was contorted with rage, and noticing this, Tang Xiao silently communicated, "Brother Hao, what troubles you?" In a furious whisper, Tang Hao responded, "Among the 3 soul masters who besieged me at that time, these 2 were included. Both are titled Douluos of the 95th rank and possess soul rings that are over 100,000 years old." Tang Xiao, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a surge of anger. He understood all too well the reasons that compelled Tang Hao to resort to such drastic measures of self-mutilation. Although it was inevitable that, regardless of the fight, his injuries would eventually necessitate such sacrifices, this course of action hastened Tang Hao's desperate struggle for survival. Amidst the fury, there lingered a tinge of apprehension. 200,000-year soul rings? Just how profound is the foundation of the spirit hall? Subsequently, the two exchanged thoughts telepathically. Little 3. The spirit hall is pursuing us. However, having distanced ourselves from the Houghton sect, there may still be attempts to suppress it, yet we are, for the moment, out of danger. If we were to expose ourselves, the spirit hall could label the Houghton sect as harboring fugitives, which might prompt a direct assault on the sect. Therefore, the 3 of us must remain concealed, and you must refrain from speaking. We were fortunate to have gone unnoticed just now, but another word could lead to our discovery." Tang San nodded in understanding. As one turns their gaze towards Shilong and Ci Shui, the duo draws forth a sword. This action leaves the 5 elders bewildered. After all, what purpose could there be in brandishing a sword unless one intended to engage in combat? However, they soon witness a surge of energy erupting forth, ultimately manifesting as a spectral apparition. The 5 elders gasp in astonishment. Qian Douluo. The apparition then proclaims, "Houghton sect. I have refrained from striking against you out of respect for my friendship with Tangchen, but that does not grant you the liberty to act with impunity." Subsequently, it cleaves a mountain in twain with a single stroke of its sword, the force of which extends to the neighboring peaks. The sight leaves the 5 elders, as well as the concealed Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San, utterly astounded. Each of their minds echoes the thought, this is merely a shadow. If the true entity were to manifest, the might would undoubtedly be even greater. Furthermore, this strike is, at most, a mere enhanced basic attack. It is unfathomable to contemplate the sheer terror that would ensue if Douluo were to engage with full seriousness. The shadow of Douluo offers no further words, merely dissipating into the ether. As Shilong and Ci Shui observed the 5 individuals, who were rendered speechless, they interrupted their astonishment and declared, "The grand offering has issued a final warning. If your Houghton sect dares to provoke our spirit hall again, we shall no longer remain patient, nor will we consider our past ties with Tangchen." The 5 elders, unwilling to concede, replied, "Please assure the grand offering that we, the Houghton sect, have relinquished our desires for reputation and power. We simply wish to live in peace and will not contest with spirit hall nor provoke it further." With the intended intimidation achieved, Xilong and Ci Shui departed, leaving the 8 still in shock. Among them, especially Tang San, contemplated. Are these truly the pinnacle of power in this world? Not even the formidable Tang sect from my previous life could cleave a mountain with a single strike. It seems that revenge requires patience. I must devise a gradual plan. After a while, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao emerged to bid farewell to the 5 elders. For it was apparent that Spirit Hall had already discerned the whereabouts of the Haotian sect. Should they come to investigate and capture the 3 of them? Spirit Hall might use that as a pretext for war. Thus, they resolved to take Tang Sin into the outside world for training, returning only when they possessed the strength to confront Spirit Hall. The 5 elders felt no reluctance, while talent is indeed precious. The actions of the Haotian twin stars had led the sect into dire straits on 2 occasions. Such facts cannot be overlooked merely due to one's innate gifts, especially considering whether such gifts could alter the sect's disadvantageous position against Spirit Hall. Even the most gifted individual is merely a 97th level title Douluo, easily dispatched by Douluo. Returning to the matter at hand, after Tang Hao and Tang Xiao departed from the Haotian sect with Tang San, they began to ponder their next steps. Tang Xiao remarked, "Younger brother, we can no longer reveal our true identities. It is best if we temporarily adopt another surname." Tang Hao, despite his proud nature and reluctance, understood the gravity of their situation. His unwillingness could cost his son his life. Consequently, they resolved to temporarily change their surname to Zhang until a time when they could emerge without fear. They then began to deliberate on Tang San's future. Younger brother, as Tang San has grown alongside us, his development has been minimal, for a soul master cannot always accompany us. He must learn to work within a team, cultivate team spirit, and gradually gain experience. After all, becoming a soul master is not an instantaneous achievement, Tang Xiao stated. Tang Hao nodded in agreement but added, however, the dilemma lies in where to send San. Even with a name change, should he be discovered, it would spell disaster. After some contemplation, Tang Xiao suggested, younger brother, there is a saying that the most dangerous place can also be the safest. Logically, San should attend Notting Academy, and given that Spirit Hall is pursuing him, sending him to the least expected place, Notting Academy, may catch them off guard. Tang Hao listened thoughtfully, recognizing the merit in this plan, yet he remained conflicted. He did not wish for his child to wander under the watchful eyes of predators. However, Tang San must gradually mature. And Tang Hao felt the weight of his own helplessness. Weakness is indeed a fundamental sin. Had he been stronger, he could have dealt with the 3 titled Douluos from Spirit Hall, preventing any warning from being sent, and even if Spirit Hall later sent something amiss, he would have had time to escape with Tang San. If not for their weakness, they would not be in a position where they struggled to find a refuge. Observing Tang Hao's expression of self-reproach, Tang Xiao recognized his thoughts and shifted to a serious demeanor, saying, younger brother, you are the new generation of Haotian Douluo. What use is your remorse? If you truly wish to compensate for San's plight and repay the sect, then cultivate him into a formidable talent, repay the sect, and overthrow Spirit Hall. Inspired by these words, Tang Hao felt invigorated but soon sank back into despair, for all was still mere fantasy. The path ahead remains uncertain. And now the die has been cast. Only those who reach the end will know the outcome. All he can do now is to protect Tang San comprehensively, allowing him to grow. After a period of introspection, Tang Hao acquiesced to Tang Yao's suggestion and sent Tang San to Notting Academy. In the offering hall, Xilong and another approached Douluo to report. Upon hearing their account, Douluo permitted the 2 to leave. At that moment, Li Tianyu and Rinxue had just returned from shopping, with Li Tianyu collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Douluo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. You young lads seem utterly worn out from a mere shopping trip. I am quite curious how you managed to endure the training methods of the golden crocodile. Li Tianyu retorted, Grandpa Qian, you have no girlfriend, so you cannot possibly understand the fatigue that comes from shopping. Upon hearing this, Douluo was incensed, realizing that the boy was subtly alluding to his past with Poseidon. Noticing the expression on Douluo's face, Li Tianyu quickly added, I was merely making an observation. Please do not take it to heart. Douluo chose not to engage further, responding instead, just because I have not pursued Poseidon does not imply I am without a partner. Otherwise, how would I have fathered Qian? Li Tianyu pondered this for a moment and conceded that if Douluo truly had no wife, then Qian would not exist. It must be said that the original narrative often spoke of his past with Poseidon, leading many to forget that Douluo was indeed a married man. Douluo decided not to dwell on the topic any longer, reminding Li Tianyu, you should get some rest. Today is the last day of Shui's leave, and tomorrow's training will be twice as intense. If you don't sleep now, you'll be rendered useless in the morning. In response, Li Tianyu said, There is no need for that, Grandpa Qian. I'm already prepared to venture out for some training, bringing along the 3 judges to familiarize ourselves with the tasks ahead. Qian Delu replied, You're not trying to avoid training, are you? Li Tianyu answered, Impossible. Setting aside everything else after all this time. Do you really think I am that sort of person, Grandpa Qian? Qian Delu considered this and found it reasonable. Furthermore, allowing him to venture out and understand the darker aspects of the continent could indeed be beneficial. He concluded, Very well, but do not become lax in your cultivation. Li Tianyu assured him, Rest easy, Grandpa Qian. I will certainly not neglect my training. Moreover, I have resolved to refrain from using the black gold token for the time being. Otherwise, everything would come too easily, and without enduring significant hardships, true achievement is unattainable. Qian Dao nodded in agreement but cautioned, Before you leave, be sure to bid farewell to Shuer. Otherwise, if you depart without a word, she will surely create a scene. And you better return safely. I won't have my granddaughter distressed. Li Tianyu joked in response, Rest assured, Grandpa Qian, with someone as beautiful as Shuer. If something were to happen to me, she would certainly miss me. Qian Delu exclaimed, You truly take advantage of your position. My granddaughter has been swept away by you. Li Tianyu quickly clarified, Grandpa Qian, let us not speak in jest. Our feelings for each other are genuine. Qian Delu had no intention of continuing the banter and simply sent him on his way. Li Tianyu sought out Qian Ruxue. Initially, she vehemently opposed his departure, adamant in her refusal. However, through his persistent persuasion and tender coaxing, she ultimately consented to his journey of experience. Just before he left, she pointedly remarked, Tianyu, should you dare to stray, I will not hesitate to slay that fox. Upon hearing her words, Li Tianyu couldn't help but reflect. Although her possessiveness seemed an improvement over the original narrative, it still remained quite pronounced. But wait, what was he contemplating? Wasn't the concept of monogamy the fundamental principle? Why had it morphed into a notion of possessiveness? He found himself constantly ruminating on Qian Rushue's most glaring flaw from the original tale, interpreting her rather domineering remarks as mere possessiveness. Such misjudgments were regrettable. Subsequently, Li Tianyu bid farewell to the remaining 6 guardians, then took his leave from the 3 affiliated sects, and finally said his goodbyes to Douluo. With that, he set forth on his journey, accompanied by the 3 great judges, embarking on his path of judgment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San and his companions were making their return. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao stealthily arrived back at Holy Soul Village, securing the coveted positions for students. With Tang Xiao personally safeguarding Tang San, they proceeded to Nanning Academy, resulting in a significant confrontation at the academy's entrance, instigated by none other than Tang Xiao himself. However, in contrast to the gravity of their actions, Tang Xiao's intent was merely to teach those gatekeepers a lesson, as taking a life would have been an excess. As Tang San observed this scene, he inquired, Uncle, why must you show mercy to them when they treat us in such a manner? Since they are our adversaries, is there not a necessity to be unyielding? Tang Xiao, upon hearing this, was filled with both astonishment and joy, mingled with a sense of dread. His joy stemmed from the fact that Tang San, at such a tender age, could face the concept of death with equanimity, a rite of passage every soul master must undergo. However, his fear arose from the realization that such a perspective, if left unchecked, might lead the young boy to become a bloodthirsty individual. Contemplating this, Tang Xiao hastily advised, Little San, you are correct that there is no need for leniency towards foes. However, these gatekeepers are not true enemies. Though their disdain is deserving of punishment, it does not warrant death. Your approach is, quite frankly, excessive. Tang San nodded in response. Tang Xiao understood that altering Tang San's mindset would not be an overnight endeavor. After all, the thoughts of a child are the most challenging to reshape. He resolved to gradually influence Tang San's overly detached character through their future interactions. Subsequently, he led Tang San into Nanning Academy. Supplementary chapter. In addition to Chapter 30. In the previous discussion about individuals, I inadvertently omitted Xiao Wu and overlooked certain flaws in Tang San. This chapter serves primarily to address those omissions. Let us first discuss Xiao Wu. As a being transformed from a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, it is entirely reasonable for her to cultivate in the human realm. The established narrative suggests that once a soul beast takes human form, their progress in cultivation slows significantly without the companionship of humans. This risk prompts many transformed soul beasts to venture into the human world. However, this rationale does not hold true for Xiao Wu. Many soul beasts embark on this perilous journey to expedite their cultivation, yet one must ponder an essential question: a 100,000-year soul beast, upon transformation, possesses innate full soul power. Although the circumstances may lead to gradual advancement, with sufficient time, reaching the rank of title Douluo is merely a matter of endurance. Moreover, with each ascension, their lifespan extends, alleviating concerns of being outpaced by time. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that upon reaching level 70 and taking human form, they become genuine beings, reliant on hunting soul rings rather than forming them independently. Consequently, they must confront other soul beasts alone, inevitably necessitating assistance from humans. This is a secondary concern. The primary issue is that upon transformation, their cultivation and strength reset to zero. If they remain hidden among soul beasts, unless they possess a unique status akin to that of an emperor beast, they would be at risk of being devoured by most non-transformed soul beasts. Thus, many transformed beings choose to depart the realm of soul beasts for the human world, where the presence of tidal Douluo is scarce, significantly diminishing the likelihood of detection. In contrast, within the soul beast realm, even a 2,000-year soul beast could easily bully a newly transformed 100,000-year soul beast without a special identity. The reason this theory does not apply to Xiaowu is that, even if she transforms into a human, no one would dare to harm her. Although the Qing Tian Niumang and the Titan Giant Ape are merely guardians in the grand scheme of the soul world, they are not to be trifled with. They simply cannot defeat ferocious beasts, yet among ordinary soul beasts, they have already surpassed the majority. Therefore, Xiaowu can freely cultivate in the Stardow forest without fear of provocations, as the Qing Tian Yomo and the Titan Giant Ape will be watching over her. As for D Tian, they have no reason to kill beasts for no cause, especially not a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. As long as she transforms into a human and refrains from betraying the soul beasts, D Tian and his companions will not interfere. After all, the soul beast world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Thus, the only motivation for Xiaowu to leave the Stardow forest is to avenge her mother. However, this desire for vengeance appears contradictory. One must first reach level 90 before confronting Bibidong, or else how could one stand a chance? While I understand the notion of increasing one's cultivation speed to expedite vengeance, it raises the question of why she dared to compete in the Elite Soul Master competition in front of so many title Douluos. Is it truly due to the allure of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong? Is she not afraid of being discovered? This flower is not embedded within her. Where does her audacity to guarantee she will remain undetected stem from? Such behavior seems akin to willingly jumping into a trap, reflecting a lack of wisdom. If it were not for Chen Xian, Du Gubo, and the Golden Iron Triangle temporarily holding back the situation, along with Tang Hao's timely intervention, and the inexplicable refusal of the Hall of Offerings to act, today could have ended tragically for her. I find her actions perplexing. They are not merely irrational. While seeking vengeance may cloud one's judgment, it's peculiar that in the earlier stages, she did not exhibit any signs of irrationality. Initially, Xiaowu did not reflect the pain of losing her mother, instead indulging in merriment, which raises questions about her character integrity. After all, if you're avenging your mother, why does the pain of her loss not manifest early on? Why does she not actively cultivate but instead engage in leisure? Then, suddenly in the midphase, the anguish reappears. Why does she not express her grief upon encountering her enemy? Had her initial portrayal shown her fervently cultivating, only to become irrational upon meeting her adversary later, it would have been far more coherent. Regarding the episode of Douluo's ascension, Xiaowu's sacrifice is portrayed beautifully in her emotional arcs. Apart from some inconsistencies in the plot regarding her mother. However, post-sacrifice, the narrative takes a turn, reducing Xiaowu to a mere tool for Tang San, where her injuries send him into a frenzy. Consequently, she becomes a mere ornament, failing to embody the shared struggles of their love. In the earlier stages, Xiaowu was portrayed as someone for whom Tang San would unhesitatingly stand in front of danger, while she was willing to sacrifice for him. In contrast, later on, Tang San becomes a relentless force of destruction, leaving Xiaowu sidelined. Now, let us briefly touch upon Tang San in the context of Douluo. 1. Minor flaw, a desire to eliminate a guardian, an excessive reaction that warranted a lesson. 2. Flaw, depleting Du Gubo's medicinal garden. While he claimed that the Yuxiangqi Luo elixir could cure Du Gubo's poison, he opted for a temporary solution that only forced the toxin into the soul bone. 3. Flaw, deceiving Hulaina emotionally, despite her being a heartless opportunist. 4. Flaw, unnecessarily assigning blame to soul beasts before killing them, which comes off as hypocritical. 5. Flaw, allowing Du Gubo to slaughter innocents during warfare. While war itself is not wrong, the common folk are blameless, and Du Gubo bears a similar burden of guilt. 6. Flaw, displaying cowardice against the weak at level 50, but showing aggression at level 90. This contradiction requires no further elaboration. There have been changes in titles that need not be reiterated. The crux of the matter is that Tang San possesses decisive qualities, charm toward his allies, and loyalty. Overall, while Tang San's character cannot be deemed poor, it is difficult to label it as entirely virtuous either. Before Xiaolu's sacrifice, Tang San was nearly flawless. With only a few blemishes primarily influenced by his background in the Tang sect, he had few significant flaws. However, after Xiaolu's sacrifice, Tang San's character began to unravel, particularly during the events on Sea God Island, marking a decline in the overall narrative quality of Douluo. Hu Laina becomes a treacherous figure, while Qian Rinxue falls prey to romantic entanglements, and no one dares to harm Xiaolu under Tang San's watch. I shall refrain from further elaboration. In conclusion, upon entering Notting Academy, Tang Xiao first accompanied Tang San for enrollment. To maintain a low profile, they altered his name to Zhang San, adjusted his innate soul power to level 3, as level 10 would draw too much attention, and modified his place of birth significantly. After reviewing the information, the president of Notting Academy assigned Tang San to the 7th dormitory. On the journey ahead, Tang Xiao imparted his wisdom with patience. Xiao San, you have been perceptive from a young age, thus I shall refrain from elaborating on certain matters. Let me highlight a few vital points. Firstly, your temperament is somewhat volatile. For instance, just moments ago at the gate, you exhibited a murderous intent. The guards, with their condescending demeanor, are indeed deserving of disdain. Yet their transgressions do not warrant death. Furthermore, resorting to violence indiscriminately is detrimental to our cause, as we must remain incognito. Secondly, it is imperative that you safeguard your identity, sharing it only with utmost discretion. Regardless of who stands before you, even those who may become your closest allies in the years to come, few can withstand the test of loyalty when pitted against self-interest. Therefore, keep your secrets close. Never reveal the existence of your dual martial souls, nor disclose that your blue silver grass remains unawakened. Remember this, Xiao San. As Tang Xiao was giving instructions to Tang San, a figure clad in black passed by. Absorbed in Tang Xiao's words, Tang San inadvertently collided with the individual, causing the book he was holding to fall. Realizing his mistake, Tang San promptly stooped to retrieve the fallen book. Tang Xiao, glancing at the cover, noted the prominent title, The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. It dawned on him who this person was, the renowned Yu Xiaojang, often hailed as the foremost authority on Douluo theory. To be candid, Tang Xiao found the title rather unmerited. Many of the ideas presented were quite elementary. Moreover, there are numerous errors within this discourse. The trajectory of martial souls is not fixed, rendering this theory rather amusing. Why then? Does the Haotian hammer not serve as a healing-type martial soul? Why must it embody a powerful offensive martial soul? Why do plant-type martial souls either pursue control or support roles, with none venturing into the realm of offense? The utmost they can achieve is dabbling in poison. Furthermore, the assertion that plant-type martial souls can absorb soul rings from animal-type soul beasts is indeed not common knowledge among the common folk. But it is certainly regarded as common sense among those of noble lineage and influence. There are additional theoretical inaccuracies, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon. As for the other theories, they are mostly nonsensical. Who in the entire continent is unaware of the awakening of martial souls at the age of 6? Who does not know the colors and classifications of soul rings? Do they truly believe that the commoners are fools? The nobles, in their arrogance, have grown too lazy to engage with him, genuinely believing themselves to be the pinnacle of supremacy. Tang Xiao merely apologized to Yu Xiaojang out of courtesy, for he was no longer the esteemed sect master of the Haotian clan, but rather a hunted title Douluo. Yu Xiaojang simply replied, "It is of no consequence." He then cast a glance at Tang San and inquired about the child's martial soul. Tang Xiao responded, "Innate soul power of level 3, martial soul blue silver grass." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojang did not dwell further on the matter and turned to leave. Tang Xiao subsequently led Tang San to dormitory number 7, where they found that Xiaowu had already arrived and triumphed over many, becoming the leader of the 7th dormitory. Tang San felt little in this regard, but Tang Xiao was profoundly moved. His heart raced with excitement at the thought of a 100,000-year soul beast, based on its martial soul. It should indeed be a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. While the soft-bone rabbit itself possesses limited offensive capabilities, it boasts a formidable life-preserving skill, the invincible golden body. It is said that only deities of the highest order can break through its defenses. However, currently, there are no such beings on the entire continent. In other words, it boasts a defense of 100, excluding certain soul skills that immunize against all defenses. If nurtured properly and later entrusted to Xiao San, it would undoubtedly provide a powerful life-preserving skill. It seems that in the future, Xiao San's blue-silver emperor will, much like Ayin, adopt a path of healing and preservation. Tang Xiao mused to himself. As Xiao gazed upon Tang Xiao, an inexplicable dread welled up within her, compelling her to instinctively retreat. Her heart raced with the thought, why am I afraid? Aside from the title Douluo, I should fear no one. For only the title Douluo possesses the ability to perceive my true nature. This uncle, clad in such a rustic manner, bears no semblance to a title Douluo. After all, where would one find a title Douluo dressed like a drunken beggar? Although Xiao entertained these thoughts, an innate sense of terror continued to urge her backward. Tang Xiao, observing Xiao Wu's reaction, surmised that this was the primal fear of a 100,000-year transformed soul beast in the presence of a title Douluo. After all, for a soul beast of such age to be exposed beneath the gaze of a title Douluo is tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, this was merely a small rabbit, newly transformed and at the 10th level. Nevertheless, Tang Xiao chose not to alarm the creature, recognizing that Tang San was not yet capable of absorbing such high-ranking soul rings. It was prudent to keep the beast sheltered for the time being. Subsequently, Tang Xiao addressed Tang San, saying, "Little San, I shall take my leave for now. As you possess only a third-level spirit power with your blue-silver grass martial spirit, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate. In due course, you shall ascend to the ranks of a soul master and emerge as one of distinction." Tang San nodded in agreement. Afterward, Tang Xiao departed, and Tang San engaged in a spar with Xiao Wu, the outcome mirroring that of the original tale. As Tang Xiao returned to the makeshift refuge he had established, he found Tang Hao resting in bed. Upon seeing his elder brother, Tang Hao inquired, "Brother, has little San succeeded in enrolling at the academy?" Tang Xiao nodded and replied, "Today, I stumbled upon a piece of remarkable news." Tang Hao paused, taken aback, for he understood the significance of his elder brother, a pinnacle title Douluo of the 96th rank, nearly on the threshold of the 97th. Any revelation capable of astonishing him was certainly of great importance. He hastily pressed, "Brother, what is it?" Tang Xiao, suppressing his excitement, exclaimed, "Within Little San's dormitory, there exists a girl who is a transformed soft bone rabbit of 100,000 years." Tang Hao, unable to contain his astonishment, recognized the implications of such a soul beast. 100,000 years of existence equated to 100,000-year soul bone, complemented by 100,000-year soul ring. The enhancements provided by 100,000-year soul ring are immense. In his youth, at merely the 92nd rank, Tang Hao had managed to suppress opponents of the 94th to 95th ranks without utilizing explosive rings or the Great Samurai Hammer, a feat largely attributed to the benefits of such a soul ring. Determined, Tang Hao prepared to rise and seize Xiao Wu, believing that in a small city like Notting, no one would care much for a student, and he intended to raise her in captivity. Sensing his brother's intentions, Tang Xiao interjected, "How? Why the haste? Your priority should be to restore your strength. Otherwise, I may not be able to protect you both. As for this 100,000-year soul beast, she cannot escape our watchful eyes, nor will she grow to become a threat." The two then deliberated on how to best care for this soul beast. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu and the three judges had journeyed for several days, finally arriving at Notting City. The judges curiously asked, "Lord Judge, did you not mention inspecting the various spirit hall branches for any remaining pests? What brings you to Notting?" Li Tianyu responded, "According to the reports from the spirit hall branches, if we have not uncovered him, Tang San should be an intern at Notting Academy." The judges, still skeptical, inquired, "Lord Judge, do you think Tang Hao will bring his son to such a place? We have already thoroughly cleared it." Li Tianyu, with a smile, retorted, "You all seem to believe Tang Hao would hide his son away. Do you think he would be unaware of this and act in the opposite manner?" The judges paused, contemplating, before one remarked, "Your reasoning holds merit, but with our combined strength, we would be easily discovered." Li Tianyu casually noted, "If Tang Hao were still at his peak, I would indeed hesitate to confront him. However, a fall to the Soul Sage realm means that, as a fellow Soul Sage, I may not find him insurmountable. Besides, I have the sure divine power as a safety net. It is fortunate he is a Soul Sage. Had he maintained his title Douluo rank, he might evade the sure divine power's offensive." The judges interjected, "But we are not speaking of Tang Hao. We are referring to Tang Xiao." Li Tianyu paused, puzzled. "Tang Xiao? What relevance does he hold?" The judges, exasperated, replied, "Surely, you recall the high priest's words, that Tang Hao evaded the pursuit of the ghost Douluo thanks to Tang Xiao's intervention, who declared his separation from the Haotian sect to protect Tang Hao and his son." Li Tianyu pondered, recalling, Tang Xiao reached the 97th rank approximately when Tang San was around 17 or 18. Now, Tang San is merely 6 years old, implying that there are still 11 or 12 years remaining. If he were to have just broken through the 96th rank, it is improbable for Tang Xiao to have advanced to the 97th within these years. Talent may be extraordinary, but it is unlikely to progress from the 95th rank to the 97th in just over a decade. Thus, it is probable that Tang Xiao remains at the pinnacle of the 96th rank or is a half step into the 97th. This presents a significant threat, as the sure divine power's safety net only extends to title Douluos and below, and while its offensive might is formidable, any title Douluo or higher could likely counter it in time. It seems we must revise our plans. Subsequently, Li Tianyu declared, no matter. As long as we do not alert Tang Xiao, we shall proceed as if on reconnaissance. If Tang San and his father are indeed here, we will report directly to the Spirit Hall. The judges, resigned, acknowledged their current status as sole kings, recognizing they would be easily overwhelmed by a title Douluo. Li Tianyu reassured them, cheer up, allow me to treat you all to a meal. The judges readily agreed. Thus, Li Tianyu led the 3 judges on a culinary expedition throughout Notting City. During a moment of respite, he changed into the judge's attire that Qian Rinxue had previously gifted him. He could not help but admire her taste, yet lamented the reliance on her support. The clothing was her purchase, and his standing was due to her influence, though he owed a significant debt to the Hall of Offerings. It could be repaid with a mere 7 lives, for life outweighs all else, and Qian Rinxue's declaration had irrevocably bound him to her aid. The 3 judges observed the attire and could not help but express their discomfort, remarking, this garment feels awkward. It pales in comparison to our simpler attire. Surely, it won't become so long that we trip over it? Li Tianyu replied, everyone has their own aesthetic. You have been accustomed to freedom since childhood. Wearing such formal attire will naturally feel strange. This is why I encouraged you to don more conventional clothing. But let me ask, ignoring all else, do you not find this outfit appealing? The judges quickly affirmed, of course, the garments selected by the lady are exquisite. It was evident they recalled the chilling experience from 8 years prior, when they interrupted Qian Rinxue's confession, and the memory of her piercing gaze still haunted them. They might even admit to fearing her more than Li Tianyu, the 7 high priests. Li Tianyu, knowing they were his subordinates, could only afford to jest with them, never truly intending harm. As for the 7 high priests, they were in no position to be concerned. They had already been granted significant favor. Only Qian Rinxue was unrestrained in her discipline, a fact that was justified given that the 3 judges had an uncanny knack for interrupting at the most inopportune moments. Though Li Tianyu did not oppose their interactions, after all, it was beneficial for his guards and subordinates to familiarize themselves. It did stir some jealousy in Qian Rinxue. The more time spent with the judges meant less time for her with Li Tianyu. Initially, Qian Rinxue managed to tolerate it. But as the time Li Tianyu devoted to the judges exceeded that spent with her, she could no longer suppress her feelings, challenging the judges under the guise of sparring. The judges vividly remembered that encounter, while Li Tianyu noted that she was reluctant to strike but had no qualms about making them kneel on washboards. Observing the fear etched on the faces of the 3, Li Tianyu could not help but jest. Xiaoxue, are you being too harsh? Have you reduced these fearless men to such a state of trepidation? Subsequently, the 4 of them said little more and embarked on their culinary journey through Nottingham. This, of course, was merely a secondary objective. The primary aim was to gradually approach Nottingham College by dining at each restaurant, thus alleviating any suspicions that Tang Xiao might harbor. In the afternoon, under normal circumstances, no one would come to fetch Tang San. However, due to Tang Hao being discovered prematurely, Tang Xiao took it upon himself to shelter the 2 individuals in a small dwelling near Nottingham. Naturally, Tang Xiao did not mind the distance and chose to ensure Tang San's protection throughout the entire journey. The scene was witnessed by Li Tianyu, who was dining nearby. He then addressed the proprietor, requesting the bill. After settling the payment, Li Tianyu accompanied the 3 individuals, but he opted for a contrary approach. Rather than stealthily trailing them, he confidently walked along the street, feigning a mere coincidence of direction. This strategy indeed did not arouse any suspicion in Tang Xiao. For if one were to claim that following him was merely a matter of happenstance, it could easily be assumed that half the street was comprised of Spirit Hall personnel. Li Tianyu felt a sense of relief upon noticing Tang Xiao's lack of suspicion. Upon reaching the city gate of Notting, Tang Xiao proceeded toward a location with Tang San, while Li Tianyu, to avoid raising any doubts, led the 3 judges along a different path. He then instructed Junmang to release a raven to follow discreetly. Tang Xiao, observing the raven, remained largely unfazed as it was merely a single bird. The raven, in turn, shares the quintessence of Jiumeng's 5 senses. The raven also discovered the concealed refuge of Tang Xiao and his son, Tang San. It overheard quite a bit of conversation. Little San, you need only focus on your cultivation. As for the tuition fees you mentioned earlier today, rest assured, your uncle and I will certainly gather the funds for you. After all, we are still adept at wielding a hammer. Forging iron is well within our capabilities, Tang Xiao remarked. Seated beside him, Tang Hao interjected, brother. While it is true that Xiao San must prioritize his cultivation, allowing him to practice blacksmithing and develop self-reliance is also a form of training. His chaotic hammer technique has yet to reach proficiency, thus, the process of forging will serve to refine it, while simultaneously enhancing his strength and endurance. Tang Xiao, contemplating his words, replied, Brother Hao, you make a valid point. However, this implies that we could actually reduce our number in the workforce. Tang Hao promptly responded, Brother, you need not concern yourself with that. As a divine craftsman, I possess greater expertise in blacksmithing, while you, as a level 96 titled Douluo, are far more proficient in protection. Therefore, let the task of earning money fall to me. Your sole responsibility should be to safeguard Xiao San, dear brother. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. In the ensuing conversation, there was little to pique the interest of the three judges. It was only when Tang Xiao and Tang Hao mentioned the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu, that the three judges were taken aback. However, their astonishment was somewhat muted. After all, in their eyes, as long as the esteemed judge was present, all 9 of their rings could indeed be of 10,000 years or even surpass that age. Subsequently, Li Tianyu informed Zhu Long that the Spirit Hall's branch had relayed this matter to the branch's master, who found himself in a dilemma. Reporting it directly could lead to disgrace if it turned out to be false, possibly even resulting in his dismissal. The only way to ascertain the truth was to investigate personally, but if it were indeed genuine, return would be impossible. Eventually, Zhu Long obtained the offering decree from Li Tianyu, and the branch master recognized the significance of this decree, as it superseded even the Pope's mandate. Those who possessed such a token were essentially the 7 revered offerings of the offering hall and their descendants. Thus, he concluded without doubt. If one were to question the lineage of the offering hall, whom else could the Spirit Hall trust? Upon the news reaching the papal court, Bibidong summoned the 9 elders to inquire. It has come to my attention that the individuals in the offering hall have discerned the whereabouts of the Haotian twin stars. Might I suggest that a few of you elders venture forth to apprehend them? The 9 elders exchanged glances, for they were already aware, through the whispers of Ghost Douluo, that Tang Xiao had ascended to the pinnacle of level 96, a force formidable enough to rival 3 ordinary title Douluo of level 95. Observing the reluctance among the elders to take action, Bibidong remarked, since none of you wish to engage, I would appreciate it if you could relay this matter to those old men in the offering hall, urging them to take matters into their own hands. The 9 elders felt increasingly disheartened. To confront Tang Xiao alone would surely result in their defeat. And to beseech the offering hall for assistance would equally lead to their humiliation, for they were but insignificant figures compared to the 7 esteemed offerings. Since Qian Daolia's warning to the Haotian sect, the sect has indeed become considerably more subdued. Consequently, Qian Daolu took the initiative to rescind the warrant for Tang Hao's arrest. Thus, the Hall of Offering refrained from pursuing Tang Hao any further. If the Hall of Offering had no intention of pursuing him, how could the 9 elders dare to act? Seeing that the 9 elders remained inactive, Bibidong, unable to contain her fury, unleashed a formidable pressure that compelled them to kneel. Had it not been for the immense power of the Rakshasa god, which could reach level 99, her current strength would be confined to level 98. Just as Bibidong was about to unleash her scathing rebuke, laughter echoed in the ears of the crowd. Not a single one of the esteemed 9 elders of the Pope dared to engage in battle. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to capture the Haotian twin stars. This serves as a fitting recompense for the sole task I, as the former Judgment Elder, had failed to accomplish. At first glance, the individual was indeed Douluo, the poisoned Douluo. Chapter 34, The Fight Against Tang Xiao. Upon recognizing Douluo, the members of the Pope's palace were filled with indignation, particularly Bibidong. For Douluo's actions seemed to be a direct affront to their esteemed establishment. Standing beside them, the 2 figures of Jiuguai immediately sensed the surging anger emanating from Bibidong. Without hesitation, they declared their willingness to pursue and eliminate the Haotian twin stars. It must be said that the emotional intelligence of the Jiuguai duo is indeed quite remarkable. Standing beside the scene, Si Shue and Shi Long pondered. The presence of Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo was merely to offer a gracious exit for His Holiness the Pope. Given their formidable strength, confronting Tang Xiao would be tantamount to a certain demise. Alas, it seems we must also join the fray. Subsequently, the 2 expressed, Your Holiness the Pope, We are willing to accompany the three elders to confront the Haoyin twins. Upon hearing their words, Bibi Dong's anger subsided considerably. Thus, the five of them set forth towards Nodding City. On their journey, Shilong and Sishue inquired, Elder Dugong, how did you come to know about the Haoyin twins? After all, you are merely a retired elder, and I doubt you would spend your time gathering intelligence on the Spirit Hall. Elder Dugong replied, Indeed. This information was not procured by my own efforts, but rather conveyed to me by the young master. The four of them, including Ju and Gui Douluo, who recognized Qian Rinxue, were momentarily taken aback, with Shilong being the first to recover and ask, Why would the young master inform you of this matter? Dugong explained. Upon learning of this, the young master's initial thought was to enlist the 7 great offerings to aid Xiao Tian. However, the two quickly interjected, However, what about the great offering? Dugong, somewhat helplessly, replied, The great offering still clings to past affections with Tangshan, expressing a desire to leave the future to him. Moreover, the Haotian twins no longer pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. However, should they attempt to harm Xiao Tian, the great offering has left a special soul guide on him. Should Xiao Tian be attacked, the great offering will sense it immediately. Thus, the great offering stated it is to ensure his safety. The young master, while wishing to assist Xiao Tian, also seeks vengeance for his father's death. Yet, due to the aforementioned reasons, he could not mobilize the 7 great offerings. Thus he came to me. After listening to this, the two nodded in understanding. Feeling a sense of resignation, the great offering is admirable in many respects, loyal, benevolent towards kin, respectful to noble foes, and principled. However, such qualities can be a liability on the battlefield. They then inquired, Did the young master not inform the great offering that Tang Hao's child possesses a twin martial soul? That is a substantial threat. Dugong sighed. Alas, the great offering's exact words were that even if he possesses a twin martial soul, he ultimately cannot ascend to godhood unless he discovers a divine inheritance. There are only a few such places. And even the great offering is aware of only one, the Sea God Island, and another being the angel god's inheritance within our Spirit Hall. Thus, the great offering believes that given a few years, should the young master achieve godhood, the dual martial soul would pose no threat. Shilong and Sishue, upon reflection, found some merit in this rationale, as Qian Rinxue was destined for divinity. Once she matured, even if her twin martial soul reached level 99, victory would be impossible. Each rank of title Douluo essentially signifies a tier of disparity, let alone the gap between levels 99 and 100. Consequently, they ceased further inquiries, and the 5 continued their swift flight towards Nodding City. Meanwhile, within Nodding City, the Haoyin twins were engaged in conversation. Brother, has Xiao San fallen asleep? Tang Hao inquired. Rest assured, Hao brother, Xiao San is asleep. Tang Xiao responded. Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Tang Xiao posed a question. Hao brother, how did you and Xiao San get discovered by the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao, with an expression of resignation, recounted. I had initially taken Xiao San to hide in a small village. What was it called again? Saint Soul Village? On the day we were discovered. It coincided with Xiao San's awakening. Upon his return that day, I sensed 3 tidal Douluos were tracking us. Thus, I deduced that during Xiao San's awakening, he must have inadvertently revealed both his first and second martial souls, prompting them to conclude that he was my son and subsequently pursue him to find me. Later, among the 3 pursuers, I recognized one as the Elder Dugong, who was once conferred the title of Judgment Elder. The other 2 were unfamiliar to me. I then fled with Xiao San for several dozen miles before engaging in battle with those 3, ultimately facing defeat. At this moment, Tang Xiao hastily inquired, How? Have you lost? Not to mention anything else. You once told me that your 9th soul skill, due to its sacrificial nature from Ain, allows you to restore your state to its peak, thus rendering you immune to hidden injuries. You could directly unleash a 9-ring explosion. Unless your opponent possesses at least a level 98 defense-type title Douluo capable of withstanding it. Could it be that among these 3, there exists a level 98 defense-type title Douluo? Tang Hao self-deprecatingly replied, No, all 3 of them are level 95 title Douluo, but they each possess a soul ring that has existed for 100,000 years. Upon hearing such an absurdity, even more outrageous than a level 98 title Douluo, Tang Xiao directly asked, How? Are you saying that they each possess a 100,000-year soul ring? How is that possible? There are no more than 10 individuals across the entire continent with such a soul ring. Tang Hao asserted, I have seen it with my own eyes. Tang Xiao felt a chill upon hearing this, yet he still questioned, Even if these three are level 95 title Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings, as I mentioned earlier, could you not defeat them with a 9-ring explosion paired with the Great Sumera Hammer? Tang Hao simply stated, at that time, because Xiao San was nearby. If I had unleashed the true power of the 9-ring explosion, the mere pressure could have been fatal to Xiao San. Therefore, I chose not to utilize the Earth Soul skill to restore my peak state, opting instead for a direct explosion, which resulted in the effect being less than half, perhaps only around 30. Consequently, the power of the explosion was significantly diminished. Tang Xiao responded, "Hao, you are a man of great stature, and I admire you." My elder brother, Tang Hao, with a tone of self-mockery, replied, "Brother, please refrain from such praise. I am merely a burden to the sect, unable to support even my own son, and I rely on others. What qualifications do I have? To speak of being a man of great stature is but a farce. I cannot protect my beloved, nor can I safeguard the sect, failing both the sect and my child. Merely a worthless coward." Tang Xiao offered consolation, and thereafter, the two ceased their conversation and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. In the deep of night, Douluo and his entourage of 5 arrived at Notting City, where they first went to meet Li Tianyu. Subsequently, the 5 proceeded to the residence of Tang San and his father, guided by the location provided by Li Tianyu. As the 5 individuals approached a certain distance, Tang Xiao, who was lying in bed, suddenly awoke with a look of astonishment. He quickly rose and murmured in shock, 5 level 95 titled Douluo. They certainly would not appear in this small town of Notting without reason. Could it be that they have discovered us? No. I must swiftly awaken Howdy and Xiao San. Consequently, Tang Xiao hurriedly roused Tang San and Tang Ho. Just as he was about to instruct them to escape along a narrow path, their dwelling was abruptly obliterated. After a cloud of thick smoke cleared, Tang Ho gazed outside at the 5 figures and remarked, "Elder brother, among these 5 are the Ju Douluo and the Gui Daw. They possess the ability to wield the polar forbidden domain, so we must exercise caution. The other 3 are those I mentioned, who bear the 10,000-year spirit rings, and you should be wary of them as well." Beside him, Tang San inquired with concern, "Uncle, will you be all right?" In this lifetime, what Tang San yearned for most was familial affection. Having been granted this bond, he truly did not wish to lose it again. In response, Tang Xiao smiled broadly and said, "Little San, do you know who your uncle is? A peak title Douluo of the 96th rank. I fear not those 5. Even if they wish to harm you and Brother Hao, they must first step over my corpse." In the sky, the mocking voice of Ju Douluo echoed. Once hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy, the Haotian twin stars have now fallen to such depths, hiding away in this insignificant Notting City. How utterly laughable, Tang Xiao retorted. Without your spirit hall, would my Haotian sect have been reduced to this state? Ju Douluo shot back, "Tang, your brother's enmity with our spirit hall has sealed your fate as adversaries. If it weren't for the orders of the Grand Offering, you know better than anyone that our spirit hall would have already trampled your Haotian sect." Faced with this assertion, Tang Xiao found himself at a loss for a counterargument. For Ju Douluo merely stated a fact. When Tang Hao chose to confront the Pope for Ayin, it irrevocably severed ties between the Haotian sect and the spirit hall. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu's restraint, the Haotian sect would likely have been obliterated by now. Tang Xiao had witnessed Qian Daoliu's prowess firsthand. His long-range projection could cleave through mountains, and a confrontation with the Haotian sect would surely spell doom for them. Tang Xiao then declared, "You speak the truth, Ju Douluo. The moment my brother became your enemy, the Haotian sect and the spirit hall became foes. Without Qian Daoliu's intervention, we would have turned to dust. However, he shall regret his mercy." The 5 adversaries, dismissive of his words, wasted no time in launching their assault. Tang Hao, anticipating the conflict, led Tang San down a narrow path to safety. Tang Xiao summoned the Haotian hammer and engaged in a fierce clash with Shilong, who had summoned a serpent spear. Utilizing his superior technique, Tang Xiao managed to suppress Shilong. Just then, a serpent tail flew toward him, and he swiftly evaded it. Seeing this, Shilong thrust his spear, prompting Tang Xiao to raise the Haotian hammer in defense. Then came the 9th soul skill, Petals of the Fallen Chrysanthemum, Wounds of the Earth. The hellish spirits, countless blade-like figures formed from petals, surged toward Tang Xiao, while immense black hands emerged from the ground, seemingly intent on dragging everything into the abyss. In response, Tang Xiao hurled the Haotian hammer at Ju Douluo, and its formidable strength deflected all the blades, propelling it toward him. Tang Xiao dashed forward, seized the hammer, and delivered a powerful strike that sent Douluo flying. He then slammed the hammer into the ground, causing numerous ghostly hands to recoil. At that moment, the gaze of Medusa bore down upon him, compelling Tang Xiao to evade. Suddenly, he heard the call of the 8th soul skill, pufferfish piercing formation. As Tang Xiao was injured and poisoned by the attack, Xilong pressed his advantage, lunging forward with a spear thrust, which Tang Xiao barely managed to block with the Haotian hammer. Xilong unleashed his 5th soul skill, thunderclap, slashing the heavens. As countless flickering bolts of lightning coiled around his spear, amplifying its power tenfold and shocking Tang Xiao through electrical conduction. The surge left Tang Xiao momentarily paralyzed, forcing him to kneel. Just then, the previously launched Douluo activated his 9th soul skill once more, and a barrage of blades rained down upon Tang Xiao. Ghostly hands emerged, dragging him into their grasp. In a desperate bid, Tang Xiao erupted with the Haotian 9 extremities, shaking off the grip. Observing this, Douluo seized 2 blade-like petals and advanced, while Xilong charged forward with his serpent spear, and Douluo unleashed his spectral hands, igniting the battle anew. Beside him, the kingdom of Digu unveiled the Medusa skull, which Li Tianyu had assisted him in upgrading to a 100,000-year soul bone. Utilizing his soul skill, he ensnared Tang Xiao. While Qi Shui unleashed his 6th soul skill, the thorned porcupine poison array. Countless small porcupines erupted, drifting chaotically through the sky. A mere brush against one would result in an explosion, accompanied by potent venom. Tang Xiao could barely withstand the joint assault of the two. Yet when faced with the trio, he found himself at a disadvantage. Employing the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he managed to achieve a tenuous balance. However, the distraction caused by Qi Shui's 6th soul skill led to his downfall, as he was struck squarely in the chest by Douluo's piercing attack. Regaining his senses, Tang Xiao swiftly grasped Douluo's hand, preventing him from evading immediately, and then retaliated with a hammer strike that sent him flying. Shortly thereafter, confronted by the sudden advance of Douluo's spectral hand, he unleashed his 81st hammer blow, propelling Douluo away and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Medusa's gaze descended upon him. Tang Xiao, leaning on his rotating stance, braced himself with the Haotian hammer, yet he was soon compelled to divert his attention to confront Xilong. This distraction led him to collide with several, resulting in a toxic assault on his heart, which diminished his strength and left him vulnerable to a piercing shot from Xilong. Nevertheless, Tang Xiao swiftly unleashed the Haotian 9 Absolute, sending Xilong hurtling backwards. He then hastily extricated himself from Medusa's gaze, only to hear the ominous announcement of the polar stillness domain. In an instant, Tang Xiao found himself immobilized. Observing this predicament, the previously launched Xilong wasted no words and unleashed his 9th soul skill, Double Serpent Sky Slash. The serpent spear in Xilong's grasp crackled with lightning, a tempestuous force tenfold more potent than the lightning enveloping it during his 5th soul skill. Simultaneously, 2 colossal serpents erupted from the ground, their heads lunging towards Tang Xiao, while Xilong aimed directly for Tang Xiao's neck. In response, Tang Xiao exerted all his mental energy to maneuver the Haotian hammer, barely managing to strike Xilong's serpent spear, redirecting its trajectory just enough to ensure that the spear pierced his chest instead. The 2 serpents struck against the entirety of the body. This devastating blow caused Tang Xiao to vomit blood profusely, his body paralyzed while even more potent toxins seeped deeper into his system. Tang Xiao now convulsed intermittently, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. With no other choice left, Tang Xiao could only stake everything on one final gamble. To prevent disaster, Tang Hao had recently taught him the techniques of ring explosion and the Great Sumeru Hammer. However, having practiced for merely a few days, Tang Xiao remained utterly unskilled. Detonating all rings might permanently destroy his 9 spirit rings. Yet the current situation left no alternatives. Without employing ring explosion now, death would surely claim him first. Thus, with desperate resolve, Tang Xiao activated the ultimate technique, simultaneous detonation of all 9 spirit rings. The 5 members of the Spirit Hall, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were deeply astonished. In their understanding, these 2 ultimate techniques of the Haotian sect were traditionally passed down to only one individual. Thus, the presence of Tang Hao implied there would be no second. However, Tang Xiao demonstrated the technique in front of them. After a moment of contemplation, the 5 soon grasped the reality. Tang Xiao was in close proximity to Tang Hao. How could Tang Hao refrain from imparting knowledge? Without affording them much time for further reflection, Tang Xiao unleashed the Grand Sumeru Hammer, striking towards the five with formidable intent. Yet no one perceives the might of this strike, as it has already brushed against the threshold of level 98. The force of this blow indeed rivals that of level 98, and had it not been for the considerable injuries sustained prior, it is likely that it could have equated to level 99. No one witnessed this scene, yet it felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. Subsequently, they all unleashed their seventh soul skill, True Body of the Martial Spirit. Following this, Douluo activated the Soul Bone skill, Gaze of Medusa, a 10,000-year soul technique. Bloodstinger first employed his ninth soul skill, 10,000 Graves Poison Formation, before allowing his poison pufferfish spirit to absorb a substantial amount of toxins in one breath. He then utilized his eighth soul skill, Pufferfish Thrust Formation, which amplified the power of his strike to a level comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul technique. Xilong, as usual, invoked his ninth soul skill, Twin Serpent Sky Cleave. Meanwhile, Spirit Douluo Juhue unleashed his ninth soul skill, Chrysanthemum Withered, Flower Scattered, and the Heart Torn Asunder in the Depths of Hell. With the enhancement of their True Body of the Martial Spirit, the combined might of these five simultaneous attacks approached an astonishing level of near 98. Soon after, two immense forces collided with a thunderous boom. The overwhelming pressure and atmospheric disturbance rose majestically, creating an explosion that extended over a kilometer. Fortunately, these six individuals shared an inexplicable camaraderie, choosing to engage in their battle far from the city, in the desolate wilderness 1,000 meters away. The five members of the Spirit Hall found themselves in disarray. The tulip Ghost Douluo was sent flying, spitting out blood, while Xilong, Ci Shui, and Douluo were similarly propelled back, albeit with only a trickle of blood at the corners of their mouths. After regaining their composure, they began to search for Tang Xiao, but despite their efforts, his figure eluded them. They could not help but lament the exceptional escape skills of the duo, as not a trace of their aura could be detected. Consequently, they decided to return and report their findings. Thus, the five departed from the scene. Returning to Tang Xiao's side, after fleeing, he surmised where Tang Hao had taken Tang San and promptly made his way to the resting place of Ayin. Upon arrival, he spotted Tang Hao emerging with Tang San. Tang Xiao inquired, "Brother Hao, has little San met Ayin?" To which Tang Hao replied, "Yes." Tang Hao then asked, "Elder brother, how did you?" Tang Xiao interjected, "I took a gamble and used the explosion of my soul rings." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao urged, "Elder brother, quickly reveal your soul rings. I can help you determine whether they can be restored." Tang Xiao released his soul power, yet his soul rings did not manifest, as all 9 had been detonated. Relying on his perception, Tang Hao assessed the possibility of restoration and ultimately expressed relief, stating, "The good news is that not many are irreparably damaged. The bad news is that the 9th soul ring is indeed completely shattered. However, for you, hunting a soul beast of 50,000 years should not be overly challenging. Overall, it is manageable, but you must wait 3 days for your soul rings to recover. Thus, we shall seek the 9th soul ring after 3 days." Tang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, and the trio took refuge in the hideaway Tang Hao had prepared for Ayin. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, Douluo and his entourage of 5 met with Li Tianyu. Listening to Douluo's report, Li Tianyu remarked, "You 5 elders have worked hard. I will provide you with appropriate rewards." He then handed each of them a note inscribed with the words, "Judgment Order." The 5 exchanged puzzled glances, and Li Tianyu explained, "You 5 must go to a place called the Tribunal in Spirit City. There, you will find what you seek." Intrigued yet uncertain by Li Tianyu's cryptic words, they resolved to investigate, reasoning that there was no harm in doing so. Days later, the 5 returned to Spirit City, while Li Tianyu continued his training outside. Upon their arrival, they reported their findings to Bibi Dong, who, upon hearing the news, did not express anger. Recognizing that they had not anticipated Tang Xiao mastering 2 ultimate techniques from the innate realm, a situation that was beyond their control. After dismissing them, the 5 began their search for the tribunal, spending considerable time in vain until Qianren Shui, having heard of their plight, guided them to the location. Upon reaching the tribunal, the 5 simultaneously presented their tokens. The guards promptly rushed to inform Yang Wudi, who received the news with visible reluctance, fully aware of what the token signified. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, he led the 5 to the warehouse. Upon entering, the scene shattered their preconceived notions, particularly those of Douluo. The warehouse was brimming with celestial herbs, meticulously categorized, It turned out that over the years, Li Tianyu had discovered that the ice and fire duality facilitated the rapid growth of celestial herbs due to the influence of the Ice-Fire Dragon King. This led him to speculate that if the Dragon King's soul could be strengthened, extending its lifespan, perhaps the efficacy of the ice and fire duality could be amplified as well. Ultimately, through a request to Gu Yuna, he succeeded in this endeavor, validating his hypothesis. This advancement reduced the growth period of celestial herbs to approximately 5 to 6 years, further shortened to about 1 to 3 years due to Yang Wudi's extensive research, allowing for the cultivation of more ordinary herbs within a year. The 9-grade purple fungus, though not classified as a fresh product, is significantly superior to ordinary herbs. Thus, it typically requires approximately 2 years for proper cultivation. However, that group of new products requires approximately 3 years. Naturally, after the successful completion of this experimental condition, Li Tianyu turned to Gu Yuna, attempting to tenderly channel his strength akin to the ice and fire duality Ice and Fire Dragon King, expending his power once a month. After all, for Gu Yuna, that measure of strength was hardly significant and did not consume much time. Considering that he was, after all, family, she consented. Ultimately, the stronger the Ice and Fire Dragon King's mental prowess and vitality, the more formidable his soul would become. When the time came to find a suitable vessel, the two could then resurrect through this means, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their power. Upon discovering this matter, young Wudi was overwhelmingly elated. However, Li Tianyu cautioned that storing such a plethora of celestial herbs in this warehouse posed a significant risk. Should any of these precious herbs be inadvertently exposed, they would be rendered worthless. Consequently, the majority of the celestial herbs were secured within soul-guiding devices, which could be accessed either through the command issued by Li Tianyu's primary soul skill, the judge's order, or by infusing soul power into the preset 7 offerings. Furthermore, there existed a more brute force method of access, which involved shattering the soul-guiding device outright. The White Crane has indeed resolved the issue, relying on the matter at hand. The King Fengzi leaf grass, once utilized by the Qinghuan, along with his granddaughter by Qinxiang, has been generously bestowed upon them, as it is ultimately a commitment to the Min family. Consequently, their martial spirits have evolved into extraordinary powers, rivaling that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, surpassing it in speed. Although their attack power may not match that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, their penetrating strength exceeds it. However, in the future, the Min family will undoubtedly face challenges in acquiring the divine herbs. Thus, Qian Douluo has established a condition. The 3 great families shall hold a competition every 5 years, with the victor entitled to select 2 divine herbs of their choice. Returning to the main topic, Yang Wudi gazed at the divine herbs within the room, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, for they belonged to his family. Although a majority of them resided in the offering hall, it was still his ancestral property. What of it if they were given away? Moreover, that remaining fraction was sufficient for his needs. Reluctant to part with them, he would typically argue fervently. Yet the thought of future opportunities made him relent, muttering, "Hurry up and take them. Once you have them, be on your way." Upon hearing this, Douluo appeared utterly astonished, and with barely contained excitement, he inquired, "Can we truly choose for ourselves?" Yang Wudi, growing impatient, retorted, "Do you wish for me to throw you out right now?" Douluo quickly responded, No. I must certainly make my selection." During the selection process of the 5 individuals, Yang Wudi cautioned, "These celestial herbs, in a broad sense, are offerings to the shrine, so it is advisable not to reveal them carelessly, lest." Douluo and Douluo discerned the underlying implication of the conversation, and thus, they addressed it solely to the 2 individuals present. Douluo, being the elder of judgment from the Hall of Offerings, was one of their own, so there was no cause for concern. Although Shilong and Cai Shui were among the 9 elders, they frequently shielded Qian Rinxue and had more interactions with the Hall of Offerings. Most, however, did not openly acknowledge this. It was merely a tacit understanding. Therefore, the remarks were directed exclusively at them. The 2 assured, "Rest assured, this will not be disclosed. The Pope will certainly remain unaware of this matter." Subsequently, Douluo opted for the rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, while Douluo selected the ice fairy jade skinbone. Douluo, having previously belonged to the Hall of Offerings as an elder of judgment, was permitted to make an additional selection. Thus he chose the 8-angled profound ice grass, as well as the fiery apricot blossom. As for Shilong and Cai Shui, they desired to exchange for another item. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi was utterly delighted. For it was, after all, his own possessions that they sought to acquire, a chance to utilize the treasures of the old rhinoceros family. Niu Gao interjected, "You old goat. You." The two then inquired, "Do you have any soul bones?" Yang Wudi replied, "Indeed. But I must remind you that the Judgment Institute is affiliated with the Hall of Offerings, so the soul bones are sourced from there." Upon reflection, the two concluded that since they had been invited by Li Tianyu, they could boldly accept the items without fear. Consequently, each requested a soul bone of 20,000 years. Shilong sought a head bone, while Ci Shui opted for a torso bone. This prompted Yang Wudi to remark, "Such audacious demands. Yet since my precious herbs are in good condition, I shall refrain from protest." On the other side, Zhu Douluo, having fully absorbed the mystical chrysanthemum, successfully shattered years of stagnation and ascended to level 96. Similarly, Ghost Douluo also achieved level 96, breaking through his own limitations. Moreover, Dugu Bo simultaneously consumed 2 mystical herbs, which directly facilitated the evolution of his martial soul. As a result, the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King, under normal toxic conditions, acquired both ice and fire toxins, enabling him to wield attacks of both ice and fire attributes. Consequently, he ascended to the formidable level of 96, surpassing the levels attained by both Zhu Gui and his companion. Shilong and Ci Shui had also completed the absorption of their soul bones early, awaiting the arrival of the 3. Subsequently, the 5 departed together. Chapter 35, Seeking Master Yu Shaojiang. Tang San and his companions, who were concealed at the location where Ayin was buried, also took this opportunity to recuperate. As they traversed the path, Tang Xiao, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Hao, the environment of this cave is dark and damp, entirely unsuitable for the growth of plants. Why, then, do you insist on having Ayin remain here?" His tone bore a hint of reproach, for despite his voluntary withdrawal years ago, he still harbored concern for Ayin. In response, Tang Hao explained, "Ayin's current condition has regressed to a cultivation level of several hundred years ago. Ordinarily, while the pace of cultivation in the outside world is swift, one would inevitably encounter soul beasts. I fear for Yin's safety, and I cannot be by her side at all times. Furthermore, Xiao San requires my covert protection. I am left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." Tang Xiao, upon hearing this, wore an expression of helplessness. For the first time, he deeply felt the impotence of even having reached the pinnacle of level 96 before the martial soul hall. Anger welled within him. If only grandfather were still alive. But alas, there are no ifs in reality. Perhaps we of the Haotian sect have become excessively reliant on our ancestor, especially after his disappearance. We find ourselves utterly insignificant before the martial soul hall. Were it not for the grand offering, Qian Daolu, who had ties and agreements with our ancestor, what would remain of the Haotian sect? In truth, are we not merely living off the legacy left by our ancestor? Without him, what would the Haotian sect signify? Without our ancestor, would Tang Chen have possessed the explosive rings? Would there be the great Shumi hammer? Would we hold the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit? Many could contend for that honor against the Haotian hammer, such as the 7-killing sword, the Panlong staff, and the soul-shattering spear, none of which are inferior to the Haotian hammer. Were it not for our ancestors' creation of the chaotic wind, the Haotian 9 absolutes, the explosive rings, and the great Shumi hammer, what basis would the Haotian hammer have to claim its position as the world's premier weapon spirit? Once we set aside Tang Chen, a once-in-a-millennium talent of the Haotian sect, we appear to be nothing more than a shadow. In terms of competing for the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit, we find ourselves outmatched. We cannot rival the martial soul hall in terms of power or high-level combat strength. The might of the Haotian sect is largely a reflection of Tang Chen's brilliance. Reflecting on this, Tang Xiao remarked, "Brother Hao, perhaps we of the Haotian sect have indeed grown too complacent. As a prominent sect in the world, we dare not provoke the martial soul hall in the absence of our ancestor. Yet, when he was present, we did not hesitate to confront them. In other words, our audacity to challenge the martial soul hall was largely bolstered by our ancestors' presence. Meanwhile, the martial soul hall has consistently maintained its dominance over us. Not solely due to the older generation aiding them, but because, for the most part, have you witnessed the 7 great offerings taking action? They have not emerged from the offering hall for nearly 50 years. This allowed the new generation of the martial soul hall to thrive in the broader context. As for the Haotian sect, many are fixated on the return of our ancestor, believing that such a return would secure our supremacy, placing all hope upon one individual. Is this not a form of selfishness? Binding our ancestor to our cause, we deceive ourselves into thinking that as long as he remains, we can rest easy. This insular and self-important attitude may well be the true reason for our decline, while our conflicts with the martial soul hall serve merely as a catalyst hastening our downfall. Tang Hao pondered this, recalling that during his time in the sect, as Tang Xiao had noted, many disciples merely awaited the return of their ancestor, believing it would restore their standing and eliminate the need to fear the martial soul hall. The older generation's warnings were merely that, warnings. When had they ever taken action? He himself had personally slain Qian Daoliu's son, Qian Xuanji, yet Qian Douluo only issued a bounty, never pursuing him with intent. Had he truly been willing to intervene during the incident at the Haotian sect, Tang Hao would have had no chance to escape. He would have been left to await his demise. As the two engaged in discourse regarding the decline of the Haotian sect and the ascendance of the martial soul hall, Tang Xiao suddenly declared, "Brother Hao, you should tend to Xiao San. I sense a powerful soul master nearby. I will investigate." Tang Hao nodded in agreement and cautioned, "Elder brother, please exercise caution." Tang Xiao acknowledged with a nod before exiting the cave, utilizing his formidable spiritual perception to locate the powerful soul master, subsequently summoning the Haotian hammer to strike down. A deep crater formed, revealing none other than the master, Yu Xiaojiang. Tang Xiao regarded the master with a trace of murderous intent, as he feared the possibility of exposure. Yet, he recognized that the master was merely a soul master. Should he choose to act, escape would be impossible. Still, Tang Xiao was not one to act without reason, and thus inquired, "Yu Xiaojiang, what brings you here?" The master promptly replied, "You must be Tang Xiao, the sect leader of the Haotian sect." His face reflected profound admiration. However, Tang Xiao quickly retorted, "I am no longer the leader of the Haotian sect. Do not associate me with them." The master refrained from further comment. At that moment, Tang Xiao came to his senses and inquired, "How did you find us?" After all, he certainly would not believe that a master could locate them merely through his formidable spiritual power. Given that the five-titled Douluo had failed to detect his presence, how could a mere great soul master accomplish such a feat? The master replied, "This evening, while wandering, I sensed a powerful pressure emanating from outside Nodding City. Driven by curiosity, I ventured forth. Upon arrival, I observed from approximately 100 meters away the leader of the Haotian sect, along with you and the esteemed five from the Spirit Hall, engaged in confrontation. I hold the Haotian sect in the highest regard, and upon witnessing my idol's sect, I felt compelled to pay my respects. My ability to locate you stemmed from my unique martial soul, the three cannons of Luo, which had an advanced olfactory sense that detected your presence, thus leading me here." Tang Xiao reluctantly accepted this explanation, for while one could mask their aura, one could not conceal their scent. He then pressed further, "Was it merely a visit to see me?" Tang Xiao found it hard to believe that the master would go to such lengths solely for a meeting with him. At this moment, the master remarked, "If I recall correctly, the child named Zhang San, who was previously at Nodding Academy and referred to you as uncle, must surely be the son of His Highness Haotian." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao offered no response. The master, undeterred, continued to speak, "I have perused various texts, and according to theory, a martial soul typically inherits the stronger traits from the parents. Yet, Zhang San awakened the blue silver grass, while his father wields the Haotian hammer. This seems implausible, nevertheless. The fact remains that he has indeed inherited the blue silver grass. Given your current circumstances, I surmise that Zhang San possesses a rare twin martial soul, and that the so-called third-level soul power is likely fabricated." Tang Xiao, initially taken aback, soon exhibited a disdainful expression, primarily due to the absurdity of the twin martial soul hypothesis. He deemed it laughable that one would jump to such a conclusion based solely on the assertion that martial souls inherit from the stronger parent, without comprehending the conditions necessary for a twin martial soul. The mere fact that San's martial soul is blue silver grass, inherently inferior to the Haotian hammer, led to the misguided assumption of a twin martial soul, an instance of sheer serendipity rather than insight. However, Tang Xiao remained perplexed regarding the significance of Yu Xiaojiang's discourse, prompting him to inquire, "So what does this imply?" Yu Xiaojiang replied directly, "I wish to take Tang San as my disciple. Through this, I can ensure he realizes his utmost potential." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao responded emphatically, "Impossible." He was acutely aware of Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge, which, to be frank, was of a notably advanced caliber, while the rudimentary concepts were already well understood by the common folk. As for the intermediate notions, they merely served to intimidate the populace and were mere truisms when compared to the expertise of established soul masters. The idea of allowing San to be mentored by someone who might lead him astray was untenable. Tang Xiao then inquired, "What path do you envision for San?" Upon hearing this, the master assumed Tang Xiao was testing his capabilities and confidently asserted, "One of Zhang San's martial souls is the Haotian hammer, renowned for its formidable offensive power. However, it possesses a notable flaw, its sluggishness. Particularly, the Haotian sect's ultimate technique, the Great Sumera Hammer, boasts high damage. Yet if the opponent refrains from engaging directly, it becomes exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Against martial souls of superior speed, it becomes a liability. To enhance the accuracy of the Haotian hammer, the most advantageous route would be to adopt a control-oriented approach. Thus the blue silvergrass is entirely suitable for such a strategy." Tang Xiao, inwardly scoffing at this notion, perceived it as sheer ignorance. The claim that the Great Sumera Hammer is slow is utterly absurd. One might argue that our generation of Haotian sect practitioners lacks the prowess to unleash the true might of the Great Sumera Hammer. Yet to label it as slow is comical. It is common knowledge that Tang Chun and Qian Douluo, adversaries and yet kindred spirits, have engaged in numerous duels, with the ancestor consistently outmaneuvering Qian Douluo by leveraging the explosive ring in conjunction with the Great Sumera Hammer. According to this reasoning, one might as well assert that Qian Douluo's six-winged angel martial soul is slow, or perhaps question whether Qian Douluo is less astute than you. Failing to grasp such a straightforward principle, the speed of the Great Sumera Hammer is contingent entirely on the wielder. The ancestor's execution of the technique does not exhibit any inherent sluggishness. Nonetheless, Tang Xiao refrained from countering this argument, acknowledging that, as of now, only his ancestor could wield the Haotian hammer with such mastery. Furthermore, the blue silvergrass, being a martial soul of the lowest tier, possesses diverse potential without issue. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Tang San's martial soul is not the blue silvergrass, but rather the blue silver king, which will evolve into the blue silver emperor. Its attributes align more closely with healing rather than control. Moreover, the absurdity of the treatment combined with a formidable offense proves to be exceptionally powerful. In due time, Tang San could utilize the blue silver grass to regenerate his vitality at an astonishing rate, while wielding the Haotian hammer with fervor, engaging in a perilous style of combat where life is exchanged for life and blood for blood, which would simultaneously enhance the accuracy of the Haotian hammer and provide him with an additional means of self-preservation. Just as Tang Xiao contemplated a refusal, the master interjected, "In addition, I can acquire the training method for the twin martial souls." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao hesitated, feeling a flicker of intrigue. After all, most of them only understood that cultivating twin martial souls required exceptional physical fitness and that the quality of the twin souls must be equivalent. But the specific techniques and operational methods remained a mystery, particularly regarding the skills associated with utilizing twin martial souls. Curiosity piqued, Tang Xiao inquired, "Can you tell me where you obtained the training method for twin martial souls?" The master reminisced, "I have an old acquaintance named Bibi Dong." Tang Xiao was taken aback. For the master, whom many deemed useless, had a connection with the current pope. If they were merely friends, why the sentimentality? If they were friends, casual meetings would suffice. The 9 elders would not be able to intervene, and the affairs within the worship hall would not concern the pope. The implication was clear. This so-called useless individual had once been romantically involved with Bibi Dong. Pondering this, Tang Xiao questioned how Bibi Dong could have been so blind as to choose him. He lacked strength, talent, and any significant background when compared to the spirit hall. Furthermore, he had not returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in years. Who knows if anyone would even recognize him? As for his theories, they seemed to deceive only the common folk, while the upper echelons dismissed them entirely. Nonetheless, Tang Xiao refrained from voicing his thoughts. If it were true that Yu Xiaojiang had once been Bibidong's lover, there might indeed be a way to obtain the training method for twin martial souls. He weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. If he pursued a control-type system, and if the soul skills were commendable, it could be quite advantageous. Even if Yu Xiaojiang, the so-called useless one, failed in his teachings, he could simply have Tang San detonate the rings, allowing them to acquire new soul rings thereafter. Moreover, associating with Yu Xiaojiang would spare them from the constant anxiety of being pursued. Currently, only a handful of titled Douluos had encountered Tang San, and it was unlikely that they would return to seek him out. Thus, allowing Tang San to accompany this so-called master could provide a much-needed respite. Along the way, they might even uncover the methods for cultivating twin martial souls. This arrangement seemed beneficial, unless, of course, the useless one caused Tang San to absorb a soul ring that led to his demise, an unlikely scenario. After weighing the options, Tang Xiao finally expressed. Why should I believe you won't betray us? Yu Xiaojing promptly assured him, Senior Tang Xiao, I guarantee that I will not sell out Tang San. My lifelong ambition is to cultivate a disciple whose name will resonate throughout the world, proving my theories. If the sect master does not trust me, feel free to mark me. Tang Xiao's disdain deepened. Was it not clear that Yu Xiaojing merely sought to validate his theories through Tang San? Had Tang San not possessed twin martial souls, it was doubtful he would have even approached him. This was precisely what he had claimed in his theories, that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, a notion that struck Tang Xiao as utterly ludicrous and hypocritical, revealing an obsession with fame. Subsequently, Tang Xiao led Yu Xiaojing into the cave, where he shared his thoughts and the events that had transpired with Tang Hao. Initially, Tang Hao vehemently disagreed, fully aware of Yu Xiaojing's capabilities. What was his training method? Running laps with a stone on his back. Why not allow soul masters to run under pressure? That would facilitate breakthroughs and bottlenecks. While physical training is essential, why not employ superior methods rather than relying on sheer laziness or lack of creativity? However, after Tang Xiao's persistent analysis of the situation, Tang Hao reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing that allowing his son to live openly and forge friendships was far better than fleeing with him. He then awakened the slumbering Tang San, stating, Little San, you are aware of the current predicament. Accompanying your uncle and me is far too perilous, so we have sought a teacher for you. Tang San responded, Father, I understand that you and uncle mean well, but I wish to ascertain whether he is truly qualified to be my master. Tang Hao agreed. For although he envisioned numerous advantages, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of his son leaving after so many years together. Yet the harsh reality was that he could not keep his son by his side without inviting endless peril. The method employed by Xiao San to test Yu Xiaojing involved revealing his own martial spirit, the blue silver grass, while simultaneously disclosing his innate full soul power. He sought to ascertain whether Yu Xiaojing could deduce his twin martial spirits. For Yu Xiaojing, this posed no challenge, and he inadvertently guessed correctly. In that moment, Tang San was filled with a profound admiration, while Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. They deemed it unwise to allow Yu Xiaojing to project such a charismatic image, as it elevated his stature in Tang San's eyes. Tang San, fully convinced, knelt down on the ground to pay his respects as a disciple. The master was filled with immense joy, for guiding a twin martial soul would undoubtedly enhance his own prowess. He then spoke with care, Xiao San, I have already heard your uncle and father's opinions regarding your blue-silver grass, yet I still believe it should pursue a path of control. After all, a life-for-a-life approach is far inferior to a strategy rooted in precision. Standing nearby, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt their lips twitch. Had it not been for the necessity of this so-called master accompanying Xiao San to broaden his horizons, they would have been inclined to strike him down. The master, oblivious to everything else, spoke earnestly. As one endowed with the twin spirits of martial souls, your innate advantage lies in possessing an additional martial soul, enabling you to achieve an extraordinary soul ring configuration and double the soul skills. Consequently, the demands on your physical constitution will be elevated. However, this will concurrently enhance your own physical capabilities. Thus, once you mature, you shall become the most formidable being on this continent, unmatched by any adversary. Listening to the master's words, Tang San felt a swell of pride and declared, The Spirit Hall has slain my mother, harmed my father, and devastated my uncle and sect. You have paved your own path to destruction. Once I have grown stronger, I shall uproot you entirely. Mark my words, in this lifetime, I will protect what I hold dear. Chapter 36. The fleeting passage of 6 years. A brief note. The process of adjudication was rather tedious and unremarkable. Thus, I shall bypass the details of the trial and instead focus on the progression in cultivation, fast-forwarding to 6 years later, when Tang San has reached the age of 12. Of course, should anyone desire to witness that part, feel free to voice your request, and I may endeavor to write some supplementary material. Please do not set your expectations too high, as this is my first attempt at writing. 6 years have swiftly passed. To begin with the Hall of Offerings, Douluo consumed the divine herb, the holy grass of light, which allowed his martial soul to evolve into the six-winged golden-armored angel, thereby raising the threshold of soul rings he could endure to a new level. Consequently, Li Tianyu made a special trip back to the Hall of Offerings to assist Douluo in condensing another 100,000-year soul ring. Currently, Douluo's configuration is as follows. Soul rings, 5 black and 4 red. Martial soul, 6-winged golden-armored angel, a divine-level martial soul. Soul bones, a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones, excluding the external soul bone, known as the Angel Divine Armor. Self-created soul skills, Explosion Ring. Great Samurai Slash, adapted from the Great Samurai Hammer. Unique techniques, Angel Swordsmanship, 7-Kill Sword Technique, Angel 9 Absolute, modified from the Haotian 9 Absolute, Chaotic Cloak Sword Technique. And Distraction Control. Number of Soul Cores, 3. The Celestial Herb enhanced his innate talent, which was originally somewhat lacking. Weapon, the first level 10 Soul Guidance Device. Meticulously crafted by Lu Gao, specifically designed for Douluo, known as the Angel Holy Sword. In terms of explosive power, it is comparable to a level 95 title Douluo at the very least, and at its strongest, it can rival a level 99 title Douluo. In the mortal realm, it can truly be considered a divine artifact. Given this configuration, Douluo undoubtedly surpasses Yun Ming of Dosan. Furthermore, Douluo can directly harness the power of faith accumulated over the years, allowing his strength to temporarily reach the level of a divine officer. It is not an exaggeration to say that currently, within the entire continent, apart from the Emperor Tian Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, relying on its home ground, and the Peak Snow Emperor, also relying on its home ground, there is no one who can match him, limited to mortals. Among them, apart from Tian, who stands no chance of victory. The others have a reciprocal record of wins and losses. The remaining 6 offerings, having resigned themselves to their predetermined limitations and talent, had long since abandoned their aspirations. As the original author Tang Hao noted, the Golden Crocodile had already lost the heart of a true warrior. This led to the paradox where the Golden Crocodile, despite its capability, was easily overwhelmed by Tang Hao's 3 strikes, shattering its mental fortitude. The explanation is simple. Once talent reaches its peak, complacency ensues, extinguishing the once fervent ambition to become the strongest in the world. However, with all 6 individuals achieving a breakthrough to level 99, the spirit of a warrior was rekindled, prompting them to engage in earnest sparring sessions with Douluo. During the course of their sparring, although the 6 were destined to engage in a one-on-one confrontation that they could not hope to win against Douluo, they seemed to have rekindled the essence of their youthful selves, fearless in the face of death, only seeking to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, who was far away at that time, was filled with joy upon learning this. For he had been deeply concerned that Jin Ao might once again experience a collapse in his mentality. During the confrontation with the 6 esteemed offerings, Douluo discerned that their current prowess surpassed that of his former self. Upon reflection, this realization seemed rather natural. A simple comparison reveals the following. 1. Both the former Douluo and the present 6 offerings are at level 99, with no distinction. 2. Both possess divine martial souls, again, no difference. 3. The current 6 offerings are endowed with soul cores, while the former Douluo lacked such an advantage. 4. The 6 offerings have all consumed celestial herbs to enhance their physiques. 5. Each of the